Chapter 1 is finished. School Beauty Sue, I've investigated everything. Your parents are both dead, and your grandmother is seriously ill and hospitalized. The expenses in just the past 2 years have already left your family with an astronomical debt. I may not be very capable, but my family has plenty of money. Accept me, and I'll take care of all your debts and your grandmother's hospitalization. How about it? Shanghai City, Wuhan University, the third highest university in China. The awakening ceremony in progress. The sky was filled with golden light, and a huge, terrifying, illusory golden phoenix circled high in the sky, its boundless pressure causing thousands of teachers and students to tremble. Before the awakening platform, the cold and stunningly beautiful school beauty, Su Shishir, wore a long golden dress, exuding nobility and purity. Zhou Chen, head bowed, was terrified. 10 years ago, the Earth underwent a tremendous change, and after human civilization suffered a devastating blow, the era of advanced martial arts began. A year ago, Zhou Chen, the #1 playboy in Shanghai City, took Su Shishir, the school beauty of the third highest martial arts school, as his mistress. 1 year later, the school beauty awakens her SSS-level martial arts talent, starting a completely different life. Zhou Chen felt his future was bleak, and when he thought about everything that had happened between him and the school beauty, he was doomed. Hilarious. Zhou Chen must be kicking himself now, right? Everyone in the school knows how much he used to bully school beauty Sue. With the awakening of SSS level talent, school beauty Sue is a monster, a genius, even on a global scale. If school beauty Sue wanted to, she could crush Zhou Chen without breaking a sweat. The students around Zhou Chen looked at him with schadenfreude. When Zhou Chen forcefully won over Sue, the school beauty, he shattered the dreams of countless boys. Now he's finally getting his comeuppance. Dad, Mom, ancestors, I'm so sorry. Zhou Chen looked utterly dejected. Just because of what he did before, Su Shishir wouldn't be satisfied even if she wiped out his entire clan, right? Student Sue, the third martial arts university will be proud of you. On the stage, Principal Zhang Datsai's face was flushed, and he was so excited that he was gesturing wildly. Ha ha ha. I never expected that Shanghai City would have such a genius this year. Report this to the Advanced Martial Arts Bureau immediately. Not far away, Li Haosan, the imposing director of the High Martial Arts Branch, walked over with a smile. Student Sue, welcome to the martial arts world. As long as you're willing, you can choose any of the 3 top martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom. In the future, you will surely become a top martial artist at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. As the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth dissipated, Su Shishir's pretty face remained calm, and she nodded slightly. Sue, are you tired? Go back and rest. 2 female teachers will come and take good care of you. Principal Zhang Datsai waved his hand, and 2 female teachers rushed over. No need, Principal. I want to stay here and observe the awakening progress of the others. Su Shishir shook her head, then turned around and glanced at the crowd below the stage before silently returning to her original line. That one glance made Zhou Chen, who was trying to blend into the crowd as much as possible, wish he could disappear into the ground. She's looking at me. Help! This. Zhang Datsai glanced at Li Haosan. It's important to know that with her SSS level talent awakened, Su Shishir's current importance is even comparable to that of the entire Shanghai City. I understand. Li Haosan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. The awakening ceremony continues. Next one. Zhou Chen. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all eyes of the school's teachers and students were focused on Zhou Chen, filled with mockery and amusement. Everyone was waiting to see Zhou Chen make a fool of himself. Only Su Shishir, standing gracefully at the front, never turned around. However, no one noticed that the corners of Su's mouth were slightly upturned. Cough cough. Zhou Chen touched his nose, feeling as if his feet were made of lead, making it extremely difficult to walk. Well, what if I awaken an SSS level talent myself? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chen stepped onto the awakening platform and slowly placed his hand on the awakening stone floating in the void. Buzz. The next moment, the awakening stone emitted a faint white light, and a ripple spread outwards. Sizzle. Immediately afterwards, a faint ripple sounded, and a white light burst forth from the awakening stone. Then, before everyone's eyes, it vanished into nothingness. Zhou Chen. What does this mean? He didn't understand, but he was certain it was definitely not an SSS level talent. Put. Ha 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 ha. The awakening stone isn't reacting? Young Master Zhou doesn't have high martial arts talent? That's hilarious. Truly, fortunes change every 30 years. Now it's Su Xiaohua's turn to bully Zhou Chen, right? No, Su Xiaohua wouldn't stoop to such a thing. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Your talent is too weak to resonate with the awakening stone. Go down. Li Haosan didn't even glance at Zhou Chen and calmly waved his hand. There's nothing we can do about it. Some people have high martial arts talent and some don't. No one can change that. However, Zhou Chen's luck was really bad this week. SSS level talent is 1 in a billion, but people without any high martial arts talent are 1 in 10,000. Why? Principal Zhang Detsai let out a soft sigh. He had heard of Zhou Chen before. His family was the richest in Zhanghai City, and it seemed he had a rumored relationship with his classmate Su Shishir. Unfortunately, from now on, the distance between the two will be like an insurmountable chasm. Even Zhou Chen's incredibly wealthy background pales in comparison to Su Shishir's. Ding! Detected that the host was about to awaken, successfully eliminating the effects of awakening. Infinite devouring system successfully bound. The host can devour anything weaker than themselves to strengthen themselves. They can also gain devouring points, which can be exchanged for items in the shop. On stage, Zhou Chen listened to the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, and suddenly his eyes widened. This system is simple and straightforward, not hard to understand, but why are you trying to erase my talent awakening? Zhou Chen pursed his lips, then turned and left the stage with a sigh. The next moment, he met a pair of calm, playful, beautiful eyes, and felt his legs go weak. This devouring system must be incredibly powerful, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to eliminate awakened talents. However, it's obvious that I can't contend with School Beauty Su in the short term. Next, Su Xiaohua is definitely going to get her revenge. Next, the awakening ceremony continued, and more students went up on stage to awaken. But clearly, just as the branch director Li Haosan predicted, not to mention SSS level talent, there was only one student with S level talent. Of course, there wasn't a single student like Zhou Chen who had absolutely no awakened talent. This has led to some students with weaker talents not feeling particularly sad. Anyway, he's better than Zhou Chen. Buzz. Suddenly, 3 terrifying streaks of light appeared in the sky, heading straight for the venue. The inexplicable pressure made countless students gasp for breath and look up at the sky in horror. The 3 major martial arts academies arrived so quickly. Li Haosan glanced at it and murmured calmly. Indeed, an awakener with SSS level talent is enough to drive the 3 major martial arts academies crazy. Chapter 2. I have a condition. Swish swish. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared on the stage. 2 men and 1 woman, all with powerful and unfathomable auras. They didn't care about anyone else, not even Principal Zhang Detsai and Branch Director Li Haosan, and rushed straight towards Su Shishir. Student Su, I am Hong Shan, the Vice Dean of the Vajra Martial Arts Academy. The burly middle-aged man was beaming with excitement. As long as you're willing to join the Vajra Martial Arts Academy, you'll be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade spirit crystals, and an elder-level martial artist will protect you. In time, you'll surely become a giant in our Dragon Kingdom. TCH, Hong Shan, your Vajra temple is as stingy as ever. The alluring woman smiled, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. Little sister, come to the Heavenly Phoenix Martial Arts Academy, and I, Shu Ro, will personally protect you. The Heavenly Phoenix Academy is willing to pour a vast amount of resources into nurturing you. Come to Tianlong Martial Arts Academy. Our academy is the #1 academy in the Dragon Kingdom. The last middle-aged man, Duan Feiyu, exuded pride. Come to Tianlong Academy and become the strongest. TSK, no wonder she's School Beauty Su. The 3 major martial arts academies are the 3 holy lands of martial arts in our Dragon Kingdom. Even so, they still vie to invite School Beauty Su to join them for training. Yeah, it's an opportunity that others dream of, but even School Beauty Su has to think twice before choosing it. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. What's there to be angry about? He's still better than Zhou Chen. He doesn't even have the qualifications to cultivate, and he's offended School Beauty Su. He'll probably be 2 meters tall with grass on his grave by next year. Countless students cast ardent glances their way, but there was little jealousy in their words. There's no way around it. When the gap is too big, people are often left with nothing but worship and admiration. Besides, Zhou Chen should be the one feeling envious, jealous, and resentful. Zhou Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, remained silent, glanced at Su Xiaohua's back, and then hid further back. I can't afford to mess with you, just wait and see. I'll still dare to take care of you in the future. On the other side, Su Shishir remained silent. What's wrong, little sister? Are you having a hard time making a choice? Churo smiled and hugged Su Shishir, her voice warm and alluring. Tell your sister, are you worried about anything? 3 seniors, I have a condition. Su Shishir hesitated for a moment, then pursed her lips. Whichever college can agree to this, I'll go to that college. No problem. I agree. Hongshan and Chu Ro agreed without hesitation. The 3 major martial arts academies are the foundation of the nation. We can bear any price as long as we can recruit a monstrous martial artist with SSS-level talent. Duan Feiyu frowned slightly and did not give a reply immediately. All eyes were on Su Shishir. What are the conditions? What would be the conditions for school beauty Su? Many students' curious glances were fixed on Zhou Chen. They thought it was very likely that this condition was a way to retaliate against Zhou Chen. Holy crap! Zhou Chen's heart sank even further. Is this woman planning to take advantage of the situation and wipe out my entire family? No. I've only just awakened my system, it's not fully developed yet. Wait until I've developed enough strength, then we'll have a real fight. That's unfair. I want to bring my boyfriend Zhou Chen with me to train at the martial arts academy. Su Shishir's words were always shocking, and the entire room fell silent as soon as she said them. Boyfriend? To cultivate together? Click. Countless male students stared wide-eyed, looking as if they had seen a ghost. No, what's going on? Zhou Chen was also confused, but he immediately realized what was happening and felt a chill run down his spine. Very well, the most poisonous heart is that of a woman. Is it because you feel that killing yourself directly isn't enough to vent your anger, so you want to keep him by your side and slowly torture him? That's so vicious. No, as the #1 academy in the Dragon Kingdom, only absolute geniuses and the nation's absolute elites are qualified to enter the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Before the other 2 could speak, Duan Feiyu clearly stated his refusal, his gaze towards Su Shishir carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Su Shishir, my Tianlong Academy can compensate you in other ways. Besides, ever since you awakened your SSS-level talent, the responsibilities on your shoulders and your future achievements have already set you apart from ordinary people. Not far away, Principal Zheng Dicai and Bureau Chief Li Haoshan remained silent upon hearing this. In today's world, the situation of human civilization is becoming increasingly dire. Duan Feiyu's words, though realistic, are indeed incisive. Upon hearing this, Su Shishir frowned slightly and replied without hesitation, then I won't go to Tianlong Academy. I'll trouble you to make the trip. Duan Feiyu's eyes widened. Give up the top hospital in the country for a boyfriend? Do you know what that means? He. Duan Feiyu, if we can't reach an agreement, then let's not talk about it. Churo chuckled and waved her hand. On behalf of the Heavenly Fox Academy, I agree. Not only that, I will also take your boyfriend as my disciple and let him enjoy excellent cultivation resources. Hongshan scratched his head and replied in a simple and honest manner, I need to go back and report to the institute. No need to report. The Congoin is full of rough men. My sister wouldn't want to go there. Churo chuckled and looked at Su Shishir with a smile. Little sister, who is your boyfriend? Su Shishir nodded, turned around and looked at the crowd, her gaze finally settling on Zhou Chen. You bastard, just wait until I'm fully grown, and see how I deal with you and torment you. Zhou Chen clenched his fist, muttered a few words to himself, then immediately put on a smiling face and ran up to her excitedly. Ah! I'm not very talented, but I am Shishir's boyfriend. No spiritual energy fluctuations whatsoever, extremely low talent. Duan Feiyu glanced at Zhou Chen and shook his head, there are plenty of geniuses. My Tianlong First Academy will not yield to geniuses. Whoosh! After saying that, Duan Feiyu transformed into a streak of light and sped away into the distance. Zhou Chen glanced at Lu Guang with a grin. Duan Feiyu, right? The First Academy of Tianlong, right? Just you wait, I've made a mental note of this, so don't ever let this happen to you again. The people of Tianlong Academy are always arrogant and haughty, it's insignificant. Churo smiled and waved her hand, and 2 cards flew into Zhou Chen and Su Shishir's hands. These are my admission tokens from Tianfeng Academy. I'll be waiting for you two lovebirds, at Tianfeng Academy. After saying that, Churo glanced at Hongshan, and the 2 of them disappeared at the same time. Su Shishir, although I was wrong before, I did save your grandmother, that's a fact, right? Don't go too far. Zhou Chen glanced at the card and muttered to Su Shishir in a low voice, you can't repay kindness with enmity. What, regretting it? A hint of a smile flashed in Su Shirshi's eyes, her expression indifferent. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Now you're so cowardly? Zhou Chen pursed his lips, selflessly saying, don't mess with my family. I'll go to Tianfeng Academy with you. Do whatever you want to me, I'll accept it. Su Shirshir. Chapter 3. Do you really think I'm the villain? This awakening ceremony is now concluded. 1 month from now, everyone except Su Shirshir and Zhou Chen will participate in the unified recruitment. I hope everyone can enter the martial arts academy for training. Su Shirshir, Zhou Chen, come to the principal's office later. The Third Martial Arts University, Awakening Venue. After the ceremony, Director Li Haoshan said some polite words and then hurriedly left with his entourage. He needs to report Su Shirshir's situation to the general administration as soon as possible. Principal Zhang Dicai obviously didn't have time for a long speech. After a brief closing remark, he planned to have a good chat with Su Shirshir. Of course, Zhou Chen was just a side note. Splash! Thousands of teachers and students prepared to disperse. Zhou Chen was also very interested. He couldn't wait to try out the power of the system. He decided. Wait! The next moment, a voice resounded throughout the entire venue. As everyone looked, the simply dressed young man strode towards Su Shirshir, his expression calm. Shirshir, were you coerced by Zhou Chen? You suffered all kinds of bullying from Zhou Chen before, but from now on, he has no right to threaten you. You are a martial artist with SSS level talent, and I am with S level talent. Our future is limitless. If Zhou Chen dares to threaten you, I can deal with him without you even having to lift a finger. Zhou Chen's gaze fell on the young man. He remembered that Li Tianyu and Su Shirshir were classmates, and Li Tianyu was the only student besides Su Shirshir to awaken an S-level talent during this awakening ceremony. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Yeah, everyone knows that the reason School Beauty Su endures Zhou Chen's bullying is because Zhou Chen's family is powerful and wealthy, and she doesn't dare to offend him. School Beauty Su looks down on Zhou Chen, this good-for-nothing playboy. There must be another reason behind it. Exactly. I heard it's because Su Xiaohua's grandmother is seriously ill and hospitalized. I'm afraid that bastard Zhou Chen is using Su Xiaohua's grandmother to threaten her. Li Tianyu truly deserves his S-level talent. He and School Beauty Su are a match made in heaven. In an instant, many students suddenly realized. Zhang Dicai and the other school leaders on the stage looked at each other, and all turned to look at Su Shirshir. They were unaware of the situation, but it was clear that with Su Shirshir's talent, she didn't need to care about Zhou Chen at all. Could it be that she was really being coerced by Zhou Chen? Shirshir, be with me. Li Tianyu strode up to Su Shirshir, not even glancing at Zhou Chen, and said affectionately, you and I are both renowned talents in the school, and now we've both awakened rare top-tier talents. If we're together and go to the Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy, we'll definitely become famous throughout the world. We'll become an enviable couple. Li Tianyu glanced at Zhou Chen with disdain and chuckled, as for him? He's not worth mentioning. Zhou Chen. If you're not a buddy, where does your sense of superiority come from? Do you really think I'm the villain? Wait a minute. Something's not right. Zhou Chen suddenly came to his senses. If Su Shirshir chose to be with Li Tianyu and the two of them went to Tianfeng Academy together, would he be fine? Ha 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 ha. Brotherly, you're right. I really did coerce School Beauty Su. Zhou Chen chuckled and began to fawn over him. Brotherly, you've awakened an S-level talent. Looking across the entire school, you're the only one who can match School Beauty Su. I'm willing to step aside. Little did they know, the moment Zhou Chen uttered those words, Su Shirshir's pretty face immediately turned cold. Ha, that's more like it. At least you know your place. Li Tianyu puffed out his chest and sneered, if Shirshir is willing, she might spare your life. After all, it would make us seem petty to haggle with a lowly ant like you. Who do you think you are? Who I choose to be with is none of your business. Su Shirshir stared coldly at Li Tianyu, you have no right to interfere in what's between me and Zhou Chen. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Everyone was stunned. The way they looked at Zhou Chen became increasingly strange. What kind of bewitching potion did this guy give to School Beauty Su? Zhou Chen's heart sank. Oh no, this girl still isn't going to let me go. Li Tianyu was stunned. No, Shirshir, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be afraid. Zhou Chen would never dare to offend us. Otherwise, we could crush him with just a flick of our fingers. What are you so proud of? Su Shirshir looked at Li Tianyu calmly. her expression of disgust and coldness shattering his heart. Li Tianyu, you come from a poor family, yet you envy Zhou Chen's privileged background. After awakening your S-level talent, you think you're better than Zhou Chen, right? And now you're not ashamed anymore? Don't take yourself too seriously. It's none of your business how things are between me and Zhou Chen. Click. The entire room fell silent. Everyone knew that Su Xiaohua was aloof, but no one expected that she would say something so hurtful to Li Tianyu for Zhou Chen's sake. The powerful aura and cold words, not only the students, but also a group of teachers felt inexplicable pressure. Sure. Li Tianyu broke down, overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority, embarrassment, and shame, making him feel utterly ashamed. His face flushed red, and he was at a loss for what to do. Then he suddenly looked at Zhou Chen and said, "It's all your fault, you beast. You wait, I won't let you get away with this." Zhou Chen? Zhou Chen was stunned. Are you kidding me? You think I'm easy to bully? Bang! Since this tactic won't get rid of Su Xiaohua, why bother indulging this idiot Li Tianyu? Zhou Chen suddenly made a move, grabbing Li Tianyu's hair and delivering a straight punch to his face, knocking Li Tianyu to the ground. Li Tianyu screamed and collapsed to the ground, completely dumbfounded. You talentless piece of trash, dare to lay a hand on me? Where did you get the guts? After the awakening ceremony, one will not become a martial artist. Only by entering the martial arts academy and formally using one's talent to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will one become a true martial artist. Therefore, no matter how talented or how poor one is, at this moment, they are all just ordinary people. Zhou Chen, who has been learning martial arts since childhood, could easily defeat Li Tianyu. Look, I gave you a chance. The school beauty doesn't want you, she's only infatuated with me. What can I do? Zhou Chen looked down at her with a cold laugh, took Su Shishir's hand, and walked towards the door. Principal, Shishir and I will go to your office in a bit. Su Shishir followed Zhou Chen with a cold face and without saying a word. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the two left with an air of nonchalance. Principal, Zhou Chen assaulted someone in front of the entire school and just left? Li Tianyu's homeroom teacher gritted his teeth and looked at Principal Zhang Detsai. Zhang Detsai smirked and gave the other person a cold glance. Zhou Chen has Su Shishir with him by his side. Let alone hitting a student, even if he hits me, the principal, I would have to smile and let him hit me as hard as he wants. Chapter 4. The more you act like this, the more motivated I become. Li Tianyu stared at the two of them with a face full of resentment. But I just can't swallow this insult. I thought that after awakening, I could step on him, but instead I got stepped on instead. Everyone, disperse. Go do whatever you were doing. Zhang Detsai waved his hand, then looked intently in the direction where Zhou Chen had disappeared, a puzzled expression on his face. On the playground of the Third Higher Wuhan University, Zhou Chen and Su Shishir walked away one after the other, looking exceptionally dashing. It could be said that both parties were interested in each other. At least that's how it seems to the faculty and students who know about their current relationship. Have you heard? That good-for-nothing Zhou Chen actually dared to beat up Li Tianyu after he awakened. What? He wasn't awakened yet, so who gave him the courage? I don't understand, what does the school beauty see in him? He has no talent, no ambition. So what if his family is rich? This is an era where ability reigns supreme. Who knows? Maybe he's good at something. The discussion about the two of them almost never stopped at school. Even as they passed by these gossipers, they showed no sign of stopping. Zhou Chen followed Su Shishir, feeling like he was being pricked by needles. Hey! Su Shishir. Let's be frank, why are you helping me? Shouldn't you hate me? Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he was the first to question them. Help you? Humph, you really know how to flatter yourself. Su Shishir gave a snort and glanced at him with a contemptuous look. I only consider you one of my dogs, someone I took with me. You. Don't think I won't dare to do anything to you. Zhou Chen raised his hand and saw that she no longer dodged him as before. Instead, they came forward, but hesitated for a moment. Go ahead and hit me, aren't you used to it by now? Su Shishir, next if, watched his hesitant expression with obvious enjoyment. If you dare touch me, I'll make you regret ever being born. Smack! Just as she was enjoying this state, she felt a burning sensation on her buttocks. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Chen appeared with a smug and cheeky expression. You dare hit me? Su Shishir's pretty face instantly turned bright red. I never expected that he would still dare to make a move even after things had come to this. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hitting you, I'm just teasing you. Zhou Chen shrugged, revealing an innocent look. Now not only does the school know about our relationship, but even people from the 3 top martial arts academies know about it. So, it's not too much for me to flirt with my girlfriend, is it? I love your sophistry and your sleazy attitude. The more you act like this, the more motivated I become. Su Shishir responded to his words with a somewhat perverse and distorted tone. Then, he headed towards the teaching building. At this moment, Zhou Chen felt a tingling sensation in his back, but he forced himself to keep up and followed. The system just mentioned that it can devour anything weaker than itself. That means you can devour everything. I don't think I've misunderstood. That's right, but you can't blindly devour things. Devouring something too weak won't improve your strength at all. The host is advised to consume with caution to avoid wasting resources. He walked along the road, thinking to himself. The bonus from devouring the weak will be relatively small, or even zero. So, what happens when you devour something powerful and your own strength increases? The system has erased my awakening. You can refer to a normal cultivation system. Zhou Chen was completely confused after hearing the system's explanation. Hey! Hurry up! Just as he was about to continue his research, Su Shishir's voice urged him on. They're here. Zhou Chen hurriedly jogged after him. The 2 men stood in front of Zhang Datsai's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Zhang Datsai's voice soon came from the office. Headmaster. Su Shishir entered and greeted everyone politely. Zhou Chen, however, seemed completely unconcerned and simply sat down. Zhang Datsai raised an eyebrow, but still didn't say anything. There's nothing we can do, he has both money and power now. We can completely ignore him as the principal. Principal, what should we do with our transfer procedures and some follow-up documents and files? This is what Su Shishir cares about. Upon entering, they immediately and directly inquired about how to proceed with the follow-up work. You don't need to worry about it, I will transfer to Tianfeng Academy as well. Zhang Datsai gestured for her to sit down, then continued, there's still a month until you transfer schools. During this period, the 2 of you will enter our school's special training program for further training. Once you get to the Martial Arts Academy, you'll have a certain foundation. You won't be laughed at by others. Then I'll have to trouble the principal to make the arrangements. Zhou Chen crossed his legs and said leisurely. Sure. You should be able to break through to the initial stage of martial artist soon. In the future, you will definitely overcome all obstacles and break through to the high-level martial general. Zhang Datsai didn't take Zhou Chen seriously at all. That's right now you need to bring your physique to its peak and break through the 9th level of body refinement before you can become a beginner-level martial artist. With your SSS level talent, your ability to absorb and refine any resource is top-notch. Therefore, the school has prepared some body refining pills for you. They can assist you for a period of time. In my experience, they should be able to help you break through to the 7th level of body refining. However, those are abilities of SS level awakened ones, and I feel you should be able to reach at least the 8th level. Thank you, Principal. I will do my best. Su Shishir nodded slightly. I've made up my mind. Principal, you can't be biased. I have nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen immediately became anxious. So, you didn't prepare anything for yourself? Zhou Chen, you were just an extra. The academy only has 1 support position per year. If you want it, it depends on whether Shishir will share it with you. Zhang Datsai tapped his finger on the desk. However, I advise you not to be too selfish and waste resources. You went to the martial arts academy with her, so try not to disturb her progress. Otherwise, the academy won't like you and will expel you. Don't blame me for not warning you. TSK. You guys are bullying us. Am I not human? Even though I haven't awakened my powers, I'm still a 5th level body refinement cultivator. If you piss me off, I don't know what I might do. Zhou Chen was immediately displeased by his sarcastic remarks. Don't worry, I'll give you 1/10 of the resources the school provides. How far you can go depends on your own destiny. Su Shishir gave him a playful look. You have some strength now, but without awakening, you'll never be able to break through. That's an ironclad rule. Understand? Come with me to the Martial Arts Academy, a place where geniuses gather, and you will understand the difference between an ant and the bright moon. Oh? Then I should thank you for giving me this opportunity. Zhou Chen feigned gratitude, but the disdain on his lips betrayed him. Chapter 5 What You Can't Have, I've been playing with for a year. Headmaster. Just as the two were bickering, a gentle voice came from the doorway. Zhou Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look. A tall woman dressed in business attire stood in front of the door. Her eyebrows and eyes were exquisite, and her beautiful eyes looked in their direction. Come, let me introduce you. This is teacher Gao Liqin. She is in charge of your month-long training camp. Zhang Ditsai waved to her. Let's get to know each other. Hello, Professor Gao. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Shishir smiled shyly, then stood up and shook hands with her. It is my honor to know you. Perhaps you will become a martial emperor in the future. Gao Liqin smiled, seemingly joking, but her face was very serious. Teacher Gao. Zhou Chen also stood up politely and extended his hand in return. Yes, don't be shy. They are both students, but their treatment is completely different. She merely glanced at him with her eyes and eyebrows, and her handshake was very perfunctory. Zhou Chen was dissatisfied, but he didn't show it on his face. Humph, you probably don't know I have a devouring system. Once you find out, I won't even give a damn about you when you're groveling before me. Alright, Teacher Gao, you can take them to the training camp first. A month is a very tight schedule. We must give special attention to our SSS level awakened ones. If she achieves great success, our school will be eligible to apply for registration as a martial arts academy. This is not just Zhang Datsai's wish, but the wish of all the teachers and students in the school. However, this is too difficult. I'll try. Gao Liqin nodded again, then waved to the two of them. Let's go. To the training camp. Good. Zhou Chen readily agreed and then went out with him. The training program is not located on campus. After they left, they got into an armored off-road vehicle and sped away. Finally, after driving for more than half an hour, the car stopped in front of an office building. Extreme Martial Arts School. Zhou Chen silently recited it aloud. This is the largest martial arts school in Jianghai City, and it collaborates with schools throughout the city. Their students are sent here during their intensive training. This place contains all the students who are going to the martial arts academy. You are just one part of it. After Gao Liqin got out of the car, she led the two inside and began to introduce them to her. There must be a lot of people. Zhou Chen murmured. Indeed, they are all highly talented individuals. At the very least, it's S-level awakening, but like Shishir, only she herself has achieved SSS level awakening. There are a few who have achieved SS level awakening though. As Gao Liqin spoke, she led them to the lobby on the first floor of the martial arts school. People are practicing their spiritual cultivation everywhere here. They were all wearing standard military uniforms. These are all disciples of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Many of them have awakened their powers, but they were rejected by the Martial Arts Academy. Some of them don't like going to college and choose to stay here. If you're interested, you can stay too, and you'll be well paid. As Gao Liqin introduced Su Shishir with a smile, she was also extending an olive branch to her. As they were talking, they took the elevator to the third floor. Enter a classroom. This is actually a martial arts arena, with a divided fighting ring in the center. Various equipment and weapons were placed all around. These are all tests to assess your strength and various performance metrics. It's free to use during the training period, for 1 week. After that, you'll need to pay. And what you need to pay is points. These points are earned by completing tasks. Gao Liqin led them through various data monitoring equipment. What's this about accepting a mission? Su Shishir was unaware of this, so she hurriedly asked. There are many types of missions, including escorting, hunting, and extermination. Some go to secret realms, and some even go to the outer realms. In short, there are many, and you can find out for yourselves when the time comes. The tasks are updated in real time, so I won't go into too much detail. After explaining everything in one breath, Gao Liqin continued to lead them further inside. It seems that even those with talent still need to undergo the necessary training. It's just that having talent makes things a little easier. After listening to her words, Su Shishir looked moved. That's right, but those who haven't awakened shouldn't waste their time. They will be stuck in the body refinement stage forever. Even if they reach the 9th level, it will be useless. At best, he could be cannon fodder in the army. Gao Liqin nodded slightly. Unbeknownst to them, they had already crossed the arena and arrived at the lounge. There were already more than 20 people in the lounge at this time. Zhou Chen immediately spotted a familiar face, Li Tianyu. I've never seen the rest. Everyone, let me introduce you to this genius who was the only SSS-level awakening student in Shanghai City this year. After Gao Liqin walked in, she clapped her hands and said, "Welcome everyone." After hearing her words, everyone turned their attention to her. She has almond-shaped eyes, an oval face, and shallow dimples when she smiles. She has a well-proportioned figure, is just reaching puberty, and is perky and shapely. Is this the campus belle of the 3rd Martial Arts University? Seeing is believing. SSS awakening, indeed extraordinary temperament. Who is next to her? While everyone was paying attention to Su Shishir, they also caught sight of Zhou Chen. He looks carefree and nonchalant, but his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes give him a martial arts aura. But with his spoiled and arrogant demeanor, it's hard to imagine how strong he really is. Zhou 1. From now on, we're classmates. Li Tai. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Hua. People came over one after another to greet her, which made Su Shishir feel flattered. He deliberately showed off by raising his chin at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen scoffed at this. The person others think they can't have, you've been wanting for a year already. Alright, everyone. Now, please go and complete your respective data. We're going to give you targeted training. Gao Liqin clapped her hands, then pointed to the various instruments against the wall. Go test yourself. Enter your student ID. The system will record it. Download the app on your phone and you can monitor your situation anytime. Today is the first day, you can train on your own. Report back tomorrow. I'll arrange your training. Teacher Gao. Her reward hasn't been given out yet. As she was making the arrangements, Zhou Chen raised his hand. Oh right, I almost forgot. As Gao Liqin spoke, she walked over to the lockers, pointed to one of them, and handed her a key. This is yours from now on. All the rewards inside are here. Thank you, teacher. Su Shishir agreed and took the key that was handed to her. Teacher. Seeing this, Zhou Chen raised his hand again. What about mine? Chapter 6 Shameless. You don't have any. Gao Liqin responded decisively to his question. What? There's none for me? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen immediately became displeased. The Heavenly Phoenix Academy has already given me a spot, so why aren't they preparing resources for me? He was already seething with anger in the principal's office. Now, hearing that we don't have our own resources is something we absolutely can't tolerate. Who is this? Why aren't they giving him resources? What's going on? People from other colleges couldn't help but show curiosity after hearing his words. These are the useless students in our school, none of them have awakened. Su Shishir, who awakened to SSS rank, managed to secure a spot. At this moment, Li Tianyu, who knew him, jumped out and began to introduce him to everyone. That spot was given to him because of Su Shishir. He shamelessly insisted on going along. Oh? There are people like that? They're shameless. How could he possibly have the nerve? I'd rather find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What good would it do him to go? That place is full of geniuses, there's no room for him. Upon hearing Li Tianyu's words, several trainees revealed expressions of righteous indignation. This is a waste of resources. If you're not satisfied, you can argue with the trainees. Don't interfere with my work. Gao Liqin didn't give him a friendly look. In this era where the strong are respected, anyone with a bit of power can do whatever they want. Moreover, as a teacher at a martial arts academy, he can be even more arrogant. The assets and money of their family are not as valuable as giving her some resources for cultivation. Zhou Chen felt that his dignity had been trampled on. But there's nothing he can do right now. It has a system, but what does it consume? I just tested it on the way here, and it's really just like the system said. For ordinary things, there's no improvement at all. The only thing that can be improved is resources. However, to devour resources, you need to have resources, otherwise, what can you devour? Rob? He didn't think he had that ability. We are all martial arts practitioners, so who's afraid of whom? Stop arguing, you're just annoying. Su Shishir showed a look of sympathy. Here are 3 body refining pills, you can take them. Great, that's wonderful. Zhou Chen didn't stand on ceremony, took the body refining pill directly, and started kicking it. Shameless. Exactly, I want everything that belongs to women. If I were him, I'd probably just find a block of tofu and smash my head against it. His behavior drew criticism from many people. However, no one came up to argue with him, since they weren't familiar with each other yet. Alright. If you're willing to cultivate today, then go and cultivate. If you find it boring, just go home and pack your things. There are dorm rooms here. You'll be living here for the next month. In the latter half, we will organize you to go out and complete team tasks. My office is on the second floor. You can come find me if you need anything. We'll meet here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gao Liqin turned to look at everyone, gave them a brief instruction, and then walked out. Everyone, we'll be spending the next month together. How about we go out for dinner to celebrate? Zhou Wen stepped forward and offered his opinion. Yes, we'll travel all over the world from now on. Having more friends means having more options. Li Tai also came over, smiling at everyone. I agree, we must unite from now on. Li Tianyu also walked over with these people, putting his arm around their shoulders, looking like they were very familiar with each other. You guys go ahead, I need to go back and pack my things for my dorm. I won't keep you company. When everyone looked at Su Shishir, she showed them a dimple, waved, and walked out. Wait for me. Zhou Chen also chased after him. Don't bother me. Or don't blame me for being impolite. Now that Su Shishir has a powerful backer, she is naturally not afraid of Zhou Chen. Although she spoke with more confidence, the fear that came from her very soul still made her very wary. Do you want to do the mission? Zhou Chen, however, seemed completely unconcerned, his mind not on her at all. He couldn't wait to see the absorption effect of his system. The only thing is that you can accumulate points to exchange for resources. He had also taken body refining pills, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to reach the 5th level of body refining. If you're not interested, and you haven't even learned to walk, why would you want to run? Only a fool would do that. Su Shishir glanced at him, then quickened her pace and shook off his entanglement. TCH, I don't want to be with you anyway. So that people won't say I'm a kept man. Zhou Chen pursed his lips, looked around, took out a body refining pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he sat down on a bench and prepared to refine the medicinal power of the elixir. Ding! Host has consumed a body refining pill, increasing strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have broken through to the 6th level of body refinement. However, before he could refine the pills using his previous methods, a system notification sounded. Holy crap, what's going on? It was refined as soon as I swallowed it? And he even broke through the 1st level of strength? Zhou Chen stretched out his hands, feeling the increase in power, and clicked his tongue in amazement. Unable to figure out what was going on, I swallowed another one in one gulp. Ding! Host has consumed a body refining pill, increasing strength. After the system notification, time continued to pass. 1 point, 2 points, 5 points. There have been no further breakthroughs. It seems the resources consumed have not been absorbed sufficiently. However, the speed at which it devours and refines is truly fast, measured in seconds. This is just a body refining pill. What if it were other, more refined pills or resources? Could they be processed this quickly? Ding! No matter what resources the host consumes, the system's refining speed is always the fastest. Furthermore, it is the purest form, maximizing the effectiveness of resources. Great! Great! That's perfect. Then I can just collect the resources. Are these resources categorized by volume and mass? How can they be devoured so quickly? Zhou Chen grinned from ear to ear, repeatedly asking about the system's status. Ding! Regardless of mass or volume. Everything can be swallowed in an instant. He. That's good. Zhou Chen's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. Everyone else is trying to figure out how to cultivate and improve their strength. All he needs to do is devour it. Thinking of this, he stood up and headed down to the lobby. Once they arrived at the lobby, they spotted the area where they would receive their tasks and walked straight there. Look up at the large screen in front of you. The above shows the status of task acceptance in a scrolling display. In the suburbs, in an abandoned factory, hunt a salmon tiger to earn 20 points. There is a group of mutated termites at the Jianghai Dam. Destroying them will earn you 5,000 points. Eastern suburbs, abandoned chemical plant, mutated rats, eliminate them to earn 500 points. Zhou Chen frowned as he looked at the scrolling tasks. It's too difficult, it's simply beyond my skill level. Chapter 7, A Novice Starts with Odd Jobs. Want to take on a mission? Just as he was in a dilemma, a chubby young man approached him. Yes, but it's all too difficult. Zhou Chen nodded, without suspecting anything. Of course, this all requires teamwork. Resources and points will be awarded and allocated based on individual abilities. The fat man chuckled, then pointed to the group behind him. Want to join us? We just need someone to carry our bags. You want me to carry your bags? Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chen couldn't help but point to himself. Am I really that incompetent? To the point of having to carry other people's bags? What good would it do for rookies like you to go there? We'll show you around, you can just help us out. Otherwise, no one will cooperate with you, and even if you find someone, they may not have the ability to complete the mission. The fat man patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. Young man, everyone goes through this, try to think positively. All right. I'll go with you. But I have one condition. After thinking about it, Zhou Chen decided to give it a try. Tell me about it. The fat man listened to his words and looked at him seriously. If it's about hunting ferocious beasts, you can take the useful resources, but I can keep the carcasses. Zhou Chen looked at him with the same serious expression. That's it? Not bad. No problem. But let me tell you, the hide and flesh of mutated beasts are very tough. You won't be able to chew them. Even a dog wouldn't eat a corpse that's been picked over by humans. The fat man sized up Zhou Chen and gave him a playful reminder. I'm not here to eat. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Zhou Chen shook his head and smiled. I didn't offer much explanation. Hey! Found a handyman, let's go. After the fat man finalized the deal with him, he waved to a few people in the distance. Zhou Chen looked at the group of people, who were all looking in his direction. Finally, he nodded at the fat man. Let's go. The fat man patted him again before leading him away. That task, I don't need to accept it? I don't need to register? Zhou Chen was puzzled, so he asked repeatedly. No need, you're just a handyman. How many points we give you depends on our mood. As for registration? You can only register after you break through. Body tempering isn't real strength. It's not even as good as a dog's. With one sentence, the fat man cursed all those who hadn't yet awakened. However, this is enough to prove that their team is indeed strong. Little guy, can you drive? When they reached the crowd, a tall man was looking at him. Yes. What do you need me to do? After Zhou Chen agreed, he looked curious. There was no comfort whatsoever. He felt that these people were all incredibly powerful. Their strength is definitely above that of a beginner-level martial artist. It's impossible to tell exactly where he is at given his current strength. Let's go. Drive. Follow the map. The man gave him a holographic map, then pointed to a car outside. Can you drive it? Certainly. Zhou Chen readily agreed. Then everyone got into the car, and Zhou Chen drove them straight to their destination. Along the way, he also learned about these people. They were all trainees who had been eliminated, and they could only rely on completing tasks to exchange for resources in order to gradually improve their skills. Every city has many people like them. Zhou Chen drove their car at high speed. After more than an hour, they finally arrived near their destination. Parking. The fat man reached out and patted Zhou Chen, telling him to stop the car. After a screech of brakes, their car came to a smooth stop on a high ground. Looking down, you see towering trees everywhere. You can still hear the chirping of birds and animals in the woods. Call. Just then, Zhou felt as if the sun overhead had dimmed. Looking up, I saw a raptor soaring overhead. Judging by its wings alone, they are over 10 zhang long. On its steel claws, it also gripped a saber-toothed tiger. The blood was still flowing downwards. They were worthless in the eyes of this bird of prey. A peak second-tier beast. One needs at least the peak strength of a beginner-level martial artist to even fight it. The fat man sighed, our entire squad is no match for it. Is it that strong? Zhou Chen swallowed hard, a sense of powerlessness washing over him. He had only been blown by the wind from the flapping of the raptor's wings, yet he felt as if he had been cut by a knife. The clothes he was wearing had several tears in them. Let's go, we only need to deal with a first-tier beast, nothing as monstrous as this one. The fat man patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder, you just need to keep an eye on the equipment and gear for us. Good. Zhou Chen couldn't afford to be evasive, so he followed the others down the hill. Brother Chang. Same rules as always. I'll go first. The fat man shook his fat belly. Be careful. The beasts here have gotten stronger lately. Brother Chang is bald. Hearing this, he turned to look at the fat man and said, after this mission, you should be able to break through to the 6th level of the initial stage of martial arts. I hope so. The fat man grinned and turned to Zhou Chen, you'll be sticking with Luna from now on. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, we won't have anyone to protect you. Alright. But what are we going to deal with? After Zhou Chen agreed, he finally got to the point. A mutated husky. Its strength is already close to the 2nd tier. This time, Brother Chang responded to his question. A husky? Approaching 2nd tier strength? Zhou Chen frowned and thought for a moment. I just can't imagine what a mutated husky could become. Everyone be careful, we're almost there. At this moment, the person leading the way made a cautious gesture and then waved to the fat man, ready. The fat man didn't waste any words and followed them directly. Oh whoa! It was at this moment that Zhou Chen heard a dog bark. Look in the direction of the sound. Just a few dozen meters away on a hillside, a gray-white husky was standing and howling. From a distance, its body hair had turned into needles, and its size had grown to over 10 feet. As it opened its mouth and howled, its fangs protruded outwards. Those scarlet eyes had clearly noticed them. Goodness! Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he had ever seen a mutated ferocious beast in the wild. It's more oppressive than what you see on TV and in short videos. The tremor that came from the depths of his soul made him swallow hard. I tried to back away, but found that my legs were no longer under my control. Go hide over there. We'll distract it and it won't pay attention to you. Another team member patted him on the shoulder with a smile, then took out a bright red stick from his waist. It's clearly not an ordinary product. Zhang Qi. Shoot it. Lure it over here. Chang Ge called out to one of them, preparing to launch a ranged attack. Zhou Chen stared intently, ready to watch a good show. Chapter 8 So I'm just a corpse mover? Zhang Qi held a 2-meter-long, black sniper rifle and found a safe spot to get into position. Kid, never seen this before, have you? This is a gene-enhanced sniper rifle, which can be used in conjunction with the sniper's individual skills to launch attacks. Bullets can damage the enemy's mutated genes, preventing him from exerting his full strength for a short period of time. Luna was right next to Zhou Chen, wearing a protective shield over her eyes with constantly changing red text, Zhang Qi, fire. Bang! Bang! At her command, Zhang Qi fired. Centered on him, within a radius of 5 or 6 meters, 2 waves of air suddenly emanated, stirring up the dust around him. 2 bullet trajectories followed closely behind, tearing through the void. It hit the husky's shoulder blade directly. However, the husky in front of me didn't even flinch, it just knocked off a few of its bristles. Good, the second bullet has broken through the defenses, and the gene serum has begun to take effect. 2 more shots, until it's completely ineffective. The data displayed on Luna's eyes has begun to change, mobility decreased by 5%. Defense decreased by 11%. Attack decreased by 8%. Captain. We can start now. Fatty. Don't just stand there, get him. After hearing Luna's reminder, Chang Ge first gave an order to Fatty. At the same time, he wasn't idle either. After pressing the electronic button on his wrist, his whole demeanor changed. A set of electrolytic armor was produced after he pressed a button on his wrist. It covered his entire body rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. It formed a set of mechanical armor that gleamed with a black light. This is the C1D armor from the Light series that the captain just redeemed. Its defense can easily withstand a full-force attack from a Tier 1, Level 6 alien beast. Seeing Zhou Chen's naive and unsophisticated look, Luna smiled sweetly and explained to him, to exchange for a set, you need 388 points. The captain has been saving them up for a long time. How many points will we get for this mission? Zhou Chen snapped out of his daze and asked a crucial question. It's pitiful, only 30 points. And we have to split it among 6 people. Luna sighed, there's nothing we can do. We're too weak. Once we all become stronger, we can take on missions with higher rewards. Sigh, it's easier said than done. Those of us who were eliminated can only find opportunities by exploring secret realms ourselves. Su Jie, another team member standing nearby, shook his head and then pressed the button on his wrist. Pale blue mechanical armor appeared on his body. It makes him look like a streamlined shape. This is the Shadow Series N1C type armor, which will make him even faster. Luna looked at Su Jie, who had already rushed out, and then turned to Zhou Chen. This score is higher, but as the speedster of our team, you have to be absolutely fast, otherwise you won't be able to attract the monster's attention and you'll easily get killed. What about those of us who don't have armor? Zhou Chen thought of a question and hurriedly asked it. Well, actually, these are all auxiliary armors. If you are strong enough, you don't need them. For example, if you're a mid-level martial artist, you could easily beat this dog, so why would you need to wear armor? Luna smiled and patiently explained to Zhou Chen. Understood. Zhou Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and looked at the battle circle again. At this moment, the husky is wrestling with the fat man. Oh whoa! Its gaping maw snapped shut, biting the fat man's arm hard. Don't worry, his armor is the Blood Shadow Y1A type. Even a level 2, level 1 alien beast attack can't break through his defenses. Seeing Zhou Chen's startled expression, Luna couldn't help but smile. Fatty. Keep it up. Okay. The fat man gave an okay sign, then punched the husky in the nose. Bang! The husky was hit and suddenly leaped up. Stay far away from it. Blood flowed from his nasal cavity, dripping onto the ground. Ah! The husky licked its nose and growled in a low, menacing tone. Suddenly, the claws on those claws became sharp. It's like a steel knife. Whoosh! He then rushed over again and grabbed at the fat man. Quick! Get out of the way! Zhou Chen couldn't help but remind him. Bang! However, before the fat man could move, Su Jie had already made his move. Like a cannonball, he took a long spear and stabbed it at the husky's paw. With a loud thud, the husky's paw was stopped. After its trajectory deviated, it gripped a nearby boulder tightly. The boulder was instantly sliced open. It left behind neat rows of scratches. I am coming. At the same time, Brother Chang also made his move. He leaped high into the air, a lightsaber appearing in his hand. The crimson glowing light sword, gripped tightly in his hand, slashed down from the sky. Whoosh! With a loud bang, the lightsaber severed the husky's head. The husky was still standing there, completely still. However, blood was gushing from his neck. It splashed out over a distance of more than 10 feet. A strong, fishy stench suddenly spread. Zhou Chen took a sniff and immediately felt his stomach churning. This person broke out in a cold sweat uncontrollably. Taking a sniff won't hurt you. Seeing his disheveled state, Luna chuckled and said, I threw up for 2 days straight back then. Is that so? Zhou Chen forced a smile, suppressing his nausea. The bloodline of the strange beast is very strong, and its stench is also very strong. Luna nodded. Only the core of this kind of low-level beast is somewhat useful, the rest is not very useful. Like that second-tier raptor just now, its flesh and bones are all usable. Flesh and blood can be used to make weapons and armor, and bones can also be used to make some weapons. In short, they have many uses. I see. So, how will you divide this dog? Zhou Chen nodded in deep agreement. Our captain has already taken the beast core. Mission complete. It's useless now. Luna smiled, then tossed Zhou Chen a few capsules, opened them and dropped them on the corpse to dispose of it. The red ones are to melt the corpse. The blue ones are to mask the smell of blood. We're going to hunt the second beast for our mission, about 10 miles ahead. Dispose of the carcass and come back as soon as possible. Oh? That's what I do? Zhou Chen was somewhat unable to accept this task, but he still accepted the capsule she handed him. Yes, we need to complete more missions so we can earn points to exchange for various weapons and equipment. But if we keep going like this without dealing with the corpses, we might attract other strange beasts, and then we might not be able to turn back. Do you understand? Luna gently rubbed Zhou Chen's head and handed him a dagger. Here, take this. It can be used for self-defense and can break through the defenses of beasts below the 3rd level of the 1st tier. We're leaving. Chapter 9, Seeking Death. Hurry up and deal with this. There are many strange beasts here. If you attract them, you won't be able to handle them. Come on. The group greeted Zhou Chen and then left together. Zhou Chen watched as everyone walked away before coming to the husky's corpse. I don't know if this thing can be devoured. The system says it's weaker than itself. It was far more powerful than me, but it's dead now, so I should be able to devour it, right? He stared intently at the husky's corpse, then chose to devour it. Ding, warning. Level mismatch, devouring is prohibited. Just after he tried it, a system warning came through. TSK, TSK. What a pity, it can't be devoured. Zhou Chen looked at the enormous corpse inside repeatedly. Finally, they took out the red capsule, opened it, and sprinkled it on the corpse as Lu Na had instructed. Whoosh! The corpse then began to melt at a visible rate. A pungent stench made his eyes water. So, he hurriedly opened the blue capsule and sprinkled it on. Call! Gradually, the pungent smell began to weaken, and the husky's body began to dissolve rapidly. A few minutes later, the enormous corpse was reduced to skin and skeleton. I don't know if we can give this one a try. Zhou Chen was still not giving up, so he tried to devour it again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have devoured a husky's fur. Your strength has increased. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power within his body. Not bad, haha. My strength has now reached the 7th level of body refinement. Once we get back to the martial arts school, we'll test it on the equipment and then get certified. Zhou Chen was extremely excited, feeling the surge of power within his body. Chirp chirp. Just then, they heard a commotion behind them. Turning my head, I saw that the husky's head was being eaten by several mutated rats the size of mongrel dogs. I was so focused on treating my body that I forgot about the dog's severed head. These mutated rats don't seem that powerful, judging from their size. It must have just mutated and hasn't evolved yet. If they were to devour this dog's head, it might just evolve. Get out of my way. At this point, Zhou Chen had already reached the 7th level of body refinement, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible at this level. He showed no fear when facing several rats of similar strength. Chirp chirp. However, the mice clearly didn't take him seriously. Seeing that he was trying to drive them away, they all bared their teeth at him. They wanted to get rid of him. Heh, those damn idiots look down on me, and you dare to act so arrogantly. Zhou Chen was immediately displeased. He grabbed the dagger Lu Na had given him and charged forward. He was the #1 playboy in Zhanghai City. While he couldn't be said to be a seasoned veteran, fighting was nothing new to him. Although it was his first time fighting with a rat, he was not afraid. After watching Gang Chang's team fight, he learned some things as well. Grumble. One of the largest rats leaps. It jumped higher than Zhou Chen, opened its big front teeth, and bit down on his scalp. Holy crap! That's dangerous. Zhou Chen was startled and quickly brandished his dagger in self-defense. When? The dagger got stuck right on its mandibles. Zhou Chen shook it hard, but it wouldn't come down. Suddenly, I remembered the scene of Su Jie's assassination attempt. Then he pulled his shoulder back and pushed the dagger forward with force. Puff! After a loud bang, the dagger pierced the rat's head. He then mimicked Su Jie's method of putting away his gun, forcefully swinging his arm. The enormous rat was flung away by him. Grumble! Just then, 2 more mice rushed over. Court death. Practice makes perfect. Having already seen blood, Zhou Chen was not afraid of the 2 rats at all. Whoosh! Puff! With a swift stroke, he took down 2 rats, one after another. Devour. Without hesitation, it chose to devour. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured 3 ground squirrels. Your strength has increased. Ha! Too weak? It didn't even break through. Zhou Chen thought he could break through, but found that it was useless. It seems that the higher one's strength, the greater the demand. After dealing with the dog's head, I prepared to go ahead and check on their situation. Grumble. Just then, a groundhog the size of a calf darted out from his side. This groundhog is completely black, and its original incisors have fallen out, leaving behind a set of fangs. Staring coldly at Zhou Chen with a pair of scarlet eyes. What kind of strength is this? It feels much weaker than that dog from before. Zhou Chen didn't have any detectors, and he wasn't as strong as this groundhog. Its strength is impossible to discern. Grumble. The groundhog didn't give him a chance to think and let out a squeak. Like a flea, it leaped up and then brandished its sharp claws, reaching for Zhou Chen's head. These low-level beasts typically use their mouths or claws. Zhou Chen already knew their usual tricks. When the mole charged, I was already prepared, and with a bouncy motion, I left the spot I had just been in. However, they still underestimated the power of the gopher. As Zhou Chen left, its long tail curled towards him. She instantly wrapped him up and then mercilessly brought him to her mouth. Not good. Zhou Chen could already smell the stench coming from the groundhog's mouth. It's obvious at a glance that it evolved from eating carrion. Fortunately, his arms were outstretched to maintain his balance as he stepped back. Therefore, the dagger was not restricted. It must be a fatal blow. I won't have a second chance. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, gripped the dagger in his hand tightly, and prepared to take a gamble. As it approached its fangs, he suddenly tilted the dagger back, gathered his strength, and threw it deep into the groundhog's throat. Puff! After the dagger was thrown in, a jet of blood spurted from its throat. Zhou Chen quickly closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Splash! Blood was splashed all over him like water. Half of his body was already inside the mole's mouth. One of those fangs was already embedded in his thigh. Fresh blood gushed out. This was truly a matter of life and death. Zhou Chen was sweating bullets as the gopher's tail lost its support and it fell to the ground. After limping to the side, it hurriedly tried to swallow it. Ding, level mismatch. Damn it. This won't work either, all my hard work has been for nothing. Zhou Chen plopped down on the ground and took off his shirt and pants. The gopher's blood had completely stained his clothes. The smell of blood made him gag repeatedly. The most fatal flaw is that it ultimately failed to devour anything. Never mind that, let's deal with the body first. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain as he sprinkled the capsule Lu Na had given him onto the groundhog's carcass. After being processed, a crystal core shimmering with black light was seen on the groundhog's chest. Beast core? Chapter 10 Devouring Beast Cores. Zhou Chen's eyes gleamed as he looked at the crystal-clear beast core. He quickly put it away, and only after looking around to make sure no one was there did he feel relieved. Not bad, haha. I wonder if it can be devoured. He grinned, then sighed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured a Tier 1, Level 2 beast core. Ding! Host's strength has been increased. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the gopher's special ability, Earth Split. Soil Crack can destroy high-strength earth-based defenses depending on the host's strength, and allows movement through the soil. With just a thought, Zhou Chen devoured the beast core and gained a special ability. My goodness! Not bad. If I can gain special abilities by devouring beast cores, won't I be rich? Zhou Chen was thrilled upon hearing the reminder. Ding! System notification: obtaining special abilities from beast cores is based on probability, it is not guaranteed. Furthermore, a special ability can only be gained from consuming a beast core on the first attempt. Before he could even feel happy, the system poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Okay, you're right. Zhou Chen sighed and then looked around. He's already disposed of the bodies here, it's time to find Brother Chang and his team. Zhou Chen was in a great mood after his strength improved. Not only did I just acquire the skill of earth splitting, but my strength has also increased. I should have at least the strength of the 8th level of body refinement by now, right? I'll definitely take a proper test when I get back. As he pondered this in his mind, he arrived at an abandoned town. From afar, you could see Brother Chang and his group digging out the cores from the corpses of several strange beasts. He was filled with envy as he watched. Unfortunately, he wasn't qualified to share this. It's something you can only look at. Zhou Chen, why are you so slow? Are you lost? When the fat man saw him coming, he patted him on the head. Don't be afraid, we've got your back here. Everything will be all right. A few rats came, and I got rid of them. Zhou Chen didn't explain much, he just told them the situation simply. Even a lowly rat is so difficult to deal with? That makes sense, considering you're only at the 6th level of body refinement. The fat man couldn't help but smile when he heard what he said. No. His strength and physique have improved. Luna had been with Zhou Chen the whole time, so she could see any changes in him immediately. Goodness, what did you do? You've actually reached the 9th level of body refinement. They didn't do anything. It's probably because they took a body refining pill. As Zhou Chen spoke, he took out the body refining pill. Oh. So that's what it is. The fat man immediately understood. Kid, if you want to get stronger, you'd better not eat this stuff, unless you're in a life-threatening situation. Pills are supplementary medicines and cannot be the key to improving your strength. Understand? I understand. I ate it because I was too scared. Zhou Chen nodded, looking somewhat embarrassed. I am born to devour everything, so I will not be affected by the limitations of the human body. This is the power of the devouring system, it doesn't care what others can devour. What others cannot swallow, you can swallow as well. Alright, enough talk, dispose of the body. Now comes the crucial part of the mission. Chang'e waved to the group, check all your medicines, weapons, and equipment. If we pull this off, we won't need to risk anything for the next week. Kid. Don't wander around. If you get caught in the crossfire, we won't be able to save you. Su Jie waved to Zhou Chen and then set off with the others. Zhou Chen pursed his lips and began to stay behind to deal with the corpse. It was called a corpse, but it was actually just a pool of blood. Clearly, the beast they had just hunted was not a first-tier beast. They even took the fur and bones. They licked it so clean, there wasn't even a bone left. Zhou Chen couldn't help but complain. After cleaning up the bloodstains, I secretly followed them. They had no intention of getting close to them. They simply observed their every move from a distance of several hundred meters. At this point, the group finally stopped after walking several kilometers. It's the same old routine as before. Zhang Qi found the high ground, while the fat man remained in front. It's more like bait. Zhou Chen observed carefully and gradually discovered a huge nest in front of them. It's like an enlarged anthill. The surrounding area is filled with towering trees that have been buried. After the fat man got close, he snapped his fingers behind him. Zhang Qi, who was behind him, took aim. Boom! This time, he didn't fire a bullet. It was a bomb. After landing in the nest, it exploded with a loud bang. The once towering nest was instantly blasted into pieces. A crater several meters deep appeared on the ground. Get out of the way. At this moment, Brother Chang suddenly told Fatty to leave the cave entrance. The fat man was very obedient and stepped back from a distance. Immediately following, a pangolin, 7 or 8 zhang tall and covered in scales, leaped out of the cave. However, after the mutation, its entire body has changed. Those scales, like sheets of iron, covered its body, moving with its twisting motion. It produced a clanging metallic scraping sound. A huge fleshy growth resembling a meteor hammer had appeared on its tail. They swept the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Goodness, this information is wrong. Wasn't it supposed to be Tier 2, Level 1? The fat man felt a tingling sensation in his back. The intelligence was wrong. Pangolin. Level 2, Stage 4. Zhang Qi. Serves with high explosive rounds. Luna looked at the pangolin in front of her and gave her opinion. Bang! She had barely finished speaking when Zhang Qi made his move. This is the tacit understanding between teams. A high explosive shell shot out. After flying over the pangolin. Boom! It exploded with a loud bang. Whoosh! Tap! This bomb then launched countless sub-bombs. A cluster bomb. And a biological genetic bomb at that? That's a bit too expensive. Even Zhou Chen, watching from a distance, felt it was somewhat extravagant. Is this the price to pay for fighting the alien beasts? They wouldn't do a losing deal, its inherent value is absolutely worth everything they give. As Zhou Chen thought to himself, he couldn't help but walk a little further ahead. Finally, they occupied the rooftop of an abandoned 6-story building. The prey has been hit. The detector has penetrated deep into the prey and is beginning to collect data. Movement ability decreased by 2%. Defense decreased by 6%. Attack decreased by 3%. After reporting the data, Luna continued, Zhang Qi. No. Let's try again. With the shell using the largest amount of propellant. Damn, it's so hard. Zhang Qi felt a pang of regret, but he still took out a mechanical ammunition clip from the bag next to him. Hopefully it will work. Chapter 11, Unleashing Power Across the Land. After saying that, he immediately opened the mechanical ammunition clip. A burst of nitrogen gas suddenly dissipated, and on the black bullet head, flesh and blood continued to be injected into the bullet through and 4 tube, along with a greenish, viscous liquid. Zhang Qi took it out directly, then opened the sniper rifle and put it into the magazine. He pulled the mechanical stock again and snapped it shut. Smack! After the sound, the entire sniper rifle changed. Suddenly, visible streaks of blood appeared on its surface. Even Zhang Qi's hand, which was gripping the gunstock, mutated into a withered hand covered with some black hair. Gene suppression ammunition is ready. Everyone, make way. Taking the opportunity, Luna loudly reminded everyone, "Fatty. Let it towards 6 o'clock. 120 yards away." "Damn it, it's me again." The fat man grumbled, but he still obeyed. After the armor appeared, its speed increased, and it sprinted away. Boom! The pangolin behind him had only eyes for him, its fat prey. He was not only obese, but also had the strongest blood in Qi. Naturally, they would receive priority care from the exotic beasts. Boom! Just as the fat man arrived at the designated location, the sound of a sniper cannon firing rang out. "Zhang Qi. I'll fuck your sister." The fat man's complaints and curses followed. He was thrown away by the blast wave. The pangolin behind him was hit on the head, and a large amount of blood gushed out. My whole body swayed. Then, she turned her scarlet eyes toward Zhang Qi. Mobility reduced by 25%. Defense reduced by 30%. Attack power increased by 200%. Watch out, you're entering berserk mode. While reminding him, Luna patted Zhang Qi on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, you're its target now." "Damn it." Zhang Qi quickly packed up his tools and then backed away. Boom! The pangolin completely ignored the fat man and charged straight towards them. Dust billowed up on the ground, and trees were sent flying as it crashed into them. It was like a small earthquake. "Stop!" Su Jia, wielding a long spear, blocked their way once more. The flying spear tip pierced through the void and stabbed fiercely into the pangolin's scales. However, nothing could deter its determination. Even when a large chunk of flesh was torn off by the spearhead, it didn't shift its target. "Oomph, you want to kill me?" "No way." Zhang Qi snorted coldly, then kept throwing mechanical grenades behind him. After he threw the grenades on the ground, he waited for the pangolin to rush over. Boom! Boom! Its massive body, bombarded by grenades, bounced and tumbled on the ground. This further enraged the pangolin. Flame blade. It was at this moment that Brother Chang finally appeared. His slash caused the surrounding void to ignite. As the blade was swung down, the laser beams on its surface sliced through the surrounding air in a dark arc. He slashed at the pangolin's neck. Puff! Under Zhou Chen's watchful gaze, the flaming blade sliced tightly into its neck. 1 inch, 2 inches, 1 foot, 2 feet. Once here, the flame blade could no longer break through its defenses. "Get out of here!" Luna watched as the pangolin turned its head and lunged at Changgu. I quickly reminded him to leave. Changgu was already on alert, and with a press of the scabbard, he sheathed the flame blade. Then kicked the pangolin's scales hard. Using inertia, he flew out like a small boat. Boom! Just then, the pangolin's tail came crashing down on him. "Here I come." Seeing that the situation was not good, the fat man rushed over and silently produced a 3-foot-long sickle in his hand. Aiming at the pangolin's tail, he chopped it off at the root. Puff! This move directly severed the pangolin's weakest point, its tail. Roar! The pangolin, in pain, let out a roar. The shockwave sent the sand and gravel in front of it flying through the air. It stood up abruptly and grabbed at the air with its front paws. Boom! A cone suddenly appeared on the ground beneath Changgu. The earthen cone burst forth from the ground, carrying a sudden, earthy smell. Earth-type attack. Seeing this, Luna quickly gave Zhang Qi a look. Break! Bang! Zhang Qi made no preparations whatsoever, holding the sniper rifle in one hand and firing it at the ground. Boom! With a single gunshot, the spikes were shattered. Bang! Bang! However, the pangolin had no intention of letting Brother Chang go. More than a dozen spikes came flying in one after another. Changgu was forced to retreat repeatedly. They retreated all the way to Zhou Chen's side. "Hey kid, get out of the way. Don't just stand there." Zhou Chen was completely stunned by the fierce battle before him. The fat man cursed angrily, but it didn't wake him up. Bang! Another ground cone burst forth from the ground, several meters away from Zhou Chen. Their target was none other than Brother Chang, who was charging towards them. Just as Changgu was struggling to catch his breath, someone suddenly poked him on the shoulder. He thrust his entire body toward him as well. Team leader! Brother Chang! It's over. When everyone saw that Brother Chang had been pierced in the shoulder by the ground spike, they knew he was doomed. Split the earth. At this critical moment, Zhou Chen roared. Bang! When he was still 2 meters away, the ground spike that had pierced Chang Ji's body suddenly shattered. Changgu was no longer bound by the ground cone. He recovered completely. With one hand gripping Zhou Chen tightly, he leaped and flew to a distant high-rise building. Grandpa will kill you. The fat man's scythe had already slashed down on the pangolin's back, further widening the wound inflicted by the altered tension cannonball. Sky-splitting thrust. Su Jia followed closely behind, his spear plunging fiercely into its back. 1,000 insects devour the heart. The last person finally made their move. After he roared, countless black insects suddenly condensed in his hand, then turned into wisps of smoke. Suddenly, it surged from the wound into the armored body. Roar! The pangolin let out a defiant roar. The enormous body swayed in the void before crashing to the ground. Thick, black blood flowed from the original wound. Wang Li. You're awesome. The fat man gave a thumbs up to the person who made the last move. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the pangolin that they had already dealt with. Walk. Chang grabbed him, and with a leap, they were back on the battlefield. After putting Zhou Chen down, he patted him on the head with a smile. Good lad, you're an awakened. Earth Splitter. You're an Earth-type awakened, right? An awakened one? Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chen couldn't help but recall something. Yes, if one devours materials like beast cores and acquires their attributes, wouldn't that be equivalent to becoming an awakened one? That's not right either. Chapter 12 Virtual Space Assessment. Ding! The host cannot awaken. Before Zhou Chen could even start to overthink, the system had already given him a perfect answer. I didn't realize we had an awakened among us. Not bad. Promising. Luna stepped forward and ruffled Zhou Chen's hair, saying, remember us when you become successful. Must. Zhou Chen had just learned a lot of practical experience from them. Each of them has a unique fighting style. They noticed the details and learned from them. Remove the beast core, and take the corpse away in the storage bag. Go back and turn in the quest. With Brother Chang's instructions, everyone's actions proceeded in an orderly manner. One by one, they got busy with their tasks. The task of removing the beast core fell to Brother Chang. We went to the pangolin's chest and placed a mechanical detector on its chest. Then the robotic arm on the detector began to operate, cutting open the pangolin's flesh, and then a laser beam cut through its bones. Finally, the robotic arm was used to remove a dark, murky beast core from inside and store it inside the detector. Then Chang put away the detector, while Fatty used a storage bag to cut up the corpse. The last enormous body was completely absorbed by a small storage bag. Don't be surprised, the bag contains a 4-dimensional space. Not only can it capture this, it can even capture a few more strange beasts. Chang patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder, then looked at the sky. It's getting dark soon. Let's go. Good. After Luna agreed, she waved to the crowd and said, go back the way you came. Go back. Time to turn in the quest. Everyone agreed and followed. They returned to where they had parked earlier, got in the car, and headed back to the Yakudo Martial Arts School. When they returned to the martial arts school, there weren't many people left. Chang went to deliver the task, while the rest of the group chatted in the break room. We waited for him to come back. More than 10 minutes later, Brother Chang returned with Zhou Chen, who had come to watch the commotion. That concludes today's featured characters. See you next week. Chang sat down. His chest had already been bandaged by the medical staff. Good. I can take a week off. After the group agreed, they looked at Brother Chang. I got a total of 78 points for this mission. I exchanged the materials for 50 points. That's a total of 128 points. There are 6 of us, so each of us gets exactly 20 points. Brother Chang looked at the group, smiled, and said, you've all worked hard today. Captain, aren't there still 8 points left? The fat man thought he had forgotten, so he quickly got up to remind him. I've already given it to Zhou Chen. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have been out of pocket by now. It won't distract the pangolin. Changgu turned around and gave Zhou Chen a pass. Giving him 8 points is only right. Yes. This silly boy is very clever. I have no objection. We should give it to him, otherwise, we'll have to go through all that trouble, and we might suffer a bigger loss. No one had any objections to Brother Chang's arrangements. And another thing. The Husky's Beast Core can be exchanged for 10 points, so I gave that to him too. His efforts this time were no less than any of our members. We should acknowledge his contributions. This time, Brother Chang took out the Husky's core again. He handed it to Zhou Chen in front of everyone, saying, "So, no objections, right? What's wrong with that? Give it to him. Silly boy, you're lucky." Everyone joked about it, but no one objected. "Zhou Chen, take it. This is yours." With everyone's support, Changgu handed it over to Zhou Chen. "Then I won't be polite." Zhou Chen couldn't be happier to give it to him. "You can try it when you get back and see how high the probability of absorbing special skills is." "Alright. Everyone's worked hard, let's go back and rest." With a wave of his hand, Changgu prepared to disband the team. "Let's go. Goodbye." Everyone stood up, greeted each other, and then hurriedly left. "Kid, your strength has improved. Remember to update your abilities to avoid any problems." As Luna passed by Zhou Chen, she patted him on the shoulder again, reminding him to prove his abilities. "Okay. Thanks for reminding me." After Zhou Chen agreed, he bid farewell to everyone. Instead of rushing home, she went straight upstairs. "This is the arena I visited during the day." After arriving at a room, I swiped my card. As soon as the door opened, I went inside. There are instruments here for strength testing, as well as for testing various endurance data. It is connected to the national network. Once the test is completed here, his data can be uploaded. After Zhou Chen walked over, the guard at the door glanced at him. "Do what?" The guard, seeing what he was trying to do, asked him a question. "Strength assessment." Zhou Chen smiled and explained his purpose. "Okay, put on this virtual space simulator. You can go in and show your data in a bit. Finally, I will arrange for a beast to fight you. If you win, your level will be successfully assessed." As the guard spoke, he handed him an instrument. "Okay." Zhou Chen took the instrument and put it on his head. I pressed the start button. Before fully entering the virtual space, they arrived at the central arena. After he regained his footing, everything before him began to change. The tranquil arena and room walls were torn apart by an inexplicable force. Eventually, it turned into a huge square. The instruments for monitoring various data that we had just seen in the room were now also present in the square. Zhou Chen first went to the strength testing equipment. Looking at the target, he let out a long sigh. "Call." He then concentrated all his power into his fist. Bang! One punch landed, and the readings on the instrument started to change. The numbers started to soar from 300 kilograms. 500. 900. 1003. 1800. Ultimately, the number settled at 1800. 18,000? That's a bit short of the 9th level of body refinement. The 9th level requires 2000 attack power. Zhou Chen thought he could break through to 2000, but he miscalculated. That's good enough. That's the strength of the peak of the 8th level. He left the strength testing device and went to the speed testing device. Once you step on it, the parts below begin to move slowly. His speed began to increase as his legs accelerated. 18 meters per second. 20 meters. 25 meters. 37 meters. Eventually, the speed also stopped. Only 37 meters? And it's still less than the 9th level. If it were the 9th level, it would be over 40. Zhou Chen shook his head. It's the 8th level. Next, the endurance test was also unsuccessful. Finally, we arrived at the blood and chi testing device. It's very simple after the instrument collects blood. Just wait for the time to pass. About 5 minutes later, the results came out. Only 40 million calories, less than 5,000. Still not quite there. After Zhou Chen finished, he said to the void, "Please start the beast assessment." Chapter 13, The Petty Man's Triumph? After he uttered those words, the entire space shifted once again. The arena vanished, and all the instruments disappeared with the wind. In the blink of an eye, this place turned into a desolate wilderness. Zhou Chen looked around but didn't find anything unusual. You can tell that this is a high-tech environment, and the azure sky is clearly reflected in it. "Stop dawdling and come out." Zhou Chen shouted towards the sky, urging them to hurry up and act. Whoosh! After he spoke, a spatial rift appeared a dozen feet away in front of him. As a gust of wind blew out, a leopard emerged from it. The already ferocious leopard, after becoming a mutated beast, had an even more grotesque face. There were bloodstains on the hair on his chest. It's quite realistic. Zhou Chen smiled as he looked at the leopard, then beckoned to it, "Come on." If it were before he left the city, he would still feel fear. However, having gone out on a mission during the day and seen raptors that were dozens of feet tall, this little leopard was nothing compared to him. Chatter. The leopard's fur suddenly bristled. A gurgling sound came from his throat. At this moment, Zhou Chen looked at the leopard and showed a hint of eagerness. "I wasn't afraid to begin with, and knowing it's virtual, what's there to be afraid of? Just do it." "Humph, I was just looking forward to testing my skills, so I'll use you as my first target." Zhou Chen smiled and prepared to attack. Boil. Provoked like this, the leopard finally lost its patience and roared as it pounced on Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's eyes were fixed on the leopard. When you see its rear end bend and suddenly exert force, you're already prepared. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground and went to meet him. The leopard thought Zhou Chen was going to fight it head on, so it prepared to bite. However, to its surprise, Zhou Chen suddenly disappeared. It was as if the person had vanished. Hee, right behind you. Zhou Chen's smug smile suddenly came from behind it. Before the leopard could react, a heavy punch had already landed. Bang! A heavy punch landed on the leopard's spine. This is something I just learned today. It was learned from Su Jia, the speed and technique. With a single punch, the leopard instantly fell to the ground. It rolled more than 10 feet before finally coming to a stop. However, damage to the spine means that it has lost its fighting ability. This is the support structure for a carbon-based organism. If it breaks, it's useless. Go to hell. Zhou Chen rushed over and slammed his iron fist heavily onto its jaw. Bang! The punch carried a weight of 1,800 kilograms, dislocating its jaw. Click! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The leopard was knocked off balance and fell to the side. It crashed heavily onto the ground. Zhou Chen persisted and landed another punch. This time, the leopard knew to dodge, and his fist slammed onto the floor. The virtual floor was rippled. An electric current surged across the floor, clearly caused by the severe damage to this virtual space. Oh whoa! The leopard roared and its sharp claws aimed at Zhou Chen's chest. Zhou Chen had already taken precautions, which he had learned from the fat man. As the claws lunged forward, I grabbed its joints with my other hand and pulled hard. Whoosh! The powerful tearing force ripped off the leopard's front paws. Go to hell! Zhou Chen slammed a heavy punch into the leopard's chest. The sternum fractured instantly, leaving a deep indentation. Thus, the leopard died. Those watching from the outside were dumbfounded. This is the first time I've encountered such a violent and bloody test. Zhou Chen got up from the leopard and went to the side. Quietly await the test results. Congratulations! You have passed the 8th level of body refinement test. Zhou Chen, 8th level of body refinement. Strength, 1850 kilograms punch. Speed, 42 ms. Endurance, 50 m. Qi and blood value 45 million kilocalories L. Zhou Chen looked at his latest data and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Call. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, he was back in the same room. Congratulations on breaking through to the 8th level of strength. The man gave Zhou Chen a thumbs up. Thanks. After thanking him, Zhou Chen left directly. I took a deep breath as I arrived outside the martial arts school. It seems like there's something I haven't done yet. I haven't eaten that husky's beast core. Only then did he remember something. He didn't devour the beast core. If I had devoured the beast core, I might have been able to directly reach the 9th level of strength. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen took out the beast core and directly chose to devour it. Call. As soon as the beast core was swallowed, it was almost instantly absorbed by the system. Zhou Chen felt his whole body was filled with power, and he felt like his power was about to explode. Clench your fist tightly and feel the power. I can now punch at least 2,000 kilograms. What a pity, I almost remembered this just now. I have to take the test again next time. What a headache. Hey, isn't this Zhou Chen? Just then, a familiar voice was heard. It was Li Tianyu. He came with a few other people, who were clearly looking for something to do. That's Zhou Chen. Seeing is believing, indeed. The people with him all looked at Zhou Chen, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Yes, he got into the martial arts academy by relying on a woman, and he even has the nerve to ask for resources. Li Tianyu's face was full of smugness. Zhou Chen, what good is your strength now? Once we get to the martial arts academy, we, as awakened ones, can completely crush you. At that time, you'll be stuck in the body refinement stage forever, and your school beauty will make you a laughingstock. What's it to you? Zhou Chen glanced at him, his expression indifferent. He didn't take his sarcasm to heart at all. You should know that he has a system. Any awakening or power is useless in his presence. The premise is to give him enough opportunities to develop. Zhou Chen was not worried that he would not succeed. Yes, we're classmates. If word gets out, I'll be embarrassed for you. Li Tianyu smiled knowingly, his eyes filled with mockery, looking at Zhou Chen as if he were a stupid pig. If I were you, I'd be smart enough to leave on my own. Exactly. If you shamelessly follow them around, you'll get disliked sooner or later. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend to be strong. If people find out, they'll laugh their heads off. Li Tianyu and his group started mocking him as well. As Zhou Chen listened to their endless chatter, his gaze gradually darkened. What, you want to fight? A tall man stepped forward and pointed at Zhou Chen. Chapter 14. Are you going to bully me too? You are not worthy. Zhou Chen knew all too well that he could kill these people at any time if he wanted to. However, he did not intend to take action. There's no benefit to be gained, and fighting them would just be a waste of time. You're saying I'm not good enough? The tall man burst into laughter as if he'd heard a joke. Do you know who I am? Who are you, and what do you have to do with me? Get out of the way. Don't block my way. Zhou Chen glanced at him disdainfully and turned to leave. Bang! However, as he passed by, the tall man leaned against him and squeezed him forcefully. After being bumped like that, Zhou Chen naturally lost his balance. Before falling, he braced himself on the ground with one hand, his arm slightly bent, and his whole body suddenly sprang up like a spring. It landed steadily next to the trash can. TSK, 2 more blows, actually managed to withstand a strike from my 9th level of body refinement. Seeing Zhou Chen staring at him expressionlessly, the tall man beckoned to him with his finger. You're not convinced? Then come on. Forget it, if I kill you, I'll have to pay compensation. Zhou Chen shook his head, looking very serious. Oh? You're going to kill me? Who gave you that confidence? The tall man rubbed his ear. Even if I stand still, you can't hurt me. Yeah, you're right. I can't beat you. You're awesome. I'm scared of you. I give up. Zhou Chen spoke while suppressing a laugh. He was about to leave before he could even finish his sentence. Stop right there. The faster the tall man moved, the angrier he became, as he tried to suppress his laughter. It was as if they were laughing at him for being a clown. While Zhou Chen ignored her, she rushed forward and tried to grab his shoulder. After Zhou Chen sensed a powerful aura coming from behind him, he let the man's hand grip his shoulder. Then, with a slight bend in his body, he forcefully sticks out his buttocks. He carried him on his back and tossed him out like a sack of potatoes. Bang! The tall man crashed into the trash can he had just been standing in. The trash inside was splattered all over the floor. He was also covered in garbage and smelled terrible. At this point, the tall guy was completely numb. I never imagined that I, a person at the 9th level of body refinement, would be thrown out by Zhou Chen, who Li Tianyu said only had the strength of the 5th level. At this moment, the people standing nearby fell silent, staring in astonishment at Zhou Chen and the tall man in front of them. Li Tianyu, in particular, stared at Zhou Chen as if he had seen a ghost. My jaw almost dropped in shock. I told you before, don't mess with me. But you wouldn't listen. Zhou Chen shrugged. Look at you, you look like a beggar. You. I'll kill you. The tall man was thoroughly enraged by his words. He jumped up from the garbage heap and rushed towards Zhou Chen. Don't come any closer. It stinks. Zhou Chen looked at him rushing over with a look of disgust. In reality, he didn't feel anything about it at all. Compared to the groundhogs they had killed before, this was nothing. Not only do ground squirrels smell bad, but their blood is also incredibly foul-smelling. They complained, but their hands were busy. The moment he saw him charging towards him, he steadied himself in a horse stance and bent over. He lowered his shoulders slightly, aimed at his stomach, and flew out. Bang! The impact sent the tall man flying like trash. This time, after flying more than 10 feet, it crashed heavily into a wall. The entire wall was cracked from his impact. After falling to the ground, it remained motionless. He had clearly passed out. Seeing the scene before them, Li Tianyu and the others momentarily forgot to go and help. The group of people who were just being arrogant immediately fell silent. Li Tianyu's legs were shaking uncontrollably. Only then did he realize that even with his awakened talent, he was still an ant in front of Zhou Chen. It was as if there was a chasm between them. It can never be crossed. Stop! At that moment, one of them reacted and shouted coldly at Zhou Chen. Are you going to bully me too? Zhou Chen had just taken a step forward when he heard Li Tianyu's friend shout coldly. Don't touch him. He's Lin Shitai, the young master of the Lin family in Jianhai City. The man pointed at the tall man who had fainted and gritted his teeth. If you touch him, you're asking for death. The Lin family won't let you get away with this. So what? I warned him not to mess with me. He was the one who did it, I was only defending myself. Zhou Chen's face turned cold. Get lost, I have no interest in you. Kid. You've got yourself into big trouble. Just you wait and see. The man pointed at Zhou Chen again and waved to the others. Let's go. They all agreed, then carried Lin Shitai and hurriedly left. Li Tianyu swallowed hard before he came to his senses. They fled with the others as if they were escaping. After they all left, Zhou Chen checked the time. It was already midnight. Then, after spotting the direction of the dormitory, he hurried off. Once we arrived at the dormitory area, we took out the card given to us by the school and went straight in according to the room number on it. The dormitories arranged for them by the martial arts school were all private rooms. Anyway, there aren't many students. There's only 1 month left, so we need to provide them with the best possible training environment. He was exhausted after a long day of running around. I fell asleep quickly after lying down. The next morning, I was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Isn't it the weekend? Why are you knocking on the door? Zhou Chen remembered clearly that it was the weekend, a time for rest. He was annoyed by the knocking. Zhou Chen! Come out here. Zhou Chen recognized the voice. Gao Liqin, Teacher Gao. Did they come knocking on my door in person? He roused himself and quickly got out of bed. He rushed out of the room. He saw Gao Liqin, dressed in formal attire, standing coldly in front of him at the door. Teacher Gao. You're up so early. Zhou Chen greeted them and waited for what was to come. Okay, let's go. We need to get up early to participate in the training camp. Gao Liqin nodded slightly, suppressing her anger. I said yesterday that we had to gather in the training room. And we must come. If it's more than twice, you don't need to come anymore. Okay, I've got it. Zhou Chen nodded and then followed him out. After some twists and turns, the two finally arrived at the trial room they had visited the day before. At this moment, 2 rows of people were already standing neatly in the room. Su Shishir and her classmates were among them, as was Li Tianyu. Go! Gao Liqin pointed to the line and told Zhou Chen to join it. He chuckled and swaggered into the line. I want to reiterate, the training camp only lasts for 30 days. If anyone is late again next time, then everyone will be punished along with them. Chapter 15 Purple Lightning Hammer. One bad apple spoils the whole bunch. There's no other way, we might as well just give up. But we can't drag others down with us. After Gao Liqin's words, the students below began to discuss among themselves. Each of them wore a look of dissatisfaction. Today is your first day of training. We're going to do a mission in the suburbs later. Gao Liqin glanced at everyone and then continued, today's primary task is for each of you to hunt down a beast of equal strength, based on your individual abilities. Ha! I've never even killed a chicken or a duck, how am I supposed to kill a strange beast? I only killed virtual monsters during the test. Teacher, don't we need to train for a few days before going? The students all wore solemn expressions. If you don't want to go, you can give up and leave now. Then you'll have to wait another year to enter the training camp. If you don't want to take the plunge, then just keep waiting. The country didn't raise you to live a life of luxury, to hunt exotic beasts and maintain national peace, just to feed you idle meals? Upon hearing their words, Gao Liqin's face darkened. We won't force you. Those who don't want to go, withdraw now. After she finished speaking, the room fell silent. No one said anything more. You'll be given equipment and weapons in a little while. This is just a loan, you'll have to repay it once you accumulate points. Seeing that no one objected, Gao Liqin then offered her reminder. Teacher, I have points, how do I redeem them? Zhou Chen then stepped forward and raised his hand to inquire about the situation. Where did you get your points? Gao Liqin looked quite interested after hearing his words. What else could it be? It must have been bought by my family. That's too extravagant. 1 point costs about 5 million. TSK, I can't afford it. After hearing his words, several students couldn't help but start discussing it. Does this even need to be reported? Zhou Chen was already somewhat dissatisfied with this Korean zither. She always acts superior, no one would want to be with her. He's just a teacher, he just studied for 2 more years than me. If I were given the same amount of time, I would never waste it in this godforsaken place. Zhou Chen mentally complained, but still looked at Gao Liqin with a disdainful expression. No need, you can redeem it at the quest drop-off point downstairs. If you're going, hurry up, we'll move quickly. You have 15 minutes to prepare. No time to wait. Gao Liqin glanced at her digital watch. Go ahead. I'll wait for you downstairs. After she made the arrangements, everyone left. They went to make their own preparations. Seeing Zhou Chen's excited expression, Su Shishir was about to go downstairs. He couldn't help but frown. However, she didn't follow. After Zhou Chen went downstairs, he arrived at the points redemption area. I want to redeem points. Zhou Chen stepped forward and spoke to the staff at the exchange counter. The price list is right here, take a look. The staff member glanced at him and pointed to the self-service redemption machine next to him. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and walked straight to the front and back, carefully looking at the product display in front of him. Why are they all locked? He took a closer look and found that he could only see some ads on the homepage, he couldn't see anything else. Enter your information to see what you can currently use, avoiding wasting your time. The staff member pointed to the badge on his chest and then told him to scan his information. Thanks. Zhou Chen walked up and down the steps, then started refreshing his own information. The page then changed. The variety of goods available for redemption here is dazzling. There are defensive items, speed-boosting items, and various auxiliary potions and armor that increase strength. The weapons were also plentiful. Right now, we're only hunting early-stage monsters, there's no need for defense. As long as we have enough strength, we will never give the alien beasts a chance to harm us. Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then focused all his attention on offensive weapons. Flame gun, made using the flame beetle, it can burn enemies with its fiery spray. Xingfeng sword, it enhances the user's speed, but its weakness is insufficient lethality. Blood scythe, it requires the user's own life force and was inspired by mutated vampire bats. He was completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of offensive weapons. Purple lightning hammer, an attribute obtained from a mutated electric eel, which has a paralyzing effect when it attacks. After examining it carefully for a while, Zhou Chen focused his attention on the purple lightning hammer. This is good. He held it in his hand and examined it carefully for a while. This is a beginner-level martial artist weapon. You need to unleash your power and inject it into it to activate it. Your current physical training level isn't high enough. Exchanging for it would be a waste. Seeing him holding the electric hammer and clearly enjoying it, the staff kindly reminded him of something. Zhou Chen stared intently at the electric hammers in his hands. It is made entirely of titanium alloy and feels light in the hand. When you hold it, you feel a slight electric current flowing into your body. Does it need an injection of power? After muttering to himself, Zhou Chen concentrated all his strength into his palm. For a moment, the veins on his hands bulged. And this wisp of power was also injected into the purple lightning hammer through his hands. Crackling. Immediately afterwards, the originally dull purple hammer suddenly began to crackle with electric arcs on its surface. Go! Zhou Chen roared. Clap! An arc of electricity surged forth, directly aimed at a green plant not far away. In just that one moment, the green plants were concentrated by the electric arc. It instantly burst into flames, burning down to just the tree trunk in the blink of an eye. Great! That's the one. How many points does it cost? Zhou Chen smiled smugly, then turned to the staff. You little rascal, you've really been hiding your true strength. The staff were amazed by his ability, this can be redeemed with just 5 points. Let's change it. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate to exchange for the purple lightning hammer. Okay. The points have been deducted. You can check the record on your card. After the staff member agreed, they reminded him, you have 3 points left, which can be exchanged for a power-up pill. Do you need one? Power-gathering pill? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen looked somewhat curious. It can help you quickly restore your physical strength and energy. It's the most needed treasure at this stage. Your points can be exchanged for 2. The staff member nodded and looked at Zhou Chen, reminding him. Okay, let's change it. Without saying a word, Zhou Chen came over to exchange his points. If there were something that could restore things instantly, wouldn't that be even better? When fighting against strange beasts, eating one will make you energetic and vigorous again. Zhou Chen! Hurry up! At this moment, Su Shishir urged him from outside the door. Chapter 16a Complete Wastrel. They're here. Zhou Chen agreed and rushed out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take the energy-restoring pills from the staff. Once outside, I saw that everyone had gotten on the bus. If you keep dawdling and holding me back, get out of here. Clearly, his behavior had embarrassed Su Shishir. He reminded him with a stern face. Okay. I'll do as you say. Zhou Chen nodded and smiled, then boarded the bus with them. Once inside the car, they saw that besides Gao Liqin, there were 2 other experts on board. It was clearly the instructor who was giving them special training. Zhou Chen had already put away his purple lightning hammer. I put it in my storage ring. Set off. At this moment, everyone was in a state of excitement and no one paid any attention to his condition. At Gao Liqin's command, the bus started moving. Today we're heading to Trial Grounds A11 in the northern suburbs, where the strange beasts are scattered. Different types of beasts have different level zones. Since your strength is around the 5th level, I've selected beasts with the strength of the 6th level for you. Gao Liqin sat in the front row and began to explain to the students, each area has different barriers, so don't cross them. If you encounter a beast with the power of 9 levels, you can only wait to die. Did you all understand? After she finished speaking, everyone on the bus fell into deep thought. Some people are already feeling fear. They were all likely Tianyu, possessing strength but lacking any practical combat experience. Asking them to take action and kill the alien beast directly is simply making things difficult for them. Teacher, what should we do if we are in danger? Yes, none of us have any practical experience. Several students have already started raising questions. That's your own problem. I can only guarantee that you won't be crippled. If you can't even get past this hurdle, then you might as well pack your bags and go back home. The warriors we want to train are those who can roam freely among strange beasts, not those who are terrified of them. Even if you have the ability, if you don't have the courage to take action, you will still be eliminated. Gao Liqin's expression turned stern after hearing their words. There are precedents for this. Back then, there was an awakened master with a legendary talent that surpassed SSS level. Whether it's competing against classmates or discussing theory, I'm top-notch. His strength broke through to the high-level martial general level in one fell swoop, but when facing a general-level beast, he was killed in just one move. A middle-aged man on the bus smiled and looked at the crowd. If you're doing the same thing, we'll let you leave within a month. We don't support idlers. After he finished speaking, the car fell silent. Zhou Cheng remained leaning back in his seat, resting with his eyes closed. They didn't take their words to heart at all. The car sped along like that. We soon arrived at the designated area. As soon as they entered, they felt a chilling sense of oppression. Previously, we hunted alien beasts in virtual space. They were quite nervous, knowing they were about to encounter the real deal. Many people looked nervous. Su Shishir, in particular, was utterly humiliated. They were clearly considering how to deal with the alien beasts. Get off! After the car had been driving for a few minutes, Gao Liqin got out first, and everyone else followed. After Zhou Chen and Su Shishir got out of the car together, it was obvious that he felt nervous from her. This is the activity area of the 6th level beasts. None of them live in groups, so you can attack with confidence. You have 1 day. If you can hunt 10 beast cores before nightfall, you will pass the test. Those who fail, come back tomorrow. You have 3 days. If you still can't do it, you'll be eliminated. We have other plans for those who finish their tasks on the first day. Gao Liqin looked at everyone, explained the rules to her mother, and then said, remember, don't go out. If you encounter danger because of this and we can't rescue you in time, then you're out of luck. Alright, let's get moving. This area is vast, stretching 10 kilometers in depth. Another middle-aged man looked ahead and said, "We'll wait for you to come back over there. If anyone really can't hold on any longer, then sound your alarm, and we'll go back and bring you back. Yes, thoroughly inspect all your weapons and equipment. If there are problems with the match, then we'll just have to wait another day." The last middle-aged man waved to the crowd. "Go. You have a day. You need 10. If you can't do it, prepare to come back tomorrow." "Good. Let's go. How about we team up? Let's work together." By this time, some people were already planning to cooperate. "Sure, join our group. We'll take you there." Several people have already extended olive branches to Sure. They greeted each other, clearly indicating that they were all going to team up. Now, nobody pays any attention to Zhou Chen. No one came to team up with him. "Teacher, if someone is alone, what are their chances of success?" Li Tianyu seemed to remember something and asked deliberately. "Not big, but combat-ready beasts aren't easy to deal with. We mustn't be careless." Gao Liqing looked at him, explained, and then continued, "Teaming up is indeed a wise move, but it's best if no one gets blood on their hands. Otherwise, you won't be able to face the missions that follow." "Yes. Goodbye, teacher. I'll go." Everyone waved goodbye to Gao Liqing, each one looking confident. Having weapons and equipment gave them a lot of confidence. Seeing this, Zhou Chen was not in a hurry at all, but instead leisurely followed them out. Everyone else hurried deeper into the area, but he found a large stone slab under a tree and lay down on it. "I'm starting to close my eyes and rest. Zhou Chen, are you going to throw caution to the wind? If that's the case, then you don't need to stay. Just quit." When Gao Liqing saw that he had actually found a place to rest, she immediately turned cold and aloof. "I can finish the task in one day, thank you for your concern, teacher." Zhou Chen didn't appreciate it at all and continued to close his eyes and rest. His current strength is already at the 9th level of body refinement. Not to mention here, he doesn't even care about the exotic beasts in this entire area. Unless they can suddenly evolve or mutate. Snort! Gao Liqing snorted coldly, then turned and left. This kind of spoiled brat is like a frog in a well. He's hopeless. If it weren't for Shurshu's request, he wouldn't have been able to go to the Advanced Martial Arts Academy. The group looked at Zhou Chen, growing increasingly annoyed. Zhou Chen, however, was already asleep. He felt particularly comfortable sunbathing here. In the afternoon, he finally woke up from his sleep. Looking deeper into the area, he stretched and said, "Prepare. Tremble, beasts." Chapter 17 Hunting First-Tier Beasts. Zhou Chen left his home, basking in the afternoon sun, and continued on his way. Having hunted first-tier beasts before, he had absolutely no interest in this kind of low-level beast. Even if he devours their beast cores, it won't have much effect. This was tested yesterday. The registration did not match, and there are only two possible results. One is that it cannot be devoured, and the other is that even if it is devoured, it has little effect. As he walked forward, he could feel drones overhead, closely following him from high above. That's good. The teachers were there the whole time, so they could spot any dangers. Zhou Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration before continuing on his way. After walking for a while, we could already hear screams and screams of agony. They happened to find a group of students fighting with several strange beasts. One of the men's breastplates had been bitten through. Fortunately, his companions came to help. Zhou Chen had no interest in this and continued on his way. He knew very well that at the end, one side was the territory of the 8th level alien beasts, the other side was the 9th level, and the 9th level was the territory of the 1st level alien beasts. The place they were heading to was the territory of a first-tier alien beast. "Zhou Chen, stop right there." Just as he arrived in front of a group of more than a dozen people, Su Shishir called out to him. "Do what?" Zhou Chen turned his head and glanced at her. "You don't think I'll let you go just because you didn't kill a single beast and deliberately admitted defeat, do you? Let me tell you, even if you fail the initial screening, we'll still bring you there. You can't escape." A bright light shone in Su Shishir's beautiful eyes. "Who said I was going to give up?" Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chen immediately became displeased. "I just find it pointless to bully such weak beasts. I'm going to the area with the Tier 1 alien beasts." Only then did he understand the saying, "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" You're going to the region of first-tier alien beasts? Are you looking for death? Upon hearing his words, Zhou immediately looked at him as if he were an idiot. Whether I'm courting death or not is none of your business. Zhou Chen had no interest in such self-righteous people. You. Zhou Wen was taken aback by the sarcastic remark. Let him go. It's good that he likes to show off. It'll send him to his next life quickly. Li Tai chuckled gloatingly, someone like him is hopeless, he's just given up on himself. Yes, what use is someone who can never break through to the body refinement realm? When I go out into society, I'll help people out. Li Tai also joined in the mockery. Su Shishir felt a great sense of satisfaction watching him being ridiculed by everyone. The more she thought about how he used to mistreat her, the happier she became. You'd better be careful, this place isn't completely safe. If the barrier is breached, your lives will be in danger. Zhou Chen looked at the gloating people and couldn't help but sneer. Finally, they continued their journey, heading towards the territory of the first-tier beast. When he arrived at the junction of the two areas, he saw that it was blocked by a mechanical door. If you want to get through, you need to open the door. Oh no, can I open this door myself? Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then stepped forward and placed his card back on the table. Didi, welcome. A master from Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded. Oh? This identity offers such advantages? Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised, but he still looked at the machines in front of him and slowly started them up. Zhou Chen, stop right there. Just then, the drone above his head suddenly descended and blocked his and the machine's path. Teacher Gao, aren't we here to hunt strange beasts? Why are you stopping me? Are you saying you want me to lose, and you're deliberately trying to stop me? Zhou Chen shrugged, revealing an innocent and harmless expression. This is a Tier 1 beast area. Going in here is suicide. After Gao Liqing finished speaking, a mechanical voice came from the drone. However, you could still tell she was very angry. You don't need to worry about that. I only need to ask you, how many Tier 1 beasts do I need to kill to complete the mission? Zhou Chen completely ignored her rebuke. 2 are enough. This voice did not belong to Gao Liqing, but to another mentor. Alright. Get out of the way. I'm going to kill 2 right now. Zhou Chen agreed, killing 10 is far less efficient than killing 2. If you want to go ahead, but don't blame me if you die. Gao Liqing didn't want to waste any more time on him, so she snorted and controlled the drone to make way for him. The machines had now opened a gap. The gap was just big enough for him to walk through. As Zhou Chen stepped inside, he felt a significant increase in the oppressive aura. This is the impact of absolute power. After he passed by, the machines behind him slowly shut down. Zhou Chen then came to his senses, looked around, and continued on his way. After walking for a while, he took out the dagger and blindfold that Lu Na had given him yesterday. She used this blindfold to test the strength of the alien beasts. However, there is a prerequisite: it can only detect alien beasts with a lower level of intelligence than the blindfold setting. If it exceeds his detection range, such a powerful beast cannot be detected. Zhou Chen imitated Lu Na and put the blindfold over his eyes. Images gradually appeared on it. These images contain both strong and weak elements. That's right, the detection range is about 200 meters in radius. No wonder they were able to determine the direction of their operations so early on. Zhou Chen smiled and then began to scan the strange beasts using his goggles. They soon discovered a beast that was only at the first rank. However, the blindfold has a drawback: it cannot identify the identity of the alien beast. We can only wait until he gets there and then check the situation ourselves. There are hardly any other strange beasts around this one, which is good. This will give me enough time to deal with the alien beasts. Zhou Chen licked his lips, then focused on a direction, quickened his pace, and rushed over. Along the way, he followed the example of the fat man and the others, covering up all his footprints. They soon arrived at the territory of this strange beast. The surroundings were quiet, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Clearly, this beast had just been in a fierce battle. The ground was covered in blood. That's right, beasts that have been weakened are easier to deal with. Zhou Chen smiled and continued scanning the location of the alien beast. After a while, I finally saw where the strange beast was through the blindfold. There was a cave here, we hadn't noticed it earlier because it was hiding. Zhou Chen waved his hand and took the purple lightning hammer out of the mechanical storage box, weighing it in his hands for a few moments. Come out. He didn't want to go up and check the situation, but he just shouted from outside. However, no strange beast came out to pay him any attention. What? Dead? Chapter 18. Are you trying to show off your intelligence to me? Zhou Chen looked around, gripping the purple lightning hammer tightly in his hand. Every pore on my body opened up, sensing the changes around me. They wanted to use this to track the movements of this strange beast. Strange, it's disappeared. He sensed for a while but couldn't find the strange beast. But this sense of crisis, like a fishbone stuck in his throat, forced him to be on guard. Call. Gradually, he lost patience, abruptly put away his hammers, and turned to leave. Hiss. However, just after he put away his weapon, a foul stench wafted from behind him. A long tongue curled towards him. Whoosh! In just a moment, they wrapped their arms around his waist and pulled him up from the ground. Then, like a pancake rolled with scallions, it rolled to one side. Holy crap! When Zhou Chen saw the strange beast attacking him, he couldn't help but swear. This is a lizard that is 3 or 4 zhang long. Because of the mutation, its entire body gleamed with a dark, glossy sheen. Especially the sharp claws on its forepaws, which have turned into blades. They were just waiting for Zhou Chen to arrive so they could tear him apart. Damn it, another sneak attack. Zhou Chen cursed angrily and grabbed the purple lightning hammer in his hand with a wave of his hand. Then, as it approached its claws, it slammed down on them. When? The clash of hammer and claw produced a deafening metallic clang. In that instant, Zhou Chen had a chance to escape the restraints of its tongue. She did a backflip and retreated far away. As one's skills improve, every movement becomes much easier and more effortless. In addition, he had received special training from a martial arts teacher at home before. Both the body movements and hand techniques are standard. This is why he was able to quickly master the skills after just one hunt. Compared to children from poor families like Li Tianyu, his starting line was much higher. In the same situation, these people could only suffer in silence. Spit. Nausea. Zhou Chen's body was covered in the slime from the lizard's tongue, accompanied by the stench of rotting flesh. Whoosh. It was at this moment that the lizard's snake head coiled around again. You think you can just roll up some green onions? No way. Zhou Chen swung his twin hammers in a wide arc, unleashing the lightning power within them. Crackling and popping. The two hammers rubbed together, activating the lightning power within them, and an arc of electricity as thick as an arm shot out. It began to emit streaks of scorching electricity. Finally, Zhou Chen flicked it out at his tongue. Prick. The moment the two made contact, a sizzling sound like roasting meat was heard, followed by the stench of rotting flesh. The lizard was electrocuted, and its tongue retracted. And just like that, it disappeared right under Zhou Chen's nose. If it weren't for the stench in the air, no one would know there was a strange beast here. Gone? Zhou Chen lost track of it again, then gripped his two hammers tightly and spun around twice in place. It must be here, it will never run away. His eyes sharpened, and he squinted as he began to observe his surroundings. Gradually, I discovered the clues. TSK. So it was evolved from a chameleon. Although it can become invisible, its body is much larger than before, so it can still reveal its whereabouts. Zhou Chen grinned, having already noticed something amiss with a boulder and a tree. How could a tree grow without a trunk? It was clearly being blocked by the lizard's silhouette. It merely imitated the shape and color of the stone, ignoring the tree behind it. Idiot, are you trying to show off your intelligence to me? Zhou Chen snorted coldly and suddenly leaped up. After flying into the air, it aimed at the part of the lizard that looked like its head and slammed it down heavily. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chen didn't rely solely on physical attacks, he had already created electric arcs while still in mid-air. A purple arc of electricity transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting straight towards the lizard. Prick! In just one instant, the lizard's entire body flickered with electricity. The jet-black scales flashed for a moment, allowing Zhou Chen to pinpoint the location of his head. Ha ha! Die! This time, he didn't hold back. The double hammers, combined with the inertia of the high altitude and his 1,800 kilograms of strength, created a powerful combination. As it landed, there was already a whistling sound of wind. Bang! With a loud bang, the lizard suddenly appeared on the spot. His entire body lay in a pool of blood. Zhou Chen even smashed a hammer-shaped mark into his head. His movements were clearly captured by the invisible drone overhead. This is where students and martial arts masters train in real combat, and each beast is monitored. To prevent people from being killed, it will stop the monsters from killing people at crucial moments. This time, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Chen, a young man who was only at the 8th level of body refinement, killed a beast with the strength of the 1st level of the 1st tier, a level above his level. Whoosh! At the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the scene that had just occurred was displayed on the large screen in the student monitoring center. A middle-aged man who was responsible for keeping an eye on Zhou Chen spilled his coffee on the table after witnessing the unbelievable scene before him. "Old Chen, replay it. I didn't see what this kid did." One of the people next to him walked over and patted Old Chen on the shoulder. Old Chen didn't say anything, and just started playing it in reverse. From the moment Zhou Chen was caught in the electric arc, to how he used the electric arc to provoke the lizard, and finally used the electric arc to locate the lizard and kill it. Everything was presented with exceptional smoothness, without the slightest hesitation or sluggishness. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was imitating the actions of the hunting team, including Changgu and Fatty. He looks like a seasoned veteran. This wealth of practical skills and experience is something that a single student could never acquire. Perfect, a perfect kill. Who is this kid? Which academy is he from? The middle-aged man behind Old Chen looked again and patted Old Chen on the shoulder. Who brought them there? Contact them. It was Gao Liqin who brought it. I'll transfer you to her. After Old Chen agreed, he contacted Gao Liqin. The satellite phone responded very quickly. "Professor Chen, what brings you here?" Gao Liqin's voice came through the phone, asking questions. "Who was it that wielded double hammers among the apprentices you trained?" Old Chen inquired about the situation repeatedly. Gao Liqin was somewhat puzzled. "You mean Zhou Chen? He's not an apprentice, he's just an accessory." "What's the meaning?" Old Chen was puzzled and asked again, "Could there be any side effects?" "That's right, because he hasn't awakened, no martial arts academy wants him. However, his girlfriend, Su Shirshir, is an SSS level awakened being and insists on taking him along." Gao Liqin explained Zhou Chen's situation to Professor Chen. "What? Did he cause trouble? I'll take this opportunity to get rid of him." Chapter 19 Evolution of the Earth. "No, Sai, I thought he was a genius, but it turns out he's just someone who hasn't awakened yet." The middle-aged man sighed. "It's all right now. Director Wang, you've misjudged him. He's the kind of person who can fall asleep during the trial. What talent could he possibly have?" Gao Liqin looked as if she had heard a joke. "Send the video to her." Director Wang gave Professor Chen a look, then left dejectedly. "Let me see." Gao Liqin also became interested, greeted them, and then hung up the phone. While they were discussing this for a while, Zhou Chen in the training ground had already dealt with the lizard. At this moment, he held the beast core in his hand and examined it carefully. "I wonder if I'll gain its invisibility effect if I devour it." Zhou Chen thought for a moment and then chose to devour. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured a Tier 1, Level 1 beast core. Ding! Host's strength has increased. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the chameleon's special ability, invisibility. Invisibility technique allows the user to become invisible and conceal themselves in their environment. The duration and effectiveness depend on the host's strength can conceal the host's appearance and aura. Zhou Chen was thrilled after hearing the series of system prompts. Invisibility. Ha. Perfect. Zhou Chen muttered to himself as he practiced the invisibility technique. Like a book, it was instilled into my mind. Invisibility. After receiving the information, he let out a low growl. His entire body suddenly became ethereal, and then disappeared from the spot after a ripple. Not only that, even his aura was concealed. Excellent, truly excellent. Zhou Chen left happily and continued on his way, preparing to hunt down the second strange beast. Having 2 of them would be enough to complete the mission for him. There was no longer any challenge. Unless he wants to try a higher-ranking beast. I'm fine with first-tier beasts, but can I take on second-tier beasts by myself? With that thought in mind, Zhou Chen turned on Luna's detector again. A dense topographical map formed around the eyes, revealing some strange beasts and their strength. Let's begin. Zhou Chen finally determined his goal and then prepared to take action. However, at that moment, his phone rang. So he quickly answered the phone. Zhou Chen, come back, we need to retreat. Gao Liqin's voice came through the phone very quickly. It's still early. I just killed one beast, and I still need one more. Zhou Chen was immediately displeased when he heard her say that. It's still early, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Everyone back here within 10 minutes. No one will be waited for if you're late. However, Gao Liqin had no intention of explaining to him and hung up the phone after saying goodbye. TCH, just because you're a teacher doesn't make you special. Zhou Chen pursed his lips and looked at the closest beast to him. I looked back again. It takes 10 minutes to get back from here, but if you have to fight a monster, it might not be enough. Let's give it our all, so we don't have to come back tomorrow. Then we can go on missions with Brother Chang and the others again. Zhou Chen had his own ideas. As long as you are careful enough, there will be no problem. After he had made up his mind, he concealed himself as he approached the strange beast. It was discovered that this was a mutated cheetah. Its body appears to be about 2 zhang tall, with a streamlined shape. It's clearly a beast known for its speed. Then its strength should not be very strong. Zhou Chen, standing at a distance, pondered the consequences for a moment before slowly approaching. Just then, the cheetah suddenly turned around, its eyes, as big as watermelons, fixed intently on him. What? You've spotted me? Zhou Chen stopped and looked into the cheetah's eyes. Gurgle. The cheetah made a sound like an electric motor turning from its throat. With a roar, it dug a huge claw mark in the ground with its front paws, and its massive body lunged straight at Zhou Chen to bite. Damn it, this invisibility is utterly useless. Zhou Chen immediately started cursing. Ding. The skill level increases as the host's strength increases. Okay. You win. Zhou Chen sighed, then swung his twin hammers, crackling them with electricity, at the cheetah. Prick. An electric arc surged, igniting the surrounding air and creating a burst of fire. It shot towards the cheetah with an intense aura. Sensing the threat of the electric arc, the cheetah abruptly stopped, its streamlined body coming to a halt. Then, changing angles, he easily avoided the electric arc and continued chasing Zhou Chen. By this time, he could already feel the chill on his back. In terms of speed, it's simply not as fast as a cheetah. It's only a matter of time before they catch up. Let's give it our all. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, turned around abruptly, and swung the hammer at the cheetah. When? The cheetah's iron claws were no joke. It swung them up and slammed them onto his hammer. He slapped the hammer away. One hammer slipped from his hand, and the other instantly lost its balance. When I swung it again, I could only use both hands. This time, the cheetah knew that this attack was more powerful than the last one. Then, with a sideways movement, its tail, several meters long like a steel whip, lashed out at his hammer like a meteor hammer. Smack! After a loud bang, Zhou Chen and his hammer were both struck by the cheetah's tail. He flew out like a cannonball. It only stopped after crashing into 2 trees. Holy crap! He felt like he had been hit by a truck. In particular, the internal organs feel somewhat misaligned. The feeling of his bones being broken made it extremely difficult for him to stand up, even while holding onto a tree. He hurriedly took out the energy accumulating pill and swallowed it. Ding! The host has consumed a power building pill, and their body has fully recovered. In just a second, the system's voice came through. Good. Zhou Chen clapped his hands. This is the advantage of the devouring system. It can devour everything, saving the process of absorption and refining. It can take effect immediately. Just like with devouring beast cores, it would take an ordinary person some time, even 3 to 5 days, to refine them. He, on the other hand, would swallow and refine them instantly. Ah! It was at this moment that the cheetah caught up in pursuit. It is determined to devour this human who cleansed it. They were only 1 step away from Zhou Chen. As Zhou Chen tasted the fishy smell from the cheetah's mouth, his brain raced. Splitter! Earth spikes! All I could think of was an attack by a pangolin. Since it can crack the soil, why can't it create its own ground cone? With just a fleeting thought, he made up his mind to take a gamble. With that roar, the ground suddenly cracked open. From within, countless spikes shot out instantly. Then, aiming at the cheetah's belly, at its most vulnerable spot, he stabbed it. Let's give it our all. We can only gamble on whether these spikes might be able to break through the cheetah's defenses. Chapter 20. The Beast Tide arrives. Roar! As Zhou Chen closed his eyes to pray, the sound of a cheetah howling in agony could be heard. Opening its eyes, it was discovered that its abdomen had been pierced by earth spikes, resembling a blooming flower. Blood instantly stained the spikes red. Zhou Chen wasted no time and directly collected its corpse, along with its beast core. I finally breathed a sigh of relief after everything was resolved. I noticed that my back was already soaked with sweat. He took out the beast core and swallowed it without hesitation. Ding! The host has devoured the cheetah beast core and gained the skill, Gale. Swift Wind increases the host's speed by 20% and will continue to increase as the host's strength improves. Gale? Not bad, a 20% increase. Then wouldn't my current 9th level of body refinement strength be able to directly surpass a first-tier, first-level alien beast? Give it a try. Once he made up his mind, he carefully chose the route he had come from and ran at full speed. When he arrived at the spot where the bus had been parked, he found that the bus was no longer there. What happened? Did they really leave? Zhou Chen frowned as he looked around at the empty space. Fortunately, the surrounding area is full of low-level beasts in the body refinement stage, so it doesn't matter if I fight my way back. Zhou Chen thought about it and decided not to make a fuss about it. After all, they reminded him to hurry back before they left. He walked for a while, then checked his phone to see the time and messages. Huh? No messages at all? Only then did Zhou Chen realize that something was wrong. So they quickly turned on the satellite system. Zhou Chen, where have you been, you idiot? A beast tide is coming. Come back quickly. You're doomed, the teacher's gone. As soon as I turned on the satellite system, I received a series of messages from Su Shishir. There were also 4 or 5 phone calls from the teacher. It's getting late, it was just 5 minutes ago. Holy crap! A beast tide? Zhou Chen gasped. Looking behind me, I didn't feel anything yet. However, we could already smell some odors in the air. That was the earthy smell of the strange beast. It couldn't have been caused by just 1 or 2 of them. It must be the smell of a large gathering of strange beasts. Damn it, isn't the beast tide only once a month? It came last week, why is it here again? Zhou Chen cursed and prepared to leave. Boom! Just as the thought crossed my mind, I heard a series of booming sounds coming from behind me. The gravel on the ground had already begun to sway back and forth from the vibrations. Turning my head, I saw black smoke billowing and dust swirling in the sky dozens of miles behind me. So fast. Zhou Chen glared at him, then turned and ran. This time, he pushed his speed to the limit. However, the beast tide was much faster than him, and in just a few minutes, the beast tide was already within reach. There were giant elephants that were tens of feet tall, and flying bees that were more than 10 feet tall. Those who ran slowly were trampled into mincemeat by the beasts behind them. Looking at the horrific scene behind him, Zhou Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If we wait for his mother to come over and pick up these beast cores, wouldn't we be rich? Zhou Chen became more and more excited as he thought about it, and finally found a small hillside and stopped on the shady side, away from the beast tide. The cracked soil can split the earth and also produce spikes, so using it to carve out a cave should be no problem. After muttering to himself, Zhou Chen activated the earth element within his body. Splitter the earth. Open. After a roar, a pit more than 10 feet deep appeared on the ground. Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then leaped down. Close. After descending several dozen meters underground, Zhou Chen used his skills to close the crack. Inside the cave he had dug himself, he quietly felt the trampling of the beast horde above. Fortunately, he had dived deep enough that the cave was not collapsed by the beast tide. Even so, his cave was still dented several meters by the trampling. About an hour later, the vibration in my head gradually weakened. Open. After opening its cave, it sneakily crawled out from the crack in the ground. After checking left, right, front, and back to make sure it was safe, he crawled out of the crack in the ground. They then began a thorough search of the ground for his beast core. However, to his disappointment, he searched everywhere but couldn't find the beast core. Even the corpses had been eaten clean. Even strange beasts devour each other. How naive. After figuring it out, Zhou Chen patted his forehead and said, "Never mind, let's go back." He comforted himself for a moment, then returned along the same route, keeping the detector Luna had given him running the whole way. It can defend against some nearby crises. The journey went relatively smoothly, and we were about to reach the outskirts of the city. The beast tide attacks are all temporary. This is a massacre that the Beast King carries out every now and then to retaliate against humanity and shrink the range of human activity. At first, humanity suffered greatly, but later, as stronger individuals emerged, they were able to contend with them. Zhou Chen recalled the beast tide. In one attack, most of the alien beasts would be annihilated, but humans would not dare to expand their territory anymore. Their territory is too large to be fully defended. Their defenses will be overwhelmed by the beast tide, and they will eventually have no choice but to remain inactive. He searched for a safe route while thinking about how to get back. As he passed through a valley, he saw tire tracks. I glanced inside and saw the bus hidden there. There were also his classmates and teachers. They all hid here, and that's how they escaped. However, they were still discovered by the strange beasts behind the beast tide. Zhou Cheng could clearly hear the sounds of fighting inside. So they secretly sneaked over there. Teacher Gao, there are too many of these strange beasts. We'll be exhausted. At this moment, the three mentors in the valley are joining forces with Gao Liqin to fight against the alien beast. There were more than a dozen of these strange beasts, and they were engaged in a fierce battle with the three mentors. One of the instructors already had a deep, bone-revealing scratch on his thigh. Fresh blood gushed out. Even so, he did not give up. Holding a long sword, he was engaged in a fierce battle with a mutated hunting dog. Teacher Gao, you just sent out a distress signal, why hasn't anyone come yet? The other mentor was also forced into a series of defeats. I don't know, they must have been dragged down by the beast tide. Gao Liqin gritted her teeth, hold on, we can't compromise, or these students will be finished. At this point, only a dozen or so students remained. Clearly, many had already been swallowed up by the beast tide. This can't go on, we still have an SSS level awakened student. Teacher Gao, you take her away, we'll deal with the rest. The two mentors, seeing that they were no match for the monster, could only think of this selfless way to save others. No. We have to go back together, even if we die. We'll die together. Chapter 21 The Spiritual Master? Roar. While the group was discussing the matter, a mutated gray wolf pounced straight at them. He grabbed one of the mentors by the waist and bit him. Then he tossed it into the air. Before the gray wolf could even swallow, a falcon several meters long swooped down, snatched the mentor's corpse, and soared into the sky. It was swallowed in the blink of an eye. Ah! Teacher! As the students watched their mentor being eaten, they were immediately terrified and cried out in alarm. Teacher Gao, you should go. Take one with you if you can. Another mentor waved her hand forcefully, telling her to leave with her people. Boom! Just then, a tail lashed out and struck him hard. He was sent flying by the blow. It crashed into the cliff, its legs pinned down by a boulder, unable to move an inch. TSK. No chance of winning at all, more than a dozen first-tier level 8 or 9 beasts. There are still 2 peak second-tier alien beasts left. Even if Brother Chang and his team came, they would be completely wiped out. No solution. Zhou Chen was on this side of the valley, watching the tragic scene before him. His chances of winning, whether he makes a move or not, are 0. Call out. At that moment, another eagle swooped down towards the bus. If they get caught, everyone on the bus is doomed. Let's give it our all. Seeing that his classmates on the bus were about to become his meal, Zhou Chen finally couldn't resist taking action. Split the earth. He used all his strength, unleashing the full power within him, and once again used his earth-splitting skill. Suddenly, the ground next to the bus cracked open. A cone-shaped rock, large enough to fit a sheet of paper, rose from the ground. It shot off towards the eagle that was swooping down towards it. The sand and gravel on this cone kept falling off in the strong wind. However, this did not prevent Zhou Chen from being discovered by everyone. Zhou Chen. He's still alive. Is this an Earth-type awakening? He wasn't awakened yet. Judging by its attack power, it's not just ordinary Earth-type, it looks like Crimson Gold Earth. Many students had blank expressions on their faces. They watched as Zhou Chen helped them dodge a fatal blow. Their faces were filled with excitement. Especially Su Shishir, whose beautiful eyes even had a hint of shimmering light. Could what the professors said be true? Gao Liqin murmured as she saw the scene before her. Bang! At this moment, the cracked earth had already been crushed to pieces by the eagle's claw. Ground spikes. However, Zhou Chen did not give up. He continued to manipulate the earth blocks in the void, causing them to erupt with earth spikes once again. It shot towards the flying eagle. Remote control? This is a psychic? Gao Liqin stared wide-eyed at the scene before her. Being able to control objects to attack from such a distance is already incredibly difficult. But Zhou Chen was able to mutate this clot of earth into an attackable spike. This means that he is a spiritual healer. This is an extremely rare occurrence in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Anyone who becomes a spiritual master will eventually stand at the top of the nation. Such a massive beast tide could be wiped out with a single thought from them. This is the absolute control of a spiritualist. The eagle was startled by the sudden attack. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Roar! Meanwhile, another peak-level second-tier beast set its sights on Zhou Chen. After a roar, it transformed into a black shadow, bringing with it a foul stench, and charged towards Zhou Chen. Blast! Seeing that things were not going well, Zhou Chen turned and ran. With the help of the gale, he was like a blur. They intentionally lured the strange beast away. Wow, that's fast. This speed isn't it comparable to that of a beginner-level martial artist? One of the students, looking at the scene before him, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Yes. He has definitely surpassed that. He is very likely at the first level of the initial stage of martial arts. How is this possible? Several classmates looked on in amazement. Gao Liqin's beautiful eyes darted around, capturing every single moment that had just happened. At the same time, her breasts began to heave violently. I originally thought Su Shishir brought a piece of trash, but it turns out he's the real gem. The fact that he is a spiritual master is enough to crush everything. If others found out, it could easily spark a battle for control. She didn't realize that besides herself, other classmates were doing the same thing while she was making video recordings. This chase, in particular, exceeded his current level of performance, leaving everyone astonished. Invisibility. Zhou Chen was being chased so frantically that he ran blindly and was about to be caught. He quickly activated his invisibility spell. Whoosh! The person vanished instantly. Gone? Have they gone invisible? Is it a stealth combat armor? Our armor is the lowest quality, how can we expect it to be invisible? Seeing this, several students started discussing it again. So, is this also a talent? What kind of talent is this? I've never seen anything like it before. It must be a mutated talent. The students were talking excitedly, completely forgetting their predicament. Roar! However, Chu Feng's invisibility technique could not fool everyone. The beast locked onto him again in just a few seconds. Call! A pair of sharp claws reached out and grabbed at Zhou Chen. Smack! He was hit like a sack of potatoes and sent flying into the sky. The beast watched him fly away, giving him no chance, and then charged after him. Damn, am I going to die? Zhou Chen cursed in frustration. A meteorite fell from the sky. He threw a stone in his hand, and then, using the skill of splitting the earth, suddenly transformed the boulder into a giant rock more than 3 zhang long, which he then smashed down on the strange beast below. That wasn't all. Under his control, 3 or 4 more pieces of the boulder appeared, each one larger than the previous one. Bang! Several huge rocks slammed into the beast, and even something as strong as it was forced to the side. A pair of dark eyes stared intently at Zhou Chen. I did my best. Congratulations on this run. I can only scratch its itch. I wish I were a little stronger. Zhou Chen knew that his tricks were merely obstacles to the beast, and that he could not possibly harm it. Roar! The strange beast landed on a cliff not far away and roared angrily at Zhou Chen. A bolt of lightning flashed from his throat. It shot towards him. Purple lightning hammer. Zhou Chen raised his hand and summoned his twin hammers, which he then used to meet the lightning strike. Boom! The 2 bolts of lightning had barely made contact when Zhou Chen was struck. His lightning hammer was not in the same league, it was instantly shattered by the electric shock. He himself was knocked away. He crashed heavily into a tree, breaking 3 trees in succession before finally coming to a stop. Chapter 22: The Value of a Spiritualist. Roar! The beast roared, as if declaring its victory. He suddenly rushed towards Zhou Chen. Stop! At this moment, Gao Liqin had a rocket launcher in her hand. The color is still a lovely pink, which suits her sportswear quite well. After being taken out, it was loaded with a type of ammunition. In an instant, she and the rocket launcher became one. To be precise, she was covered in steel armor. Bang! After a loud bang, the cannonballs carrying biological genes shot towards the alien beast. Zhou Chen, with only one eye open, could tell the effect of her cannonball. It's the same as Zhang Qi's biogun. However, hers would probably cost more to make. After being launched, it suddenly exploded around the monster, with countless bullets shooting into its body. Roar! This commotion directly enraged the beast. He turned around and ran towards her. Ground spikes. Zhou Chen wasn't idle either. He once again harassed the alien beast with his earth spikes. Bring it on! However, the beast had already sensed that Goryo was the most powerful. They completely ignored Zhou Chen's harassment. It roared as it charged at her, determined to tear her to pieces. Whoosh! However, just as Gao Liqin was preparing to fight desperately, a sword flashed from the sky, cleaving the beast in two. A torrential downpour of blood fell. With a single blow, the beast that was not yet able to exist was decapitated. The dozen or so first-tier beasts that were originally there fled in panic when they saw that things were not going well. Professor Chen, who had just noticed Zhou Chen, arrived just as Gao Liqin was being summoned. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Can the car still move? Professor Chen didn't waste any time with unnecessary words, but simply asked a question. Yes, but both Teacher Wang and Teacher Zhao were killed. Gao Liqin looked dejected. If you lack ability, don't blame others, you're no exception. Stop being so pampered. You need to go out and practice with field squads more often. Your strength should be invincible among those of the same level, yet you were entangled in such a sorry state by them. Professor Chen reprimanded her, then continued walking out of the valley. I'm going to check on the other trap teams. You all go back the way you came. Yes. After Gao Liqin agreed, she called the rest of the people to get on the bus. When she arrived at Zhou Chen's side, he had already fainted from exhaustion. Zhou Chen was taken back like that. He was admitted to a ward at the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy. They run a martial arts school, and their medical skills are top-notch. Otherwise, those injured martial artists would certainly not be able to be cured by doctors alone. During the time Zhou Chen was unconscious, a video started going viral online. A handsome young man, wielding earth elemental stones, fought against a second-tier alien beast with the strength of an 8th-level body refinement cultivator. At first, the game was surprisingly even. The strength it displayed was comparable to that of a first-level, first-tier individual in terms of speed and power. Everyone originally thought that this boy must have awakened at SS level or above. He manipulated the rocks in mid-air, turning them into spikes. The video of attacking the alien beast in the void once again shocked everyone. This is no ordinary person or an SS level awakening. This is a psychic. Yes, I didn't expect Jianghai City to have psychiatrists. That's incredible. A body refinement realm cultivator can fight against a second-tier alien beast. Is this the power of a spiritual master? That's child's play. Didn't you see our human emperor? He made 3 beast emperors kneel down with just one look. He's also a spirit master. Which college is this kid from? This video was leaked from the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy. The news of the emergence of a spiritualist in Jianghai City spread like wildfire throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. This alarmed countless powerful figures, and an undercurrent began to surge towards Jianghai City. Extreme Martial Arts School. Office building. Inside the meeting room. The venue was packed. In the main seat was Director Wang, who had appeared during the previous video conversation. At this moment, he was frowning, and there was still anger surging in his eyes. Gao Liqin, you discovered the psychic, why didn't you keep the news quiet? Why didn't you confiscate their phones from those students under your command? Director Wang slapped the conference table. Such a promising talent, don't you have any possessiveness at all? Let them upload the video to the internet. The situation was urgent, I didn't even know what was going on. Gao Liqin looked distressed and helpless. I never expected that her student would be able to film a video at this critical moment. The video of him having a student fight a second-tier alien beast became known to the whole world. This is a disgrace to the Yakuza Martial Arts School. I've always seen potential in this kid, but you two didn't believe me. Professor Chen curled his lip and glanced at the group. You've ruined something important. We all miscalculated. Gao Liqin found a way out for herself. If you hadn't said he was a good-for-nothing, would I have made the wrong judgment? Director Wang glared at her again. Go back and reflect on your actions. How can a teacher judge their students with prejudice? Shouldn't you treat them all equally? Yes, the curator is right. Gao Liqin felt ashamed after hearing what he said and quickly apologized. Is there any way to keep this kid here? If our Extreme Martial Arts Academy produces a spiritual master, we can become a top martial arts academy even in China. Director Wang changed the subject again, tapping on the table. Take control of it, it's ours, and no one can take it away. A fat man gritted his teeth and said, at worst, we can just hand it over to the city government. He alone can elevate our entire city to the ranks of top-tier cities. We could talk to the mayor and ask him to help us retain them. Several people started discussing seeking help from the city government. Okay, that's a good idea. Director Wang listened to their words and nodded in satisfaction. Everyone agreed with the decision. From this moment forward, no one may agree to see him. If you disagree, then fight him. Director Wang glanced at everyone again, then stood up. Old Chen, you're responsible for his safety. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. No problem. Director Chen looked confident and assured. Meeting adjourned. Keep an eye on your men, don't expose his whereabouts, or you'll all be dismissed without exception. Director Wang, holding his coat, reminded everyone as he left. After he left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Gao, you will be remembered in the annals of Chinese history for producing a spiritual mentor. Yes, I really envy you. Everyone looked at her with envy. Sigh. I don't want this kind of overwhelming wealth anymore. She is now suffering in silence. Professor, Zhou Chen is awake. Chapter 23, A Flower-Obsessed Man? As everyone was discussing this, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Woke up? Such severe injuries, yet he woke up in less than a day. Let's go. Let's check the situation. Several people started talking at once, all wanting to go see Zhou Chen. No need. He's just regained consciousness. Don't put pressure on him. I can go see it myself, you don't need to go. Director Wang patted Professor Chen, who was already impatient, and then stood up. Find a way to calm this down. Contact those media people and block the news. If anyone spreads this nonsense again, let them know that our Yakuza martial arts school is not to be trifled with. Jidao Martial Arts School is a top-tier martial arts school in Jianhai City. While it might not rank in the top 10 in China, it would definitely be in the top 100. Director, we need to sound him out and see if he's willing to stay. Professor Chen paused, then leaned forward. If we can stay, then the domination of the Dragon Kingdom by the 3 top martial arts academies will become history. That's right, our Extreme Martial Arts School will become the 4th one. Director. It's all up to you. Everyone placed all their hopes on him, which put immense pressure on Director Wang. Okay, don't get excited. If this kid trains here, we have an absolute advantage. Director Wang knew everyone was anxious, but being anxious wouldn't help. I'll go check on this kid first. You all calm down. After giving one last instruction, he left in a hurry, so as not to disturb the peace and quiet of one's ears. When he arrived at the ward in the backyard of the martial arts school, he saw Zhou Chen in the nutrition pod. This is the best treatment of our time. Especially for martial artists like them. Their physical strength far surpasses that of ordinary people, so ordinary medicines are of no use to them. Only special medicines designed specifically for martial artists are effective. Many of these medicines are extracted from mutated beasts and mutated plants. How's it going? Dean Wang looked around the room and asked the nurses who were preparing medication about the situation. Dean, the C2 drug has begun to take effect. The nurse looked intently at Zhou Chen in the nutrition pod, then continued, the measurements and ratios on the equipment have been adjusted. He'll be out in 2 more hours. His absorption is excellent, and the effects of the medication are very noticeable. Okay, use the best medicine. I'll cover the cost myself. Director Wang nodded, then leaned closer to observe Zhou Chen's condition. Ding. The host has consumed C2-type medicine, the body is recovering. Ding. The host has consumed AC6 mixed drug, the body is rapidly recovering. At this moment, Zhou Chen had actually already woken up. I felt wet all over, and there was a slippery feeling. The person who was about to move heard the noise outside. Because the ears were filled with nutrient solution, the sounds heard were muffled and unclear. But you can still hear it. Is that Director Wang? And a nurse too. So, I'm saved. Notify me as soon as he wakes up. After observing Zhou Chen for a while and finding no signs of him waking up, Director Wang told the nurse and left. The nurse adjusted the instruments on the transparent glass nutrition chamber again before leaving. After she left, Zhou Chen silently opened his eyes. Looking at everything before him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is clearly a hospital ward, not a laboratory. That was close. I thought I'd been discovered. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. I watched myself being soaked in nutrient solution, with only my vital parts wrapped in plastic. I didn't feel too embarrassed. The nutrient solution in the nutrient tank is the latest type, and you can smell a faint meaty odor. It also had a medicinal smell. Clearly, this is also a nutrient solution obtained from animal bodies. Zhou Chen looked around and saw the needles connected to his entire body. There are also many electronic posts. It's obviously a test to measure his physical fitness. After confirming that I was safe, I finally saw the start button on the side. I was just about to open it and go out. Then I heard a commotion outside the door. Do you think that kid is dead or not? Don't talk nonsense, they saved us. Yes, if it weren't for him, we would have died long ago. Watch out, damn it. If the nurses find out, they'll kick us out. Amidst the murmurs, his door was opened. Before everyone entered, Zhou Chen activated the internal vision function of the nutrient chamber. Only after the light and shadow shone on his pupils did he close his eyes. Although he had closed his eyes, he had the aid of internal vision. It's actually the same as having your eyes open. As the door opened, Zhou Wen, Li Tai, Li Tianyu, and a few others sneaked in. Ha, you see, I wasn't wrong, he's right here. Zhou Wen grinned broadly, beaming with pride. Keep your voice down. Li Tai slapped him hard and came over to Zhou Chen. You've recovered well, your injuries are all healed. Li Tianyu, go and watch the door. Let us know if anyone comes in. Lu Hua patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder and told him to go and be in charge of guarding the gate. Li Tianyu didn't say anything and obediently went to check on the door. At this moment, Su Shishir also came up. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Zhou Chen. At this moment, his strength increased, especially after he devoured the cheetah's beast core. The person has changed a lot. The body is streamlined, and the muscles look like they were sculpted like figurines, one by one. The arrogance that had once graced his face was gone. At this moment, it gives people a feeling as if it were cut with a knife. That solemn expression made it impossible for her to connect it with the arrogant and spoiled person she used to know. This is the saying, your appearance reflects your heart. After his strength increased, coupled with the influence of the beast core, he has undergone a complete transformation. He was like a completely different person. I hadn't realized this kid had such well-developed muscles. Zhou Wen also greatly admired Zhou Chen's physique. No wonder he's so freakish, those muscles can even function independently, look. That's nonsense, he's at the 9th level of body refinement. Li Tai glanced at him and said, each level is forged through countless trials. We are only at level 6 now. Once we advance, we will be the same as him. Don't be naive. Even if we improve, we'll never have his kind of abnormal physique. He's a psychic. His innate abilities are already at a disadvantage compared to ours. Lu Hua sighed, our class is really too abnormal. It's one thing to have an SSS level awakened being like Su Shishir, but there's also a mentalist. Yes, compared to them, we're not even trash. Li Tai shook his head, revealing a wry smile. Their conversation made Li Tianyu feel increasingly inferior. The awakening of an S rank is not even worth mentioning to them. Someone's coming. Chapter 24 Girlfriend? Didn't a group of people just leave? Why are they here again? Zhou Wen immediately became anxious upon hearing this. We're here to visit our classmates, what's there to be afraid of? Su Shishir, on the other hand, appeared completely fearless. Didn't the nurse just say that no one is allowed to disturb him? Lu Hua rubbed his hands together, shall we jump out the window? Are you crazy? This is the 20th floor. Even a beginner martial artist would be crippled jumping from this height without any equipment. Li Tai thought about it seriously and said, let's listen to Shishir. Li Tianyu, come over here too, let's watch openly and honestly. Su Shishir waved to Li Tianyu, inviting him to come over. Li Tianyu gritted his teeth and followed. Those eyes looked at Zhou Chen, filled with complex emotions. I always thought that once S awakened, I could get revenge on him, but I never expected that in the end I would still be suppressed by him. Squeak. As the worn-out plastic door was opened, several men in formal attire with stern expressions walked in. Several nurses followed them. Curator. Su Shishir was the first to see Dean Wang and quickly greeted him. Curator. Professor. Teacher. I only recognize these two people in this group. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and greet them. When did you come in? Director Wang was somewhat surprised by their presence. Director Wang, we just wanted to visit our classmate, but he saved us. Zhou Wen explained according to the script they had just discussed. Dean, will Zhou Chen be alright? Su Shishir truly lives up to her reputation as the school beauty. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also incredibly quick-witted. Director, you've come at the right time. Will our classmate interfere with his special training this month? Lu Hua also realized what was happening. They all found an excuse to sneak in. Everything will be fine, don't worry. Director Wang looked impatient. Go ahead. Director Wang, can you tell me about his situation? Su Shishir, looking worried, walked over. Director Wang looked at her with some surprise. Not only him, but everyone else also looked at Su Shishir. Director, she is Zhou Chen's girlfriend. Gao Liqin, who was standing nearby, secretly leaned forward and gave a reminder. Thank goodness. We've already given him the best medicine. There won't be any problems. Upon hearing this news, Director Wang's attitude towards Su Shishir underwent a complete change. Director Wang, I think his injuries will he be able to leave the cabin soon. Let's talk about the handover of the files first. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up to him. Minister Li, we're ready anytime, but shouldn't we ask the child's opinion first? Director Wang paused, and his face twitched. Such domineering behavior would make anyone feel uncomfortable. What's more, he's also a curator. Minister Li? Why does he look so familiar? Zhou Wen stood at the door, looking curious. Are you blind? This is Li Guodong, the minister of the Ministry of State Security of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Tai glared at him as if he were an idiot. What? The minister? He's here at the martial arts gym demanding someone's return? Li Tianyu felt that his CPU was not powerful enough. What does this mean? It's more than just jealousy. Oh? The Ministry of National Defense is hiring, would anyone refuse? The resources and rewards we gave him are something that even the 3 major martial arts schools couldn't provide. Upon hearing Director Wang's words, Li Guodong's face immediately darkened. You, a local director, also want to cause me trouble? No. I wouldn't dare. Director Wang quickly explained, there's something you don't know, Zhou Chen has a girlfriend, and they won't break up easily. When he was initially deemed a good-for-nothing, it was his girlfriend who stayed by his side and insisted on taking him to a martial arts school. Many people at the Jidao Martial Arts School know about this, and it's known throughout Zhanghai City as well. That's right, Minister Li, you can't be so domineering. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Everyone went to look and found a woman dressed as a young woman. However, judging from her aura, no one would underestimate her strength. Chu Rou. Li Guodong recognized who it was at a glance. It was Chu Rou from Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy. Minister Li, you're too late this time. Zhou Chen is already a member of our Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy. Chu Rou came up to him and gently rubbed Su Shishir's cheek. She is his girlfriend. She did a lot of bargaining with me to get me to agree to bring him to the Martial Arts Academy to train. I finally agreed to her request, and now that I think about it, it's quite touching. I have the conscription order issued by the Ministry of National Defense. He has no choice but to go. Li Guodong directly used the conscription order to his advantage. If your approach works on S-level people, maybe SSS-level people will consider it too. But do you think you can control a psychic and make him listen to you? There's no place in the world he can't go if he wants to. Do you know what the consequences will be if you provoke a spiritualist? Chu Rou showed him no mercy. Didn't we have an example from the time of the Sakura Kingdom? It almost became a destroyed country in the end. If we hadn't intervened, their spiritualist would have already made them disappear from this planet. You. Chu Rou's words left Li Guodong speechless. Gentlemen, I think we should talk somewhere else, there are still wounded here. Gao Liqin coughed lightly and pointed to Zhou Chen in the nutrient tank. At this moment, his eyes were closed, and he was still suspended in the nutrient solution. It looked quiet, but it had seen everything that was happening in the ward. I'd become a hot commodity, but even the Ministry of National Defense is interested in me? That's really a good thing. Zhou Chen was secretly pleased, looking at the crowd in front of him, but showed no intention of opening his eyes. Director Wang, Vice Dean Hong, and people from Tianlong Martial Arts Academy have also arrived. Just then, an assistant at the door came over to report the situation to Director Wang. What? Director Wang felt a wave of dizziness and his whole body swayed. With so many big shots here, it means there's no way he can keep Zhou Chen here. He can't afford to offend just anyone. Thinking of this, a pair of resentful eyes were fixed on Gao Liqin. She sensed Director Wang's gaze, but could only pretend not to notice and keep looking in the direction of the nutrient solution. This is indeed her problem. From initially not taking Zhou Chen seriously, to discovering his strength and then not imposing any restrictions on him. It was her series of carelessness that brought so much trouble to their extreme martial arts school. Director, they're waiting downstairs. Shall we bring them up? Knowing that Director Wang was distracted, the assistant quickly inquired about his plans. Chapter 25. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength won't allow it. Everyone, go down now. This is a good opportunity for us to discuss this together. Director Wang sighed, then left. The others looked at each other and then followed suit. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhou Wen said sullenly. Witnessing the rise of a master was a huge blow to them all. That's the magic of talent. No matter how hard you try, you can't compare to a genius's single finger. After everyone had left, Zhou Chen silently opened his eyes. Humph, so you know your own worth, yet you frantically try to seize this so-called resource of yours? He snorted coldly, showing utter disdain. Before, everyone would avoid him like the plague, just like they would avoid a rat. Even Gao Liqin, a teacher, showed the same disgust. Every glance they gave, every word they uttered. All of these were deeply imprinted in Zhou Chen's mind. Even Su Shishir is no exception. Even after a year together, they still can't be tamed. Now that I've awakened and can leave him behind, the first thing I want to do is take him to the martial arts academy. Her goal was revenge, to make him lose face in front of everyone. I helped her so much back then, and all I did was make those lame jokes at her. Why am I holding such a grudge? Why don't you remember when you helped her? Zhou Chen thought to himself, but his eyes gradually brightened. He opened the hatch from inside the nutrient tank and stepped out. She went to the bathroom next door and washed herself clean. Then I changed him into his hospital gown. I looked at myself in the mirror. There really have been changes. He had overheard Zhou Wen and the others' conversation. Now stand in front of the mirror and look at yourself carefully. It was discovered that there were indeed changes. His entire being, from his expression to his posture and muscles. They are completely different from before. Composing myself, I put on my hospital gown and pushed open the door to the ward. They then walked out along the corridor, without going downstairs through the main entrance. Instead, they chose the escape route. After continuing on the way, there was no rush to return to the martial arts school. Instead, he went to the parking lot, drove his Audi, and headed straight home. As soon as I got my phone back, I saw a call from my parents. There were dozens of them. They must have been anxious after seeing his message, which is why they made so many calls. He drove to the most bustling area of the city, found the tallest office building, and parked his car. We headed straight up to the office building. Young master! Young master! You're back! Young master! The boss is just mentioning you. Hurry to his office. All along the way, I was greeted with enthusiastic greetings. Many people reminded him to go upstairs. Zhou Chen simply responded indifferently and went directly to the top floor, to the office next to the terrace. Tianqi, how is the child? I sent people to their martial arts school to inquire, but no one has given me any information. A middle-aged lady's voice came from the office. Bai Ling. Don't worry, our son will be all right. I believe they will cure him. Let's just wait for news from him. Soon Zhou Tianqi's voice came through. But Bai Ling was still worried and hesitated to speak. Because she had already seen Zhou Chen standing in front of the door. There's still a wound on his face, but it's noticeably healed. Those eyes immediately filled with tears. Son. You're all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? I just came back to check on you because I didn't want you to worry. Zhou Chen walked up to his parents and deliberately circled around in front of them. It's good to be back. You're a psychopath, and you didn't even tell us. You made us worry. Zhou Tianyi vigorously rubbed his head, revealing a doting expression. I just wanted to keep a low profile, but my abilities wouldn't allow it, and everyone still found out. Zhou Chen shrugged, revealing a smug look. Nobody knows how he spent these past few days. Even with a system, the pressure is still immense. Now, I finally have confidence. It all started with Chang-gu and his team. You're just too flamboyant, can't you tone it down a bit? Bai Ling gently rubbed his forehead, then helped him sit down and carefully examined him. How are you? Where does it hurt? Mom will go and get you some medicine. It's alright, I'm much better now. I just managed to kill 2 strange beasts, and I've already put them away. You can take them for research. As Zhou Chen spoke, he took out the mechanical storage box and placed it on the table. Do you have enough storage boxes? I'll give you another 100 sets. As Zhou Tianqi spoke, he took out a palm-sized box from the drawer. Use it as you like. Our company is currently researching 5-dimensional storage boxes. If the research is successful, it will be able to store 2,000 square meters of stuff. No need, I have enough. Zhou Chen waved his hand, just take it and sell it. After this incident, Zhou Chen understood a principle. One must have power, money, and influence. This is essential. However, ultimately, one must have real strength. Both personal ability and background are indispensable. In just 2 or 3 days, he saw through the coldness and warmth of human relationships. My precious son has grown up. Bai Ling looked at Zhou Chen, who resembled a big boy, and her eyes showed a look of relief. Son, a lot of people will be coming to see you soon. What are your plans? Zhou Tianqi suddenly remembered something and asked Zhou Chen about his plan. Let's go to the Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy first. Zhou Chen blurted it out without thinking. Are you really going with your girlfriend? Bai Ling was clearly not satisfied with his decision. Of course, we promised to stay together forever. Zhou Chen nodded and smiled, revealing an innocent look. Your son is all grown up now, so stop criticizing him. Zhou Tianqi didn't care, as long as you're happy. Home will always be your haven. Dad, I have something I need to discuss with you when I come back this time. Zhou Chen didn't want to talk about this matter anymore, because he didn't take matters of the heart to heart at all. What's up? Zhou Tianqi also sensed that his son had something on his mind when he returned. Normally, he wouldn't want to come back even once in 800 years. Something unusual must be going on, and a father naturally knows his son. I want to fight for some resources for my family so that our weapons and armor can be fully developed. Zhou Chen thought about it seriously. We usually do business with these body-refining martial artists, so no one will ever respect us. In fact, if they wanted to, they could wipe our entire family out in an instant. We've considered this problem before, but we don't have enough funds and resources to attract these experts to work for us. In this way, we will have no resources, which is a vicious cycle. Dad, I understand, I have a way. Chapter 26 Taking Advantage of a Crisis. Zhou Chen lowered his voice and then looked at his parents. Oh? What method? Zhou Tianqi sat down directly next to him. Bai Ling then brought tea to the father and son. I need resources. With resources, we can support the production of our first batch of products. Zhou Chen smiled and said, what our family lacks is not equipment or a research and development team, but resources. I know this problem too. Resources are fixed. We want to get a share of these already allocated resources. There's only one way, let's have another era of chaos caused by 10 emperors. Disrupt the distribution of resources worldwide. Zhou Tianqi shook his head, just wanting it isn't enough, we also need to fight for our own share of resources. It wasn't possible before, but it is now. For many years, not a single person in our family has been a martial artist who can stand on the stage. This time I can do it. If I want it, who dares to refuse me? Zhou Chen looked confident. Whoever can meet my resource needs, I'll agree to go with them. That's worth a try. Zhou Tianqi thought about it seriously for a moment, then shook his head. However, this should be difficult, as resources are becoming increasingly scarce these days. That's a matter for those in power. What we need to do is secure our own interests. Ignoring all that, Zhou Chen curled his lip and said, besides, this problem will be solved soon. As long as the star station is operational, our resources will be plentiful. Mr. Zhou. We have a call coming in. Would you be available to answer it? Just then, an assistant's voice came from outside the door. Transfer the call in. Zhou Tianqi thought for a moment, and seeing a look of affirmation from Zhou Chen, he asked his assistant to transfer the call. Jingle. Immediately afterward, the phone rang. That one. Zhou Tianqi cleared his throat before asking who it was. Mr. Zhou, is Zhou Chen home? Zhou Tianqi didn't recognize the voice, but Zhou Chen had heard it before. Our curator's phone number. Zhou Chen explained to Zhou Tianqi. Yes, I'm here. Zhou Tianqi understood his meaning and readily agreed. Would it be convenient for him to come to the martial arts school? We have something to discuss with him. Director Wang paused for a moment, then continued. That's convenient, then I'll have him go over now. Zhou Tianqi only agreed after seeing Zhou Chen nod. Okay. Then we'll wait for him. After Director Wang agreed, he hung up the phone. Dad, I'll let you know when I hear something about this. Zhou Chen stood up as he spoke. I'll go back and see what they're up to. Okay. Be mindful of your limits. Bai Ling, still worried, straightened his clothes, then suddenly grabbed him and said, Wait a minute, Mom will get you some clothes to change into. Zhou Chen changed into new clothes and then drove back to the Extreme Martial Arts School. They went straight to Director Wang's office. When we arrived at his office, we heard a lot of people talking inside. Zhou Chen ignored what they were talking about and simply knocked on the door and went in. Zhou Chen, come and sit down. Director Wang's expression was somewhat unpleasant, but he still managed to smile and asked Zhou Chen to sit down. You're something else, kid, you've hidden your true awakening. Duan Feiyu pretended to be very familiar with Zhou Chen and joked, You fooled us all. Zhou Chen, we're here to deliver his notification letter. Hong Shan took out a notification letter and was about to hand it to Zhou Chen. Wait. Li Guodong was displeased. I was ordered to recruit Zhou Chen. Are you trying to renege on your promise? Gentlemen, what does this mean? I don't understand. Zhou Chen pretended to be flattered. Zhou Chen, as long as you're willing to come to our Tianlong Martial Arts Academy, you can name any conditions you want. Ignoring Li Guodong's attitude, Duan Feiyu directly extended his olive branch. We guarantee that we will give you the best resources. Don't listen to him. Tianlong Martial Arts Academy is stingy. You'll see when you get there. Our Vajra Martial Arts Academy is the place for your righteous path. Hongshan interrupted him and continued. Zhou Chen, you've already received our acceptance letter, you can't give up your little girlfriend. Chu Rou, on the other hand, immediately started playing the emotional card. They all rushed forward, and Director Wang felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know where to begin. In terms of resources and strength, the Extreme Martial Arts School is simply not up to par. Gentlemen, I am still a body refining martial artist and have not thought that far ahead. Zhou Chen shook his head, then continued, however, I need to see your terms. If they are truly helpful to me, I can consider it. But don't talk about conscription, put that aside. That's great. Hongshan grinned and then stated his terms directly, come to our Vajra Martial Arts Academy, and we'll give you a 50% discount on all the resources you need, plus a top-notch instructor. We'll also cover all maintenance costs for your equipment. Humph, how stingy. Duan Feiyu snorted coldly and smiled disdainfully, we can agree to any of his conditions, and we'll even provide you with access to the dark web. That's better than any other resource. The dark web is a website where you can find information about the movement of all resources in the world. As long as they have the ability, they can take on missions on it. You can even receive missions from aliens. True masters will find their missions here. Our Ministry of National Defense can provide you with a full range of weapons and equipment for your use. Furthermore, I'll give you absolute access to activities in the virtual space. Li Guodong couldn't sit still and directly made a promise to Zhou Chen. What you're saying is actually quite tempting. If only I could have a clone. Zhou Chen's meaning was very clear. It all comes down to who benefits more. Throughout the entire process, Tenhoen was never mentioned once. This made Chu Rou realize immediately that the advantage she relied on, based on preconceived notions, was utterly worthless in front of him. It's impossible to get something for nothing from him. Zhou Chen, don't forget, your little girlfriend is also in our college. She waited until everyone had finished speaking before giving Zhou Chen a meaningful look. This is an era where the strong are respected. You can find another girlfriend if you lose one, but how can you cultivate if you don't have enough resources? Zhou Chen laid out the facts before her. If you're unwilling to give in, then all you can do is say goodbye. I agree to all their conditions. We will give you absolute freedom at the Martial Arts Academy. Chu Rou knew she no longer had any advantage, so she could only maximize Zhou Chen's interests. What is maximization? It is absolute freedom. Oh? What if I add one more condition? Upon hearing her say this, Zhou Chen immediately became interested. So he deliberately turned to Chu Rou. Chapter 27 Beast Tide Cleaner. What are the conditions? Shuro frowned and waited for what was to come. Resource. Zhou Chen stretched out his hand. I want you to give up 5% of the Martial Arts Academy's resources for our Zhou family's company. If you can agree to this condition, I will agree to go to the Heavenly Phoenix Martial Arts Academy. And I promise that I will take action for you 3 times in the future. Regardless of consequences, regardless of right or wrong. After he finished speaking, the air in the room froze. For an academy, 5% of its resources are spent on cultivating 1 or 2 geniuses. Zhou Chen had clearly done his research and specifically targeted this vital point. He wanted to prove his worth and that he deserved these resources. He even staked his promise on it. Think it over carefully. I'm giving you this offer not because I think you're qualified to train me. My talent doesn't need any of you to cultivate it. Seeing her hesitation, Zhou Chen threw out another sentence. His words immediately fell silent. In an instant, Zhou Chen's aura overwhelmed everyone. He exuded an aura of authority that prevented anyone from feeling any resentment. Okay. I promise you. Seeing Zhou Chen's serious expression, Shuro knew he could definitely keep his word, so she simply agreed. Then let your martial arts academy's people come to our company to discuss the cooperation. Zhou Chen smiled with satisfaction. Everyone, please go back now. I still have a connection with the Heavenly Phoenix Martial Arts Academy. Zhou Chen, have you thought this through? The Heavenly Phoenix Martial Arts Academy is full of women. There's no way you'll be absolutely safe there. Even if you are a genius, you can still perish in extremely dangerous situations. Hongshan suppressed his anger and reminded Zhou Chen. What kind of future do you think you can have by hanging out with a bunch of women? Duan Feiyu also rubbed the chair hard, as if venting his emotions. Follow us and you'll have inexhaustible resources. You're being too hasty. Li Guodong also sighed, his expression turning serious. Everyone has their own ambitions. Zhou Chen didn't care about their feelings. He can't please everyone, he only needs to maximize his own interests. In that case, we'll take our leave. Let's go. Let's go back and report. With no hope left, they stopped lingering. They all stood up. Gentlemen, how about we have a simple meal? Director Wang broke out in a cold sweat and quickly forced a smile. How can I possibly be in the mood to eat? Li Guodong glanced at him and said, let's go. Zhou Chen. Same as always, report for duty on time. I'll personally greet you. Shuro looked smug, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Chen. You little brat, you've got me figured out all along. How could I dare? Teacher, you're overthinking it. Zhou Chen shook his head and smiled. However, we can't go back on the terms we agreed on. I want absolute freedom. And resources. Don't worry, someone will come to discuss the handover with your father tomorrow. You are such a filial son. Shuro rolled her eyes at him, then smiled at Director Wang. Director Wang, you must be very sad to have lost 2 of your students. No, what's most important is that they can develop better. Our place is too small, we can only hinder them. Director Wang shook his head repeatedly, saying one thing but meaning another. Don't worry, we will return some resources to you as compensation. So you won't feel unhappy. Shuro smiled gently, then her expression turned serious. Protect his safety for the next month. If anything happens to him, your Extreme Martial Arts Academy cannot afford the consequences. Clear. Director Wang nodded, his deep eyes also reflecting a solemn expression. The taller the tree, the more the wind will blow against it. The fact that Zhou Chen can attract their attention means that others will also notice him. Kid, this is a defensive mechanical armor. Go and use it. If I remember correctly, it can even block a full-force attack from a high-ranking military general. Shuro then came to Zhou Chen's side and took out a capsule. This is a 4-dimensional capsule. Your company should also produce them. I don't need to explain how to use it, right? No need, thank you, teacher. Zhou Chen thanked him and accepted the capsule without hesitation. Alright, I won't waste any more time. You should focus on consolidating your strength. I hope that when you come to the academy, you can break through to the initial stage of martial arts. Shuro gently rubbed his head. At that time, there will be more choices. Understood, I will do my best. Zhou Chen nodded vigorously, looking confident. I will definitely break through. I believe in you. Just like the first time. Shuro said this, but she was still complaining in her heart. That time, she really misjudged the situation. No one expected Zhou Chen to be the final dark horse. I send you. Seeing that she was about to leave, Director Wang simply saw her out. Zhou Chen followed him out, and after reaching the door, he waved to Director Wang, saying, "I'm leaving too." He left without waiting for Director Wang to say anything. Then, he walked easily to the training room. They saw that everyone was still training. Compared to the past, it looks rather bleak. The previous beast tide caused them to lose more than half of their students. However, those that remain have all grown up, having witnessed bloodshed and survived the claws of high-level alien beasts. This means they are already one step ahead of others. At this moment, everyone had a serious expression on their face. Gao Liqin was also in front of everyone. "Everyone, we won't be able to go to the training grounds for a while, but you all performed very well yesterday. You hunted at least 4 body-refining beasts, so you pass." Gao Liqin looked at everyone, and after saying one sentence, she continued, "Today, I'll organize you all to fight yourselves. 2 people per group. We'll see how well you cooperate and adapt. Got it? Good. Clear." Zhou Wen took the lead in agreeing. "Teacher Gao, I'm here to ask for leave." At this moment, Zhou Chen walked over. "Zhou Chen, this is a basic training course. Don't think that just because you have talent you can ask for leave." Gao Liqin already harbored resentment towards him, and when she heard that he wanted to ask for leave, her face immediately showed displeasure. "I'm going to join Chang Ji's team to hunt down the alien beasts left behind by the beast tide and clear out the outskirts of Jianhai City." She had barely finished speaking when Zhou Chen explained his plans. This left Gao Liqin speechless. This kind of mission is extremely dangerous. A slight mistake could cost you your life. Even she herself wouldn't dare to easily accept such a task. And a student with only physical strength actually had this kind of courage. Holy crap, he's actually going to do the cleaning job. This is a high-risk mission. Has he gone mad? The teacher would never agree to that. Yes. Who's willing to take this responsibility? Chapter 28, I'll let you go after you take 3 moves from the teacher. I can't go. Hearing the whispers of her classmates, Gao Liqin refused his request without hesitation. "You'd better behave yourself. I'm not going to go out with you." "Teacher, there's nothing left for me to learn here, why can't we leave?" "You're not afraid of taking responsibility, are you?" "Don't worry, I won't drag you down with me." Zhou Chen looked at Gao Liqin with a serious expression. Su Shishir frowned, unable to bear it any longer. "Zhou Chen, can't you think about everyone else? The teacher also has her reasons. Do you have to show off how great you are? If you like being high and mighty so much, then you can apply to leave directly." I originally thought that Zhou Chen was able to get the opportunity to go to Tianfeng Academy because of my favor. But starting yesterday, I finally understood what was going on. He's been fooling himself all along. He must have known about his talent long ago. How can I demonstrate my abilities? I just want to acquire some resources. Is there anything wrong with that? I need to push myself to the limit so that I won't be bullied at the martial arts academy. Zhou Chen didn't understand their idea at all. Looking at Gao Liqin and Su Shishir, he said, "If you don't agree, then I'll just go home and go by myself. I'll go find the curator right now." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Chen was about to leave. "Stop." Just then, Gao Liqin suddenly called out to him. Those hands also held a long whip, with streaks of blood-red light surging across it. It's clearly made from the bones and muscles of the Beast King in the eyes. "Teacher, you're not going to use force to keep me here, are you?" "I will not give in." Zhou Chen's gaze darkened as he looked at her furious expression. Even if she were a peak beginner-level martial artist, she would not yield to a fight. The path of martial arts is all about fearlessness and relentless progress. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, I'll let you go, and I'll never bother with you again. Gao Liqin's beautiful eyes flickered, revealing a resolute expression. "Oh? 3 moves?" Zhou Chen smiled slightly upon hearing her words. Dealing with a master who is very close to being a mid-level martial artist is extremely difficult. However, if it's only 3 moves, there's still a chance. That's right, if you want freedom, you'll have to go through 3 moves, otherwise you won't be able to leave this door. Gao Liqin nodded slightly, her expression revealing a hint of provocation. "Okay. I'll agree. Then, please enlighten me, Professor Gao." Zhou Chen nodded, then suddenly leaped up, creating a significant distance between them. The other martial arts students around them were also drawn to what was happening here. One by one, people rushed over to watch the battle between the teacher and student. Overestimating yourself. Gao Liqin was furious when she saw Zhou Chen's fearless attitude. He mobilized all his strength, and an energy vortex immediately emanated from his body. He created a wave of energy around himself, and a powerful aura spread out. However, it didn't have much of an impact on the people around them. Hey! She took a deep breath, then crouched down and jumped up. He then landed steadily on the arena, standing opposite Zhou Chen. Bring it on! Zhou Chen also assumed a defensive stance, waiting for her to make her first move. Blazing flames. Gao Liqin let out a soft cry, and a crimson flame immediately ignited on her bone whip. After drawing a spark on the ground, it suddenly lashed out at Zhou Chen. Smack! The sound echoed throughout the training room, attracting even more people. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted as he watched an attack that far exceeded his own speed approach. Whoosh! As he activated his mechanical armor, a shield suddenly appeared on his left, where the whip had struck. Bang! After being struck by the whip, the shield only produced a ripple. The protective light waves never dissipated. Completely impenetrable. Zhou Chen didn't dare to be careless, knowing that she had held back just now. The blood shield of the light series. It's made from the hide and flesh of a mutated hippopotamus. This one must cost several thousand martial coins. If you were to redeem it with points, it would cost at least 1,000. That's cheating. So what? Is it acceptable for teachers and students to fight? People around them had already started talking about it. Okay, this should be the armor Chu Rou gave you, but it will become useless from now on. Even the weakest beginner martial artist has plenty of ways to deal with a mere body-refining brat. Crimson Dragon. With a flick of his wrist, Goryeo Qin retracted his bone whip and forcefully raised his right hand high, whereupon a fierce crimson flame began to condense. The air around it hissed and crackled as it burned. A burning sensation spread. Tell the students nearby to quickly step back. Go! After the crimson flames condensed into a small dragon, she suddenly threw it out. The little dragon sliced through the air and surged towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen watched as the little dragon in front of him gave birth to 2, and then 2 became 4. In the blink of an eye, it became more than a dozen. They came rushing in from different angles, up, down, left, and right. His eyes narrowed tightly. This attack was indeed beyond my current ability to withstand, and it wasn't a physical attack. I didn't expect that the teacher was also an awakener, and even an elemental awakener. Su Shishir's awakening should be classified as the awakening of a sacred beast, which is why it has attracted the attention of the 3 great martial arts masters. Seeing that the little dragon was already very close to him, Zhou Chen racked his brains for a solution. Got it! Hey! Zhou Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he grinned, Earth Spikes. Defense! Boom! Boom! With a roar, rows of gray earthen walls suddenly appeared on the arena. Each earthen wall was 2 feet thick, like a house rising from the ground. It enveloped Zhou Chen. Bang! Prick! After Gao Liqin's little dragon crashed into his earthen wall, it vanished in an instant. This is way too brittle. Are you blind? Didn't you see that the teacher was just skimming the surface, not using his full strength at all? Yes. The teacher just wanted to use an attack to hit Zhou Chen and make him admit defeat. I didn't expect this kid to be serious. The people around them started talking about it. Many people could see that Gao Liqin was giving way to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, took it seriously. Teacher, you don't need to go all out. It wouldn't be honorable for me to win. Use your full strength this time, let me see the true power of a master, and how big the gap is. Zhou Chen was certainly not blind. He leaped out of the earthen wall and then landed suddenly on the ground. However, this time he did not stop. Instead, it bounced and shot towards Goryeo Jian like a cannonball. This time, he was holding the electric hammer that had been reduced to 1 piece in one hand. In his other hand, he held the dagger that Lu Na had given him. Fine. I underestimated you. Gao Liqin took a deep breath, then clenched her hands tightly, and streaks of crimson flames surged on her slender fingers. His veins bulged, and the pressure from the release of that power made the surrounding students feel a tightness in their chests. Chapter 29, A body-refining student beats up a teacher who's a novice martial artist? Drink! She roared, and the crimson flames on her hands instantly surged throughout her body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a human torch. She retracted the bone whip in her hand, which suddenly transformed into a long sword. Then he stabbed at Zhou Chen. Flames surged forth from the long sword, causing ripples to spread through the air. Purple lightning hammer. Zhou Chen was not to be outdone, and an electric arc suddenly surged on his electric hammer. He threw it directly at Gao Liqin. Lightning and flames came into contact instantly. Whoosh! However, no tense situation developed. The electric arc was shattered the instant it made contact. The flames began to engulf Zhou Chen. Bang! The electric hammer was sent flying. You lost. Gao Liqin sneered and continued forward. Not necessarily. Zhou Chen smiled. Gale. As he saw her attack coming, Zhou Chen suddenly unleashed Gale. His entire body was surrounded by gusts of fierce wind, and he dodged far away before the long sword could strike. Hey! Goryo's zither is on fire, so she strikes again. The teacher has used 4 moves. Zhou Chen first gave a reminder, then his gaze gradually became unfocused. My whole body relaxed. Whoosh! However, something shocking happened. Zhou Chen suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. It was as if the person had never existed. Where are they? Have they gone invisible? I don't know, what's going on? The group began searching for Zhou Chen, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Su Shishir also stared with her beautiful eyes, searching for Zhou Chen. Where did it go? What kind of movement technique is that? She murmured to herself, her mouth agape in disbelief. Have they gone invisible? Yes. That's it. Is this even human? It can turn invisible? Lu Hua and the others also gasped in astonishment. On the stage, Gao Liqin found it even more unbelievable. After thrusting her long sword, she completely lost her target. What's going on? He can become invisible? Gao Liqin exclaimed in surprise, suddenly feeling a cold glint from behind her. Teacher, I'm here. As soon as Zhou Chen's voice came, the dagger in his hand was already aimed at her neck and slashed down. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhou Chen completed the assassination, lightly leaving a shallow mark on her neck. Then, with a somersault, he jumped high into the air and landed some distance away. You won? That can't be. This kid is too strong. He can easily defeat a beginner-level martial artist just by refining his body. The students who were watching started discussing it. Zhou Chen. You've been hiding your talent. Gao Liqin showed no sense of defeat. Instead, she questioned Zhou Chen in an accusatory tone, you're not just a psychic, you're also a top-tier superpowered invisibility master. No, you also have the awakening of the earth element. What other trump cards do you have up your sleeve? Only then did she realize how terrifying Zhou Chenxiang was. The awakening of the earth element is not the strongest among the elements. It can be said to be ranked at the bottom. However, he can also become invisible, although he is far inferior to Su Shishir, who has awakened a martial vein sacred beast. It can be ranked above SS level awakening in the awakening process, but it is slightly inferior to SSS level awakening. No. Teacher, he also has Gale. This is the awakening of the wind element. Holy crap, this is insane. Are all spirit masters this powerful? They have earth element awakening, and they can even become invisible with wind element. This is an extraordinary genius from our dragon kingdom. The students around them all started talking about it. Many people have already reposted the videos they just secretly filmed online. Stop. Hand over your phones. Gao Liqin saw someone take out a phone and immediately became anxious. Whoever spreads this news will be fired on the spot. Oh. Teacher, we've already sent them. Delete. Recall. Hurry. Otherwise, our martial arts school will be in trouble. Her words immediately reminded the students. Although they were all withdrawn, the videos were still reposted by malicious individuals. However, they do not know at the moment. Thank goodness it was withdrawn. That's dangerous. This matter must not be publicized. The group continued to remind each other. Teacher, you lost. You must keep your word. Zhou Chen didn't care and walked over triumphantly. Goodbye everyone. They swaggered off and headed downstairs to the area where they would pick up their missions. Little did he know that a storm had already begun to sweep across the entire internet. The video of him playing against his teacher has started to go viral. What's so strange about that? It's obvious the teacher is letting him win. Yeah, what's so special about an earth element awakening? Look behind you. Holy crap! Invisibility? This is superpower awakening. Not only does he possess superpowers, but he has also awakened his wind element. His control over the wind is masterful. Isn't this the psychic? Really? Are all psychics this twisted? Every video that is shared receives countless comments from netizens. Zhou Chen's name is deeply imprinted in the minds of netizens. High-ranking officials from all walks of life, as well as those from various martial arts academies, began to take notice of the video. Combine this with the video of his last battle against the alien beast. A conclusion was reached. This kid might surpass the achievements of the human emperor in the future. That's right. The human emperor only mastered 2 elements and had the identity of a spirit master, but he has more than 2. The key is that he has awakened superpowers, and with the addition of elemental awakening, he will become an unstoppable force once he grows up. High-ranking officials from all walks of life have also been discussing the matter. Watching his combat videos, both the timing of his attacks and the ruthlessness he displayed were beyond the capabilities of ordinary students. With exceptional talent and superb martial arts skills, given time, he will surely become a grandmaster. Conference room at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Director Wang's face turned ashen as he looked at Gao Liqing beside him. Below are groups of professors and faculty members. Gao Liqing, what can I say to you? Don't you ever learn? What's going on in your head? Why did you have to provoke Zhou Chen? Director Wang's face was ashen, and he tapped the table with the stone, looking ready to strike. Director Wang, I didn't expect that he had so many secrets. Gao Liqing was also very aggrieved at this moment. She had a shallow knife wound on her neck. Teacher Gao, you've exposed him as a psychiatrist. You've exposed that he's also an awakened superpower user. The awakening that simultaneously possesses the elements of earth and wind is also you. Why don't you just find out all his cards and hold a press conference together? Professor Chen also looked at her with the same annoyance. Tell me, what should we do? Think of something. If you can't come up with something now, no one is allowed to leave. Chapter 30: A Traitorous Bastard. Director Wang was furious this time. We just got rid of a few plague-causing people, and before we could even catch our breath, this huge thing happened. Who could withstand such a blow? Just send it directly to Tenho Institute. Professor Chen sighed. If he had stayed here for one more day, it would have been of great benefit to us. But right now, he is no longer someone we can possess. That's right, I think we should send them away. Gao Liqing also felt a headache coming on. I don't think that's necessary. Can't we just send some experts to protect him? That's right, experts are always restrained, they wouldn't harm a child. As long as we send an expert to protect him for a month, and then send him away, everything will be fine. That works too. This way, the news of this expert training here for a month will spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Once Professor Chen and the others started talking, everyone else followed suit. Everyone actively spoke up, offering suggestions and ideas. After listening to everyone's words, Director Wang fell into deep thought. How is it, Curator? Let's draw a conclusion. I think it's feasible. Seeing him close his eyes and rub his forehead, everyone waited for his decision. That's feasible, but who do you think should be assigned to protect him? Director Wang finally opened his eyes and slammed his hand on the table. In that case, I'll do it. Professor Chen squinted in thought for a moment, then finally decided to take charge himself. You? Director Wang looked at him and couldn't help but frown. What? Am I not worthy? I am a peak mid-level martial artist. Professor Chen raised an eyebrow when he saw the questioning look on his face. It's not suitable. You already have a lot of work to do, and you also need to pay attention to the beast tide problem. The director also frequently calls you into meetings. You can focus on protecting him? That's unrealistic. Director Wang shook his head, then continued, I've thought of someone. Who? Professor Chen looked at him. Everyone else also looked at Director Wang. Qi Shan. Director Wang let out a long breath, then looked out the window. Mid-level third-level martial artist. SS level superpower. Awakened ice attribute user. Him? Wasn't he about to terminate his contract with us and go to Xinjiang? Professor Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. Besides, this kid isn't very obedient. It would be a bit difficult for him to protect someone. It's all about human effort. What if we let him become a mentor to a spiritual healer? Director Wang smiled, a smug look on his face. let Zhou Chen become his apprentice. Do you think that arrogant brat would actually become an apprentice? Gao Liqin then spoke up, he's got a rebellious streak. You're right, but let's give it a try anyway. Director Wang sighed and waved his hand at Professor Chen, you two are close friends, so you should be in charge of informing him. Remember, you must make him try. If he succeeds, this matter will be resolved. As long as the experts don't intervene, he can withstand everything. Okay, I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee he'll listen to my advice. So, let's prepare for both possibilities. If all else fails, I'll take over. If there are too many troublesome matters, find someone to temporarily replace him. He can't just not rest, can he? Professor Chen nodded, then continued, does anyone have any further opinions, or better solutions? Please speak up. I think it's feasible. Gao Liqin breathed a sigh of relief, but her face remained pale. Then it's settled. What about you guys? Director Wang then looked at the others. No objections. Agreed. Several people raised their hands in unison, agreeing with their opinion. In the main hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Chen waited for a while at the place where he received his mission. I finally saw an old acquaintance. Fatty. He waved from afar. Zhou Chen? You're quite the celebrity now. The fat man saw him and walked over with a smile. You little rascal, you hit it so well, you even fooled your fat brother. I didn't do it on purpose. It was all something I realized later during actual combat. Zhou Chen shook his head, looking helpless. Alright, stop explaining. What are you trying to do? The fat man waved his hand, then said with a smile, you're not going to take on the task yourself, are you? It'll be a lot of trouble without teamwork. I'd like to do some missions with you guys in exchange for some resources. Zhou Chen scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I don't know if you guys have any missions to do? Yes, I'm here to receive a mission. 2 of our team members are about to break through, come and check on the mission. The fat man smiled and ruffled his hair, you come too. Good. Zhou Chen was just waiting for them to make their move, and upon hearing his invitation, he accepted without hesitation. Wait a minute, I'll go get it. The fat man patted him on the shoulder and then went to collect his mission. Zhou Chen. You brat. At this moment, Luna, who had been talking to him the most, also came over and forcefully pulled him into her armpit. She wasn't worried about Zhou Chen taking advantage of her. Those big, unintentionally rubbed onto his face. Sister Lu. I'm suffocating. Zhou Chen begged for mercy repeatedly. You little rascal, with such talent, you're pretending to be a newbie with us. At this moment, Brother Chang also came over. Ever since you saved me from the pangolin's mouth last time, I felt that something's off about you. Captain, I'm truly innocent. I only awakened my powers later. Zhou Chen was speechless and could only keep explaining. Alright. Ha ha. Just kidding. You're very strong, and we're happy for you too. Chang stepped forward and patted him hard on the back. I'll take you to do more tasks today, so everyone can get more points and resources. Good. Zhou Chen came for the points, so how could he not be happy? Alright. Let's get ready to go. At this moment, the fat man also rushed back. Set off. Walk. The group left and got into their SUVs. Where to go today? Zhou Chen sat in the car and asked them curiously about their plans for the day. Near the port of the old town of Jianhai. The fat man took out his tablet, opened the light screen map, and started selecting options on it, here and here. Zhou Chen sat in the car, looking at the map. This is the area that was destroyed back then. The area they are in is a brand new Jianhai city, which is formed by combining the remaining areas of Jianhai city. Today's target areas are A11, A14, and B1. The fat guy was clearly there specifically to take on missions. It spans 2 regions, isn't that too wide? Zhou Chen looked at the map and hurriedly asked. Don't worry, I'm sure I made the right choice, they're all next to each other. The fat man rubbed his head. Once these 3 tasks are completed, everyone will get 30 points. And quite a few resources too. Much better than last time. Fatty is including yours. Chapter 31 Bloodthirsty Giant Crab. Then I must thank Fatty. Zhou Chen became increasingly familiar with the group, and joking around became a regular occurrence. The car sped toward the port, and after about an hour, it finally arrived at the border that was being defended by the fortress. Inside and out, the area is shielded by 10 layers of titanium alloy defensive walls, each dozens of meters high. Every wall, inside and out, was heavily guarded. They handed over their identity information along the way until they reached the last wall. Come back before dark, or we'll close the door and you'll be left to die. Nighttime at the beach is nothing like inland. When they reached the last door, the guard gave them a reminder. Okay, thank you. Let's go. After everyone responded politely, they drove away. The area where the old and new city meet is filled with various bunkers and fortifications. Further ahead, there were various dilapidated buildings, all in ruins. Some are well preserved, but they are all in a state of disrepair. This area is absolutely safe. Once we reach Area B, we need to be careful. There are already some scattered strange beasts here. Brother Chang patted Fatty on the shoulder. Bring out the tanks too, we'll split into 2 groups and advance. Okay, Wang Li. Su Jie. We're a team. As the fat man was speaking, Brother Chang, who was driving, stopped the car immediately. Hey kid, who are you paired with? The fat man patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder and asked him who he wanted to be with. Get lost, he's definitely following us. Luna kicked the fat man and then slammed the car door shut. The fat man simply threw a mechanical storage box on the spot, and an armored vehicle instantly appeared there. This is the T-11B2 armored vehicle, which has the capability of low-altitude short-range flight. Equipped with M16 cluster bombs and GL-13 long-range biological sniper rifles, just one shot is enough to kill the pangolin from last time. As he spoke, Brother Chang continued driving forward. Ha! This must cost a lot, right? Zhou Chen was astonished after hearing his explanation. Of course, even if we took on a year's worth of missions, we couldn't afford to switch. This is rented by us. Without its cost, none of our points would have reached 100. Luna sighed, we're still too weak, we can only rely on these high-end weapons. Isn't this a bad deal? Isn't this just working for someone else? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen frowned. The organization needs cannon fodder like us, will pay any price for points. But their experts are limited, and they dare not die. Then the best solution is for us to try our luck. While driving, Chang explained, the beasts we're dealing with today are all at the peak of the 2nd tier. Although they're all 2nd tier, their strength is completely different from that of the 9th tier. Then our car isn't safe, since they have that level of protection. Zhou Chen looked at their car and couldn't help but feel worried. He rented a sniper rifle. What's there to be afraid of? It's in the same class as the GL-13, but it's more agile. Luna pointed at Zhang Qi, then took out one of her mechanical boxes. I brought even stronger weapons, and Brother Chang also rented the C2B series of super armor and weapons. We are the main force. Oh? That's too extravagant. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but show a look of envy. Attention! We've entered the territory of the alien beasts. Just then, the fat man's voice came to remind them. Sister Lu, if we damage these, will we have to pay for them? Zhou Chen became visibly nervous after hearing what the fat man said. No need, we accept missions based on their difficulty. The monsters in the mission didn't weaken them, the only possibility is that our entire army will be wiped out. They retrieved the weapons and equipment and then reused them. Luna shook her head, then continued, of course, if they don't collect it in time, then it depends on who benefits. But it's best not to take it randomly, it's tracked. Unless you're a ranger who's not afraid of being hunted down. Understood. Zhou Chen understood after hearing her words. The group continued their conversation on the rest of the journey, discussing many crucial issues. Zhou Chen learned more knowledge and issues that needed attention from them. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived deep within Area A. From here, you can already see the coastline. In the coastal area, there are still some iron walls, but they look very dilapidated and have been attacked and broken into pieces. Even more were covered in rust and had been thrown far away, clearly the work of those enormous creatures. The strange beasts along the coast are truly formidable. Zhou Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Of course, a single monster at the Sea King level could wipe out our entire city. Luna also looked over and couldn't help but sigh, even military generals would avoid this kind of beast. We are far too weak. Zhou Chen also sighed deeply. Only by venturing outside the city can one truly experience the real world. It's us, not you. Your future is limitless. Chang turned and looked at him, offering encouragement. Gentlemen, a bloodthirsty crab has been detected. This is crucial to our mission. There are countless small crabs, and their strength is all at the body refinement stage. There's no need to worry about them too much. 2 crabs with the strength of beginner-level martial artists have been detected. Just then, Fatty's voice came through the walkie-talkie, reminding everyone. A bloodthirsty cancer? Zhou Chen frowned upon hearing this. A type of deep-sea behemoth, which sounds like a strange beast still in its growth stage. That's right, I just discovered it. Its leather armor can be used as auxiliary material for armored vehicles, and its crab roe can be used as a nutritional meal for martial artists. Crab claws can even be used as an auxiliary material for B-series weapons. Brother Chang nodded, then continued, if he's no longer in his childhood form, we wouldn't dare take on this mission. Understood. Zhou Chen nodded, then looked into the distance. We're going to use cannons, but won't that make too much noise and attract attacks from other alien beasts? No, they all have territory here. If someone trespasses, they'll fight each other to the death. Zhang Qi finally spoke up, so this is also our opportunity, but we need to act quickly. Nobody knows what kind of monsters might be attracted to the ocean, or we'll be doomed. Get ready, the crab soldiers are coming. It was at this moment that the fat man's voice came through the walkie-talkie. His words immediately created a somber atmosphere. Zhou Chen looked down and saw countless crabs, each as big as a cat, surging towards them. Whoosh! Prick! Immediately afterward, the fat man and his armored vehicles began to clear the way. A row of muskets extended from all around the vehicle. They aimed at the crabs on the ground and set them on fire. Chapter 32 Facing the Crab Swarm. Thousands upon thousands of tiny crabs on the ground were being scorched and crackling. Don't underestimate them because they're small. If you're surrounded by them, you're doomed. Chang followed the path that Fatty and the others had cleared. The bloodthirsty crab is just ahead, get ready. Receive. After the fat man and the others responded, Zhang Qi also got ready, gripping the mechanical box tightly in his hand, ready to act at any moment. We need to lure the giant crab to the vicinity of that complex of buildings so we can escape the siege of the smaller crabs. Luna opened the map and carefully looked at the buildings on it. Get all the flight-aiding thrusters ready. We are ready for takeoff. Fatty. You remotely control our car to attract the little crabs. Brother Chang gave Fatty the order. Then Luna helped him open the sunroof of the car. Suddenly, a strong, fishy stench wafted in. Here you go. Just open it and it'll be fine, just drop it a few times and it'll be good to go. Luna handed Zhou Chen a mechanical box containing a flight propulsion device. Good. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and caught it despite his reluctance. After they opened, they spun twice in the air and then flew away. I followed their example, leaping out and then activating the thrusters. Whoosh! The thrusters suddenly appeared, and he quickly fitted them onto his back, just like they did. Everything happened naturally. The propulsion system was sensor activated. It straddles your back and begins to slowly rotate on its own. Open the connector, adjust the forward, backward, up, down, and speed as you like, and have a good feel for it. If you can't hold on, don't fall to the ground, climb a tree or some rubble. Otherwise you'll be surrounded by crabs. Luna's voice suddenly came from beside his ear. It turns out that this thruster can also make remote calls. She can teach him how to do things step by step. Receive. After Zhou Chen applied the method, he immediately began to follow it. Turn on the communicator, connect the iris, connect the hands and feet. After a few minutes, Zhou Chen was flying steadily, having gone from a bouncy, jerky state. Whoosh! In front of him, Changgu forcefully directed the fuel from the thruster toward the ground, causing the crabs below to scatter and flee. Ha ha! Kid! This is fun, you'll have to work hard later. Changgu exclaimed, if you want to fly, you'll have to become a military commander first. There's still a long way to go. When I reach the rank of high-level general, I'll definitely take you on a flight around Jianghai City. Luna flew over to him and gently patted his shoulder. Then it flew towards the building in front of it. Hiss! At that moment, a huge body gradually emerged from the ground 100 meters away from them. Target spotted, Fatty. Keep going. Attract. They're still 200 meters away. After finding her spot, Luna began to continuously report and analyze the data. Zhang Qi. Get ready to come out. Sniping. Fatty. You assist him in sniping too. Focus on Zhang Qi. After confirming the information again, Luna leaped up, flipped over, and left the tall building, disappearing towards the other end. Ready and awaiting instructions. At this moment, Zhang Qi was lying on the roof of a building that had been cut in half. Using the broken wall as cover, they had already aimed their biological gun at the distant target. At this point, his sniper rifle was 5 or 6 times larger than his own. He was like a child in front of that sniper cannon. Get within range, fatty. What about you? Luna continued to analyze the data and kept asking the fat man questions. They're here. After the fat man agreed, he took control of the modified armored vehicle and immediately entered flight mode. He drew a semicircle in the air, ready to fire at any time. Fatty goes first, to disrupt Cancer and draw their attention. Zhang Qi, feel free to improvise. After giving her explanation, Luna dodged away again. They moved away from this battleground. At that moment, Changgu was upstairs from where she had just been, while Su Jia was hiding in a building across the street. Zhou Chen hadn't noticed where Wang Li had gone. He was searching for Wang Li. Boom! While he was searching, the fat man had already made his move. As soon as he fired the shot, the entire flying armor was thrown back dozens of meters by the inertia. A shockwave rippled outwards, and the shell was launched. It kept accelerating in the air, and with each acceleration, it compressed and shattered the air around it. It forms a spectacular smoke ring. After accelerating 3 times, it was finally close to the Cancer's chest. Snap! However, just when everyone thought the shot was about to hit, Cancer had already reacted. The enormous iron pincers suddenly aimed at the shell, clamped it precisely, and then squeezed it tightly. The shells, which were originally lethal, exploded instantly. The shockwave erupted from his pincers, flipping the crab's entire body to one side. A bomb of this magnitude would only cause Cancer to tilt slightly. I am coming. After Zhang Qi let out a roar. They also fired sniper cannons. Bang! 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 This time, he fired 3 sniper shots in quick succession. Each of them spewed forth tongues of fire, shooting off into the distance. It threw 3 long trails in the air. The target is the crab's head and thorax. Zhou Chen was alarmed. If this hit, Cancer's power would definitely be weakened. Their tactics can then be implemented. However, to everyone's surprise, after Cancer spotted the cannonball, it moved laterally and appeared dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Boom! The bullets were fired and landed on the distant ruins. The explosion was deafening, and smoke billowed from the ruins, filling the air with the thick smell of gunpowder and a nauseating chemical odor. Even though Zhou Chen was far away, he could still be overwhelmed by the pungent smell. Damn it, again! The fat man cursed, then continued aiming. Nana! Can I attack? Is she in berserk mode yet? Strength 35,000 kilograms. Speed 200. Health points 20,000. Health and mana increased by 50,000. No berserk mode yet. Continue. After analyzing the data, Luna instructed the fat man to continue the attack. They're here. After the fat man agreed this time, he continued firing. Bang! 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 This time, having learned Zhang Qi's method, he fired 3 shots in one go, blocking the crab's left and right paths respectively. The last shot was once again aimed at the crab's heart. Bang! Meanwhile, Zhang Qi wasn't idle either. He started to improvise. They targeted the upper 3 sides of the crab. This time, no matter which direction it tries to escape, it has nowhere to run. Even if it were to take a direct hit, it only has 2 pincers. How could it possibly catch 6 shells? No solution. Looking at the situation before him, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile. A beast is a beast. It can't possibly withstand the crushing power of human intelligence. Click. Boom. At that moment, 2 giant crabs suddenly rushed out from both sides. It used its own strength to block the shells. Damn it! I miscalculated. Was kicking him in chapter 33 to save him? Zhou Chen watched as the bloodthirsty giant crab, after the 2 crabs blocked the fatal blow, began to lock onto its target with a pair of lantern-sized eyes on its massive body. The first target was none other than the fat guy's group. Fatty, back off. I've locked onto you. Luna's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Got it, take this opportunity to deal with him. After the fat man agreed, he began to control the armored vehicle to retreat. Zhou Chen observed his retreat route. Instead of fleeing directly, he deliberately drew the attention of the bloodthirsty giant crab. This is to prevent it from changing its target and causing trouble for others. This is what a team should be. Zhou Chen was speechless upon seeing this. Wang Li, Luna. You two take care of those two younger ones. Zhang Qi, I'll deal with the big ones and find a way to weaken them. At this point, Chang Gu began to arrange tactics. Fatty, release the biological agent. Hee, I've been ready for a long time. After the fat man agreed, a trail of pink gas began to appear behind the low-flying armored vehicle. The bloodthirsty crab was completely unprepared. They quickly inhaled a large amount of pink gas. Mobility decreased by 3%. Defense decreased by 6%. Attack increased by 4%. Captain, be careful. This bastard knows he's been poisoned and has increased his attack power. During the walkie-talkie, Luna analyzed the bloodthirsty cancer and reminded Chang Gu. Zhou Chen, Earth Cone. Slow him down, I'm going in. It was at this moment that Brother Chang suddenly gave Zhou Chen an order. Zhou Chen was just watching Wang Li and Luna's fight, learning from their experience. Suddenly hearing Chang Ji's voice, he realized that the bloodthirsty cancer was already quite close to him. Okay. After Zhou Chen agreed, he suddenly leaped out. Without the slightest hesitation. It is clear that if even one person hesitates, the best opportunity will be lost. This represents a drain and a loss for them. Every expenditure is enormous. Earth Cone. He roared. Suddenly, earth spikes emerged from near the bloodthirsty giant crab. Then they transformed into torrents, rushing towards the bloodthirsty giant crab. Bang! Boom! It was at this moment that the bloodthirsty crab's freedom was restricted by the earth cone. They had to deal with this annoying ground cone. A single clamp can send a ground cone flying, but it also stirs up the surrounding dust. It blocked the bloodthirsty crab's view. Bang! Soon, he was stabbed several times by the ground spikes. However, compared to the defenses of the bloodthirsty cancer, it's nothing. It's impossible to break through its defenses. Even when it was bumped, the bloodthirsty crab didn't even flinch. They're here. Zhou Chen heard the sound and looked over. Above the sky, Chang Gu leaped high like a cannonball. He pressed a button on a mechanical arm on his wrist. Whoosh! The entire robotic arm was suddenly activated. In an instant, electricity surged around him. The robotic arm moved around his body at a speed visible to the naked eye, beginning to print 3D armor. However, it's immediately obvious that these armors are not made of ordinary materials. You can even see flesh and blood wriggling on it. It was completely activated in an instant. A brand new set of armor appeared on him. Mechanical armor? Zhou Chen was even a little envious. This must be very valuable. Immediately afterwards, the giant sword that Chang Gu was holding, which was a full 10 feet long, began to grow even larger. It's obvious that the force comes from the robotic arm. Die! With a roar, Chang Gu slammed his entire body down onto the head of the bloodthirsty giant crab. If this attack hits, the bloodthirsty crab will lose half its health bar, if not die. It could also sense the threat to its life at this moment. They began to retreat amidst the smoke and dust from the ground cone. Hey kid, what are you standing there for? Are you stupid? Brother Chang roared angrily. It's obvious they want his support. Coming. Zhou Chen finally came to his senses and hurriedly roared again, Earth Spikes. Activate. This time, he used all his strength to unleash the ground stimulus. Dozens of thorny vines, as if they had come alive, stretched out their arms and began to coil around the bloodthirsty giant crab. Good. You're quick-witted. Don't get distracted. This is a battle. Understand? Seeing that Zhou Chen was starting to understand, Chang Gu praised him again. At this moment, he was getting closer and closer to the head of the bloodthirsty crab. The bloodthirsty crab's attention had already been drawn to Zhou Chen. Bang! Bang! It was at this moment that Zhang Qi also made his move. 2 sniper shots came in quick succession. The sound of wind breaking through the open space had already begun to howl. Boom! Good! Hit! Luna, check! Zhang Qi clapped his hands, signaling Luna to interpret the data again. Mobility decreased by 7%. Defense decreased by 3%. Attack power increased again, now at 11%. Don't let it touch you, or you'll surely die. While fighting, Luna also explained the data to them. Kill. After obtaining her data, Chang Gu roared in anger. Unleash your full speed. In an instant, it was like a beam of light and shadow, crashing heavily onto the bloodthirsty crab. Click. With a loud bang, dust billowed up from the ground. Centered on the bloodthirsty giant crab, a wave of energy and light, more than a foot long, surged outwards. It spread for over 10 feet, encompassing all the small crabs and buildings within its range. Everything was agitated, and some of the closest small crabs exploded on the spot. When I looked again, Brother Chang had already leaped into the air like a victorious general. Disengage from the battle. There was no further movement from the rolling gazes below. We won. Good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, a huge blood claw suddenly attacked. He grabbed Changgu tightly. If he is caught, he will surely be beheaded. Careful. Team leader. Everyone was also taken aback. Damn it. Defend. Seeing the pincers so close at hand, Changgu suddenly activated the defenses of his mechanical armor. But it was too late. Captain, to the left. Just then, Zhou Chen's voice suddenly came from afar. A gust of wind followed immediately. Whoosh! Zhou Chen had already rushed over, and with his extraordinary speed, he arrived at Brother Chang's side under the incredulous gazes of everyone. Bang! That's not all. Then, in full view of everyone, he kicked Changgu in the chest. They used him like a punching bag and kicked him away at a pile of ruins in the distance. At that moment, the giant pincers snapped shut. It was Zhou Chen's kick that gave Changgu an extraordinary speed, allowing him to escape unscathed. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, was exposed to the giant pincers. He didn't sit still, he braced his feet against the giant pincers, leaned his body backward, and tried to use the momentum to leave the area again. Call. Another pair of iron pincers came at them. Chapter 34. Next time, could you please try a different way to save people? Bang! By this time, Zhang Qi and his team were already prepared. In fact, they had already made preparations to provide assistance when Changgu was there. Unfortunately, it was too late. As for Zhou Chen, they had plenty of opportunity and time. Fatty's here. The fat man roared and drove the armored vehicle into the sky. Bang! The impact slammed heavily into the bloodthirsty crab's pincers, causing them to jerk violently. Boom! Boom! Immediately following was Zhang Qi's sniper cannon. With 2 blows, the bloodthirsty crab's pincers drooped down. He struck the joint of the giant pincer, which is the most vulnerable spot. Take this. At this moment, Su Jie suddenly appeared, gripping the spear tightly in his hand, and then bent backward in an incredible arc. Suddenly, he threw the spear. After the spear was thrown, it sliced through the air, leaving sparks, and stabbed towards the mouthparts of the bloodthirsty crab. Bang! Puff! This time, it hit directly, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the mouthparts of the bloodthirsty crab. It's like a fountain. Return! Su Jie waved his hand, recalling the spear. Meanwhile, Changgu has recovered. Like a cannonball, the sword was hurled at the heart of the bloodthirsty crab. Bang! This sword strike had an explosive effect. They directly cut open his abdomen, where it was soft. Boom! With everyone working together, the bloodthirsty crab crashed to the ground in frustration. Smoke and dust rose, and the small crabs around them scattered in panic when they saw their mother being killed. Solve! Very good. Everyone then landed on the ground and high-fived in celebration. At this moment, Brother Chang walked over, clutching his chest. The target was Zhou Chen. The others also smiled and looked in his direction. Captain, that was a very dangerous moment. I didn't even use my full strength. Seeing this, Zhou Chen scratched his head and offered a somewhat embarrassed explanation. Changgu walked over with a dark face and looked at Zhou Chen. How about you hit me a few times to vent your anger? Zhou Chen felt like he was being pricked by needles. You brat, next time, can you try a different way to save someone? Or at least say hello first. I'll give you my ass, it'll be more comfortable. If I weren't wearing armor, you would have kicked my ribs to pieces. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Changgu punched him hard in the chest. Then she pulled Zhou Chen into her arms. Come on. Let's see our spoils. Good. Seeing this, the others burst into laughter and excitedly approached Cancer. Su Jie. Remove the beast core. Lu Na. Collect the corpse. Chang made the arrangements, then looked at the 2 bloodthirsty giant crab corpses in the distance. The beast core has been collected, and 1 corpse has also been collected. The other one is no longer of value, so let's just throw it away. Luna noticed his gaze and gave him a warning. Okay, bring me one beast core. Chang nodded and waved to Luna, give me one, and I'll deduct one resource from my account. Oh? Upon hearing this, Luna showed a hint of surprise, but still handed the beast core to him. After catching the beast core, Chang Gu came over to Zhou Chen and handed it to him. This is from the captain personally, to thank you for saving my life. Captain, don't be so polite. You wouldn't have been able to kill the bloodthirsty crab without me. Zhou Chen shook his head repeatedly, I can't accept it. You brat, take it, you deserve it. It's a reward for your good performance. The fat man had already gotten out of the armored vehicle, came over and patted his butt. Next time, kick his butt. This. Zhou Chen was a little embarrassed. I was definitely too hasty in rescuing people. How's the consumption? Let's take a look. I'm moving on to the next target. Chang'e looked at the group of people who were cleaning up the bodies. It didn't exceed the budget and is within a manageable range. You can continue the mission. Luna looked at their statistics before reporting the situation to Brother Chang. There are 2 left. We're clearly running out of time. What are the chances of success if we split up? Let's calculate it. Chang checked the time and then said, A11 and A14 are not far apart, let's split up. One team will focus on the main attack, while another team will wear down the weakened beasts. Once the main team completes its mission, we'll move in and finish off the weakened beasts. This is the perfect method. Do you have any other ideas? I agree. The fat man raised his hand. Agree. Wang Li was right next to him and also raised his hand. Then I'll definitely be the one to use it up. Luna stuck out her tongue, the testing task will be temporarily handed over to Zhang Qi. As he spoke, he took out another set of testing equipment and handed it to Zhang Qi. Mission accomplished. After Zhang Qi took it, he shook it in his hand and it hit his eye. So, Zhou Chen, Luna, and Wang Li will be in one group. Fatty, Zhang Qi, Su Jia, and I will go together to kill the other one. Brother Chang quickly assigned the tasks. You 3 have a simple mission, to weaken the alien beasts as much as possible, giving us a chance to kill them in one blow. Okay, leave it to us. Wang Li was assigned to the group of women and teenagers, but he didn't complain at all. Instead, they readily agreed. Zhou Chen greatly admired his attitude. This is team spirit, no complaints or opinions, and everyone will obey arrangements as long as it benefits everyone. Then let's go to A11, that electric eel is stronger. The fat man thought for a moment and then offered his opinion. Then let's deal with the sea lions. Luna glanced at area A14, then we'll split up. You can have the armored vehicles, and we'll drive off-road. Yes, you need to be careful and not be careless. Brother Chang showed no intention of yielding. As I just emphasized, they are the main force. Naturally, it needs to be equipped with more powerful weapons and equipment. Set off. The fat man raised his hand and went back into the armored vehicle. Zhou Chen then got into the off-road vehicle. The 2 sides parted ways, each pursuing their own goals. Sister Lu, what is the strength of a sea lion? While in the car, Zhou Chen curiously inquired about the sea lion's strength. With its strength at the 5th level of the 2nd tier, we can only delay it. While looking at the navigation, Luna explained to Zhou Chen, compared to the crabs we just had, these are much weaker, but we still can't be careless. Understood, Sister Lu. We have these high-tech weapons that can help us fight against opponents of higher levels. Wouldn't that make it easy to defeat the beasts? This is what Zhou Chen found somewhat puzzling. Their strongest member is Chang Gu, a mid-level martial arts master at the 3rd level. The others were all at the peak of the initial stage of martial arts, or at the 9th level of strength. Your reasoning isn't wrong, but none of this is absolute. While driving, Wang Li explained to him, if the monsters go berserk, even another team like ours would die here. Chapter 35 Special Awakeners. Zhou Chen opened his mouth in confusion. What? You don't believe me? Luna smiled mysteriously, then looked somewhat serious. Didn't you see I've been monitoring the data the whole time? It's to prevent them from going berserk. If we go berserk, we must run away, we must not linger in the fight. Is it really that perverted? Zhou Chen still didn't believe it. Yes, that's because we're not strong enough. Wang Li sighed, there's nothing we can do. Hunting down opponents of the same level yields pitifully few points. Going over a level carries risks. That's right, even if it's a berserk one of the same level, the 6 of us can still kill it. It's different when someone is above your level. The six of us wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. Luna patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. You can rest for a while, there's still an hour's journey ahead. Good. Zhou Chen also felt very tired. He used zero energy when he cast Earth Spike and Earth Cone. But when it came to saving people, they truly used all their strength. Otherwise, Brother Chang would have been dismembered. Using the Devour skill yourself consumes zero resources, which is good. As Zhou Chen pondered this, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the two people in front of him. Lu Na was looking at the road, and Wang Li was also looking at the road conditions. Only then did he secretly take out the beast core of the bloodthirsty giant crab. It has a bright, watery appearance all over, but the inside is grayish. Devour. Zhou Chen chose to devour without hesitation. Ding, congratulations host, you have devoured the bloodthirsty giant crab beast core. Ding. Special skill acquired, Iron Arm. Iron Arm, possessing the strength and resilience of a bloodthirsty crab's iron pincers, it is the strongest part of the body, capable of breaking through defenses with heavy blows, and also capable of retracting for defense. Zhou Chen was thrilled upon hearing the system's notification. But my strength can't be improved? I'm stuck at the 9th level of body refinement? Ding, detection. The host has reached the peak of body refinement. Ding. System notification, the host has gained a special ability or can increase their strength, but can only choose one. You can choose to increase your strength next time. Damn, that's so stingy. Are you trying to play the fish and bear's paw joke on me? Zhou Chen inwardly grumbled, but he still couldn't accept it. However, it's not bad, peak of body refinement? So why not just grab some more benefits today? Zhou Chen comforted himself and then breathed a sigh of relief. Arrive. At this moment, Lu Na looked at the map and said, its range of activity is near this shallow beach. Zhou Chen, here, take this and refuel the thrusters. Lu Na handed Zhou Chen a blue jar, about the size of an arm. Okay. Is that enough for you? Zhou Chen caught it and then asked them about their situation. It's enough, don't worry. Wang Li. Put the SUV away, we're getting ready to walk the dog. Lu Na smiled and got off the bus. She did not use the thrusters directly, clearly to conserve energy. Walking the lion. Wang Li smiled and took their off-road vehicle. This kind of team has ample storage space for all kinds of machinery. Zhou Chen now understands them. They are generally only at the beginner level of martial arts, and they are dealing with mid-level martial arts masters. It's difficult to advance to a higher level, but the income is considerable. Zhou Chen, stop daydreaming and focus. Understand? Seeing him get out of the car in a daze, Wang Li went up to him and punched him hard in the chest. Be responsible for yourself. You're also being responsible for your teammates. We don't want to lose any of our teammates, and we don't want to be heartbroken. Don't be so serious. Let's go. Focus. Lu Na came over, pinched Zhou Chen's cheek, and then turned on the detector. He's resting at a distance of 500 yards from us. I'll lure it away. You guys figure out a way to wear it down. Wang Li stretched his limbs, then gave Zhou Chen a look. Don't be afraid, your brother Li will protect you. All right. Keep it up, Li Gu. Zhou Chen smiled in agreement. He had only seen Wang Li make a move once in the team. It's a very strange attack method. He attacks by releasing insects. Could it be a Gu master? No way, I've never heard of this awakening. Are you wondering about his attack methods? Lu Na walked alongside him, smiling as she looked at Zhou Chen. Huh? Yes, what kind of awakened one is brotherly? Zhou Chen nodded. That's right. Among awakened beings, elemental awakening is the lowest level, followed by ability awakening, and then divine awakening. Your little girlfriend belongs to the divine awakening category. But we don't know exactly which one. Finally, there is a special awakening that allows one to control weaker alien beasts and use them for their purposes. Some people can absorb the awakened abilities of others and use them, but this is only temporary. In short, these kinds of people are very special. There are also special ability users with elemental evolution. For example, our Extreme Martial Arts Academy has an awakener with the ice attribute, and Wang Li can control alien beasts. He is currently at the peak of the initial stage of martial arts, and the strongest alien beast he can control is a first-level 9th-level alien beast. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhou Chen. Oh, I see, I understand now. Zhou Chen nodded, a look of sudden realization on his face. And the most powerful type is the Spirit Master. It's you. People like you. They say you're stronger than those who have awakened to godhood, but some of the weaker ones still get beaten up. To put it simply, he could easily defeat a god-awakened individual, but it all depends on the person. I hope that in the future you can become someone who crushes others, so you must work hard. When the opportunity comes in the future, I can brag to others that Zhou Chen, the spiritual master, was once my teammate and taught me a lot of knowledge. Luna affectionately ruffled his hair, then quickened her pace. Wang Li. How about it, can we start? Don't rush, you can set up an ambush now. Wang Li waved to them. At this moment, Zhou Chen noticed that some small crabs were already swarming around him. They were obviously collected during his battle. No wonder we usually don't see him during battles, he's out collecting corpses. Zhou Chen then understood what was going on. Don't underestimate him. His abilities were demonstrated when faced with a large-scale encirclement and suppression. That's his ability. It's impossible for a few of us to kill hundreds of alien beasts, but he can. They're the scavengers in our team. Luna lowered her voice at the end of her sentence. Luna, don't lead the children astray. Clearly, Wang Li overheard their conversation. Okay. I was wrong. Luna stuck out her tongue. Let's split up an ambush from the left and right. Be alert, don't get distracted. Okay. Understood. Zhou Chen looked to the direction on his right and then carefully walked over. Luna, meanwhile, began setting up some hidden mines on the ground. After getting everything ready, she sent Wang Li a message, ready. Receive. After receiving Wang Li's response, Zhou Chen turned his attention to the matter. It was placed in front. A colossal creature, entirely black, measuring a full 10 zhang in length. Chapter 36 Windblade vs. Giant Hammer. Storm Sea Lion. After Luna finished preparing, she began the examination. There's another one in her belly. Goodness, she already has the strength of the peak of body refinement while still in the womb. Alright, it's my turn to make a move. Wang Li's voice came through the intercom. Zhou Chen looked ahead. Wang Li has already summoned many strange beasts, all of which are his puppets. Upon spotting the Storm Sea Lion in front of them, they surged toward it. The Storm Sea Lion, which was lazily basking in the shallows, saw a swarm of ants rushing towards it. It was taken aback for a moment. In its understanding, it was impossible for such a low-level beast to challenge its authority. Roar! So the Storm Sea Lions, who hadn't taken them seriously, roared and tried to subdue their enemies without a fight. This shows that a pregnant mother is not as aggressive as some people think. Luckily, she's pregnant. If she had a baby, the whole team would have had to do it. Luna also started analyzing the situation in the message. I'll harass it first, and when it gets angry, it'll start chasing me. Wang Li wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he kept taking out his insects and strange beasts to play with. This made the Storm Sea Lion increasingly impatient. Her once calm eyes were now showing signs of anger. In particular, the faint, almost imperceptible wind swirling around them was beginning to intensify. The water stains around it began to rage violently due to the increased wind force. TSK, you're angry? Then I'll get serious. He smacked his lips and then suddenly summoned a raptor that was entirely crimson red. Roar! The raptor let out a long cry and then spewed a stream of crimson flame from its mouth. It rushed toward swallowing the Storm Sea Lion. Call. However, the Storm Lion refers to a sea lion that spews a storm from its mouth. Unlike ordinary occurrences, its appearance caused the surrounding air to distort. The surrounding void was torn open, and the spatial flow reversed by a few inches. This is? Zhou Chen had entered a knowledge-blind spot. Gale Force, that's its innate ability, but this level is just an appetizer. It hasn't used its full strength yet, it's just trying to scare it. Luna kept monitoring the data. Don't worry, it hasn't gone berserk, everything is safe now, keep attracting. Again! Wang Ligan's Firebird has been forced back by the Storm Sea Lion. He summoned another giant python, 2 sizes smaller than the Storm Sea Lion. However, they still charged forward fearlessly. This time, the Storm Sea Lion was somewhat moved. Looking at the ants before him, he opened his mouth again. A blade of wind shot out. Whoosh! In just a moment, it split the giant python in two. Large amounts of blood flowed on the shallows. It instantly turned the shallows red. Holy crap, this is insane! How are we supposed to fight this? Seeing this scene, Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. Humph, we haven't even reached the higher levels yet, don't worry. Wang Li is playing too, but he's not using his best skills. Lu Na chuckled softly into the communicator. Boom! Bang! At that very moment, a series of deafening explosions erupted from their southeast direction. The captain and the others have started, and we're ready too. This time, Lu Na turned serious and suddenly activated her battle armor. In an instant, being encased in armor made her figure even more alluring. I'm starting too. Wang Li responded via the communicator and activated his armor. Then, he had a giant hammer in his hand. Crimson flames swirled around the giant hammer, and with just a slight shake on the ground, it evaporated the seawater on the shallow beach below. Sister Lu, Brother Li is really strong. Zhou Chen then realized the immense power he possessed, which was in no way inferior to Brother Chang's. However, why don't they usually show their true colors? He already possessed the strength to surpass the captain, but he was always reluctant to break through, giving all his resources to the captain and us. He was originally the captain of another squad, but due to his own mistake, the entire squad was wiped out. Lu Na explained to Zhou Chen privately over the intercom, so you thought Brother Chang regarded us as the weakest? You're wrong. He hopes that we can deal with the Storm Sea Lions as soon as possible and go to support them. I see, then I can't hold back either. Zhou Chen suddenly realized what was happening and then abruptly activated the thrusters. He didn't have the armor they used. Kill! Wang Li roared and, with a speed surpassing that of Changgu, suddenly appeared above the Storm Sea Lion. The giant hammer in his hand surged, and a fiery arc of electricity fell vertically down. Roar! Storm Sea Lion never expected that this ant would suddenly unleash such powerful combat strength. With a roar, he unleashed 2 wind blades. The wind blade condensed and directly slashed a long trail in the void. He charged straight at the descending electric arc. Prick! The electric arcs and wind blades scorched each other, producing a piercing burning sound. And there was the constant buzzing of electric sparks. An energy storm is forming between the two, neither willing to yield. Go! It was at this moment that Lu Na made her move. The weapon she was holding made Zhou Chen's eyes widen. A seemingly delicate woman was actually carrying a heavy G1114 series cannon. With just a roar, she fired a heavy cannon. Boom! After a loud bang, the force of the impact sent her flying backward more than 30 meters. The heavy cannon, already exceeding the speed of sound, suddenly slammed into the Storm Sea Lion's chest. I got it! Lu Na clapped her hands. She placed the heavy cannon on the ground and then stood directly on top of the cannon barrel. It's no use. Wang Li sighed as well. Zhou Chen then turned his attention back to the Storm Sea Lion. There was no damage to the chest that had just been hit. A wall of wind on the Storm Sea Lion's chest firmly blocked the attack. However, the force of the explosion only pushed it back a few dozen meters. Such strong defense. Wang Li, it's up to you now. Lu Na gave an awkward smile. I'll wait for the right opportunity. I am coming. Zhou Chen was already prepared at this point. Although I know I can't be of much help, it's okay to bother you a little. At least I'm fast enough. A thunderous strike. Wang Li gathered his strength in the void, and the giant hammer in his hand suddenly grew larger. Then, he aimed at the Storm Sea Lion below and unleashed a bolt of azure lightning. Around the lightning bolt, as thick as a bucket, streaks of black flame swirled. This time, the Storm Sea Lion did not underestimate his attack, and its big eyes narrowed. Open your mouth again. Click. A wind blade, several dozen feet long, emerged. After appearing, the wind blade suddenly flew towards Wang Li. What Zhou Chen found strange was that this attack seemed quite ordinary. Is it because it's too big and consumes a lot of energy? He felt uneasy, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Chapter 37 has finally been broken through. Sizzle. The power of the electric arc is being unleashed. The wind blade paused abruptly the instant it came into contact with the electric arc. Swish, swish, swish. Subsequently, it split into 2, and then into 4. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into countless wind blades. Like countless darts, they pierced through the arc of electricity and headed straight for Wang Li behind him. Careful! I'll smash them. Lu Na gave a reminder, then lifted the giant cannon with one hand and fired a shot. Boom! After a loud bang, it suddenly rushed towards the wind blade. Boom! Boom! The successive explosions shattered the wind blades. The two worked together seamlessly. After Wang Li stepped aside, he didn't rest. At the same time, he swung the giant hammer at the storm sea lion and shot out a beam of crimson flame. Zhou Chen frowned as he watched his mother fight back and forth. I have absolutely no way to get involved in a battle of this level. We can't just stand by and watch, can we? He racked his brains and started thinking of a solution. Brother Li, I'll distract him. You launch a sneak attack. Surprise attack on its belly. Zhou Chen couldn't think of a good solution, so he resorted to underhanded tactics. Good. I'll support you. Wang Li and Lu Na agreed without hesitation. This requires teamwork. It becomes very difficult if one person is missing. Grandson. Come to Grandpa. Zhou Chen hurled a ground spike directly at the storm sea lion. We caught it completely off guard. Roar. The storm sea lion roared and twisted its massive body, charging directly towards him. At the same time, the wind blades in its mouth kept shooting towards him. Earthen wall. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhou Chen quickly manipulated the ground, and a 10-foot wide and 5-6-foot long earthen wall appeared. With a series of booming sounds, the earthen wall rose from the ground in an instant. He stood between the two of them. Bang! However, in just that one strike, the earthen wall was shattered by the wind blades. They're not even in the same league. Again. Not enough. Add another wall. Zhou Chen persisted, summoning earthen walls as he retreated. Bang! Bang! The storm sea lion, however, did not give up and repeatedly smashed through his earthen wall. 1, 2, 3, and in one go, more than a dozen earthen walls were smashed to pieces. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air, and sand and gravel flew everywhere. Good lad, you're smart. Wang Li cursed, then suddenly exerted his strength. Let's attack together. You use the gene cannon first. Then I'll do it. A 1-second delay is enough. Good. Lu Na readily agreed. He then installed his gene cannon. Purple lightning. Wang Li roared in anger. His aura suddenly surged, and his entire body was enveloped in the power of lightning. It instantly enveloped his body. Finally, it all poured onto his electric hammer. Fire. Boom. Boom. After he reminded her, Lu Na and he acted almost simultaneously. A gene cannon fired before him, followed closely by the power of lightning. The storm sea lion in front of them was unaware of the danger. Its attention was entirely on Zhou Chen. As Zhou Chen retreated, he teased the storm sea lion. It has thoroughly enraged them. However, his strength lay in his body refinement, which prevented it from going berserk. That's why Wang Li just praised him. Boom. Click. A second later, the rear half of the storm sea lion was hit by the gene cannon and purple lightning. The surge of electric arcs amplified the power of the gene cannon's explosion. The two complement each other, and this attack, which came from the cancer, knocked them all to the ground. The storm sea lion was thrown into the air from behind. He fell headfirst to the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Chen didn't sit idly by either. He controlled the ground-based stimulus to shoot out ground spikes. Heavenly maiden scattering flowers. In an instant, dozens of ground spikes shot toward the storm sea lion's belly. Whoosh! Puff! The storm sea lion's abdomen was riddled with holes. Electromagnetic waves. Lu Na was still worried that it would go berserk, so she fired another shell. Send it straight to its death. Call. After several people arrived, Wang Li began to hurriedly collect the bodies. Lu Na then took out the beast core. 2 cubs. Zhou Chen. They're both yours. One has a beast core, the other doesn't. He then tossed the 2 baby storm sea lions to Zhou Chen, while Zhou Chen continued to dismember the storm sea lions. Looking at the corpses of the 2 cubs and feeling the fluctuations emanating from them, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, it chose to devour the beast core. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have devoured the storm sea lion beast core. The beast cores have fused. The Gale skill has evolved. Hurricane Slash increases the host's speed and strength, currently by 20%. When used, it grants the ability to cut through all defenses, pull enemies into a storm, and influence their movements through strong air currents. Upon hearing this reminder, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. Hurricane Slash? Gale has evolved. That's right. If that's the case, then taking action would be much safer, and escaping would be much safer too. He thought for a moment, then simply collected the two corpses and devoured them from the mechanical box. Ding! Host's strength has broken through. I am now at the first level of the initial stage of martial arts. With the system's prompts, Zhou Chen clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body. The meridians that were originally like streams suddenly became several times larger. Although it is still a stream, there is a fundamental difference. This means that his power can be better released and exerted. His aura also became stronger with the breakthrough. The feeling of that pent-up energy made him want to roar. Even with my eyes closed, my senses are enhanced. The body refiner could only sense some fluctuations within a radius of 10 to 20 meters. He can now sense the fluctuations in energy within a radius of at least 50 meters around him. Very good. Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, you broke through? Luna had already collected the beast core by then. Her beautiful eyes noticed Zhou Chen's change immediately. His entire physique and aura underwent a qualitative change. He broke through without making a sound. No wonder he's a spirit master. Wang Li had also cleaned up the mess and noticed the change in Zhou Chen. I broke through by accident. I probably used too much force just now. Zhou Chen scratched his head and came up with a random reason. Excellent. Our overall strength has increased again. Wang Li patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder, then looked towards the southeast. The fluctuations there are continuing and becoming increasingly intense. Use the thrusters, full speed ahead. He quickly made a decision and then took off first. Keep up. Luna gave Zhou Chen a look and then followed after him. Zhou Chen looked around before chasing after them. The energy fluctuations and explosions ahead were enough to prove that their battle had reached a fever pitch. Boom! As they were on their way, another fierce explosion rang out. The shockwave has already reached their area. Chapter 38 Land Reclamation Project? Zhou Chen looked at the energy fluctuations caused by the explosion in the distance, which had already affected a small area in front of him. A visible wave of light suddenly exploded in the distance. Even though they were far apart, they could still feel the intensity of the battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sensing the threat of this battle, the group quickened their pace. When they arrived at Changji's battlefield, they were shocked by what they saw. This is the destructive power of a peak second-tier alien beast. Zhou Chen swallowed hard and stood on the top of an office building that was only half intact. The ruins on the ground in front of them had been ravaged a second time, and many high-rise buildings had been completely reduced to rubble. The city's outline is no longer visible. It has been completely razed to the ground. Ouch! The fat man's groans came from under a boulder. Wang Li manipulates a giant crab to help move the boulder. I saw the pitiful fat man. We're finally here. Let's go see how the captain and the others are doing. The fat man took a pill himself and then breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go first. You guys keep an eye on him. Wang Li put the fat man down and then rushed forward. Fatty, what happened? It's so terrible. Luna stepped forward and saw that the fat man had already stood up. He fiddled with his armor, not forgetting to brush the dust off his body. Zhou Chen then came over to help. This loach is too powerful. It spews out clouds and mist, and our armor can't function properly when it's wet. But it thrives in its environment. The fat man gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. I'm feeling better. You guys go ahead, I'll go find my armored vehicle. That was a miscalculation. We should have rented some waterproof or underwater weapons and armor. Luna gleaned key information from his words. That's right. But it's expensive too, and it's really frustrating not having it. Underwater combat is severely hampered. The fat man nodded, then shook his head. I'll talk to you later, I'm going to find my stuff. Zhou Chen then realized that there was a piece of flesh that had been removed from his buttocks. He was clearly electrocuted and couldn't withstand the shock, so he jumped out of the car and ran away. Let's go. Let's check the situation. Luna controlled the thrusters and set off again, heading straight for the deep pool. Zhou Chen didn't dare to fall behind. When he arrived, he finally saw Brother Chang and his group. Where's the electric eel? Luna did not see the electric eel, and there was no movement at this time. Chang and his group were standing in the nearby ruins and on a tree more than 10 feet high. It will fight for a while, then it will go down. Chang sighed, I miscalculated. I didn't expect this bastard to be so cunning. They must have gone to rest. Zhou Chen also joined in the analysis. No, we're going down to replenish our energy. The energy consumption up there is too high, so we'll come down. Zhang Qi leaned against his sniper rifle. What can we do then? If we keep waiting, it will get dark, and we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Luna approached the deep pool, saying, our equipment is all rented out, so this isn't cost effective. If we delay even for one day, the rent will skyrocket, and we'll lose money. Not bad. Let's think of a way. Chang'e gripped the long knife in his hand again, then came to the deep pool and looked inside. We need to find a way to solve this problem, otherwise we'll have to go back. Su Jie also came over, his expression solemn. Why don't we use Zhou Chen's Earth-type awakening? Luna's eyes lit up, and she pulled Zhou Chen over. Ha? You don't mean you want him to fill this place up, do you? This pool is incredibly deep. It's impossible. And the water is salty, so it's very likely connected to the sea. Zhang Qi shook his head and said seriously, the only way is to lure it out and kill it in one blow. But we're not strong enough to do that yet, and that's a problem. I might give it a try. Zhou Chen scratched his head, a determined look in his eyes. He can activate system skills without limitations. It will not consume any energy or energy of your own. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to fill this deep pool. You're kidding me. Even if you filled this entire building, you'd still be exhausted. Not to mention the deep pool, if it were truly filled, you wouldn't be able to squeeze it dry. Wang Li patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Your courage is commendable. I want to try it too. Zhou Chen pointed to the deep pool. If we can lure it out, I can use my wind attribute awakening to isolate the water it releases, and then its electric shock effect will be limited. This way, we'll have our chance to make a move. With your combined attack, you can take half his life. In the end, it will definitely try to escape, so I will use my Earth attribute awakening to block its retreat. This kind of low-level beast has no mind. They'll definitely be contained, which gives you a second chance to deliver the decisive blow. Oh? So you're saying you can give us 2 chances to win the game? Luna looked quite interested and pondered for a while. That's right. I can do it. But the attack is up to you. If we fail again this time, we might as well go straight back. Zhou Chen nodded deeply, his eyes burning with passion. In that case, we'll trust you this once. If it fails, let's retreat. After pondering for a while, Chang'e finally decided to give it a try. Do you guys have any other opinions? No. Let's give it a shot. Several people readily agreed. Fatty. Where's Fatty? Once Chang made up his mind, he started looking for Fatty. Here. In the distance, the fat man drove his armored vehicle, scrambling along the rugged road. The once pristine armored vehicle was now completely destroyed. Even that heavy cannon had been blown away. Go down and lure the electric eels up. When Chang saw him coming over, he pointed to the underwater area. I need to relieve myself, please let someone else drive. The fat man shuddered when he heard that he was going into the water again. I've already been electrocuted enough today. From a distance, the once chubby, fair-skinned man looks. Now his whole body is red and slightly yellowish. It was clearly caused by an electric shock, especially to his hair, which was originally a buzz cut. Now they stand up one by one, just like they've been straightened. If you don't go, you'll have to bear the consequences. Luna couldn't help but laugh when she saw his miserable appearance. However, she still pretended to be stern and threatened him. Okay, let's make this clear first. You guys need to act quickly, before it shocks me again. I felt so cute just now. The fat man, with a mournful face, repeatedly gave instructions to everyone. Hurry up and go. Stop dawdling. If he hadn't been in the car, Luna would have already kicked him. What did I do to deserve this? The fat man muttered something, but still obeyed. Open the waterproofing on the armored vehicle, then rev the engine. Boom. With a roar, the armored vehicle drove directly into the water. The sound of water rose from all sides, and everyone became tense. Chapter 39. The electric eel has grown bigger? Everyone, spread out and wait for him to come up. Chang looked around and said, Zhang Qi. Go over there. Luna. Go to the back. Zhou Chen. It's all up to you now. I will do my best. Zhou Chen exuded an imposing aura, his fists clenched tightly. We are ready. Gulp, gulp. It was at this moment that there was movement underwater. Action. Brother Chang immediately retreated. Zhou Chen also stepped back. A short while later, the armored vehicle flew out of the water. They sped towards the open space ahead. Zhou Chen clearly saw that the fat man inside the armored vehicle had had his hair electrocuted. He sped up as fast as he could. Whoosh! Whoosh! No sooner had he emerged than a jet-black, sleek electric eel rushed out after him. It suddenly accelerated and caught up. Its flexible body twisted and turned on the ground, propelling its body, which was over 10 feet long, forward. Its speed was not affected by its size at all. Hurricane! Slash! This was the first time Zhou Chen had used a skill after breaking through to the initial stage of martial arts. In the past, he was always calm and composed, but this time, there was a ripple around him. He was like a child of the wind, surrounded by a raging storm. They lifted him up and chased after him. At the same time, with a roar, a wildly spinning hurricane suddenly appeared. The target was the electric eel right in front of them. Call! Boom! It then covered the electric eel's enormous body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it scraped away all the mucus from its body, just like plucking the feathers from a slaughtered hen. It went all the way from tail to head. However, the power of this hurricane is much greater than the damage caused by boiling water. However, it was still too weak for the electric eel. The mucus and some moisture on its body surface were blown away by the hurricane. It couldn't break through its defenses. It only managed to cut a small section of the skin as it passed over its belly. For an electric eel that is several meters long, this amount of damage is negligible. Let's do it! When Shanggu saw that the water the electric eel used to generate electricity was gone, he suddenly appeared. At this point, the electric eel finally realized it had been tricked. It hurriedly opened its mouth, which was full of fangs, trying to spit out water from its stomach to continue breaking down the water and launching an attack. It's electrolyzing water, it started discharging. Zhou Chen! Continue! Shanggu had clearly suffered a lot from this move before, and when he saw the electric eel open its mouth, he started to warn Zhou Chen. Okay. Here it comes. After Zhou Chen agreed, he once again condensed a hurricane, slash. This attack was synchronized with the electric eel. As soon as it opened its mouth, an arc of electricity as thick as a car spread outwards in a menacing manner. The water in the mouth was also directly broken down. In an instant, mist filled the surroundings. Damn it, this won't do. Luna looked into the mist and saw bolts of lightning, each as thick as a water bucket, roaring. You can instantly understand the pain of a fat person. Let's give it our all. Shanggu was also prepared to fight tooth and nail. They couldn't delay any longer. They're here. It was at this moment that Zhou Chen's hurricane reappeared. Phew! Whoosh! As the hurricane roared, the water vapor in the air was instantly cleared away. Once again, everything is clear and bright. Pretty. Good. Let's get started. His actions changed the course of the battle. Once the fog dissipates, the electric eel's lightning strikes will no longer be able to attack indiscriminately. Their movements will no longer be restricted, and their vision will be unobstructed. Overlord Spear. Blazing Blade. Gene Cannon. Watch me. Each person unleashed their unique skills, bombarding the electric eel. Fatty's here. The fat man finally got his revenge, directly controlling his armored vehicle and firing 5 shells in one go. The armored vehicle was so badly damaged by the recoil that it lost all accuracy. As everyone worked together, an air current reversed around them. The tiny cracks in space gave the illusion of being torn apart. It caused visible ripples to spread through the air. However, it ultimately failed to generate such terrifying destructive power. After all, they were only beginner-level martial artists, and they only achieved this effect by using high-level weapons and equipment. Their target was only one thing, the electric eel. Sensing these terrifying fluctuations, the electric eel prepared to flee. With a forceful twist of its head, it tried to escape into the deep pool. However, to her surprise, the moment she turned around, the view behind us was blocked by an earthen wall. As they made their move, Zhou Chen's earthen wall was already summoned. This time, his walls were even thicker. It was 5 or 6 zhang thick and more than 10 zhang high, which was enough to blot out the sky for an electric eel crawling on the ground. Moreover, he didn't just build one earthen wall, but rather a dozen or so solid walls. All the way to the edge of the deep pool, the layers of earthen walls formed a maze-like structure, displaying an arc-like shape. This means that if an electric eel makes 2 impacts, its forward angle will change due to the arc of the impact. This means that it is very likely to get further and further away from the deep pool the more it rushes. Good lad, he's using the 8 trigrams formation. Brother Chang saw through the deception at a glance. Well done. While praising her, Luna's hands were also busy. The cold blade had already been knocked away. Boom! Bang! After a series of loud explosions, the electric eel's back, belly, and tail were torn and bleeding. They didn't originally have such strong attack power. However, all of this was because the weapons and equipment were rented. This gives them sufficient power to unleash destructive force far exceeding their own capabilities. In just a moment, the electric eel was beaten and covered in wounds. Boom! Boom! However, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. It still had the strength to escape. If you smash down the earthen wall in front of you, you'll return to the deep pool. They've changed direction. It really works. At this moment, everyone realized that the electric eel was indeed at the wrong angle. They started to circle around towards them again. Bang! Boom! The earthen wall is still being smashed. Zhou Chen continued to create curved earthen walls to guide the electric eels away from the deep pool. At first, the electric eel didn't feel anything, but after crashing into more than a dozen earthen walls, it realized something was wrong. However, at this moment, Changgu and his team had already gathered their strength again. We're preparing for a second, decisive blow. Zhou Chen also knew that the critical moment had arrived, so he made the earthen wall even thicker. It was to distract it. Fatty! Empty the magazine. Don't be stingy. Luna roared angrily. Keep 2 shots. Brother Chang gave another reminder. Bang! Under their command, the fat man almost emptied the ammunition magazine. The series of explosions left the electric eel completely disoriented. Jean Cannon. Zhang Qi also fired 4 or 5 shots in one go. Zhou Chen noticed their actions and sensed something was amiss. An electric eel? It's gotten bigger? Chapter 40. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Movement ability increased by 10%. Defense increased by 20%. Attack power increased by 25%. Everyone, this is bad, it's gone berserk. The second person to discover the problem was Luna. Damn, so close. Chang gritted his teeth and continued, prepare to retreat. While it's still in its outbreak phase. Withdraw. The fat man hurriedly called everyone to his armored vehicle. There's enough space inside to accommodate them. Quick! The armored vehicle's speed is enough to outrun it. Wang Li waved to Zhou Chen, who was in the distance, beckoning him to come over. TCH. Almost there. Zhou Chen spat on the ground. So many earthen walls were smashed, and dust was billowing everywhere. He looks like a dirt man now, covered in dust. Click. At that very moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It landed directly on Zhou Chen. Fortunately, he was covered in dirt, which provided basic insulation. It could be chopped black. Zhou Chen. Damn, it went berserk so quickly? Seeing that things were not going well, Chang and his men called out to each other. Quickly! Get out of here! However, Zhou Chen could no longer hear what they were saying at this point. He's completely numb from the electric shock. The feeling of being in a daze made it impossible for him to see clearly. What's going on? Such a strong current? Where did it come from the sky? Zhou Chen still had some awareness in his mind. No, we have to get out of here. Zhou Chen knew he couldn't stop, invisibility. After figuring out his situation, he quickly activated his invisibility spell. Disappeared? He can become invisible. Well done. Everyone encouraged Zhou Chen. Brother Chang, you guys go first. Don't wait for me. I'll distract it. Zhou Chen's voice came through their communicator. It will disappear very quickly. Let's go, don't be a burden to him. Retreat first. After the group agreed, they were relieved to know that he could become invisible. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had already escaped far away. However, he could clearly feel that the electric eel's vision was always locked onto him. Every time he flashed into invisibility, it would lock onto him again. This can't go on, it will eventually lock itself in completely. Zhou Chen looked at the buildings in the distance and his eyes lit up. Using buildings to block its pursuit might offer a chance of escape. You guys go back first. It's not far from here, I'll go back myself. This bastard won't let go of me. Zhou Chen reported the situation to them via communicator. No, we can't leave you behind. Chang Ji's voice came directly, many hands make light work, let's split up and deal with it. Its current strength is no different from that of a third-tier beast. What do you have to offer to attract it? Zhou Chen reminded him, I have invisibility as long as you hide well, it won't be able to find me. Alright. Zhou Chen. You'd better watch out. Lu Na was the first to make a decision. You brat, you must come back. Wang Li's voice followed immediately. Kid. You're back. I'll treat you to an electric eel feast. It's on me. Zhang Qi also cracked a joke. The fat man was focused on driving, and Su Jia only reminded him once, be careful. Okay, everyone, see you later. After Zhou Chen agreed, he rushed straight to the area ahead. Area A13. I just saw on the map that Sister Lu mentioned that there is a crocodile here. It's just that it wasn't on the mission leaderboard, so no one's taking care of it. I hope I'm lucky and don't run into it, or I'm doomed. Zhou Chen carefully considered his escape route before continuing forward. Fortunately, the devouring skill does not require the consumption of mental or physical energy. He can use invisibility at will. With his speed evolving ability, he can escape just as quickly. However, it was still not enough against the rampaging electric eel. Often, no sooner had he passed a place than the electric eel would follow him like a shadow. The tall buildings and some dilapidated urban structures behind them were all destroyed by the electric eel's body. Boom! Behind Zhou Chen, there was a constant rumbling. The force of the lightning strike sent chills down his spine. It's only a matter of time before he's caught up. His invisibility technique is useless because he's too weak. The electric eel can still detect him. Fortunately, all that could be detected was his aura. If they had seen him in person, he would have been locked on and killed long ago. Ah! Just then, a furious roar came from in front of Zhou Chen. Look up! A crocodile several dozen feet long appeared ahead. This crocodile is dark green all over, and the steel claws on its front paws constantly flash with a faint red light. The smallest fang inside the long mouth is as tall as a person. If you get bitten by it, you'll surely die. Seeing the mutated crocodile charging towards him, Zhou Chen quickly retreated to the side. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the crocodile and the electric eel collided. The electric eel's massive body was knocked back a large section. He then steadied himself and warily stared at the crocodile in front of him. Roar! The crocodile seemed to be venting its anger, roaring at the electric eel. Then, twisting its massive body, it charged forward again. Not to be outdone, the electric eel, empowered by the water, suddenly unleashed its lightning power. A bolt of electricity, already ablaze, surged directly toward the crocodile. The crocodile was instantly surrounded by electric fire. It surged continuously across its body. It seemed poised to burn it. The seaweed and green aquatic plants beneath it were all charred. However, the crocodile was not afraid of its electricity at all. He let the power of lightning surge through his body, and then charged toward the electric eel. It opened its gaping maw and bit down on the electric eel's neck. Electric eels aren't stupid, they don't wait for it to bite them. Seeing the crocodile approaching, it forcefully contracted its supple body, directly avoiding the crocodile's attack. Then it opened its mouth, and another buzzing bolt of lightning struck out. This time, the target was the crocodile's mouth. We can now directly attack his internal organs. Whoosh! With a loud bang, lightning surged into the crocodile's body. In the blink of an eye, a burnt smell wafted from here. A foul stench made Zhou Chen, who was some distance away, cover his nose. Seeing the two strange beasts fighting before him, he did not leave immediately. A look of joy appeared in his eyes. Am I trying to make a situation where the snipe and the clam fight and the fisherman benefits? Hit them. Hit them as hard as you can. Zhou Chen rubbed his hands together, then went to a huge stone slab and started watching the excitement. The two ferocious beasts in front of them kept tearing and biting back and forth. The electric eel's lightning power has no effect on the crocodile when they are of equal strength. At this moment, its body had already been torn open by the crocodile's sharp claws, leaving several deep wounds that exposed bone. Large amounts of blood rained down, causing the electric eel to retreat repeatedly. The crocodile showed no intention of letting it go. Chapter 41: The Wilderness Scavenger? Zhou Chen frowned as he watched the electric eel being completely suppressed. We need to let it wear down the crocodile, otherwise, it won't work if the crocodile is still alive and kicking even after the crocodile dies. With this in mind, Zhou Chen began to concentrate. The ground cone was ready for a surprise attack. As long as it goes unnoticed, it won't realize that it was you who did it. Ground spikes. Zhou Chen was extremely cautious, summoning earth spikes to attack the crocodile. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen spikes struck the crocodile in succession. Whoosh! This gave the electric eel a chance to retaliate, and it suddenly spat out an electric arc as thick as a bucket. Click! The shot landed directly on the crocodile's belly, where its defenses are relatively weak. With such a blow, its abdomen was directly breached by the electric shock. Dark blood flowed from the charred wound. Roar! The crocodile realized that someone was attacking it. Distracted, I looked around to see who did it. However, it was only momentarily distracted when it was ambushed again by the electric eel. Knowing the crocodile's weakness, it specifically spewed electric arcs onto the ground. In this way, the electric current can attack from its abdomen. This caused the crocodile immense suffering. Roar! After being hit by Zhou Chen, they were put at a disadvantage again. The crocodile roared angrily, then ignored Zhou Chen's presence. They charged at the electric eel again, and the two instantly clashed. From magical attacks to melee combat. Every time the hand-to-hand combat reached a crucial moment, Zhou Chen would get involved. They're either causing trouble or on their way to causing trouble. Time passed second by second. Their swampy area was also ravaged beyond recognition. The high-rise building collapsed, and the ground was covered with scratches and charred areas. It wasn't until 2 hours later that it began to get dark. The two enormous creatures then lay down on the ground. On the verge of death. The crocodile's abdomen already had several huge wounds, exposing its internal organs. The electric eel fared no better. Not only was its tail bitten off, but its chest was also torn open. It looks like he's about to die. Hee hee, it's my turn to step in. Zhou Chen grinned and walked out of the woods. He had the weapon Lu Na gave him, which allowed him to dissect corpses. Hurricane slash. The two lively and energetic beasts had little chance of survival after killing each other. With just one move, they were instantly killed. TSK, not bad. Zhou Chen picked up his weapon and began dismembering the two corpses. He moved quickly because he knew very well that it was no longer safe. The fall of these two colossal beasts could very well attract the covetous eyes of other giant creatures in the vicinity. After dismembering and collecting the corpses, they successfully obtained 2 beast cores. Unfortunately, their battle was so fierce that the crocodile's skin had cracked. When the electric eel was taken out, it was already broken. This means it has little value left. Never mind, let's find a place to devour it. Zhou Chen had no intention of exploring the area. Once he made up his mind, he vanished instantly. When it reappeared, it was in a different area. He could sense powerful beasts here, but he concealed himself, so as long as he didn't show himself, he wouldn't be noticed. Zhou Chen then took out the beast core, feeling somewhat distressed. It's already broken into 4 pieces. Devour. Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured a beast core, increasing your strength. Devour. Devour them all. Ding. System in progress. Beginner Martial Artist, 2nd stage. Beginner Martial Artist, level 3. Beginner Martial Artist, 4th level. It's over? Zhou Chen devoured the cores of both the crocodile and the electric eel in one go, directly raising his strength to the 4th level of the initial stage martial artist. The absorption is silent, and the improvement is just as silent. That's the advantage of having a system. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat depressed. 2 strange beasts, neither of them possesses any skills? While he was inwardly complaining, he took out the last piece of electric eel core. Ding, congratulations host, successful devouring. Ding. Host has acquired the electric eel skill, Lord of Lightning. Lord of Lightning, can freely manipulate the power of lightning can evolve. Zhou Chen was thrilled upon hearing the system's notification. Ha ha. It wasn't a waste of time. One battle raised my strength to the 4th tier and I also gained the skills of the Lord of Thunder. Zhou Chen clapped his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. Raise your hand and rub it gently. Stab. Stab. Arcs of electricity surged within his palm. He aimed at a broken stainless steel bucket next to him and threw it. Prick. The entire steel barrel was propelled into the air by his electric arc, with currents surging across it, illuminating the secret room where he was as bright as day. He. Not bad, now we can have the ability to provide light. Zhou Chen smiled smugly, then turned on the detector that Lu Na had given him. Start by checking where you are. This is area A12. There seems to be a mutated rhinoceros here. Its strength is at the 7th level of the 2nd tier. If I were to deal with it alone, even Xiang would be forced to retreat. After considering for a while, Zhou Chen decided to remain still. If we deal with it, the consumption will be too great, and without supplies, we will be killed. We can only wait until dawn and go back along the same route we came from yesterday. We can't afford to act recklessly anytime soon. We need to make the most of our current resources. Previously, he had obtained the carcasses of crocodiles and electric eels, some of which were edible. After figuring out his plan, Zhou Chen prepared to find a quiet place to rest. However, just as he lay down, he heard some noise. There was a rustling sound. Clearly, someone was coming. The day before yesterday, a team of mid-level martial artists came here to attack the rhinoceroses and were slaughtered. Their equipment is all left here, let's hurry and find it. One of them spoke cautiously. The detector shows it's in a deep sleep, which means the drugs have worked. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and find it. The potion's effects only last for 10 minutes. Turn on the detectors and search quickly. Another person hurriedly arranged for the previous person to search. Beep beep. Beep beep. There's a response, right here. The man had been excitedly pointing to a building next to him. Zhou Chen overheard their conversation and then looked at the thrusters he was equipped with. And the detector he wears in his ear tells you who he's talking about. Isn't it just myself? Splash. Before he could react, the stone at the entrance was pushed aside. Immediately following, a detection laser beam shot in. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. One person is still alive? A lean man looked at Zhou Chen. Hey, who are you? Another dwarf also took a few steps forward. The gene gun in his hand was already loaded. Don't get me wrong, I was just passing by. Seeing the unfriendly expressions on their faces, Zhou Chen quickly waved his hand and said, We got lost at night, so we're looking for a place to rest and hide. Chapter 42. The spittoon was pulled out. So, you're all alone now? The dwarf understood his meaning, and his originally wary gaze turned cold. No, my companions are in Area B1. I'm here to deliver supplies to them. Zhou Chen remained expressionless, already knowing roughly who they were. Scavenger. They are opportunistic, seek to gain without effort, and specifically target unlucky individuals who fail in their missions in the wild. They often assign people to keep an eye on tasks, targeting those that are both tempting and challenging. They will become their targets. They would then lie in wait here, waiting for someone to come and do a task. If the person failed, they would come and try to take advantage of them. If you encounter a strong opponent, just wait. When they encounter the weak, they openly rob them. The reason they were here is primarily because there was an unlucky guy here, as Zhou Chen just overheard. Secondly, it should be Brother Chang and his group, who have already been targeted by these scavengers. Kid, you're not being honest. The skinny guy smiled, revealing a row of large, yellow teeth. Zhou Chen could tell at a glance that this must be someone who had been wandering around for many years and didn't know how to build a city. If you don't have a chance to take care of yourself, you'll naturally become sloppy. We just came back from over there, and we didn't see anyone there. The dwarf shrugged. Are you afraid we'll hurt you? Don't worry, we're good people, we won't hurt you. The lean man spoke as he walked toward Zhou Chen. They might have moved, so I won't bother them. Seeing the two people closing in, Zhou Chen was about to leave. Wait. The dwarf leaped up, blocking Zhou Chen's path. Your equipment just now wasted my detector. You're just going to leave like that? That's not very nice of you. Oh? So you still want to do this? Did I force you to come here to investigate? Zhou Chen sized up the two people. Observed using a detector. The two were only at the 9th and 7th levels of the initial stage of martial arts. Given his current strength as a beginner-level martial artist at the 4th level, dealing with him would be quite troublesome. However, he is no ordinary person. It can become invisible, has ground spikes and hurricane slashes, and now it also has the attack power of lightning. Dealing with them is a piece of cake. At this moment, Zhou Chen had already begun to plan his next move. If it were Sister Lu, she would definitely kill the dwarf first, and then deal with the skinny monkey. The dwarf can catch him off guard and kill him with a single blow. TSK, not much skill, but quite a temper. The skinny monkey clicked his tongue, then placed one hand on the gene gun, ready to make his move. Oh. Zhou Chen responded with an oh. They've already been secretly working on it. The dwarf was unaware that spikes were rising powerfully from the ground beneath his feet. Puff! In just a moment, 5 or 6 ground spikes suddenly came into play. In the blink of an eye, the dwarf was turned into a hedgehog. There was also a thorn protruding from his throat. The soil was stained with blood, and there was some yellow, sticky stuff on it. Hurricane slash. Having successfully launched the sneak attack, Zhou Chen did not pause for a moment. If it's uncertain whether they will call for help, you must shorten the time it takes to kill them. Call. There was only the sound of a strong wind blowing. Before the skinny monkey could even raise his gun, his head was chopped off with a single blow. Blood gushed directly onto the roof. The moment the body fell to the ground, Zhou Chen had already retreated to the side. Looking at the 2 corpses, without any hesitation, he collected all the mechanical storage boxes and weapons from their bodies. Then he dodged. We left this place of trouble. Then it ran off into the distance. It's obvious someone's watching this place. If it continues flowing, it won't be safe. He wasn't worried that the rhinoceros would wake up as he passed by. In the distance, they saw a device that looked like a refrigerator, still running and releasing the sleeping pills inside. I knew this rhinoceros wouldn't wake up easily. I decided to boldly walk past him. However, just as Zhou Chen was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something glittering with gold on one side of the rhinoceros. Without thinking twice, I rushed over. He put it away, then looked at it for a while to make sure nothing was left behind, before hurriedly leaving. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. A minute or 2 later, 2 more people appeared in the room he had just been in. He frowned as he looked at the corpse on the ground. 2 experts at the advanced stage of the initial stage of martial arts were killed silently. A young girl, her beautiful eyes filled with frost. Interesting. We don't know who did it, so we need to be careful. The other person cautiously observed the surroundings. They were all killed with a single blow, without a trace of fighting. Very strong, probably at the level of a mid-level martial artist. The girl crouched down, looking at the earth spikes on the ground. So, he's an earth-type expert? To be able to wield such an ordinary skill with such ferocity, one must be a master. Furthermore, he also possesses a very powerful cutting weapon capable of slicing through defensive armor. Another person, looking at the body lying on the ground, said, it was a fatal shot. He didn't even raise his gun. This shows that this person is decisive and ruthless, and a top-notch assassin. The girl observed for a while longer before saying, let's go. The rhino isn't searching anymore? The other person was puzzled. Aren't you going to avenge his mother? Do you think we can kill him? Or will he leave everything here to us? Didn't you see? They didn't take the mechanical boxes, armor, or weapons from their bodies. They must also be here to search for corpses. What a coincidence! The girl shook her head and continued walking out. There's only one characteristic: he's an earth elemental awakener, and he also possesses a wind elemental weapon. Those who work in this line of work will eventually have their chance to meet, and it's not too late to take revenge then. That makes sense. The man nodded, then walked outside. Let's go, we'll be in trouble if this beast wakes up. Good. The girl agreed and then followed her out. Then, a pair of eyes swept around. Looked towards the rhinoceros's location. She didn't know that this was also the direction Zhou Chen had left in. Withdraw. The 2 left, and a few minutes passed. The rhinoceros woke up leisurely and stood up straight on the ground. I raised my head and took a sniff. Finally, they headed towards the refrigerator that Zhou Chen had just discovered. He smelled the drug that had knocked him unconscious, and his eyes were fixed on it. Bang! In just a moment, the refrigerator was sent flying. Boom! Finally, it landed suddenly on an open ground in the distance and exploded with a loud bang. The sound of the explosion could be heard far and wide. Because it was late at night, we traveled through several areas. A figure stopped upon hearing the sound. He turned his head and glanced back. You could vaguely see the flames bursting out of the dense forest, flickering in the night sky for a moment, and then disappearing. As expected of a 3rd-tier beast, it woke up so quickly. Zhou Chen shook his head and looked ahead. It was pitch black. The bright moon was suddenly obscured. Chapter 43 Burn, Earth. What is that? Zhou Chen's eyes were filled with a gloomy gaze at the dark shadow that blotted out the sky in the distance. 1, 2, 3, 4. Countless, a dark mass, giving one a chilling feeling. Zhou Chen rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and looked at them closely. Bats? Each one is as big as a mongrel. After getting a clear look at the swarm of bats in the night sky, he swallowed hard. Each one of them has the strength of a first-level beginner martial artist. This race is too monstrous. Boom. Rumble. Boom. Just as he was inwardly complaining, he heard a series of tremors from the earth. What's going on? Zhou Chen felt another wave of shock. Looking around, he suddenly discovered that countless herds of beasts were surging madly toward him on the road ahead. One wave after another, with tremendous momentum. Damn! Is this some kind of absurdity? Another beast tide. Zhou Chen felt a chill run down his spine, and then he turned and ran. The bats above his head began to shoot like javelins. After a high-altitude leap, it suddenly swooped down. It's like cooking dumplings. However, they didn't go down there to be cooked, they went hunting. Awah! Roar! Below, the strange beasts targeted by the beasts in the herd let out one miserable howl after another. Puff! Bang! The sounds of various strange beasts being hit by bats were incessant. Zhou Chen turned his head to look every now and then and discovered this tragic situation. This is a bat hunt? Where did all these strange beasts come from? Were they all driven here? Zhou Chen looked at the large, running beast behind him and momentarily lost his focus. Now he's like a leader. There's no going back, we can only go forward. However, whether you go left or right, it seems to make no difference. The beast tide was too large at his current speed, he could still escape while they were stationary. However, these beast tides are all in motion, so there is no opportunity for them to escape. Grumble. It was at this moment that some bats finally noticed his situation. It began to swoop down, preparing to hunt Zhou Chen. Invisibility. These bats are his equal in strength, meaning his cloaking is effective. However, after he became invisible, he thought that the bats would no longer be able to locate him. However, it's as if they have navigation installed, they can still catch up. Bang! Whoosh! Bats continued to attack Zhou Chen. Holy crap! They installed a GPS navigator? As Zhou Chen dodged, he also cursed under his breath. Call! One bat after another chased after him, constantly changing his direction and forcing him to run in one place. No! These beasts have navigation. They rely on ultrasound for positioning. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a miscalculation. What a load of rubbish about invisibility. They don't even rely on their eyes to see. But why do I always feel like they're driving me somewhere? These beasts think they're the leaders. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and looked back. Stopping is unrealistic. If you run, you can stay in the fray a little longer. If you stop, the beast tide will arrive, and you'll be trampled into mincemeat. What to do? Zhou Chen racked his brains but couldn't come up with a solution. His physical strength was also decreasing as he ran. Before long, even without them, I'll be here and die. Electricity? Lord of Thunder? Invisibility doesn't work, and the wind is even more ridiculous. The cracked earth could not possibly stop the beast tide. So, the only solution is electricity. Use electricity to set this place on fire. Although these low-level monsters are very strong, they still have an instinctive fear when they see lightning. Especially after a fire starts, the low-level beasts will still hide out of instinct. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment, then roared, lightning and thunder. Click. Snap. Immediately afterwards, lightning began to flash across his entire body. Arcs of electricity began to buzz. Some of the surrounding dust began to move along with the electric current. As a result, the bats that were tracking Zhou Chen stopped chasing him and continued to rush towards the beast tide behind him. Ha! What's going on? Zhou Chen also felt something was strange, and he couldn't help but restrain his lightning power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, bats swarmed towards him like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Haha, I see. Electric current can affect magnetic fields. They are affected just the same way. Zhou Chen quickly understood what was going on. Come. Burn, Earth. After Zhou Chen understood the situation, he activated the power of lightning again. Then it shot out several arcs of electricity towards the trees on the ground. Dry wood and raging fire, they exploded in the blink of an eye. Sparks flew in all directions. The flames instantly began to surge forth. The bats above represent physical fear, while the flames below represent fear originating from the depths of their souls. Under his control, the direction of the beast tide changed from one to multiple. It was like a flower blooming, completely out of the bat's control. Seeing the beast tide begin to disintegrate, Zhou Chen simply rushed back and continued to set fires inside them. The beast was only concerned with escaping and paid no attention to him. These were mostly strange beasts that had been tempered in body, and under his manipulation, they were completely out of his control in just a short while. Grumble! At that very moment, several bats, each as large as a cow, swooped down from the night sky like bombers towards him. Flash! After the chase, Zhou Chen was certain that he had been discovered. Without the slightest hesitation, they simply dodged aside. Those giant bats were extremely agile. They merely brushed the ground, and when they realized they hadn't caught Zhou Chen, they took off in a flash. Maintain your superior position. Zhou Chen looked at the bats and stopped what he was doing. Then he simply enveloped himself with a faint arc of electricity. In this way, the bats flying high simply hovered in the air instead of swooping down. Clearly, they had also lost track of Zhou Chen. A peak first-tier bat and another second-tier, first-level bat. What are they trying to do? Drive away the beast tide? In other words, is their lair located in this direction? Zhou Chen's gaze fell on the foot of the mountain in front of him. Through the bright moonlight, one can see that there is a dark cave inside. And this cave must be their lair. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen's eyes flashed twice, and with a surge of electric light, he made a decision. Since you want to invite me, how could I possibly refuse? Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, slowed down, and took advantage of the chaos caused by the beast tide to rush directly towards the foot of the mountain. This time, the bats behind him had completely lost track of him. Zhou Chen was already very close to the foot of the mountain. Hee. We're here. Chapter 44 Bat Swarm. This is a huge cave that was forcibly dug out. Even from several hundred meters away from the cave entrance, Zhou Chen could feel waves of heat emanating from inside. There are bats here too, but I can't sense any significant fluctuations, so they must be juveniles. The adults go out hunting, and the juveniles wait here to feed. As Zhou Chen walked, he stepped on piles of bones beneath his feet. I've already guessed their pattern. Later, he directly used the wind blades in actual combat to assist his low-altitude flight. We gradually arrived at the cave entrance. Call. A putrid stench mixed with a strong smell of feces emanated from inside, and the heat wave had already raised the temperature to a fever pitch. It's at least 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. These bats have a very fast metabolism, and their temperature is like that of someone with a fever. When they gather together, they're like an oven. Zhou Chen used his mechanical armor to protect his nose from being suffocated by the fumes, and then flew directly into the dark cave. He used the cracked earth to cover his body, masking his scent and the heat from his blood. Electric arcs also swirled around his body, providing double protection and giving him absolutely no chance of being discovered. With the electric arcs flashing across his body, he could take the opportunity to get a clear look at the situation here. The cave ceiling was covered with upside-down bat larvae. Although they are called juveniles, their strength varies. Most of them are body refiners, and some are at the peak of body refinement. You can even see early-stage first-order bats among them. This means that they have already condensed beast cores. Tisk. Isn't this just a lamb to the slaughter? Zhou Chen clicked his tongue and used the wind blades to lift himself up. Even the howling wind couldn't wake these sleeping bats. They've probably entered a state similar to hibernation. This batch is resting. Another hunt. After analyzing the situation for a while, Zhou Chen flew forward for a distance and verified his judgment. In this area, there are almost no bats to be seen, only a few scattered ones hanging upside down from the cave ceiling. His breathing was extremely weak. He was clearly injured during the hunt. Zhou Chen flew over and, upon closer inspection, discovered that they were indeed all severely injured. Some even fell directly to the ground, struggled for a few moments, and then remained motionless. Tsk, what a waste. Give me the beast core. Zhou Chen smiled and then swooped down. They approached the bats on the ground to assess their strength. Several of them were found to be at the early stage of the first tier and possessed beast cores. After observing the surrounding situation and confirming that it is safe, they collected all of their beast cores directly. He also took several corpses and packed them into his mechanical storage box. After doing all this, they turned back along the same route. When he reached the cave entrance, he saw that some bats had already returned. Zhou Chen followed the cave, going around to the back. This avoids the chance of a direct encounter with bats. Among these bats, there are some that are quite powerful. After walking for another half hour after arriving at the back of the cave, we finally stopped. I found a safe place and took out the beast core. 5. Not bad. Devour. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and chose to devour it directly. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have absorbed a bat beast core, increasing your strength. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have devoured the bat beast core. After swallowing 4 in one go without any notification, Zhou Chen began to doubt the success rate of the swallowing. Not only do you not have a single skill, but you can't even reach the 5th level of martial arts? You're too weak, or is it because you're getting things without working? Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to devour it again. Ding, congratulations host, successful devouring. Gained bat skill, ultrasonic detection. Ultrasonic detection, it can detect danger within a 5-kilometer radius and pinpoint its location precisely. Because it's biological detection, it won't be detected. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhou Chen couldn't help but grin. Finally succeeded. Ultrasonic detection, although it's not an offensive or defensive skill, it's a good skill for detection. Zhou Chen became happier and happier as he thought about it, and decided to lie down and live under this bluestone slab. Looking up at the starry sky. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. The night began to fly by. It wasn't until the morning sunlight shone on his face. I was only awakened by this stimulation. Zhou Chen looked around and, finding it safe, finally felt relieved. So he took out his detector and started checking his location to see where he was. It's 20 kilometers from the city, and you have to cross 3 areas in between. The beasts in these areas are not very strong, since they are located near the city. Then I can go and kill my way there. Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then used the detector's positioning system to find the direction he would take, and then took a detour. Returning to the cave entrance, I witnessed a horrific scene. There are corpses everywhere here. Some have been eaten away to the point of being nothing but bones, while others still have some flesh and blood. However, they were all eaten by rodents and some strange beasts on the ground. They are all exotic beasts with body refining abilities, and it seems they need to devour others to evolve. Compared to his devouring skills, these beasts rely on eating to digest and refine their food to increase their strength, which is much slower. It still has to be my own system, otherwise how could I have broken through so quickly? The biggest advantage of his system is that it can process data instantly. This saves Zhou Chen the refining process. This is much faster than the average person. Skills? No need for enlightenment. What he needs to do is acquire these things that can improve his strength. Zhou Chen turned his head and looked back again, and he could still see the bats. They were far too crowded. Some of them are already exposed outside the cave. However, this does not affect their ability to rest here at all. Zhou Chen unleashed his ultrasonic detection, and this time he didn't need to lift a finger to get a clear view of the situation inside the cave. The entire cave seemed to be detected by radar, and the data displayed appeared one by one in Zhou Chen's mind. Holy crap, there are 100,000 bats in this cave. No wonder it triggered a small-scale beast tide. None of the strange beasts dared to resist them. Even if you go to the territory of a beast at the level of a general, you can still be devoured by them. Zhou Chen clicked his tongue in surprise, then sighed, it's best to stay away from here. He then headed straight in the direction he was told to find his way back. They walked like this for a whole morning, and when they checked the distance again, they were only 10 miles away. I'll be able to go back soon. Ding! Ding! It was at this moment that Zhou Chen heard the signal notification from the communicator. He then quickly answered the video request on the intercom. Zhou Chen! Where are you? Chapter 45. Are you begging me? The speaker was none other than Luna. Her pretty face was full of worry and a little pale. I'm heading back to the city soon. It's about 5 kilometers away. Zhou Chen grinned and then asked, how are you guys doing? We're fine, we were just worried about you. Luna's beautiful eyes were slightly glistening. You brat, I thought you were dead. I couldn't reach you after I came back yesterday. The fat man rushed out, grinning, and said, how did you get here last night? It's hidden. Zhou Chen smiled and said, I was lucky not to encounter any strange beasts. Ha! Where's the electric eel? The fat man stared wide-eyed, looking incredulous. Dead. Killed by a crocodile. I was lucky to escape with my life. Zhou Chen spoke while gesturing. Oh? You're really lucky. To actually encounter something like this. Brother Chang was also standing nearby. After hearing what he said, he couldn't help but admire him. Yes, I was incredibly lucky. Zhou Chen didn't tell them that he had actually put his own ideas into it. It's good that you're back. Come on. Let's celebrate your victory. Wang Li also came over and waved to him. I'll take you to try the exotic beast feast. Haha, okay. That's all for now. I'm getting on my way. Zhou Chen nodded and smiled, then followed them back. This is the last area, with only one Earth dog at the early stage of Tier 1. These were all messages he retrieved from the detector. It's just a mongrel dog, it doesn't matter if it comes out. Zhou Chen sneered and then swaggered on his way. Ah! Hurry up and get in. Fire support. Damn it, Wang Chang. Where's your sniper rifle? Shoot. Zhou Xiong. Draw its attention. Just as Zhou Chen was about to leave the area, he heard a series of complaints and noisy sounds coming from the woods not far away. Hearing their commotion, Zhou Chen couldn't help but look over out of curiosity. We've found out who these people are. The one screaming was Su Shishir. The rest were Zhou Wen and a few others. They actually went out hunting? You guys, come and stop it. Why did I become the target? Su Shishir's complaining voice came from behind her. She was perched on a tree trunk, constantly calling for help. Seeing that they were struggling to cope, Zhou Chen felt a pang of pity. He then walked straight over, smiling at the group of people. Need any help? These people are clumsy. Even when I first went out to do a mission, I wasn't this weak. It seems that there are many kinds of strength. His personal strength is simply a result of his talent and hard work. However, this kind of overall strength based on practical experience depends on an individual's comprehensive abilities. Strategy, intelligence, and even luck. All of these must be included. This is an insurmountable gap. If you're too weak, you'll become food for monsters. If you're strong, you can fight back and kill them. Zhou Chen. Why are you here? Are they here to steal our mission? This is a task we just accepted. You're not trying to cheat us, are you? The group exchanged glances and formed a united front against the outside world. Don't get me wrong, I'm here to help you. It's just a mongrel, why would I steal it? Zhou Chen curled his lip, his eyes full of disdain. Who can say for sure? Su Shishir hid in the tree, still nagging. You're not worried about me, are you? You just followed me out on purpose. Fine, say whatever you want. If I don't need your help, I'm leaving. Zhou Chen shrugged, then turned to leave. He slaughtered a second-tier peak-level alien beast outside, was toyed with by tens of thousands of bats, and still managed to escape unscathed. Those who survived all of this are the ones who came back alive. How could they possibly care about a stray dog? Wait a minute. Just then, Su Shishir said imperiously, help me kill this mongrel. Oh? Are you begging me? Zhou Chen revealed a wicked smile. Yes. Please help me. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, please do me a favor. We're classmates after all. Yes, let's learn from it. Several people then began asking him for help. Alright, I'll help you out this time, as a classmate. Zhou Chen saw that everyone was asking him for help. I simply agreed. It's just a mongrel dog, killing it would be effortless. And so, swaggering in front of the stray dog, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Oh whoa! The dog felt its authority had been challenged and immediately became unhappy. It opened its mouth and bit down. Overestimating yourself. Zhou Chen snorted coldly, then took the dagger Lu Na gave him and flashed to the side of the dog. He stabbed it in the artery in its neck. Puff! The artery was severed with a single stroke. Fresh blood gushed out several meters away. Zhou Chen gracefully sheathed his sword, then headed back down the main road without looking back. Is it over? Is this any different from killing a chicken? No way, this is too easy. Upon seeing this, Zhou Wen, Lu Hua, and the others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A first stage level 1 beast was killed by him in a single move. They worked together for a long time, exerting tremendous effort, but they still couldn't manage to scratch its skin. How did you do that? I thought he was going to use his earth spikes and wind blades. That didn't work, and it's over? Am I seeing things? The crowd hadn't quite grasped what was happening yet. Zhou Chen had already arrived on the road. Su Shishir looked at him with her beautiful eyes and felt a sense of pressure. Is the distance between us truly irreparable? It hasn't been long, but he has grown up so much. And I'm still standing still. However, once I reach Tenhaowen, I must strive to surpass him. After all, I possess an SSS level awakening. Su Shishir sighed and climbed down from the tree. Let's go. Let's deal with the next one. Shishir, go and call Zhou Chen too. With him there won't be any risk. That's right, help call him back. Once we finish this, we can go back and collect our points. Sure. Isn't he your boyfriend? Call him over to help. The others benefited from Zhou Chen's help. So they all asked Su Shishir to seduce Zhou Chen so he could come and help them. You guys go ahead, I'm not going. Su Shishir glanced at everyone. You're here to hone your skills, how can you hone them by relying on others? Are you really going to become a teacher? What a future! There's no future at all. After she spoke, it was as if everyone had come to a realization. They all lowered their heads involuntarily. I'll definitely ask him how he trained when I get back. Yes, learn from them, and you'll grow faster. It can save time too, I'd like to ask you about it. Chapter 46, Flames from the Earth's Core. Zhou Chen didn't care about what others were saying. To be precise, he can no longer hear. He had already returned to the city and took a taxi directly to the Extreme Martial Arts School. When I arrived downstairs at the place where I was to pick up my mission, I saw Fatty and Chang Ji's group of people. You little rascal, you're finally back. Come here, let Fatty see how you are. It looks quite sturdy, not like anything has happened. Thanks a lot. The group chattered and laughed with Zhou Chen. Brother Chang. This is the corpse of an electric eel, you might still be able to use it. However, the beast core is gone, it was swallowed by the crocodile. Zhou Chen did not tell the truth, but simply gave them the body. Brother Chang and the others fell silent as they looked at the mechanical storage box in his hand. Each of them wore an awkward and complicated expression. This, we can't take it, it's yours. It took Brother Chang a few minutes to realize what was happening, and he quickly refused. Yes, we can't take yours. Go ahead. You can get a lot of things in return for turning in the quest. Kid, you've got a conscience, but we really can't take it. Others also began to refuse his kindness, looking at this sensible young man. Their faces were filled with a look of satisfaction. Without you taking me out, I wouldn't have gotten it. A tree has roots, and water has a source. I have to thank you. So please accept this. Consider it my tuition fee for becoming your apprentice. Zhou Chen looked genuinely pleased and handed the mechanical storage box over again. All right. Since you put it that way, we won't stand on ceremony. Being too polite would only make us seem pretentious. Chang Guo waved his hand and took the box in his hand. I'm going to turn in the mission. Wait, there's also this crocodile. That can be considered a mission too. Zhou Chen surprised them once again. What? Didn't you say the crocodile ate the electric eel's core? How come it died too? You kid, you're joking. That's impossible. The group exchanged glances and began to question his words. Really, they both suffered heavy losses. The crocodile was finished, so I sent it on its way. As Zhou Chen spoke, he took out the mechanical storage box. If you don't believe me, open it and see. Okay, I believe you. Without any hesitation, Chang took the box and went to deliver the task. Good lad, you've truly surpassed your master. The fat man patted his shoulder hard, grinning and praising him endlessly. I learned it all from everyone. Zhou Chen scratched his head and revealed a rare smile. That's because you're talented. Otherwise, a stupid person could never learn it. Wang Li also looked at Zhou Chen. Your talent surpasses that of any of us. You're sure to achieve great things in the future. Don't forget us when the time comes. Luna patted his head and said, you have great talent and you're growing very fast. Once you get to Tianfeng Academy, you'll definitely stand out. But I must remind you, once you get to a place like the Academy, don't trust anyone. And another thing. Never share or let anyone know if you have any secrets or have obtained anything. As long as you remember these 2 sentences, I guarantee you'll come back alive. That's right. Otherwise, even if you were a genius, you would still be at risk of falling. Zhang Qi sighed and looked at Zhou Chen. Remember what we say, it will only benefit you. Understood, I've got it. Zhou Chen nodded vigorously, his expression turning serious. I'm back. A short while later, Brother Chang returned excitedly. As expected, the points and resources are both 30 points. However, there's one more crocodile. I'm taking this task on the spot. There's absolutely no cost to me. I converted them all into points. We got 500 points for free. Each of us can get 100 points. Really? That's great. We've really hit the jackpot this time. The fat guy was the first to get so excited he couldn't contain himself. This is all thanks to Zhou Chen. So, the extra 10 points, along with a set of C1D2 model armor as a bonus, will be given to him as well. As he spoke, Chang handed a mechanical storage box to Zhou Chen. With this, you no longer need to fear any first-tier beasts, as long as they are not at their peak. Thank you so much, Brother Chang. Zhou Chen didn't stand on ceremony, accepted the gift, and quickly thanked him. We haven't thanked you yet. Yesterday's losses already made us lose money. If you hadn't brought the electric eel back, we would have lost a lot of money. Chang rubbed his head. Let's go, let's have a feast of exotic beasts. This isn't something just anyone can eat. Oh? Zhou Chen was somewhat confused. You'll see when we get there, let's go. The fat man put his arm around him, and they walked outside together. And so, he followed a few people out the door. We arrived at a hotel. Strangely, the door plate's hanging here. It reads Feast of Exotic Beasts. It's very simple, just 3 straightforward words. This shows what they do. Zhou Chen was a little confused, but he still followed along. This is a self-service system, but everything is annotated. They came in, paid no points, and started choosing food directly. Don't worry, we've all completed the tasks and earned their approval. This is free self-help. The fat man grinned. You're on our team, so you can enjoy it too. Oh? Zhou Chen was still somewhat confused. Come on. Look at this, it's earthworm meat. It's been carefully prepared by the top chefs here. Zhang Qi was particularly fond of this and picked up a piece for himself. Earth dragon? Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. It takes real power to get your hands on that. This was hunted by a military general. We have a top-notch chef who can easily cook it. Eating earthworm meat will increase our defense. After explaining, Zhang Qi pointed to another one. This is rhinoceros meat. It can also increase defense. Those dark things over there are eagle eyes. Eating them can improve your eyesight. These are all my favorite foods. I see. Zhou Chen finally understood what was going on. How did the chef manage to cook such tough meat so well that it's edible? That's what he doesn't understand. Through gene decomposition. Our special gene decomposing agent. The fire he used wasn't ordinary fire either, but a rare type of subterranean flame. Forget about breaking down alien beast meat, we could even burn the supernatural materials like spaceships. Luna patiently explained the situation to Zhou Chen. At that moment, he finally understood what was going on. I see. Zhou Chen clicked his tongue in amazement, then looked at a piece of lean meat beside him. The meat of the golden python? Yes, you should try it, I love it. Okay, I'll give it a try. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, and he decided to try devouring it. Chapter 47. The enemy comes knocking. Okay, have a taste. Luna personally added a piece for him. Zhou Chen picked it up, pretended to put it in his mouth, and began to taste it. Devour. He roared inwardly. Ding, unable to devour, level mismatch. Soon, a system notification sounded. Damn, it can't devour? Zhou Chen was disappointed. It seems that even though they have been weakened, they are still powerful. What, doesn't it taste good? Seeing Zhou Chen's disgusted expression, Luna couldn't help but ask. No, what was the python's strength before? Zhou Chen vaguely heard Luna's voice, so he changed the subject. A peak 4th tier expert was killed by one of our generals. Luna looked at the introduction and explained it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen then noticed the information about the python. Understood. He then went to several other places and found that the weakest meat and ingredients there were all from 3rd tier beasts. There is nothing he can devour. Just like how you can't eat anything below level 3. What, is it strange? Foods below the third tier have no nutritional value, and the cost of processing them wouldn't even be covered. Seeing him looking at this information, the fat man smiled and reminded him, by hunting beasts of level 3 or higher, you can earn even more points and resources. It seems we still have a lot to do. Zhou Chen nodded, and then began to savor the delicious food. I would also talk to them from time to time. These different foods are indeed helpful in digestion. However, there will be a saturation point, and with my current strength, there is limited room for improvement. You cannot rely on this kind of food. Zhou Chen thought to himself, and then continued to select the exotic beast delicacies he wanted to try. Lin Chang, I have a question for you. Just then, a cold voice came from the side. The group looked over and spotted a young man walking towards them with a gloomy expression. Xiao Chang, what is it? Chang put down his plate and looked at the young man. I saw in the mission notification that you were active in the A11 and A14 areas yesterday. Have you seen a dwarf? Zhao Cheng's brows were full of questioning, and his lean figure caught Zhou Chen's eye. Then I thought of someone. Isn't this similar to the big guy among the two people I killed last night? No, we withdrew after dealing with the electric eel. Lin Chang shook his head, summarizing their actions in a simple sentence. Really? Did anyone get separated from the group? At this moment, another burly man walked over and asked the question. Li Sanjin. Do you see anyone here who has fallen behind? The fat man walked over at this moment, grinning at him. Just say what you mean, don't beat around the bush. Fatty Sue, stop talking nonsense. Did I ask you? Li Sanjin narrowed his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing within them. Clearly, there is a grudge between them. Fatty. Seeing that the fat man was about to say something, Changgu gave him a look before turning to the group. I don't know what you mean, but we killed the electric eel yesterday and left. If you have any questions, you can ask. I'll see if I've seen it before, but I'm not sure. 2 of our members were killed. Right there in that area. The opponent is ruthless and can use earth-based attacks and daggers. Zhao Chang gritted his teeth and explained the situation. Our men were just scavenging and they were killed like this. I will definitely find the murderer and tear him to pieces. That's unfortunate. I hope you can find the person as soon as possible. Fatty Sue put on a sympathetic look. Fatty Sue. Are you looking for trouble? Li Sanjin immediately realized that he was being sarcastic. He immediately became unhappy. Zhao Chang, keep your men in check. Don't think that just because you're a martial arts master we'll be afraid of you. Lin Chang lowered his eyes, focusing his gaze on Zhao Chang. Sanjin, let's go. Zhao Chang's lips twitched slightly, then he beckoned Li Sanjin to leave. Before leaving, he glared at Fatty Sue one last time before leaving with him. Zhou Chen, have you ever met this person they're talking about? Luna came over to Zhou Chen, a serious expression on her pretty face. I killed him. Zhou Chen made no attempt to hide anything. They want to kill me and steal my things, so I have no choice but to strike first. If I hesitate, I won't be able to come back. He was not lying. The special detachment that Zhao Chang just mentioned all fits him perfectly. It seems that clues were left behind after all. The scene should have been destroyed. It shows a lack of experience. We need to be more careful next time. I knew it was you. Don't worry. We'll protect you. You're very brave. Even others might not dare to make a move. Luna patted him gently, then turned to the others. This is something only we know, don't tell anyone. Don't worry, Zhou Chen is our brother, how could we betray him? Fatty Sue leaned over and said, well done. I would have done the same. Alright, now that this has happened, Zhao Chang won't let this go. His cousin is dead. Lin Chang put away his phone and walked over. Zhou Chen, both of them were around the 5th level of martial arts. You were able to kill them instantly. That proves your strength. However, let me remind you one more thing, think carefully before you commit murder or arson in the future. Either don't do anything, or don't leave any clues. Otherwise, someone will find out. And then no one can help you. Understood, Brother Chang, it was my oversight. Zhou Chen was now fully aware that he had made a mistake. Fortunately, this move wasn't shown in the previously circulated videos, but it is related to soil. Sooner or later they'll start to suspect themselves. Alright, don't worry, let's get ready to leave. Wang Li came over and patted him on the shoulder, then called out to everyone, let's eat today to replenish our energy. Let's do something big again. 3 days later, I think. There aren't many tasks these days, so let's wait until the tasks refresh in 3 days. Brother Chang nodded, then continued, stay home these next few days and don't cause any trouble. Okay. Let's go. I'm full, let's go shopping. Let's go. Everyone responded enthusiastically. As she was leaving, Luna beckoned Zhou Chen to leave with her. Zhou Chen nodded and followed. What are your plans? Luna looked at Zhou Chen and casually asked a question at the door. Conserve your energy and wait for the next time. Zhou Chen's answer was very straightforward. Okay, remember, don't act alone. If you're caught by a scavenger, they definitely won't let you off the hook. They will definitely take action given the opportunity. Luna was still worried and reminded her again. It was at this moment that Zhou Chen's phone rang. Upon opening the caller ID, I saw it was a call from Director Wang. Sister Lu. Everyone, I need to go back to the martial arts school. Zhou Chen waved to the others and then hurriedly left. Soon, they arrived at the door of Director Wang's office. Chapter 48, An Eccentric Master and Disciple? Director Wang. Zhou Chen stood in front of the door and knocked. Come in. Soon, Director Wang's voice came from inside the room. After Zhou Chen went inside, he sat down directly. Director Wang. Just then, another voice came from the doorway. The voice was somewhat cold, giving the impression that it kept people at a distance. This time, Director Wang stood up slightly. Shishan. Please sit down. Shishan sat down, his cold gaze sweeping over Zhou Chen. This made Zhou Chen feel very uncomfortable. The other person showed absolutely no respect when looking at me. Am I really that bad? Zhou Chen asked himself a question. His gaze made it very clear to him that he was looking at a piece of trash. Director Wang has guests, so I won't disturb you any longer. As Zhou Chen spoke, he stood up and prepared to leave. Wait. Director Wang gestured with his hand. This is the master we found for you, Qishan. He will be teaching you for the next 20 days or so. He? Zhou Chen was even more annoyed. Director Wang, do I still need someone to teach me? You also need to learn some necessary combat methods and experience, otherwise when you go to Tianfeng Academy, there are geniuses everywhere. Director Wang looked serious and pointed at Qishan. With his guidance, you can benefit from it both at Tianfeng Academy and in the future. Okay, I'll say it again, don't restrict my freedom. I don't have time to learn those childish things. Zhou Chen finally nodded and then said, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I'll report to the training room later. Stop. Qishan spoke up at this moment. His voice remained cold, devoid of much emotion. Teacher Qi, you're not going to cause me trouble like Gao Liqing did. I didn't learn any skills from her, but now the whole world knows about me. Zhou Chen shrugged. If you want to gain fame by relying on me, I'll cooperate with you. Now, he mistakenly believes that the martial arts school has found someone to leech off his fame. He'd heard the rumors circulating outside these past few days. Come with me on missions. My teaching methods are all developed through real-world experience. Qishan remained expressionless, his face stern throughout. As he spoke, he stood up abruptly. Director Wang, is there anything else? No. That's all, please do as you please. Director Wang gave an awkward smile. Two people, one is an unparalleled genius, and the other is the most outstanding among the outstanding. Then let's go. Qishan glanced at Zhou Chen, then walked outside. Zhou Chen was even more annoyed, but out of consideration for his pride, he still followed them out. He wanted to slap him in the face like Gao Liqing did, to let him know his strength. Knowing when to back down. Want to get what you want from yourself? Dream on. He was thinking this to himself, and he had already followed them out the door. As he and Qishan left, Professor Chen came out from the side. Old Wan, do you think those two can get along? Professor Chen looked worried and couldn't help but look out the window. That's not my problem. Both of them are prodigies, beyond our comprehension. Director Wang shook his head. As long as they can leave here safely, then it has nothing to do with me. That's good. Letting this bastard take care of this little bastard will protect him and also keep each other in check. Professor Chen sighed and looked downstairs again. The two men had already gotten into a car. At this moment, Zhou Chen was in the car, observing its design from left to right. Inside the vehicle, tracking resources are everywhere, including armrests made from beast cores. There is also leather made from animal hides. More importantly, there are absolutely no weapons or equipment here. If there is anything, it's just a knife in the passenger seat. It has a dark blue color, but you can't tell what kind of treasure it is. Shishan didn't say a word, and just drove away with him, heading eastward. That was the direction Zhou Chen had returned from yesterday. I went there yesterday, to areas A11 and A14, where we hunted some alien beasts. Seeing that he was about to leave again, Zhou Chen reminded him, let's go somewhere else, this is boring. You think it's amazing to be able to hunt down a few second-tier beasts? Shishan tilted his head slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. I am a martial artist, killing a second-tier beast is already beyond my level. Zhou Chen looked at him as if he were showing off. Being able to fight someone of a higher level is something to brag about? Isn't this normal? Did you fight them all by yourself? What weapons and armor were they using? Shishan simply turned his head and glanced at him. If this is already very strong in your eyes, then this is all you've got. Humph, show me if you dare to cross 2 levels. Zhou Chen pursed his lips and crossed his arms. Shishan glanced at him and then said nothing more. They left Jianghai City and headed east. However, once they reached Area A, they turned around, heading south. Zhou Chen noticed that the route seemed off and couldn't help but show a curious expression. So I opened the character detection system and started checking where I was. These were all gifts from Luna. Humph, what era are we living in? Still using such outdated things. Shishan deliberately teased Zhou Chen while driving. What? Zhou Chen frowned slightly upon hearing his words. See for yourself. As he spoke, Shishan pulled a box out of the storage compartment in front of the car and tossed it to Zhou Chen in the back seat. He caught it and opened it to take a look. They discovered that it contained a chip. It looks like something that's implanted in the human body. Then I looked at the annotations. T19A2 model terminal detector? Detectable, capable of detection, reconnaissance, and simulation. Capable of transmitting personal data in real time, eliminating the need for registration and queuing to report data. Zhou Chen stared at you, then exclaimed in surprise, there are such high-end things? This requires 500 points to redeem, so it's not surprising that you haven't seen it before. Shishan's laughter rang out. He was naturally a little proud when he heard Zhou Chen's exclamation for the first time. 500 points? Zhou Chen was shocked again. Their team of 7 only gets 300 points per run, but this one item costs 500 points. Who would be willing to buy it? Call me master, and this is for you. Shishan's smile vanished, his eyes hardening. Zhou Chen looked at the instrument in his hand, holding a tiny chip in both hands, and hesitated. Is it so hard to acknowledge others? What, such a tough stance? Then put on that act. As Shishan spoke, he reached out to take back his instrument. A contemptuous smile played at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and began packing it into a box for him. However, upon seeing the few words noted on the box, I hesitated again. The latest detector. Should we stay here? Chapter 49 1-on-1 battle against a Tier 4 beast. Master, master. Zhou Chen finally gave in and called him master. What? I didn't hear you. Speak louder. Shishan deliberately slowed down the car so that Zhou Chen could speak louder. Master. Zhou Chen raised his voice. Good, good. Good disciple, the chip can be implanted directly into the nasal cavity. The teleporter is just a nano-contact lens. You can use it once you put it on and activate it. Shishan pointed to the instruction manual above, give it a try. Good. Zhou Chen was reluctant, but he did as he was told. They took out the chip, and using the special auxiliary electron gun in the instrument, they aimed it at the indicated location in the nasal cavity and forcefully shot it in. Call. It was slightly sore, but the pain subsided quickly. The nerves in your nasal cavity are closely connected to your brain. By placing a chip here, your personal data will be monitored in real time. It will also give you warnings based on your strength. If there is anything around you that could threaten you, an alarm will be triggered. However, this only applies to those who don't conceal their aura and strength. If the other party is a master, it will be impossible to detect them. You can take advantage of them in the early stages, but even if you encounter a strange beast later on, it might be one that can hide itself. Then you'll die a horrible death. After explaining, Shishan looked at him again. As for these contact lenses, they are to help you monitor the surrounding environment. This model can monitor a radius of 5 kilometers. Good. Zhou Chen agreed and put his contact lenses back on. There's only one, to prevent people from confusing illusion with reality. There were problems before, so we improved it. Shishan then explained to Zhou Chen, try it after you've installed it. But like I said, don't rely on it too much. There are experts who can find ways to evade your detection. Clear. Zhou Chen agreed and then took off the blindfold that Lu Na had given me. I put on the contact lenses that Shishan gave me. After iris recognition, you can control its menu with just a glance, to control the area you want to detect and to handle some special needs. Shishan reminded him again. This time, Zhou Chen's attention was entirely focused on the contact lenses. Then a virtual operating space appeared above his left eye. Zhou Chen began to authenticate irises using the methods taught by Shishan. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, he was notified that his authentication was successful. Ding! Master, the nervous system has been connected via chip. It can be manipulated through any thought, in conjunction with the iris connection. Hearing the prompts from the instrument, Zhou Chen began to operate it. I found that this one is indeed better than the one Lu Na gave me. They're not even in the same league. With just a thought, everything within a 5-kilometer radius could be clearly displayed. Subsequently, Shishan was also identified. Martial Master Level 3? No wonder she's so arrogant. She's definitely much stronger than Goryo Jiam. Zhou Chen detected his strength and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Arrive! It was at this moment that Shishan stopped the car and got out first. C-13 area? The detector indicates that there is a level 4, level 2 alien beast, the Flaming Wolf, here. It also has quite a few wolves under its command, some level 3 and some level 2. Zhou Chen had already seen the information about this place on the detector. The intruder has already been warned that this is a dangerous area. He never expected that Shishan would stop here. Yes, I came here to do a mission. Shishan nodded, then looked at Zhou Chen. This is the first lesson I'm giving you today. Record it with your detector later, and then conduct a simulation experiment when you get back. Come find me again when you've completed it 100%. If you can't finish this in 20 days, don't say I'm your master when you leave. Just pretend we don't know each other. Good. Zhou Chen was filled with excitement. Showing off to yourself, a martial artist challenging a 4th-tier beast? What a joke. Open your probe, and wait here. Watch carefully. Shishan had already noticed his contemptuous gaze and couldn't help but smile. I'll show you what true strength is. Clear. Zhou Chen only verbally agreed, but inwardly he was still complaining. At this moment, Shishan had already walked directly into the valley. Zhou Chen used a detector to monitor his every move, waiting for him to enter the Flame Wolf's attack zone. Shishan quickly entered the valley. A whoa! Immediately following, a wolf howl was heard. Even inside the detector, Zhou Chen could clearly sense it. Moreover, this feeling of being so close made him subconsciously wary. Such a strong sense of realism. Zhou Chen was speechless. When I looked again, Shishan had already leaped up. Without any fancy moves, he conjured a shard of ice 3 zhan long in his hand. Is it a special ability? It doesn't seem to be ice. It's a pity that the distance is too far, so I can't sense how powerful this ice ability is. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly, gritted his teeth, reduced the range of the detector, and then quietly walked into the valley. Using invisibility techniques, they hid themselves. Once inside, the threat posed by the icicles became apparent. This is ice attribute? But it seems even more powerful. Could that be a hidden extreme cold attribute? As Zhou Hong watched Shishan and the Flaming Wolves engage in fierce combat, he began to speculate. Ahead, Shishan was already locked in a fierce battle with the Flaming Wolves. He did not rely on any weapons or firepower support or assistance. It relied on its own strength to go head-to-head with the Flaming Wolves. Boom! Shishan swung his iron fist in a wide arc and delivered a punch to the 10-foot-tall Flaming Wolf. The chill on his arm suddenly condensed into a giant ice hammer. Bang! The Flaming Wolf's mouth, which it had just opened, was smashed away by his hammer. A whoa! The fiery wolf let out a miserable cry and flew more than 10 feet before regaining its form. Suddenly, it opened its blood-red maw, whoosh! What emerged was not flames, but an attack like lava. They surged toward Shishan. 3,000 miles of ice. Shishan leaped into the air and clasped his hands together. Centered on him, a chilling aura suddenly spread outwards. Wherever this chill has swept through, The air, the sand, the plants, and even the attacks of the fiery wolves were all frozen. The temperature across the entire battlefield dropped significantly. Seeing that the situation was not good, the flaming wolf retreated instantly and landed steadily on the mountain. A pair of scarlet eyes stared warily at Shishan below. "Can you escape?" Shishan couldn't help but smile. Then he forcefully slashed the ground with both hands. Whoosh! An ice shard instantly appeared from him and surged towards the blazing firewolf. In the blink of an eye, a path was formed that led to the flaming wolves. Shishan stepped on it and charged directly towards the flaming firewolf. Awah! However, the flaming wolves began to howl. Chapter 50. You killed my brother. Awah! Soon, its call was answered. Before long, dozens more fiery wolves surged in from the depths of the valley. They surrounded Shishan in an instant. Call! A wolf rushed up and lunged to bite his chest. Ice spikes! Shishan showed no fear and simply raised his hand and waved it. A shard of ice suddenly condensed. Whoosh! With a single sound, the ice shards flew up and pierced through the blazing firewolf. Even a peak-level second-tier flame wolf didn't have a chance to make a single move in his hands. It ended before it even began. At the same time, two more fiery wolves pounced from different angles. Shishan remained expressionless, clenching his fists tightly, and several ice spikes instantly condensed at his fingertips. Go! With a roar, ice spikes shot out instantly. Puff! It pierced through both wolves in an instant. The corpse was propelled several dozen feet by inertia before finally coming to a stop. These fiery wolves were utterly no match for him. Call! It was at this moment that the fourth-tier flame wolf seized the opportunity and opened its mouth from a distance. He exhaled a burst of flames. The raging flames caused ripples in the surrounding air. Looking at its tricky attack angle, Jochen knew that this was a cunning alpha wolf. This position did not give Shishan enough opportunities to counterattack. He can only defend passively. Ice shield. Shishan indeed created an ice shield. Suddenly, a 10-foot thick ice shield appeared before him. The flames crashed against it and began to devour the ice. Sizzle. The melting ice made a series of burning sounds. Water vapor surged and drifted in the void. Jochen wanted to help, but seeing that Shishan still looked relaxed, he gave up the idea. Awah! At the same time, the wolf pack rushed towards Shishan to attack him. Puff! Whoosh! Caught completely off guard, he was devoured by the wolves in an instant. Jochen was shocked. It was too late to help. Showing off won't end well. Jochen shook his head, about to seize the opportunity to escape. Call! However, to his utter astonishment, Shishan suddenly appeared above the wolf pack. Surrounded by water vapor, he mocked the wolves below. Idiot, just idiot. The flaming wolf raised its head and glared fiercely at Shishan above. Call! Another burst of crimson flames erupted. Go! Shishan was not to be outdone, and once again condensed ice crystals, which he then smashed down. The moment the two made contact, ripples of water mist erupted once again. Gradually, their place was enveloped in the steam of melting water. Shishan then leaped down, his target the alpha wolf before him. At this moment, a lot of water vapor had gathered around the alpha wolf. Condense! After he finished speaking, all the water vapor around them suddenly condensed. The water vapor on the side of the fiery wolf suddenly condensed. In the blink of an eye, it was frozen solid. Break! Shishan conjured another icicle between his hands. A several-foot-long icicle pierced through the blazing firewolf. Bang! The flame wolf was restricted in its freedom after being frozen. Its body was also stiff, and after being poked by Shishan, bloodstains began to appear on the flaming wolf's body. Holy crap! That's amazing! Jochen understood what was going on after seeing this. Taking advantage of the moment when the Wolf King was about to attack, they froze him. It's like water and fire merging together. When these two extreme attributes appear in a single living organism, the damage itself is fatal. Shishan's stab instantly left it severely injured. Die! Shishan roared and leaped into the air once more, his ice hammer crashing down again. Bang! The Wolf King, which had not yet been unsealed, was instantly smashed and cracked. Smack! His original body crashed to the ground and was smashed into several pieces. Upon seeing this, the other flame wolves all fled. In just this short time, they killed 5 or 6 wolves. 2 of them were of the second tier, and several of the first tier were also affected. Most importantly, the alpha wolf was killed. Zhou Chen stared wide-eyed at the sight of such a simple battle. Is this a battle against someone of a higher level? It feels like a complete stomp. Zhou Chen stared at the battle that had ended, speechless with astonishment. Come and collect the corpse. The alpha wolf is mine, and the little one is your reward. When Qishan saw that Zhou Chen had also come over, he generously let him pick up the corpse. Zhou Chen frowned as he looked at his relaxed demeanor. He doesn't rely on any ammunition or wear any armor. How did you manage to do it all by yourself? If it were Chang Ji's team, even 10 teams wouldn't be enough to handle such a wolf. He killed them all by himself. At this moment, Zhou Chen felt an unusual heaviness in his heart. If you don't want them, I'll take them all. Seeing that he didn't move, Qishan laughed and said, You're right, there's always someone better. So what if you have talent? If you don't practice diligently, you'll still be a useless piece of trash. Once you have absolute strength, what do you need? You need to fully understand and master yourself. Accumulate your practical experience. Blind arrogance will only lead you astray. If I encountered someone like me that day, killing you, even if I were a much stronger opponent, would be a piece of cake. His words brought Zhou Chen back to his senses. Looking at Qishan in front of me, I suddenly didn't find him so annoying anymore. They then began collecting the bodies. Among the many corpses, only 2 beast cores of first-tier alien beasts were selected. I didn't take anything else. Aren't you embarrassed to eat for free? Take it, this is from your master. Qishan smiled slightly when he saw that he didn't take it. That's enough. Go exchange the rest for points. Zhou Chen shook his head, declining his offer. Snort. Qishan snorted and cleaned up the mess. So they took him away. Once we reached the side of the valley, we saw several cars driving towards us in the distance. Qishan didn't recognize these people, but Zhou Chen did. It was Li Sanjin and his group. After the group arrived, they stopped the car and got out. They walked towards them. Qishan didn't care and continued walking towards his car. Stop. Li Sanjin, arrogant and haughty, coldly blocked the master and apprentice. What brings you here? Qishan then stopped and looked at the people in front of him. He looked puzzled. Leave this kid here, we have questions for him. Zhao Chang also walked over and pointed to Zhou Chen behind him. He? Qishan pointed with his hand back. Yes. You can go now. Li Sanjin nodded, then pointed at Zhou Chen. Kid. Come here. Why should I listen to you? Zhou Chen's expression was unfriendly as he stared at the group and spoke. Humph, you killed my brother. Zhao Chang snorted coldly and pointed at him, shouting. Chapter 51 Survival Rules. Do you have any evidence? Zhou Chen remained neither humble nor arrogant, and showed no fear whatsoever. In the past, I would have been genuinely scared. But with Qishan around, he didn't take any of these people seriously. Evidence. Isn't this evidence? Zhao Chang pulled out 2 of his previous videos and a photo of him killing the dwarf for comparison. Who else but you could use these ground spikes and ground cones here? If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Li Sanjin also stood up and joined in the questioning. So what if it's him? This is in the wild, getting killed is normal. Did you just come out? Qishan understood what was going on, but he had no intention of helping. It's obvious they're going to protect their own. Alright, then there's no need for further words, let's get started. Since things have come to this point, there's no need for further confrontation. Get out of our way if you don't want to die. Don't get in our way. Li Sanjin looked at Qishan and threatened him repeatedly. Don't think that just because you're a martial arts master we'll be afraid of you. I never said you were afraid of me. As Qishan spoke, his imposing aura had already erupted. He was like a god of war. His demeanor was completely different from when he was facing the wolf. Court death. Zhao Chang snorted coldly, and the mechanical armor on his wrist, which he had already activated, protected him completely. Humph, you think you're a martial artist just because you're wearing martial artist armor. Support is just support, Zhou Chen, watch closely. Before your strength is sufficient, using weapons and armor beyond your level is utterly useless. As Qishan spoke, his shoulders swayed, and he was already gone. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the mechanical armor had not yet fully materialized. Shishan forcefully grabbed it from its core position on Zhao Cheng's chest and pulled it hard. Snap, stab. With just that one tug, his mechanical armor suddenly began to crackle and pop. Sparks began to flicker across his body. In the blink of an eye, his mechanical armor suddenly collapsed. It landed on the ground. It formed a pile of mechanical waste, still crackling because of the damaged circuitry. Court death. At this moment, Li Sanjin, who was already prepared, rushed over, a mechanical dagger in his hand flashing a red light. Laser. Zhou Chen immediately saw the problem and quickly reminded him, "Master, be careful." However, Shishan did not show the slightest fear. Ice crystals condensed in his palm and suddenly rushed forward. Sizzle. The laser melts the ice, creating a mist. Condense. Shishan coldly uttered a single word. Ah! A layer of ice suddenly formed on Li Sanjin's face. In the blink of an eye, his face was sealed. Unable to breathe, he waved his hands frantically, trying to peel off the ice layer on his face. However, nothing could help. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out. Whoosh! Before the bullet hit Shishan, a crystal-clear ice wall had already blocked his view. Once the bullets were close enough, they could no longer penetrate the ice wall. Shishan glanced ahead and saw a sniper in a tree in the distance. They stared in astonishment at the scene before them. A celestial maiden scatters flowers. Shishan clenched his fists tightly and then threw them toward the sniper. Ice blades pierced the void, and in the blink of an eye, the sniper was riddled with holes. Li Sanjin, who had just been lying on the ground, was now motionless. He suffocated to death. With just a simple move, he easily took down 2 people and crippled one of them. Their group of 6 lost half of their fighting strength in an instant. And they are all the strongest. The remaining 3 were also at a loss for what to do. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Zhou Chen was considering what to do, Shishan made another move. In the blink of an eye, he beheaded several people. Blood gushed into the air several meters high like a fountain. It finally landed on the ground. Pick it up. Shishan reminded him that they had already started picking up their weapons and equipment. Zhou Chen took a moment to react before coming over to help. The battle just now happened so fast. Shishan never bothered with any small talk, he went straight to the point and started attacking. They weren't even given a chance to beg for mercy, they were all dealt with immediately. What a ruthless spirit! Killing people without hesitation. In his eyes, human life was nothing but grass. Be wary of anyone you encounter in the wild, even if they are your own people. Those who dare to cause trouble should be eliminated even more. He's picking a fight this time, he'll dare to kill you next time. Seeing that Zhou Chen had already begun to help, Shishan explained and then said, "The only thing you can do is kill them all, and leave absolutely no survivors. If you don't believe me, just don't hate yourself when you suffer losses." Clear. Zhou Chen nodded and quickly helped him clean up the place. Then, the 2 of them got into the car. Finally, we drove straight back to Zhanghai City. Zhou Chen remained silent throughout the journey. He hadn't yet reacted to what had just happened. He killed 2 people that day because they threatened him. But these people clearly posed no threat to his safety. They strike without leaving any survivors. A life that is not even worth as much as a dog's. Soon they arrived at a road very close to Zhanghai City. From afar, you can see Su Shishir and her group, still struggling to deal with a mutated sheep. He still looks stupid and clumsy. At the end of the day, there was no progress. Let a sheep run rampant through their crowd. How did you meet? Shishan noticed something amiss. They were in the same class, and they were learning from Gao Liqin. Zhou Chen nodded. Let me remind you one more thing, never have compassion. Shishan noticed his expression and reminded him, go ahead. Zhou Chen didn't react. Yes, help them out. I'll ask you something else tomorrow. Shishan stopped the car and let him get out first. Okay. Zhou Chen was puzzled, but he still got off the bus. Shishan drove away without looking back. Zhou Chen watched their struggle and slowly walked over. Zhou Chen. Stop standing there, come on. Help me, this sheep is too difficult to handle. After several people found him, they all asked for his help. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. We should go back. Seeing that he wasn't moving, some people started urging him on. Hey, you don't even want to help your classmates, do you? You helped me this morning. I thought you were being kind, but I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Zhou Chen, do you really want us to kneel down and beg you? When people saw that he wasn't coming, they either complained or made fun of him. No one treated him politely. They took helping them for granted. I am your classmate, so I should lend a helping hand. Zhou Chen? Hurry up. Chapter 52 Simulated Battlefield. You guys figure it out yourselves. Why should I help you? Zhou Chen's gaze gradually darkened, and then he turned and walked back without looking back. Zhou Chen! You bastard! Su Shishir was immediately displeased when she saw him about to leave. What does your incompetence have to do with whether I'm a bastard or not? Zhou Chen frowned and turned around, a questioning look on his face. Just because I'm your classmate, does that mean I owe you something? His words silenced everyone. However, the resentment on his face remained undiminished. Su Shishir clenched her two small fists. My mind was in turmoil. Looking at everyone's expressions, Zhou Chen shook his head in disappointment. Heading back towards Zhanghai City. He had once saved their lives. Under these circumstances, not a single person felt the slightest bit apologetic towards them. Master 1. He's right. Zhou Chen walked all the way back to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In the private dormitory, they began to sit cross-legged. Take out the beast core of the flaming wolf. There are 3 in total. Devour. He was thinking to himself. It was about to devour the beast core. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured the core of the flaming fire wolf beast. Gained the flame wolf skill, flame. Flame, upgradable, requires further consumption. It can be upgraded? Zhou Chen was taken aback for a moment, then swallowed another one. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured the core of the flaming fire wolf beast. Skill fusion failed. Failed? That means if you want to devour it, you'll have to keep hunting the flame wolves. Zhou Chen thought about it carefully and couldn't help but sigh. How long will this fighting last? Ding. Any fire attribute beast will do. He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the system's notification. If it's fire elemental, then that makes things relatively easier. Let's simulate the scene of slaying the flaming wolves today. Look at yourself, just how big is the gap between you and your master? After making up his mind, Zhou Chen immediately activated the virtual mode. As the mode is activated, his consciousness suddenly sank. Call. After a bout of dizziness, everything went black before my eyes. The surrounding nothingness began to dissipate abruptly. Gradually, Zhou Chen reappeared at the entrance of the valley where Qishan had been before. So realistic. As Zhou Chen experienced the environment, he couldn't help but exclaim, this must be the nasal chip at work. It's simulating the scene based on the environment at the time. I wonder how realistic the battle simulation will be. Call. Just as he was considering it, he felt a heat on the top of his head. When I looked up, the wolf's head was already on top of his head. Ah! The flaming wolf let out an excited howl and swallowed his head whole. Call. A few seconds later, Zhou Chen appeared on his bed. Sweat streamed down his forehead. He reached out and touched his own head. It's still there. It's so realistic. He had just clearly felt the threat of death. Again. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. We arrived at the valley again. This time I learned my lesson. As soon as I reached the center, I chose to go invisible. When they reappeared, they were on an ancient tree. The fiery wolves below also spotted him and shoved their front paws into the ground. Whoosh! The entire fiery wolf pounced towards him in an instant. Blast! Zhou Chen immediately retreated. Call. However, before he could retreat far, he was bitten in the chest by the flaming wolf. They tossed him up into the air and swallowed him whole. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in reality. No, this is a 4th-tier beast. I am no match for it. He murmured. Ding. In the virtual world, your strength is the same as the simulated character. Soon, the sound from the simulator could be heard. What? My strength and my master's strength are the same in the virtual world? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. That would make me too weak. One more time. Knowing that he was just as strong as Qishan, he decided to try again. Hui Daoping simulates the world. He retreated again, dodging the attack of the flaming wolf. They landed on a huge rock as well. The fiery wolves followed closely behind. Zhou Chen began to counterattack, mimicking Qi Shan's posture and movements. Bang! However, he had just condensed the ice crystals and hadn't even made a move yet. He was sent flying by the flaming wolf. We're back to reality. Holy crap, what's going on? Is there really such a big difference? Zhou Chen immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Could you please check my master's combat stats? Zhou Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If it could be simulated, then it must have detected the data. Qi Shan. Combat data. Strength, 65,000. Qi and blood value, 48,000. Zhou Chen was astonished when he saw these figures. This is no longer the strength of a martial arts master, it has clearly reached the level of a martial general. Ding! This is the data achieved by an SS awakened through tireless training and fusion with their awakened skill. This is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Zhou Chen was impressed, and after testing again, he obtained the simulator's explanation. Okay, I see. Zhou Chen shook his head and smiled. I wonder if my system, which has given me so many skills, would have the same effect if I could fuse them together. Ding! It's achievable, but requires continuous absorption, e.g., wind attribute beast cores, which can increase the power of hurricanes. As Zhou Chen was pondering this in his mind, he heard the system's notification. Oh? So that means I need to keep absorbing things to make my skills more powerful? Zhou Chen understood instantly, but still couldn't help but say something. Yes, skills can evolve. The system's response was very straightforward. Oh, I see. Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then all I need to do is devour, and I can keep fusing? Yes. Reminder, there is a chance of failure, it's not a 100% upgrade guarantee. Okay. I understand. Zhou Chen nodded vigorously, a look of satisfaction on his face. Therefore, I need to keep absorbing, that's the true path of the system. He thought about it carefully and came to a conclusion. That's enough for today. If we continue, we'll only be teleported out. Reaching the level of one's master's skills is certainly not easy. If you practice a few more times, you might find the trick. Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then went straight out. I dialed Luna's number. Hello. After Luna answered the phone, she first asked, what's wrong? I ran into Li Sanjin and his group today. Zhou Chen first explained his meaning over the phone. Did I put you in a difficult position? Upon hearing his words, Luna hurriedly asked. Yes, they specifically came to get revenge on me. Zhou Chen agreed, and then continued, however, he was killed by my master. Oh? That's troublesome. Li Sanjin's elder brother is a high-ranking military general. Chapter 53 Wind Demon Bull. What? A high-ranking military officer? Zhou Chen felt a buzzing in his head. I never would have guessed that someone who doesn't seem very capable would have such a powerful older brother. That's right, has anyone noticed? In the video, Luna patted her forehead and said, if possible, we should get rid of the evidence. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. It should be fine, my master has already taken care of it. Zhou Chen recalled that Qi Shan had been dealt with at that time. That means there's nothing seriously wrong. It's best to keep a low profile. If you can coexist peacefully, as long as he can't hurt you, be patient and endure it for now. Build up your strength and unleash your power later. At that moment, Lin Chang's voice came through the video. Zhou Chen looked at Lin Chang's serious expression and said, Lin Chang is right. I understand. The methods Lin Chang and the others taught him were more tactful. Qi Shan taught him a more direct method, revenge is inevitable and there is no delay. These days have passed, and the day you go to Tenho Institute is almost here. Fatty Su also came over and talked to Zhou Chen in the video. Yes, we're almost there. I just checked the time, and there's less than 2 weeks left. Use this time to enrich myself, and then set off again. Zhou Chen looked at the electronic calendar, let's do one more job before we leave. Then let's do it the day after tomorrow. Lin Chang was also checking the time, the missions have been refreshed the day after tomorrow, there are missions available. Alright, let's do it together the day after tomorrow. Zhou Chen and the others hit it off immediately. You go ahead with your work, we're going to hand in our tasks. Lin Chang waved to him and then hung up the video call. Zhou Chen went to the courtyard, stretched his muscles and bones, and then returned to the simulated world. They began to imitate Qi Shan's fighting style. At first, I was just learning blindly, but later I started to study his videos. Gradually, I came to understand some of the principles, and that's why I continued fighting. And just like that, a day or two flew by. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Heng woke up that day. He let out a long sigh. Enter the simulated world again. This time, when the flaming wolves appeared, he used Qi Shan's longsword to kill them. Bang! With a loud bang, the flaming wolf was slashed and forced to retreat repeatedly. Zhou Chen pressed his advantage without stopping. He exerted all his strength, and the power kept accumulating in every joint. It made a crackling sound. His strength also increased from the upper limit of 7,000 kilograms punch to 10,000 kilograms. Puff! With a single slash, the flaming wolf howled in agony as it was split in two. Humph, it worked! He learned this technique of generating force by watching videos for 2 days. Including the first day, it took 3 days of practice to finally learn Qi Shan's fighting style. This method allows him to multiply all his power. Ha ha! It worked! Zhou Chen clapped his hands and then emerged from the illusion. Then I saw Luna's video call. When I opened it, it was already a message. Gather outside. Zhou Chen hurried downstairs and saw several people already waiting for him. Get in the car. Lin Chang waved to him. Several people got on the bus one after another. Where are we going this time? After several days of training, Zhou Chen's strength and combat skills have improved. Naturally, one should find a place to test their skills. This time we're going to the north of the city. The road to Shengjing is turbulent lately, there are many missions ahead. Lin Chang pointed north. This time I received 2 missions, but the points and resources far exceed those from last time. However, the level of danger has also increased this time, we've staked everything we have. Fatty Sue munched on an apple, then looked out the window. If we succeed, our net worth will double. If we fail, we'll be back to square one. We will definitely succeed. Zhou Chen was full of confidence. After these few days of training, his strength has far surpassed that of last time. Last time they were on a mission, he could only play a supporting role, but this time he has enough strength to be a key player. If our captain hadn't just broken through to the martial master level, we wouldn't have dared to take the risk. Luna patted the fat man on the shoulder. The fat man is also at the peak of martial arts level. Wang Li, Zhang Qi, and Su Jia have all reached the 9th level of martial arts. Even our Nana has reached the 8th level of strength, so our strength can be said to be at its peak right now. Then naturally we should take on even more challenging missions. Fatty Su grinned and ruffled Zhou Chen's hair. Little guy, you're not weak either, you're already at the 6th level of martial arts. Everyone has improved, so we have a better chance of winning. Zhou Chen clapped his hands and smiled easily. They were unaware that their strength had already surpassed that of Brother Chang. If I were to take on the crab from last time alone, I would be able to put up a fight. Moreover, he doesn't need any weapons to assist him. Zhou Chen did not reveal his true strength. On the rest of the journey, everyone talked about their plans after returning. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at a vast grassland. This area has low mountains and dense jungles, making it a complex region. Various environments coexist here. Our first target is 50 miles to the east, the Wind Demon Bull. Holding their information, Luna emphasized to everyone, he's at the early stage of Tier 3, and our weapons and ammunition are sufficient to deal with him. However, it requires everyone's concerted efforts. Then let's go find it first. Lin Chang stretched his muscles and bones, ready for battle. I have no objection. Zhang Qi nodded as well. Let's drive. Luna patted Su Jia, who was driving, and told him to follow the directions on the map. Su Jia simply agreed and then jerked the steering wheel. They left the highway and headed towards the distant grasslands. This cow has a herd of more than 20 cows. What we need to do is avoid these cattle and lead them into this canyon ahead. This will prevent us from being surrounded by cattle. While still in the car, Luna began announcing their plan. Fatty Sue, you two drive 2 armored vehicles to distract them. That Wind Demon Bull definitely won't chase us, so we can surround and kill it first. Okay, I understand. Shall I get off now? Fatty Sue looked at the map and felt that they had reached a certain location, so he asked Luna for directions. Okay, let's get off. Who's going with him? Luna nodded, then glanced at the group. I'll go. This time, Zhou Chen raised his hand voluntarily. He knew very well that only by following the fat man could he have a chance to fight. Otherwise, they would still stop him from doing his thing. That's good. It'll be safer this way. Lin Chang didn't object. Stop the car. The car stopped after he gave the order. After the fat man got out of the car with Zhou Chen, the armored vehicle was released, and Zhou Chen was taken inside. Ready to move out. Chapter 54, Hunting Down Third-Tier Alien Beasts. Lin Chang sent a reminder over the communicator. The team began to slowly accelerate. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near the Wind Demon Bull. This is a pasture, and you can see some cows grazing on the ground. However, these grasses are also mutated grasses. While grazing, some of these cows have to fight against mutated grass to win. The situation here is even worse than in the east of the city. You haven't been to the abyss, where you can even see mutated stones. Many resources are mutated. Seeing Zhou Chen's naive and unsophisticated look, Fatty Su patiently explained, once you get to the martial arts academy, you'll gradually understand how things are here. It will definitely exceed your imagination, so we can only access this information by constantly improving ourselves. Fatty. You all dropped out of the martial arts academy? Zhou Chen had always been very curious about this matter. Well, to be precise, they were eliminated, they were abandoned. The fat man nodded, then said to Zhou Chen, don't think that you can rest easy just because you've gone to the martial arts academy. You could be eliminated at any time. Take your master, Jishan, for example. He was a genius, but he was expelled from the academy for disobeying orders. Oh? Expelled? This was the first time Zhou Chen had heard this news. That's right. He was expelled. He was too arrogant. The academy rules forbid fighting among themselves, but he didn't listen. Fatty Su told Zhou Chen about the past. If you follow him, you can learn his fighting skills, but don't learn his character. Otherwise you will die a terrible death. Understood. Zhou Chen nodded in deep agreement. Fatty Su, target spotted. Prepare to lure it to the valley. Lin Chang's voice came through. Receive. After responding, Fatty Su steered the armored vehicle into the air and flew away. First, it circled around in front of the Wind Demon Bull. After attracting its attention, Fatty Su pressed the launch button with his thumb. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 flares were then launched. Bang! After the Wind Demon Bull exploded, it first looked at the armored vehicle in front of it with surprised eyes. Clearly, they never expected that such a tiny human would dare to provoke them. Moo! The Wind Demon Bull shook its pair of horns, each over 10 feet long, and swayed them forcefully at the armored vehicle. A gust of wind shot towards them from the tip of the bull's horn. Bang! The gale force winds transformed into sharp blades, striking the armored vehicle with a muffled thud. The entire vehicle veered off course and tilted slightly to one side. What a powerful bull! Fatty Su sighed, then continued to maneuver the armored vehicle to aim at the Wind Demon Bull once more. Call out! Call out! 2 more harassing missiles. Hit the Wind Demon Bull to continue attracting its attention. Moo! The Wind Demon Bull was enraged this time. The cow's hooves, as big as millstones, kept pawing at the ground, and its nostrils made a rumbling sound. Call out! Fatty Su was having a great time and launched another harassing missile. Bang! Immediately afterward, the Wind Demon Bull sprang up from the ground. It crashed into them. Let's go! Fatty Su maneuvered the armored vehicle and vanished from the spot in a single turn. With the support of the thrusters, the entire vehicle accelerated continuously. However, the Wind Demon Bull behind him had no intention of letting go of the person who was harassing him. The cow's hooves made a rumbling sound as they stepped on the ground. It relentlessly pursued the armored vehicle, continuously launching wind blades from its horns. However, Fatty Su dodged all of this precisely. Zhou Chen then understood why he was always the one driving. His driving skills are absolutely SSS level, a testament to his talent. Whoosh! After a loud bang, the armored vehicle successfully reached this side of the valley. The Wind Demon Bull followed them in. We're within firing range, ready to fire at any time. Zhang Qi's voice came through the communicator. Emission. Fatty. Attack. Luna's voice came again, prompting the 2 to join forces in the attack. Receive. Prepare. Both agreed and then began to aim. Zhou Chen. You come here. Shoot it. Throughout the journey, Fatty Su taught Zhou Chen how to drive. Now, it's time for him to aim and shoot the wind demon bull again. Good. He didn't hesitate after studying all that, it was time to put it to the test. Emission. When the fat man heard him agree, he immediately told him to get started. Boom. Zhou Chen also fired the shells immediately. Keep going, it's all automatically loaded. Fatty Su gave Zhou Chen another order, 2 more blows, give Zhang Qi enough time and opportunity. Clear. After Zhou Chen agreed, he continued firing. Boom. Boom. Under his fire, the wind demon bull was surrounded by shells. Some are tracked, while others are directly located. There is also interference. This gave Zhang Qi ample opportunity. Bang! Bang! He also fired 2 sniper shots in quick succession. It struck the wind demon bull hard. Moo! The wind demon bull was battered and bruised from their repeated bombardment. Although the skin and flesh acted like sturdy armor to block the blows, it still hurt when they hit the body. Mobility decreased by 7%. Defense decreased by 4%. Attack decreased by 3%. It worked, but only slightly. Luna's voice came through, followed by the question, do you need another shot? No need, it'll be troublesome if they go berserk later. Get ready. Let's start consuming it. After Lin Chang's reminder, he said no more. Zhou Chen followed closely and used the device Qi Shan had given him to see that Lin Chang had arrived near the wind demon bull. The long sword in his hand was ready to strike. Wang Li. Use your pet to distract him. Lin Chang gave another reminder and then drew his long sword. They're here. Wang Li appeared beside the wind demon bull and summoned 2 enormous crabs, which charged directly at the wind demon bull. Moo! With a roar, the wind demon bull charged directly at the oncoming giant crab. Click. Bang. There is a disparity in strength between the 2 sides, but Cancer's task is simply to stop his actions. Having attracted his attention, Lin Chang was given an opportunity. They're here. He leaped into the air, and with the aid of his mechanical armor, his strength and speed reached an unprecedented level. Zhou Chen glanced at it and made a mental estimate. This should have already exceeded the martial arts master's limit. Armored support is also good, but unfortunately it can only be used in the early game. Once a military general reaches a certain level, the difference in strength cannot be bridged by ordinary armor. Click. After a loud bang, Lin Chang's longsword slammed into one of the wind demon bull's horns. Everyone turned to look. Chapter 55, Trial of the Secret Realm. Zhou Chen also focused his attention on the bull's horns. Is it useless? Damn it, it's completely unbreakable. What's going on? How can it be so strong? Everyone started complaining. Avoid his horns, attack from the abdomen or behind. Lu Na offered her opinion. I'll do it. At this moment, Su Jie's spear was already poised to strike. He drew a black gunshot mark in the air, then charged towards the wind demon bull, gun in hand. Puff. A shot quickly pierced its abdomen. However, it only left a gunshot wound on its abdomen. Not even a drop of blood seeped out. This is insane. Only guns and cannons? We don't have any high-powered guns and cannons with us, those things are too expensive, they're for the military. Fatty Su started complaining into the communicator. I'll give it a try. Zhou Chen stood up abruptly and opened the hatch above his head before the fat man could stop him. He had already jumped out, stood up on the armored vehicle, and picked up a short axe he had just seen from the back row. At this moment, the wind demon bull below was locked in combat with Lin Chang and his group. The battle was back and forth, but fortunately everyone had supportive armor to help them. Otherwise, they would have been worn down and lost their fighting ability long ago. I am coming. Zhou Chen roared and leaped into the air. He tore through the void, continuously employing Qi Shan's power-generating techniques in mid-air. The bones inside his body began to make muffled, thunderous sounds. The bones are constantly transmitting and strengthening each other. Even the joints and the fingers are gathering strength. All for this final, decisive blow. Bang! After Zhou Chen landed, his power had already exceeded the limit of a martial artist. In addition to the boost from falling from a great height, there's also the wind attribute bonus. This attack unleashed 200% of its power. The blow landed heavily on the wind demon bull's shoulder blade. The axe's power continued to increase, and it did not stop after it struck. 1 inch, 2 inches, the damage increased by more than a foot downwards. Puff! Fresh blood gushed out from the wound. After the axe swung down, Jo-chan leaped into the air and dodged far away. The blood jet flew up more than 10 feet high. The entire body of the cow tilted towards the side where it had been slashed. Now! Lin Chang's pupils dilated, and he swung his long sword down in one swift motion. After delivering the final blow, he retreated to a safe distance. Su Jie naturally seized the opportunity and thrust all his spears into the shoulders of the Wind Demon Bull. It was this long weapon that finally allowed the Wind Demon Bull to pierce through his body. One end of the spear flew out from the belly of the Wind Demon Bull. Whoosh! This caused a large cloud of blood mist to form. The blood poured down like a torrential downpour. Moo! The Wind Demon Bull cried out in pain. Boom! The cattle outside the valley heard their leader's call. They rushed madly toward him. They came to the rescue. I'll do it! Fatty Su piloted the armored vehicle and flew over. Bang! Bang! This time, he spared no expense in using artillery shells. Attack the cattle, giving the others enough time to deal with this one. Quick, hold on tight. While Luna was giving the reminder, she wasn't idle herself either. He picked up his weapons and used ranged attacks to relentlessly strike the Wind Demon Bull's shoulder blades. This wound is its fatal weakness. Not attacking here would be foolish. Die! Jo-chan had no intention of continuing to attack her shoulder blade. Soaring into the sky, he first used earth spikes to control the Wind Demon Bull. Then the short axe chopped down on its bull's head. Whoosh! Plop! Jo-chan severed the bull's head with a single strike. The rolling bull's head left a long trail of blood on the ground before finally stopping. With a swift stroke of his axe, he took down the bull in just 2 moves. The group stared in disbelief at the Wind Demon Bull, now a corpse. Quickly, before the cattle herd arrives, dispose of the carcass. Fatty Su was disturbing the herd of cattle from behind. Seeing them all staring blankly, he quickly reminded them. Good. Let's do it. The group realized what was happening and used a mechanical cutter and a special mechanical storage box to clean up the Wind Demon Bull. Then they all leaped onto the cliff. After the herd charged over, they discovered that their leader was gone. I started searching aimlessly. Jo-chan and his group had already returned by car along the same route. Heading back on the road. Jo-chan! You're something else, kid. You took down a cow in 2 axe blows. Fatty Su and his group had already gotten back into a car. He patted him on the shoulder and kept praising him. This is all thanks to our teamwork. Even if you weaken its defenses, I still can't do it. Jo-chan was very humble and did not take credit for anything. Lin Chang looked at him with his deep eyes. In the future, your achievements will definitely be great. It's so great to see you grow up in our team. Brother Chang, it's because you didn't look down on me and helped me grow. I should thank you. Jo-chan was grateful and showed no arrogance. I can't give you the beast core, you have to complete the quest. Here, take these bull horns, they're what you deserve. Lin Chang handed him the storage box containing the item. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jo-chan didn't stand on ceremony and caught the bull horn. What's the next target? Same here, also a 3rd-tier beast. This is just a vulture, we'll have to put in some effort. Luna, holding the documents, said, the reason we killed the Thunder Eagle was because this beast was harassing the convoy on the road. Extremely cunning, it caused heavy losses to ordinary caravans, which is why it has the most points. Flying creatures? They're not easy to kill here, are they? Jo-chan looked at the group of people, but none of them possessed this special awakening. The only thing they had was the fat man's armored vehicle, which could still fly. The rest of them, even with the propulsion system, couldn't fly very high. This will also increase the consumption of the thrusters. It's not their primary kill target at the moment. It's not easy, but fortune favors the bold. We've already made a profit by killing the Wind Demon Bull. Kill it, and we'll profit. Lin Chang's eyes burned with fervor. We also need to grow up as quickly as possible. The Secret Realm trial is about to begin. If all of us can reach the strength of a martial master, we can go in and try our luck. Trial in a secret realm? Jo-chan had not heard of this matter before. That's right. The Secret Realm trial. Anyone who has reached the level of a martial master or above can participate. There are many resources and opportunities inside. As long as you can seize them, your strength will increase dramatically. When Lin Chang brought up this matter, his breathing became heavier. All our efforts have been for this day. We have 2 months left, we have plenty of opportunities. Luna clenched her fists, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Chapter 56, using a fat man as a stepping stone. Only the captain has reached that level now, we must also work hard. Fatty Sue rarely showed a serious expression. Then how do we find this eagle? Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Zhou Chen was also moved by their solemnity. Now he was even more interested in this secret realm. If I go to the martial arts academy, can I still go to the secret realm? Of course you can. You even have priority. The resources of the secret realm are controlled by the 3 major martial arts academies. As Su Jie drove, he explained to Zhou Chen, judging from your performance, you'll definitely be selected to participate. There are still more than 2 months left, you still have a chance no matter how you look at it. That's great. We can continue our cooperation when we go. Luna gently rubbed Zhou Chen's head. By then, your strength will definitely be above ours, and we'll still need you to protect us. No problem. I'll definitely protect everyone. Zhou Chen puffed out his chest, his momentum surging. However, he looked very serious. Fatty, we've arrived. You can change cars now. Luna looked at the map and reminded Fatty Sue to change cars. Zhou Chen. Are you still coming with me? Fatty Sue patted Zhou Chen. Okay, let's go. Zhou Chen readily agreed and then got into the armored vehicle with the fat man. They were responsible for leading the way. This time, Fatty Sue changed into his mechanical armor, clearly preparing to take action himself. Zhou Chen also obtained a set, the most common C1GB series. But that's enough for him. Bah! That is, at this moment. A loud whistling sound rang out. Zhou Chen and the others all looked toward the source of the sound. A majestic eagle, with wingspans exceeding 10 zhang, approximately 33 meters, soared from afar. Its appearance made everyone nervous. It's huge. Zhou Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. These birds of prey are all bluff, their defenses are very weak. However, it's fast and very difficult to deal with. Fatty Sue began explaining to Zhou Chen, once our shells hit, half of it will be ruined. I wonder if I'll hit the target. Zhou Chen watched as the massive, dark figure pressed in on him. Questions began to arise. We have tracking missiles, so it's not a big problem. The ammunition is coated with anesthetic, it will take effect as soon as it hits. Fatty Sue pointed to the shells behind him, so many, they're all prepared for it, don't worry. Get ready, it's coming for us. After Luna reminded him, he leaped out immediately. Others also left the SUV. Using the thrusters, prepare to engage the Thunder Eagle. Bah! The Thunder Eagle also noticed their situation and let out a cry. Then it swooped down. Their car was the target. Clearly, it knows that there are usually supplies inside. But this time, it's going to fall for it. Call. With the flapping of its wings, a fierce wind arose. Luna and the others have already opened the protective shield. These things do not obstruct their view. Zhou Chen also opened his protective shield and, seeing the Thunder Eagle swooping down, gripped his short axe tightly. Thunder Eagle's target was very clear, their off-road vehicles. Seeing that it had taken the bait, Zhang Qi had already pulled the trigger. Bang! Boom! He and Fatty Sue simultaneously activated their cannons, firing them at its 2 flanks. Call! However, their aim was in vain. When the Thunder Eagle saw the shells coming, it suddenly flapped its wings. The impact caused their shells to change direction, soaring into the sky. At this moment, the Thunder Eagle's claws were already very close to the off-road vehicle. Leave it to us. Lin Chang, Su Jie, and Wang Li are all ready. Seeing its sharp claws coming at them, they each unleashed their strongest attacks to stop it. Whoosh! Puff! The 3 used their respective strengths to repel the Thunder Eagle's giant claws. This forced it to prepare to soar into the sky once again. Damn it, if it doesn't work the first time, I'm in trouble. Lin Chang looked at his tiger's mouth, which was bleeding from the lingering force of the claws. Su Jie wasn't in much better shape, he had just suffered a serious injury to his shoulder blade. One arm is already dislocated. Watch me. Just when everyone was about to give up, Fatty Sue used the thrusters to rush up. He was like a ball, attacking the Thunder Eagle's wings. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in his hand. This long sword is mechanically crafted, and it even has a thruster on the hilt. It's enough to use inertia to injure the Thunder Eagle. Call. Click. When the Thunder Eagle saw him coming, it opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket instantly enveloped the fat man. Fortunately, he activated the protective shield at the last moment, but he was still electrocuted. Ah! Fatty Sue screamed in pain as the longsword slipped from his hand. He then plummeted towards the ground. Watch me! Just when everyone was disappointed, Zhou Chen soared into the sky, but was still a little short of hooking the sword. Without any mercy, he stomped on the fat man's body, using the fat man's body to tilt slightly. Only then did he firmly grasp the sword. Damn it, I'll be your stepping stone. The fat man let out a scream and then fell silent. Zhou Chen had already rushed to the wing side of the Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle looked at Zhou Chen with disdain, then spat out a bolt of lightning at him. Zhou Chen didn't care and watched the lightning strike. Go back. The Thunder Eagle did not use its full power in this lightning strike. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to control it. With just one roar, the howling lightning abruptly stopped. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhou Chen suddenly exerted his strength. With a leap, he landed on the wing of the Thunder Eagle. Break! He gripped the longsword tightly in his hand, and the thrusters were pushed to their maximum speed. Puff! It stabbed at its wing. While the Thunder Eagle is powerful, its defense is weak, which is a well-known fact. Zhou Chen learned Qishan's method of exerting force, and combined it with the propulsion of the longsword. It couldn't defend against that sword at all. Zhou Chen did not stop after his wings were pierced. Instead, he gripped his longsword tightly and slashed it horizontally forward. Along was written on its wing. Blood flowed down the blade, spraying out. At a height of over 100 feet, a man and an eagle engage in a fierce battle. The Thunder Eagle, in pain, immediately flipped over. Use your sharp claws to tear this ant to pieces. However, Zhou Chen wasn't stupid. As it turned around, it grabbed its feathers tightly. Then it was hung upside down on its body. For a moment, the Thunder Eagle was quite surprised to lose its target. The excruciating pain from its wings forced it to find a way to deal with Zhou Chen as quickly as possible. But Zhou Chen is currently hiding on its body. Let it be helpless. Bah! It roared and then flapped its wings and took flight. The destination was deep in the mountains ahead. Oh no! Get him down quickly. Chapter 57: The Cannibal Forest. Zhou Chen, come down. It's heading towards Demon Ridge. Lu Na also hurriedly reminded him. However, Zhou Chen was currently on the wings of the Thunder Eagle. We couldn't hear their signal at all. At that moment, he couldn't receive any signals at all. Call. On the back of his Thunder Eagle, he was sent flying dozens of feet away in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen realized something was wrong. That day, Thunder Eagle soared into the sky, directly above the dark clouds, giving him no chance to react at all. What are you trying to do? Kill me? At this point, Zhou Chen could no longer see what was below him. Looking around, all I could see were dark clouds. The Thunder Eagle flapped its wings once and flew far away. There's simply no way to calculate where it is. Zhou Chen turned on the detector that Qishan had given him. I want to see where I am. Looking at the map above, I realized that I was already far from the road I had just come from. 30 kilometers? That's fucking fast. Zhou Chen's eyes widened, 1,000 feet off the ground. You'll definitely die if you jump down. Damn it, where am I being taken? Bah! About half an hour later, the Thunder Eagle cried out and then pierced through the clouds. It flew downwards. Zhou Chen was subjected to atmospheric pressure, and the muscles on his face began to bulge outwards. Close your eyes and stare at the environment below. Jungle? The fog was thick, and nothing could be seen clearly. As it fell, the Thunder Eagle deliberately skimmed across the ancient, towering trees. Whoosh! Call! After being scratched a few times, Zhou Chen suddenly saw countless leaves in front of him. To his even greater surprise, there were teeth on these leaves. It seemed to sense Zhou Chen's presence. As he was carried by the Thunder Eagle, those teeth lunged at his head. Holy crap, this is the mutated plant Sister Lu was talking about. Now, Zhou Chen finally understands what's going on. Click. Click. It was at this moment that countless teeth came biting down. In an instant, it plucked the feathers he was tightly clutching from the roots. Not good. Seeing that things were not going well, Jochin tried to grab another feather. However, after he was exposed, even more teeth followed suit. Click. This forced Jochin to give up. It then plummeted straight down. The moment he landed, Jochin hurriedly activated his invisibility technique. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. He stomped hard on the ground, leaped up, and landed on a tree. When I looked again, the ground where I had just been standing was now covered with countless insects. Some flowers and plants also gathered around, but after they didn't notice Jochin, they dispersed. Holy crap, can leaves eat people? Jochin stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. This is even more terrifying than what Sister Lu described. Jochin hurriedly looked around to observe the situation. Overhead were dense dark clouds and countless leaves. Below are dense, wriggling leaves. It completely overturned his understanding. Jochin swallowed hard, took out a piece of lean meat from his pocket, and tossed it towards the person being sent down to the countryside. Call. The moment it landed, it was entangled by a vine. Then, a long tongue shot out from the vine's flowers. He swallowed the piece of lean meat directly. How are we supposed to get out of here? There's no foothold down there. Using the thrusters will only lead to certain death. Plants are more sensitive than animals, they might be swallowed up if they move even slightly. Jochin used the detector to explore. The weakest ones are all second-tier plants. My goodness, this is definitely not a place for humans. At this point, he finally understood why Thunder Eagle had left him here. This kind of revenge would be the cruelest for him. It was consumed by plants. So, is fire useful? Jochin thought for a moment, then threw out another piece of meat, this time enveloping it in a ball of flame. Even after the piece of meat fell to the ground, the surrounding plants did not attack it. On the contrary, they avoid it like the plague. Where the flames landed, plants scattered. Good. Then we can get away. Jochin grinned. Then, he activated the wind blades, lifting himself down to the ground. At the same time, clusters of flames swirled around him within a 3-meter radius. Some plants that coveted his plant dared not come near. Good. Good. This way we can escape. Jochin finally found hope, so he began to determine his location using the detector. This is a mixed-breed bird, which led itself more than 50 kilometers off the road. This is Demon Ridge. It's the kind of place Sister Lu was talking about. Some plants are afraid of fire, but some minerals and other things are not afraid of fire. Jochin glanced at the map and looked towards the direction outside Demon Ridge. It's about 5 kilometers from Demon Ridge. It seems the Thunder Eagle doesn't dare to fly too far in. After making up his mind, Jochin walked out in one direction. Having a direction and a solution made him feel more at ease. And so, relying on its own flame, it walked out. As he approached the edge, he glanced back. Many plants were eyeing him covetously. But they were helpless against him. They dared not get too close to the flames. Finally out. As soon as he went out, he received Luna's and their communication records. Jochin, where have you been? Are you all right? Reply. Reply received. Damn it, don't hang up. He only received the message after he came out, and that's when he replied to them. They then activated the thrusters and located the road. They charged back. That vulture is back. This beast has gone berserk, and it's very difficult to deal with. He received a reply very quickly after he responded. A hint of anger burned in Jochin's eyes. They adjusted the thrusters to their maximum speed and sped off in their direction. More than half an hour later, the Thunderhawks could be seen circling in the sky. It seemed to be deliberately retaliating, not in a hurry to kill them. Instead, he thoroughly enjoyed the process of taking revenge, toying with the crowd below. But it hadn't yet realized that the person it had just tricked had actually returned. Jochin didn't rush over, but stopped at a distance. Looking at the Thunder Eagle in front of him. How can I avoid being detected by it, or kill it in one blow? If his master were here, what would he do? While its wings are its weakness, its head is its most vulnerable point. The only chance I could get close to its head was to get injured. If you give it a false impression, you'll have a chance to get close to its head. Jochin thought about it carefully and had already come up with a preliminary plan. Everyone, I'm back, but I need your help to put on a show. His voice was transmitted to everyone's communicators. Chapter 58. We treated you like a brother, but you want to treat us like employees. Zhou Chen. You're back. You're not dead. Where did it just take you? When Luna and the others heard his voice, they were all incredibly excited. At this point, they and the Thunder Eagle had reached a point of no return. It was wounded in their hands, and it was the beast that killed their brother. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's voice, everyone was filled with mixed emotions of sorrow and joy. Luna choked up, saying, "I'm so glad you're all right. Zhou Chen, what do you want us to cooperate with you for?" The fat man remembered what he had just said, so he obviously had some kind of plan. "I need to get close to its head and deliver the fatal blow. This guy is clearly smarter than the other beasts." As Zhou Chen spoke, he stealthily approached them. "Get closer to its head?" Lin Chang also heard his words. "It's a bit difficult, and it will be very dangerous. Its wing is injured. We can use that injury to our advantage." As Zhou Chen spoke, the Thunder Eagle, which was maneuvering among the crowd, could already be seen. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Chang knew that Zhou Chen must have his own plan, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. "Fire it. Use fire to disable its ability to fly. You guys hold it back, I'll kill it with one blow." Zhou Chen stated his plan. "You guys lure it down. I'll handle it." "Okay. Leave it to me." After Su Pingzi agreed, he steered the armored vehicle and leaped out. He deliberately revealed a weakness to the Thunder Eagle. After seeing the opening the fat man had made, it pounced and landed on the fat man's armored vehicle. The sharp claws, like a cutting machine, tore through the thick armor of the armored vehicle. Blazing flames. Brahma. It was at this moment that Zhou Chen made his move. With a roar, he unleashed his fiery skill. Above him, a fireball 4 or 5 zhan long suddenly appeared. The surrounding air rippled as it burned. He then swung it at the Thunder Eagle. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Thunder Eagle had no idea that Zhou Chen would be able to return alive and launch a sneak attack on him. The fireball ignited on its body, but for a beast of this caliber, its feathers weren't easily burned. Even after being hit by a fireball and catching fire, it still has the chance to soar into the sky and extinguish the flames in the clouds. So it flapped its wings and took flight, wanting to leave the ground. "Oomph, you can't escape." Lin Chang's long sword had already followed up with a slash. Its target was its already injured wing. "I am coming." Su Jia rushed over right after. Bang! As they stepped forward, Zhang Qi fired his gene gun. It hit its wing perfectly. Boom! As the bullet struck it, a violent explosion occurred. "Napologetic bombs. They can complement your flame," Lu Na said with a smile over the communicator. "Roast pigeon." "Great. Let's do it again." Zhou Chen didn't hesitate either, throwing several more fireballs at his Thunder Eagle. The explosion caused the Thunder Eagle to scream in agony as it burned. Because of the injury to his wings, he can no longer move freely as before. It caused it immense suffering. With the combined attack of Lin Chang and Su Jia, it was unable to escape for a time. They were firmly entangled. Go to hell. It was at this critical moment that Zhou Chen made his move. He took out a short axe and soared into the sky. At this moment, with the help of the gale, his speed had already reached its limit. With the addition of Qi Shan's power generating techniques, his strength far exceeded his own abilities. Puff! With the aid of a strong gust of wind, the short axe cleaved towards the head of the Thunder Eagle. Cut straight down from between the eyebrows. They chopped its bird head in half. The massive body swayed back and forth on the ground a few times. Finally, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Even in death, its claws clung tightly to the fat man's armored vehicle. "Hey, quick, get me out of here." The fat man was in the car, repeatedly calling for help. "Disassemble the corpse." Lin Chang quickly arranged for everyone to take action. In no time, everyone got busy. Flying creatures are still difficult to deal with. We're almost out of ammunition. They also lost an armored vehicle. But if we complete the mission, we'll make a profit. Everyone started discussing it, while also busy cleaning up the mess. The armored vehicle can be repaired. This isn't a serious issue. Lin Chang glanced at the armored vehicle. If we include all of them, we'll still make a profit. Hurry up and pack up, get ready to leave, it'll be dark soon. Lu Na urged them on. After all that commotion, it had already gotten dark. Good. Zhou Chen and the others agreed and got to work. Even so, they didn't set off until an hour later. Zhou Chen, how did you get back? Where did it take you? Even though Luna already had a guess, she couldn't help but ask. Demon Ridge. Zhou Chen's voice was calm. The answer was very calm, as if it were a very ordinary place. Demon Ridge? Really? The plants everywhere have mutated, and man-eating plants are everywhere. How did you get out? Fatty Su clicked his tongue in amazement, his face full of curiosity. It didn't dare go too far in itself, and it left me at the entrance, so I took the opportunity to come out. But it is indeed a threat even the leaves inside can kill. Zhou Chen gave a simple explanation, downplaying the main point. No matter what, it's good that you're back. Be more careful from now on. Lin Chang rubbed his head, you've done a great job this time. What do you want from the Thunder Eagle? I'll give you special treatment. No need, this is the result of everyone's hard work. Without your combined efforts, how could I have possibly killed it? Zhou Chen shook his head, we'll just distribute them normally. Good lad, you've got guts. You're loyal. Lin Chang patted Zhou Chen, but then looked serious, I'll only allow you to do this once here. From now on, when you go out, don't be polite to anyone. Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Huh? Is it really that exaggerated? Zhou Chen was somewhat puzzled. The captain is right. If you don't believe me now, you'll suffer a great loss. However, everyone has to suffer losses sometimes, so I hope you won't suffer any. Luna added, there are less than 10 days left until we go to the martial arts academy. What are your plans? We'll help you. I hope you can join my family's company. Help my parents manage the company. I will regularly send you the resources I obtain from the martial arts academy in the future. Would you gentlemen be willing? After listening to her, Zhou Chen explained his thoughts. He has been considering this matter for some time. Today, I've finally thought of saying it. Otherwise, there will be no chance. Ha! You want to be our boss? Luna couldn't help but smile, that's really ambitious. We treat you like a brother, but you want to treat us like employees. Fatty Su curled his lip. Chapter 59 The 8th Level Judgment of Warriors. Zhou Chen, what are you thinking? Let me see your thoughts. Lin Chang did not refuse, but looked at Zhou Chen with great interest. Captain, my family specializes in forging weapons and equipment for body refining martial artists. This income isn't bad in Zhanghai City, but it's utterly worthless if you put it out there. After seeing the weapons and armor you gave me last time, I realized that they all depend on exotic beasts and some ores. Even the rare materials they develop are related to them. Zhou Chen didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. We deliver missions to martial arts gyms, so why don't we deal directly with the manufacturers ourselves? You provide the materials, the manufacturer helps with production, and you only need to pay for labor and other costs. You can make a fortune. And you can save a fortune. What you're saying is a bit confusing, could you explain it more clearly? Fatty Su scratched his head, a serious expression on his face. I'll work on this gradually. For now, all you can do is help my dad get the materials he needs and help him with his research. Zhou Chen explained the simple task to them, and then said, let's go back, and I'll take you there. Let's think about this. However, Lin Chang did not agree directly. This matter will, after all, delay their actions and cultivation time. This is quite a risky matter. Brother Chang is right. Zhou Chen. Let's finish the secret realm trial first. Let's strengthen our forces first, and then make other plans. Luna nodded, after all, the trials are about to begin. Yes. Let's put this matter aside for now. Fatty Su agreed wholeheartedly. He has understood what Zhou Chen just said. Alright. Then let's wait until the secret realm trial is over. Zhou Chen understood their meaning and didn't insist. This kind of thing can be done as long as you are strong enough and have enough strength. Amidst their casual conversation, they unknowingly returned to the city. After parting ways with the others, Zhou Chen first returned to his dormitory. My master said that this T19A2 terminal detector can share one's abilities during testing. Can this really prove my ability? After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chen decided to use the T19A2 terminal detector to assess his own capabilities. After absorbing nutrients for a period of time, his strength has increased again. Enter the simulation scenario. Prove your strength. Zhou Chen made up his mind and then connected to the nervous system. We have entered a virtual scene. As his consciousness sank. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a virtual scene. The environment here is entirely virtual. It's a laboratory of about 100 to 200 square meters. There is a ring and some testing equipment. Zhou Chen first went to the strength testing area. He threw a punch at the detector. Strength, 5,500 kilograms punch. After the test, we went to the speed measuring device. After going up there, the inspection began. The final data was then reported. Speed, 86 ms. That's right, that's the strength of a 7th level martial artist. Zhou Chen then went to the endurance testing machine. After he had been performing weightlifting tests on the equipment for a period of time. The data was also reported. Endurance, 88 m. Almost reached the 8th level. Finally, we arrived at a nutrient tank. After opening it, I went inside. I stayed there for about half an hour. After he came out, a string of numbers appeared. Qi and blood value, 8,450 L. These are all the results of the 8 tests. So, should the final judgment be made against a human or a mythical beast? Zhou Chen arrived at the arena and looked around. Where are the people who will be judging the trial? Come on. Your data indicates you are at the 8th level of martial arts. We will arrange a trial opponent who is also at the 8th level of martial arts for you. Do you have any objections? If not, the trial participant will appear in 20 seconds. Soon, the mechanical questioning voice of the instrument could be heard. No objections, let's go. Zhou Chen made his judgment and chose to confirm. Okay. System processing. The instrument responded quickly. 20 seconds later, a figure appeared on the stage. It is an android wearing a mask. However, judging from his streamlined physique and powerful muscles, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Start. After the system alerted them, the person in front of them immediately moved. Whoosh. Only the sound of wind breaking through the air could be heard. Zhou Chen felt everything go black before his eyes and he lost his target. When I felt it again, I quickly dodged away. Bang! Even so, he was still shot in the back. After losing his balance, Zhou Chen used his hands to support himself on the ground and did a front flip, propelling him more than 10 feet away. It finally stopped. Call. However, before he could react, the other side attacked again. This time it was a low sweeping kick, aimed directly at his head. Holy crap, is this some kind of cheat? This speed and combat awareness, is it at the 8th level? Zhou Chen couldn't help but curse, but still raised his hand to block the attack. Bang! This blow sent him flying again. Zhou Chen spun in the air, adjusting his body. Maintain your balance. At the moment of landing, he simply touched the ground with his toes. He charged towards that person. I wanted to deliver a fatal blow the moment he arrived. However, to his surprise, the man stopped moving, waiting for him to regain his footing. What? You know I deliberately left a flaw? System, are you a sore loser? This is blatant cheating. Even Zhou Chen couldn't help but start complaining. Whoosh. In the brief moment he was distracted, the system acted again. The man crossed his arms and then rushed towards Zhou Chen. This time, both hands slammed down on his head with force. Zhou Chen sensed that this powerful and heavy blow was something he could not resist. Iron arm. Zhou Chen roared and raised his hands high. At this moment, an invisible barrier actually formed on his arm. The blow that struck him made him kneel on one knee, but it still couldn't break through his defense. This is cancer skill. This was Zhou Chen's first time using it, and it had such an effect. Hee. My turn. Zhou Chen sneered, then withdrew his hands, earth spikes. Whoosh. With a roar, more than a dozen spikes rose from the ground. They attacked the man in black. The man in black retreated repeatedly, flashing past again and again. In the end, he perfectly avoided all of his spikes. Blazing flames. Zhou Chen had no intention of letting him off the hook and launched another attack. Call. However, the man pushed with both hands, sending his flames flying. Chapter 60. He's mine. What's going on? It broke through my attack like that? What is this? I'm not satisfied. I demand an appraisal. Zhou Chen was furious, clearly sensing that the system was cheating. This is Qi. You can use Qi to defend, and you can also attack. The system responded quickly. She can be used like that? Zhou Chen murmured, but he was still skeptical. That's right. When anger reaches a certain level of power, it can move mountains and overturn seas. It can split rocks and shatter mountains. The system responded very promptly. The competition continues. If you have any questions, you can opt out of the test. Start. Zhou Chen was unconvinced, but he still accepted its explanation. There's nothing we can do. This system is the official customer service of the martial arts school. The power of interpretation rests entirely with them. They also set all these rules. In reality, as long as a martial artist's strength breaks through on its own, there is no need for any testing. The reason they want to conduct tests is actually to identify the strongmen in their current countries. To facilitate their service. Many people don't even bother going to their martial arts school for testing. It's about improving yourself. They themselves are well aware of their own strength. These people are out of control and will be attacked by them. This kind of thing happens frequently. Zhou Chen is not interested in these things right now. I just wanted to publish my data. This will facilitate receiving tasks and taking action in the future. This is why many people, as long as they don't have any distorted ideas, will choose to reveal their abilities. Let the Martial Arts Federation know of their existence. Call. After Zhou Chen came to his senses, he looked at the person in front of him and took a deep breath. To deal with someone of this strength, stability is essential. If it were Master, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He would probably have found his weakness the moment he appeared. Zhou Chen thought to himself, staring intently at the person in front of him. Call. After letting out a long sigh of relief, he charged at Zhou Chen again. The power of lightning. Zhou Chen's hands swirled, and arcs of electricity began to surge around his body. At the same time, the ultrasonic detection was also activated. Close your eyes and begin to feel the person's trajectory. They're here. Sensing the threat, it suddenly opened its eyes. Go! An arc of electricity shot out towards his upper right. Bang! After a loud bang, an electric arc suddenly struck the man's chest. He was sent flying like that. Seeing that he hadn't even landed yet, Zhou Chen suddenly increased his speed. He rushed forward, but did not attack immediately upon reaching the person. Invisibility. Zhou Chen vanished suddenly, then reappeared behind the man. Swift wind. A wind blade shot out from his hands. Whoosh! The wind was fierce, and a hurricane suddenly formed. It slashed at the person's back. If this powerful aura were in the real world, it would have already stirred up a raging storm. However, since this was a virtual environment, it did not cause any disturbance. They simply cut open the person's back. Puff! With a loud bang, the man was instantly split in two. With a single flash, the person vanished from the lush green space. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief and knelt on the ground, panting heavily. That's insane. This time, he can be said to have run out of ideas. Without all these skills combined, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 8th level of the martial artist trial. Ding! Congratulations! You have become an 8th level martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sound rang out throughout the virtual space. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his consciousness. Call. After emerging from the virtual space, I was drenched in cold sweat. We arrived at the shower room and started taking a shower. He's already an 8th level martial artist? I've already caught up with Sister Lu. Dragon Kingdom, Shengjing. At the top of a 100-story office building, in an office. I did it for several people. I'm watching a video projected on the projector. Is this the combat process you were talking about, the spiritual master you were testing? The person at the head of the table put down his coffee cup and looked on with curiosity. Yes, that's him. The other person nodded, watched the video. He knows quite a lot. Fire element is a normal awakening, while wind element has already evolved. It can also become invisible, and initially it has strong defensive capabilities. All of this is due to awakening. Most importantly, lightning awakening. You all know that, right? In the history of humanity, only one person has ever awakened lightning. He also has his earth-type awakening. If he also has water-type, as long as he can grow up, he will definitely be an invincible existence. That's right. The combination of water and lightning attributes can easily destroy a city. TSK tisk, I'm a little envious. Lightning awakening, an awakening that so many people failed to achieve, and he got it. The people present were all speechless with astonishment. There was much discussion. Which college did he go to? The person in the main seat turned to look at the crowd, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Tenho Academy, an academy full of women. Another person sighed, I heard he went with his girlfriend. Back when he hadn't yet realized his potential, his girlfriend stayed by his side and fought for a spot for him. Oh? So you're someone who values relationships and loyalty? The person in the main seat showed a hint of appreciation. That's one way to put it, but people like that are unlikely to achieve great things, they're too impulsive. That's not necessarily true. This is only now they're still young. Who knows what they'll be like in the future? This video is confidential. It's classified with top secret access, no one can review it. After much discussion, a decision was finally made. Gentlemen, send someone to keep an eye on him. If necessary, we can intervene to save his life. He will surely be of great importance to the future of our dragon kingdom. The middle-aged man in the main seat looked at everyone and said, this matter ends here. Once he arrives at Tianfeng Academy, we'll send someone to keep an eye on him. Understood, leave this to me. I'll take care of him. A middle-aged man sitting in the corner looked at the crowd and said, nobody's here, why don't you try to take it from me? Whatever makes you happy. Do as you please. When he asked for people, no one dared to say no. Seeing that no one was arguing with him, the man smiled slightly. Little guy, grow up quickly and let me see your true strength. If you give up halfway, I'll kill you with my own hands. Those who misjudge me only have one way out, death. The man looked out the window at the night, his gaze gradually turning cold. During this time, none of you should disturb him. The person in the main seat gave one last instruction. Chapter 61 Jin Sword. Zhanghai City, Jidao Martial Arts School. In the office building, Director Wang was looking at some documents in his office. Then Shan arrived uninvited. Without any hesitation, I opened the door and sat down. They're not even going to knock on the door anymore. Director Wang glared at him. Why is Zhou Chen's advancement test video being blocked? Shan looked at him with a questioning expression. He advanced? Director Wang looked surprised. When did this happen? Stop pretending. Grant me the permissions and let me see if this kid has improved. Shan waved his hand and told him to grant the necessary permissions. What permissions? I didn't turn them off. What are you talking about? Director Wang looked puzzled and asked, what do you mean? You didn't turn it off? Why can't I watch his test video? Shan frowned and questioned, did you tell them to lock it up? Let me see. Director Wang looked at him, and then directly opened his own system. Shan also came over to check on the situation. After a while, the two looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't have permission either. Director Wang's eyes widened, what's going on here? Okay, I understand. Shan shook his head, it seems he's already been noticed by the higher-ups. Someone has locked his videos and is preventing us from watching them. Oh? Is that so? Director Wang looked somewhat incredulous. I encountered this kind of problem when I was in college before. It's normal, it's a protective measure. However, perhaps there is another purpose. But that puts my mind at ease. At least it proves he's a good person. Otherwise, the video wouldn't have been locked onto by someone. As he spoke, Shan stood up and said, goodbye. Director Wang watched him leave, still somewhat puzzled. However, they didn't pursue the matter further and continued working. In the dead of night, Zhou Chen had already taken a shower. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. The night flew by, and when I woke up in the morning, I received a reminder from Luna. Let's divide the spoils in the hall. Zhou Chen smiled, tidied himself up, and went straight to the hall. Several people rushed over. We did a fantastic job on yesterday's mission. Everyone earned over 100 extra points. Lin Chang came over, holding some resources. The points have already been transferred to you directly. These resources are extra money I got in exchange. I've kept the Thunder Eagle's core. Zhou Chen, it's yours. Captain, did you leave this for me on purpose? Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this supposed to be a task to be delivered? If we calculate it that way, Wouldn't I be taking advantage of everyone? Yes, it's yours. If you hadn't chopped it down so badly that it lost most of its fighting ability and started devising strategies, we wouldn't have been able to hunt it down. This is what you deserve. We shouldn't be stingy with it. Lin Chang nodded, then handed it to Zhou Chen. I specially asked my master to divide it into 4 pieces, so it will be easier for you to refine them. This contains the power of lightning. Once refined, it can be added to weapons. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Only after hearing his words did Zhou Chen realize that beast cores could be cut open. Captain, won't the quality of a cut beast core be greatly reduced? He was a little worried, so he looked at Lin Chang. No, this was all done by professionals. Don't try to do it yourself, or the effect will be greatly reduced. Lin Chang nodded, then stared at him and gave him some instructions. Okay, I understand. Zhou Chen nodded, then continued, I won't stand on ceremony. Zhou Chen, you already have over 200 points, why don't you go and exchange them for some weapons that you can handle? Once you go to Tianfeng Academy, you'll be useless. The point system is not shared between different martial arts schools. Luna stepped forward and patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder, reminding him. Yes, don't forget to redeem it, otherwise you might come back any day after you leave. Fatty Su patted him on the shoulder and said, go take a look. Everyone, I'll be going now. We'll do the mission another day. I'm leaving too. Before Zhou Chen could leave, Su Jia and Wang Li waved goodbye to the others. Goodbye. After everyone waved goodbye, they all left. Zhou Chen looked at the area where points could be redeemed and walked straight there. Zhou Chen, what do you want to change? He's already a celebrity here, so naturally everyone knows him. Compared to the first time he came, when no one bothered to talk to him, these people's attitudes have undergone a qualitative change. I'm looking at weapons and armor. Zhou Chen looked at the descriptions of the weapons and equipment on his back and said with a smile, do you have any recommendations? Come in and take a look. Let me introduce you. The man nodded, beckoned him in, and let him in. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and went straight in. What should we look at first? Armor or weapons? The man asked questions as he walked. The weapon is ready. We can't settle for anything less. After thinking for a while, Zhou Chen decided on his goal. Bring it on. As he spoke, the man beckoned to him, saying, I see you are at the 8th level of martial arts. This period is crucial, you need a lot of time to break through. Choosing a better weapon is the most important thing. What kind of weapon do you want? Sword. Zhou Chen's idea was very simple. Owning a smooth sword was his dream. He didn't like Chang Ji's broadsword, nor did he like Su Jia's spear. We have the C1 series here, but the best ones are the A series. They're all here, one-handed swords, long swords, and great swords. Light swords, bio swords, energy swords, gene swords. The man began to give Zhou Chen a long and detailed introduction. Zhou Chen was already overwhelmed by the dazzling array of sights before him. What is the gene sword all about? He has a special fondness for this gene sword. Because there's only one capsule here, you can't see anything else. This capsule is for extracting your genes. After extracting your genes, it will condense a sword according to your strength. This sword will be compatible with your genes. If you awakened your wind element, it will be wind attribute. It's naturally lighter and faster. If you're a strength type, it will naturally be heavier. And so on. However, I heard that you have awakened earth and wind elements, so I don't know what kind of effect that will have. The man looked at Zhou Chen and patiently explained to him. Oh. I see. How many points is this a series weapon? Zhou Chen became interested immediately upon hearing his words. This one is quite expensive. You really know how to pick. When Zhou Chen asked, the man smiled and said, this one is more expensive than your captain's, it costs 150 points. 150? Zhou Chen felt somewhat helpless upon hearing this number. That one sword cost him more than half of his points. Are these points really that worthless? Yes, would you like to think about it? The man nodded, awaiting his decision. Chapter 62. Not a single penny can be left. I want it. This is the one. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and decided to buy the gene sword. Okay. Take the capsule, I'll transfer the points to you later. The man nodded and smiled, then continued, where's the armor? Let's go and take a look. Zhou Chen told him to continue leading the way. This way. Immediately afterwards, they led him to the exhibition hall for armor. There are even more types of armor, some with heavy defense and others with light armor. There are mechanically propelled ones, and there are mechs. The man continued to talk at length to Zhou Chen. Mechs? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but show some interest. Look! It's over here. That person was directly led aside by a Jing and Zhou Chen. There are 3 or 4 mech models for test driving here. The black one is a heavy mech, used by a strength type person. That flippant one is the speed type. These are for wearing when performing missions in special environments. These are usually rented, nobody buys them. But if someone has the means, they might exchange them. The man kept explaining to Zhou Chen, if you need one, you can exchange it for exactly 50 points. I understand, I don't need it, let's look at something else. Zhou Chen shook his head and walked to the side. Alright, the sound-breathing one is from the Gene series, and its effect is the same as the sword. Also, we can add armor with different attributes. See which one you need. As the man explained, he led Zhou Chen to find the armor he wanted. What is the integral of the Gene? After looking at it for a while, Zhou Chen finally decided to choose the Gene armor. This is cheap, only 30 points. You have enough points. The man smiled and explained. Okay. Give me these 2. After Zhou Chen agreed, he exchanged the armor capsules with that person. Do you need anything else? There are potions to restore stamina, potions to restore chi and blood, and potions to restore overall strength. There are also ways to improve strength, but these are all temporary. Using some potions during battles is also a way to save your life and win. Seeing that Zhou Chen was about to leave, the man continued his introduction. Come on, show me around. Zhou Chen became interested immediately upon hearing his words. He had only heard of these medicines and had never used them. Lin Chang's team operates with the goal of maximizing profits. Not a single member of them is willing to take drugs. Come over here. The man led Zhou Chen to the very back. There are all kinds of medicines everywhere here. A dazzling array, countless in number. I just need a few to temporarily boost my overall strength. And a few more to fully restore my strength. Here's how many points I have left. What do you think is appropriate? After observing for a while, Zhou Chen decided to treat everyone equally. Exchange for this kind of overall enhancement potion. You still have over 60 points. If we exchange them, we can get 10 of each of these 2 types, plus a bonus of 17 or 18 points. Going to Tianfeng Academy won't help you anymore. There's still a chance to gamble there. Do you want to give it a try? The man calculated carefully and then spoke to Zhou Chen. Alright. 10 each. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and decided to exchange for it. Should we continue changing the medicine, or try our luck? The man smiled and looked at Zhou Chen. I'm taking a gamble. Zhou Chen also wanted to try his luck, so he followed the man to a place that resembled a ring toss game. These are all different prizes, some damaged and some intact. Just draw a number here. Choose one and I'll get it for you. It all depends on your luck and what good stuff you can get. The man pointed at Zhou Chen and said with a smile, these things were all brought in by scavengers, and this is how we handle them. Don't worry, everything has been thoroughly handled by the Extreme Martial Arts School, there won't be any repercussions. What you gain is yours, and what you lose is also yours. I'll take one. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Chen reached into the box and pulled out a number, 16. Good. After the man agreed, he took the mechanical storage box number 16 and handed it to Zhou Chen. It's yours now. Take a look at it when you get back, so you won't be too disappointed here. Okay. Thank you very much. Zhou Chen put it away, then clasped his hands in a fist salute to the man and said, farewell. Once you get to Tianfeng Academy, there will be auctions and even more opportunities to gamble. You can go and have some fun then. We have a branch office there. Seeing Zhou Chen about to leave, the man reminded him. Oh? Then I'll definitely go check it out when I have the chance. He agreed and then left with his things. He went straight back to his dormitory. He opened the capsule containing the accessory and eagerly injected it into his artery. Whoosh! After the injection, I clearly felt a cooling sensation that traveled around my arm. Then it circled his entire body before returning to calm. The instruction manual says that as long as you circulate your chi and blood, you can condense a gene sword by surging it. Zhou Chen carefully read the instructions and then followed the reminders. The circulation of qi and blood begins. A cool sensation began to surge through his arm. However, this feeling is real, yet nothing has happened. This made him somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Could it be because my genes haven't awakened? Or can't they be detected? He tried several times, but there was still no response. Damn it, did we fall for it? Zhou Chen felt a wave of frustration. He said he wanted to detect what awakening he had. So, let him try it himself and see if he could detect it. Wind blade! Zhou Chen shouted, attempting to condense a gene sword. Call! The wind blades whistled out, and then a cool sensation began to surge through my arm. Whoosh! A moment later, a long sword that looked slender and had swirling wind blades on it appeared in his palm. It is crystal clear all over, and looks like a crystal sword. Call! Zhou Chen swung the longsword a few times, feeling the wind blades within. With each swing, wind blades surged across it, making it exceptionally light. It also gives people a sense of relaxation. Great! Really great! Zhou Chen praised repeatedly, then swung his sword at the stainless steel table beside him. Whoosh! Even the hardest materials are utterly vulnerable to its single strike. A section was instantly cut off. The table lost its balance and collapsed with a crash. Sharp enough. I wonder how effective it will be at cutting through the beast's defenses. Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he took out one of the crab's claws. Aim and strike. It was cut off directly. It's good, but are these attributes fixed? If I use a fire skill, will it turn into a fire sword? Chapter 63 The Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Zhou Hong opened one hand, and a ball of flame appeared on it. Then the gene sword is reassembled. Whoosh! The gene sword condensed, instantly appearing as a long sword that was entirely crimson, with flames swirling around it. Call! Call! As Zhou Chen swung his sword, the long sword whistled through the air. With the help of the flames, it made a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. As the flames approached, a scorching sensation emanated from them, distorting and rippled the air. TSK. Not bad. It changes with its own attributes, it's not fixed and unchanging. In other words, the number of swords you can have depends on the number of attributes you possess. So it seems that this sword didn't suffer a loss. Zhou Chen grinned, extremely pleased with himself. Could genetic armor be the same? Give it a try. Zhou Chen thought for a moment, and then prepared to use his genetic armor for experiments. Just as I finished dressing and was about to activate my attributes, I heard a knock on the door. He went to the door and opened it. Then I saw Su Shishir standing in front of the door. Shishir? What brings you here so late? Zhou Chen looked at her, still appearing unwilling. Naturally, they didn't give them a friendly look. Let's go to the class reunion tonight. Su Shishir's voice was neither cold nor indifferent, revealing little emotional change. However, Zhou Chen could sense her reluctance. I'm not interested. Zhou Chen naturally didn't want to engage in this kind of useless socializing. Instead of wasting this time, you should rest more. When you go to college, who will still recognize you? All the classmates will come. Everyone is here to see each other one last time before we all go our separate ways. If you're coming, then leave. If you're not, no one will force you. Su Shishir rolled her eyes at him and then turned to leave. Since everyone else is going, I'll reluctantly go too. Zhou Chen shrugged, to avoid people saying I'm being arrogant. He eventually agreed. If everyone else goes but he doesn't, people will say he's become arrogant and disrespectful because he's become enlightened. He knew these students very well, they were capable of saying such things. Let's go then. Su Shishir said this and left first, then ignored Zhou Chen. The two went out, got into the car, and arrived at a hotel. In a banquet hall on the third floor of the hotel, a family with quite a few people had arrived. The two of them then went inside. I saw many familiar faces. Everyone was chatting and laughing, having a great time. Look, everyone. Our golden couple has arrived. It was at this moment that someone spotted the two of them. A gasp escaped his lips. Sure. Zhou Chen. Come sit here. Old Zhou. You're quite something, you've been keeping a low profile. I never expected you to be the biggest dark horse. When they saw them arrive, everyone greeted them warmly. Zhou Chen found it amusing to look at the faces of these people. Back when I was considered a good for nothing, everyone looked at me like I was an idiot. Now that they know they've awakened, their attitudes have immediately changed. This is the way of the world. Don't say that. We're just ordinary people, and we're all doing well. As Su Shishir spoke, she deliberately wrapped her slender arm around Zhou Chen's forearm. She deliberately adopted a submissive and dependent demeanor. The girls watching all looked on with envy. Shishir, I really envy you too, you're going to the same academy. Yeah, I'm so envious of you guys. If I could have a boyfriend like that, I would be content for the rest of my life. Several young women came over and started complaining to Su Shishir. Zhou Chen. You, a spiritual master, will surely become a leading figure in our dragon kingdom in the future. Old Zhou, don't forget your classmates in the future. Come on, let's have a drink. Several male classmates, who were usually serious and rarely smiled. Now, she has also started to actively warm up to Zhou Chen. After tonight, we'll go our separate ways. Yes, in another week, we'll be going to the college to register, 2 or 3 days in advance. Which college are you going to? I am from the Vajra Martial Arts Academy. What a coincidence, me too. I just don't know what it will be like if I go. That's right, even with our S-level awakening, we could be eliminated at any time. Zhou Chen paid no attention to such people's comments. This is no longer something he needs to consider. The question now is how to obtain resources as quickly as possible after arriving at the academy. Make sure you have plenty of resources to devour. This is how you can improve quickly. Overpowering all rivals. However, it remains to be seen how many competitors there will be. Zhou Chen looked at his classmates chatting and at the time that was gradually passing by. A sense of melancholy washed over me. Yes, it's all over, but it's also a new beginning. Old Zhou. If you go to the academy, you'll definitely have many beautiful women pursuing you. Don't forget how Shishir stayed by your side back then. At that moment, a female classmate came over and gently patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't forget her. Zhou Chen would naturally not forget Su Shishir. If it weren't for her, I might not have activated the system. Although it is said to be predetermined, sometimes it is also a coincidence. Zhou Chen. Tianfeng Academy is famous for its abundance of beauties. You'll have to introduce a few to the brothers when the time comes. Yes. That way we can own the entire Tianfeng Academy. Many male students came over to join in the fun. This is the kind of situation Zhou Chen hates the most. At that moment, all he wanted was to end it as soon as possible. Everyone, since you're all here, let's have a drink together. At that moment, in the center, a tall and robust young man stepped forward and raised his wine glass. He is Liu Yudong, the class monitor. He was known in class for being a show-off. Especially after I also achieved SS level awakening. They became even more arrogant and disdainful of others. Fortunately, he had 2 freaks in the class, Zhou Chen and Su Shishir, who kept him firmly under control. That's why it didn't take off immediately. Cheers! Let's do it! After hearing his words, everyone raised their glasses and drank together. The scene quickly became lively. Some classmates were dancing with him on the dance floor, while others were chatting with him. Zhou Chen, we're going to report for duty in a week. Are you ready? At this moment, Su Shishir came to his side, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. No. Zhou Chen's answer was also very straightforward. If they hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have known that he needed to go to the academy a few days in advance. You'd better hurry, a week will pass by in no time. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Su Shishir couldn't help but remind him, prepare all the necessary documents and files. Oh, okay, thanks for reminding me. Zhou Chen nodded slightly and apologized to Su Shishir. Everyone, let's play a game. Sure. You and Zhou Chen should set a good example for us. Chapter 64 First Kiss. Play games? Before Zhou Chen could react, he was pushed onto the stage. Come on. Our couples. Anyone else? Nana, come up here too. Many people started to join in the fun. Soon, several couples came up on stage together. These were the class's undisputed perfect couple. The games were making art about physical labor. They're all about technical skill. Just then, a skinny boy walked up and said, "See the playing cards in my hand? You have to suck on them like this. Whoever gets 20 cards from here to the other side first wins." You will receive our mysterious grand prize. Good. Let's begin. Come on. The other students started clapping and joining in the fun. Now, you decide who will suck up the playing cards and who will transport them. A skinny boy stood in front of several tables, explaining to a few couples, you can't fail. If you fail, you have to start over. I'll do it. When it comes to errand running jobs, men are naturally given priority. Zhou Chen also shrugged at Su Shirshir, you can try it. Su Shirshir's pretty face flushed red, and she crossed her small hands. He was clearly very nervous. Come on, get ready. The skinny boy invited everyone to come up on stage again. Everything is ready. Don't be shy. The students below began to keep reminding them. Some people whistled and egged them on. Is everything ready? At this moment, the skinny boy looked at the group of people and asked with a smile. All right. Good. Su Shirshir and several other girls raised their hands in response. Start. The skinny boy waved his hand, signaling them to begin. Everyone moved. The girls used their mouths to pick up the playing cards on the table, then stood up and handed them over to their companions. Su Shirshir did the same, steadily sucking up the playing cards. They arrived at Zhou Chen's side. The experts handed it over to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen waited for the playing cards to come over with a nonchalant expression, noticing Su Shirshir's delicate gaze. I've never seen her face this close before, it's so perfect. And you could feel her nervousness from her tense breathing. Zhou Chen only glanced at it before snapping back to reality. Feeling the warmth emanating from the other side of the playing cards, I quickly sucked the cards in. Then comes the sprint. He placed the playing cards on their corresponding numbers in order before rushing back. And so it goes. The same applies to other couples. Many people made mistakes and dropped their playing cards. So we have to start all over again. The skinny boy gave a reminder. You did it on purpose. Wang Shua. Stop cheating. Are they here to show off their love? Many people started complaining and making a fuss. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened to Zhou Hong and his group. When it came to the last one, the shyness in Su Shirshir's beautiful eyes had vanished. Practice makes perfect, and it can even make people gradually come to like a certain feeling. At this moment, looking at Zhou Chen's cold and stern face, she couldn't help but have wicked thoughts. Just as he was about to come closer, he breathed a sigh of relief. Call. The playing cards slid down her cherry lips. Zhou Chen immediately noticed something was wrong and immediately used Gale. This happened so quickly that it went unnoticed by anyone. That's why his thin lips fit perfectly with the playing cards. They each account for half. Zhou Chen was instantly struck as if by lightning. My whole body trembled. Su Shirshir was in the same situation. Her delicate body almost lost its balance and she fell over. However, he managed to stabilize himself thanks to his own strength. Zhou Chen snapped out of his daze, quickly picked up the playing cards, and then turned and left. At that moment, his heart was pounding. Despite the excitement, I made my way to the number plate and put the playing cards in. Finish. After all that fuss, the skinny boy raised his hands and declared, Zhou Chen wins. As expected of a spiritualist, this is just a piece of cake for him. There's nothing we can do, that's just how strong we are. Congratulations. There's a mystery grand prize. Many students started to join in the fun. Let's see what the mysterious grand prize is. The skinny boy walked to the front of the stage and said, everyone, take a look. He didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly opened a brocade box. Take out a box of Durex condoms from inside. Wow, this is the best graduation gift ever. We're in luck. What a blunder. So embarrassing. Many female students joined in the complaints. Su Shirshir blushed deeply and fled off the stage. He was constantly ridiculed by a group of female classmates. Zhou Chen. Take this, it'll be useful. The skinny boy gave him a look, and then handed him the Durex condom. Zhou Chen didn't stand on ceremony and put it away directly, it might not be useless. Nana, let's go to the restroom. Su Shirshir felt unwell for some reason. Ha? You're reacting now? No problem, you all have your own dorm rooms, you can indulge yourselves. Nana giggled and pulled Su Shirshir along, saying, come on, let me give you some pointers. Get lost, I really have an upset stomach. Su Shirshir glanced at her, then followed her away. Zhou Chen chatted with a few classmates. Zhou Chen, you've been at the Heavenly Phoenix Academy for about a month now. The trial in the secret realm should be around then. Are you ready? A classmate looked at Zhou Chen and asked seriously. No. Zhou Chen really hadn't made any preparations. We need to prepare in advance and buy some potions, armor, and weapons. Otherwise, we won't be able to get anything when we get there. Another classmate came over to join in the fun. You all did it? Zhou Chen looked at the two people. Yes, we bought quite a lot of medicine. I bought more than a dozen. I'm buying armor. These are all essential for chi cultivation. And they're cheap. I can get them with points. Zhou Chen was taken aback by their words. What they're saying is completely different from what I'm saying. It cost a total of over 10 points? Zhou Chen looked at the two of them and couldn't help but ask a question. That's right, we've been grinding through quests for so long to accumulate that much. It's too difficult. Once we encountered a tier 1 beast, and we were almost wiped out. One of our classmates died that time. Didn't you notice that Lao Lu wasn't around? The group started discussing it again. Only then did Zhou Chen realize how difficult it was for martial artists at the bottom. Nobody is like him. He can hang out with Lin Chang and his gang as soon as he comes out. They simply cannot comprehend the hardships they face. That must have been really hard work. Zhou Chen still looked at the group with sympathy. If only we had your strength, we could fly and disappear into the earth. You can't be envious. Isn't Shirshir the same? Her awakening could only be developed after she went to the academy. Yes, otherwise her strength would definitely not be below yours now. Chapter 65 The Lightning Awakener. Have you seen Nana? We haven't seen her for ages. At this moment, Nana's boyfriend, Su Liang, came over and asked the group a question. Didn't I just go to the restroom with Shirshir? A girl pointed to the doorway. I saw them leave. Oh? That explains why I couldn't see her. Women are such a hassle, taking so long just to go to the bathroom. Su Liang knew the reason and was no longer worried. I went over there with a few classmates to chat. I need to use the restroom too. Let's go together. Several classmates who were nearby, having eaten and drunk their fill, also went off together. Zhou Chen continued drinking his beverage. Ever since he ate the flesh and blood of a strange beast with Lin Chang and the others, he has considered these dishes as useless garbage. No matter how delicious it is, it still doesn't suit my taste. As a result, Zhou Chen has been eating at the martial arts school's cafeteria lately. He could still get the exotic beast flesh and blood he wanted there. These flesh and blood tasted delicious and also helped him regain his strength. It can also steadily improve his strength. Once they reach their level of strength, what they need are all kinds of resources. Without sufficient resources, one can only stagnate. Lin Chang and his group are a case in point. Without risking their lives and without the support of the martial arts academy, they can only stagnate. Then, they're quite strong, so why didn't they go to the martial arts academy? Is something wrong? Or do they have some other unspeakable reason? Zhou Chen thought of Lin Chang and the others, and murmured to himself. Something terrible has happened. Just as he was lost in thought, several classmates returned from the doorway and exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss? That's right, everyone's eating, they might get scared by you guys. Several classmates looked at them with complaints. Nana and the others were being harassed by some thugs. Su Chang went to help, but he got beaten up too. Yes, Shirshir was indignant and was bullied by them too. Zhou Chen. You come here. Help me deal with them. Yes, they're bullying your girlfriend. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, coming over to offer reminders. Zhou Chen frowned as he saw the tense expressions on everyone's faces. This relaxing moment was interrupted. It's a very unpleasant thing. Furthermore, I can bully, neglect, and humiliate my woman. When is it someone else's turn? Zhou Chen had already set off, thinking to himself. With the flow of people, we soon arrived at the restroom. They saw Nana supporting Su Chang on the ground. He had obviously been beaten unconscious. Su Shirshir is also there, arguing with several people. The rest of his classmates had bruises and swelling on their faces. However, they dared not speak out against their anger. They were clearly terrified of being beaten. Zhou Chen went directly to Su Shirshir's side. You've gone too far. We've already said it wasn't intentional, What more do you want? Su Shirshir looked at the people in front of her, her pretty face flushed. This blush wasn't from shyness, but from anger. Humph, do you know how many points I spent to get my armor? If you get it dirty, you'll have to pay for it. Opposite her stood an arrogant young man. He grinned at Su Shirshir and said, "You can stand up for me, but spend the whole night with me, and this matter will be forgotten." Shameless. Satyr. How could that be? She just accidentally bumped into him, and you beat her boyfriend unconscious. Yes, I just saw it. He deliberately tried to hit this girl, but her friend blocked him, so he hit the wrong person. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Zhou Chen already knew roughly what had happened. The young man, lusting after the girl's beauty, tried to stage an accident to extort money. When Nana caught him in the act, he became furious. "How many points did you get for your armor? I can make it up to you." It was only after he figured out what was going on that he came out. His armor was clearly only a C series, which was normal. His remaining 7 or 8 points would still be enough. "Mine is a limited edition armor, I got it for 20 points. If you want to compensate me, I'll give you a discount. 15 points it is." Seeing that one of the men appeared to be wealthy and powerful, the young man shifted his focus, intending to extort some points from him. "Are you taking me for someone who's never bought armor before? This is the C series, and with this kind of material, it's worth at most 5 points. Zhou Chen looked at the young man and smiled. "I'll give you 3 points as compensation." Triple integrals? Kid, are you kidding me? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the young man immediately became displeased and reached out to grab Zhou Chen's shoulder. Smack! However, his hand hadn't yet touched her. He was slapped away by Zhou Chen. "I'm just saying, don't lay a hand on me, or you'll face the consequences." Zhou Chen withdrew his hand, his eyes darkening. "Zhou Chen, don't do anything rash. This kid's older brother is Lei Shan, an instructor at the Luyun Martial Arts Academy. He has the strength of a first-level martial master." A classmate behind him, seeing that Zhou Chen was about to make a move, quickly reminded him. "Martial Master Level 1? Upon hearing this name, Zhou Chen's mind began to wander. Isn't that the same strength as Brother Chang? With that kind of skill, being able to become an instructor must come with points and generous rewards. But why didn't Chang and the others go? It seems that everyone has their own ambitions. Oh ho, threatening me? Do you think I, Renault, am easily intimidated?" Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Renault realized what he meant and his face immediately darkened. "You're asking for death." As he spoke, he unleashed the power of a peak martial artist. "Careful!" Su Shirshir sensed that he was about to make a move, so she quickly pulled Zhou Chen back. "I want him to leave." At this moment, he stood in front of Su Shirshir. It gave her a warm feeling in her heart, but when facing Renault, she was still very worried about Zhou Chen's safety. Su Chang was just being arrogant when he first appeared, and Renault knocked him unconscious with just one slap. "Get out of the way." Zhou Chen then told everyone to leave. Everyone avoids it like the plague. Su Shirshir didn't want to leave, but Nana and the others pulled her away. "Zhou Chen, watch out." Su Shirshir still looked worried. Zhou Chen didn't care, but looked at Reno in front of him. "Reno, right. Today I'll show you that not just anyone can name this Reno." "Fine. Fine. Fine. Die." Renault agreed repeatedly, and then leaped forward like a cannonball, rushing towards Zhou Chen. At the same time, lightning was already flashing between his hands. However, Zhou Chen immediately noticed something amiss. He had auxiliary weapons in his hands. It must be a weapon forged from a mythical beast with the attribute of lightning. Borrowing the tiger's power? Zhou Chen sneered, then raised one hand high. Crackling. Click. As he raised his hand, an arc of electricity surged from his palm. Lightning Awakener. Chapter 66. One move to defeat the enemy. He's actually a Lightning Awakener. How is this possible? He's already a Spirit Master, and an Earth Awakener at that, with Wind Blade that allows him to become invisible. Now it can even manipulate the power of lightning. In our Dragon Kingdom, only the ancestor of the Lei family could control the power of lightning. Zhou Chen's single gesture drew the attention of everyone present. Renault, in particular, looked at Zhou Chen with great surprise. He could feel that the lightning power Zhou Chen was unleashing was absolutely real. Unlike him, he uses auxiliary equipment. Bang! At that very moment, Zhou Chen's lightning power crashed down. It exploded on Renault. In just that one shock, his splendid clothes were dulled by the electric shock, and his armor crackled and popped. It has clearly damaged its fundamental structure and has lost its effectiveness. Renault lay on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. How is this possible? This lightning power should belong to my Lay family. What right does he have to receive that? Absolutely impossible. He kept muttering to himself. Stop. Don't you dare hurt my young master again, or I'll make things difficult for you. At that moment, a burly man came over and stopped him. I wouldn't even bother touching a hair on his head if he's a good-for-nothing who relies on his family and acts arrogantly. If you see any of my classmates again, get the hell away from me. If I find out I've run into you in the wild, I'll rip your head off. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed, his gaze filled with a threatening look. Okay. We've got your word in mind. The man gritted his teeth and helped Renault away. Good. Well done. As they left, the surrounding students began to applaud. Are you all right? Su Shishir rushed over and looked Zhou Chen up and down. Fine. Zhou Chen waved his hand. Everyone, please continue. Good. Zhou Chen, you're really something. Used the power of lightning to destroy his defenses. The Lay family would have fallen into decline long ago if it weren't for the remaining prestige of their great-grandfather. Exactly. They're so arrogant and ignorant. They're just here swindling and cheating people. Many students only dared to voice their complaints after the Renault staff left. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Everyone knows this principle. All right. Let's play our own game. Zhou Chen waved his hand, and then returned to the banquet hall with everyone. Su Shishir looked at him, a strange glint in her beautiful eyes. The banquet gradually came to an end. Are you going back to your dorm? Su Shishir's beautiful eyes darted around as she looked at Zhou Chen. Good. Zhou Chen nodded. We're going to go somewhere else to play, do you want to come? Nana joined in and said something as well. You guys go ahead, I'm not going to join in the fun. Zhou Chen waved his hand and parted ways with the others. They were not given any chance to persuade them to stay. Su Shishir's eyes held a hint of resentment, but she still didn't lower herself to invite him. In the end, Zhou Chen left alone. Walking back to the martial arts school, I felt the cool night breeze. By this time, there weren't many people left on the road. Without absolute power, it's safest to stay at home at night. Even though the city is protected, some strange beasts can still sneak in. Zhou Chen was walking along the road, enjoying his leisurely time. The thought of ultrasonic detection suddenly flashed through my mind. This is his subconscious, animalistic instinct, used to increase his vigilance. In other words, it's a kind of early warning. Whoosh! Just as he turned his head, a sharp sword light whistled towards him. Earth cone! Zhou Chen roared angrily. A wall rose from the ground. Whoosh! The sword light slashed at his earthen wall, a wall a foot thick. They were cleanly cut off. Call! That one moment gave Zhou Chen the opportunity to leave. The whole thing exploded, then suddenly moved away from its original position. Bang! Immediately afterwards, another shot rang out. Zhou Chen looked in the direction of the sound. The person suddenly disappeared. Good lad, such keen perception. No wonder you're a mentalist. A sniper atop a high-rise building exclaimed in admiration. He was unaware that Zhou Chen was using his own ultrasonic detection. During his external detection, they could sense exactly who was around them. There are 4 people here, trying to kill him. 2 have already made their moves. 2 more are lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. They are all at the first level of martial master. You're really giving me the right to think so highly of you. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, his gaze darkening. Gentlemen, stop holding back, come at me all at once. Otherwise you won't have a chance. Smack! Just then, the sound of applause came from the shadows. 2 more people came out shortly after. On the high-rise building, a figure leaped down. The moment it landed, it abruptly withdrew its imposing aura. It landed smoothly on the ground. In an instant, the 4 people surrounded Zhou Chen. Who sent you? The Lay family? Or that person again? Zhou Chen looked at the group of people with icy eyes. Go back and tell your boss that my head is not something anyone can take. At least you are not qualified. Oh? Is that so? Then we'll have to give it a try. The person who had just made the move had a sinister look on their face. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was already surging with swordlight. Prepare to die. The sniper roared as he loaded a red-hot bullet. Bang! A loud noise broke the silence of the night. Immediately following was the surge of swordlight. Prick! Whoosh! At the same time, all four of them made their move. Zhou Chen's expression was solemn. Iron Arm. Unleash the cancer's skills. It also stimulates the gene armor. In this way, it's like receiving blessings from both sides. The body is strengthened, and the armor is strengthened. At this point, his defensive capabilities had reached a terrifying level. Bang! When? Several people struck Zhou Chen one by one. It felt like hitting a rock. My turn. Zhou Chen looked at the person in front of him, Wind Blade. With a single slash from both hands, a hurricane suddenly spread. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped one of them. The person was pulled from the ground by the hurricane and lifted into the air like a scallion being peeled. Whoosh! Puff! Whoosh! With just a spin, the man was instantly executed by slow slicing. The body fell to the ground and was already mangled. Blood instantly stained the ground red. A strong, pungent, fishy stench wafted up. Wind Blade, Hurricane. This is a skill that evolved through devouring. It is stronger than the power of earth splitting and lightning. After a period of adjustment, Zhou Chen has come to understand the benefits of his system. By continuously absorbing the same attribute, it can at least continue to grow indefinitely for now. Go to hell. The sniper, now wielding a cold blade, lunged towards his neck. This was a weak point in the defense, which Zhou Chen hadn't noticed. Chapter 67: The Gap Between Masters. You're finished. Humph, go down and die with my brother. The group was extremely arrogant, acting as if they had seen his corpse. The power of lightning. Zhou Chen smirked and roared. With his roar, his entire body surged with electricity. The brilliant arc of electricity crackled and popped. It made them feel like they'd been blinded by welding torches. I was temporarily blind. Especially snipers with knives. Having completely lost its target, it instinctively stabbed downwards towards the neck. Puff! A sound like a meridian being cut was heard. The sniper was overjoyed. It's a success. Is that so? Zhou Chen's voice came from outside the group. His voice was full of mockery. When a few people can see clearly. The man quickly released the dagger from his hand. Because he stabbed one of his own men. In just a short time, 2 of the 4 people died. Zhou Chen never used his full strength from beginning to end. This sent a chill down the spines of the remaining 2 men. How can someone who was just a martial artist be so strong? The man in the lead stared at Zhou Chen with wide eyes. I wanted to glean some clues from him. But I can never see through it. There is a veil over him, and no matter what, you can't find his flaws. There are many things you can't imagine. Now, leave your life behind. As Zhou Chen joked, he gradually suppressed his smile. Then he walked towards the 2 of them step by step. His current strength is vastly different from what it used to be. He went into battle with Lin Chang and his group several times, and even encountered scavengers and swarms of bats, but he survived all of them. Even if they reach Demon Ridge, they can still escape unscathed. More importantly, he spent a week learning Qi Shan's attack methods. He doesn't get many opportunities to play, but every time he does, it's a high-level match. Especially those few people who can be compared to them. Quite the boast. Just then, a majestic voice came from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at their side. Big brother. The 2 people bowed respectfully to the man. His face was full of shame. You've been driven to this state by a little brat. I've been telling you to practice more, but you just won't listen. The man glared at the 2 of them, then swept his cold gaze over Zhou Chen, genius spiritualist. Today is the day you fall. 7th level of military general. Zhou Chen detected his data and blurted it out. Oh? Not bad, you also have advanced detectors. Leave them with me. The man revealed a hint of greed, and then suddenly took a step forward. Blast! Zhou Chen dared not be overconfident this person's strength was even slightly greater than Qi Shan's. With the help of the strong wind, it suddenly retreated. His figure flashed and disappeared. They reappeared more than 100 meters away. Your wind-type talent has evolved once, not bad. You have both talent and strength. You also have extraordinary combat experience. Keeping you around will only bring trouble. The man was already rushing out while making plans. Whoosh! In almost a flash, it arrived in front of Zhou Chen. He stretched out a hand as hard as steel. Give me your life. Don't even think about it. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and summoned the earthen wall. Bang! In just one strike, it was shattered by that person's grab. The hand reaching for him remained unchanged. He tore apart the surrounding air. The intense sense of crisis sent chills down Zhou Chen's spine. Is this an insurmountable gap in strength? Retreat! Zhou Chen continued to retreat rapidly. Call! This time, however, the man did not give him another chance. A hand was already imprinted on his chest. Iron arm. Genetic armor. Zhou Chen used all his defensive techniques, earth escape. First, a defense resembling a giant crab formed around its body, followed by a sudden flash of genetic armor. This further strengthened his defenses. Finally, he used earth magic to completely conceal himself within it. Bang! Even so, he was still knocked flying. His entire body left a trail of blood in the air. It knocked down more than a dozen utility poles. That's when it finally stopped. Struggling to get up from the ground, trying to stand up. However, the feeling of being hit by a truck made it impossible for him to stand up. Call! Looking up again, he saw the person standing in front of him. Showing off your talents isn't a good thing. Remember that in your next life. Whoosh! He struck again, aiming straight for Zhou Chen's chest. Bang! Just when Zhou Chen was in despair. An arm gently blocked his way. He remembered it. You can stop now. The speaker was none other than Qi Shan. The coldness on his face sent chills down one's spine. With just one hand, she gently grasped the man's palm and gently forced him back. Qi Shan. You have to help this kid. The man looked at Qi Shan, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Right. Qi Shan answered his question with a simple word. You have a problem with that? Since you're going to protect him, I'll give you face. The man withdrew his hand and then turned to Zhou Chen. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Call. I'm waiting. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, and even though his whole body ached, he still stubbornly insisted on his words. Good. That's got guts. The man exclaimed in admiration, then turned and left with his men. You made 2 mistakes today. First, don't stand up for others unless you have absolute power. Second, don't show off too much of your talent. Don't you know that there are some people who enjoy suppressing geniuses? Qi Shan looked at Zhou Chen. I must praise you, you've learned my moves quite well. But you're still too arrogant. You offend people you don't need to. Yes. Master is right. Zhou Chen nodded, then stood up while holding onto the railing. Disciple knows his mistake. You've shown enough strength. Remember, never reveal your trump cards lightly again. Once everyone knows, they will have ways to guard against you and target you. Given this, how much of a chance do you think you have left? Qi Shan glanced at him again. Go back and reflect on your actions. Come back to this address tomorrow. As she spoke, she tossed him a business card. Just leave. Zhou Chen looked at the address and casually swiped it down. A potion has been discovered. It must have been given to him by Qi Shan. Zhou Chen swallowed it without hesitation. Call. As the medication enters the body, it was suddenly swallowed up by the system. The excruciating pain vanished instantly. I felt it again, and although it still hurt a little, it was much better. Zhou Chen watched Qi Shan's departing figure inside. Then, without further delay, he went straight back to his dormitory. This time he did nothing else. After lying down, I fell into a deep sleep. The night flew by. I woke up early in the morning, quickly got ready, and headed to the address Qi Shan had given me. Chapter 68. I boarded my master's pirate ship. This looks like a martial arts school. It just looks a bit worn out. The entrance was quite large, but it didn't seem to be very crowded. I went inside to check the situation. It was deserted and quiet. You've come. At this moment, Qi Shan walked over, his face calm. Master, what is this? Zhou Chen scratched his head, looking around in confusion. You only have a few days left before you go to the martial arts academy. Master has nothing to give, but here I will demonstrate a set of practical combat techniques. How to exert force and how to make yourself invincible. After you record this with your own detector, go back and study it carefully. Shishan didn't waste any more words, and then his nephew went up to the arena. He stripped to the waist and then immediately began to practice his martial arts techniques. He displayed his full power to Zhou Chen. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, a seemingly light blow can penetrate even titanium alloy steel. After about an hour, he was covered in sweat and then stopped. He walked up to Zhou Chen and said, "Learning it isn't enough. You need real-world experience. Find a fighting style that suits you. Let your strength and habits take the lead. On that day, you will surpass your master. Do you understand?" After he finished speaking, Zhou Chen listened quietly without reacting. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the technique he had just practiced. No wonder Master is so powerful. It turns out his mastery of martial arts has surpassed his current strongest level. Our own strength should not be limited by these predefined hierarchies. From beginning to end, Master has always felt that this is a drawback. So don't cooperate with them, but you don't need to follow your master's example, or you'll be kicked out. Shishan patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. "You must observe more and think more. Perhaps the world is not what you see. Let's go up." Kindness. Zhou Chen didn't waste any more words. After agreeing, he followed them upstairs. Once upstairs, they arrived at a special room. The entire room was covered in a special plastic-like material. It's like an eggshell. Once inside, there is only one instrument in the center. It looks a bit old. Zhou Chen followed him all the way to the instrument. Pressure gauge? After seeing the name, Zhou Chen looked intently at the dashboard. "Yes, I've adjusted. It's 10 times the normal pressure. With your current strength, you can handle it." As Shishan spoke, he immediately started the instrument. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the pressure in the entire room instantly increased. Zhou Chen felt as if his whole body was being squeezed. His back was hunched over. "When I breathe, it feels like someone is squeezing my lungs." Call. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, feeling as if his chest was being suppressed. His face began to flush red. The air I exhaled felt like I was in a sauna, stuffy, hot, and heavy. "Let's begin. Hit me. Keep fighting until you get to me." As Shishan spoke, he struck a pose. "You have less than a week to go report for duty. You'll be training with me here for the rest of the days. The time difference here is also different from outside. One day outside is about 2 weeks here." "About 2 weeks? There's still a time difference." Zhou Chen was taken aback when he heard him say that. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. That's right, this is alien space, a technology even more advanced than nanotechnology. Since we came in, time has started to change. But that's not what you need to worry about. What you need to do is use this time to learn combat skills and power generation techniques from me. I've already set the time. You can leave when the time is almost up. Or rather, you can defeat me during this time." Shishan smiled. Then, looking at Zhou Chen, he asked, "Are you confident?" "Master, you want me to defeat you, but I still choose to stay here and cultivate in seclusion for 2 months." Zhou Chen shrugged. "How could I possibly be your match?" "Then come on over. It's been more than 2 months, and only a week outside. You'll have to work hard during this time." Shishan stretched his limbs and then easily walked to the arena not far away. "You come and get these equipment to practice first, and we'll start fighting once you're used to them." "Master, I'm having trouble walking now." Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and then walked step by step with difficulty to the arena. It took him more than 10 minutes to walk just those dozen or so steps, and he had to use all his strength to take each step. How did Master manage to do that? He can even do somersaults. Zhou Chen looked at Shishan, inwardly cursing. "You think talent makes you great? Without hard training, it's all nonsense. Just like when you were assassinated yesterday, if you have enough strength, you won't be controlled at all. You don't even need to use your trump card." Shishan's expression was solemn. "Your trump card is either your life-saving skill or your ultimate move. If you treat it as a skill you rely on, how much improvement do you think you can make?" "Master, you are right, I was wrong." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but show a solemn expression. At this moment, he suddenly understood Shishan's purpose in bringing him here. True improvement comes from developing one's own abilities. Alright, enough talk, let's get started. Let's lift the dumbbells. 50 sets to begin. After Chi-Shan watched him come onto the arena, he waved to him and said, "You're done. You can rest for 10 minutes. Ah? Zhou Chen looked troubled. But since we're already on this path, we have no choice but to do as he says. There's still a week left, I really need to improve myself. If I were to be assassinated again, I wouldn't be left defenseless. Start." After he came to his senses, he heard Chi-Shan's voice. Then, Zhou Chen began to sweat profusely. Call. 1. 2. Chi-Shan watched him work one task after another, and couldn't help but feel satisfied. Remember, don't rely on brute force, use skillful techniques too. Watch closely. This is how you generate hidden force. Chi-Shan personally demonstrated for Zhou Chen, letting him watch his actions. Zhou Chen watched intently, observing his every movement very carefully. Even the rhythm of his muscle twitching was clearly visible. Come on, keep going. Don't use brute force, use the least amount of effort to accomplish the greatest things. If you use brute force again, I'll teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you won't remember. Seeing that Zhou Chen hadn't learned it yet, Chi-Shan kicked him in the butt. Yes. Master. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. Chapter 69. Where can you find such a good master? Time passed as the two of them devoted themselves to cultivation, neglecting sleep and meals. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Extreme Martial Arts School. The lobby where you receive tasks. Lin Chang sat to the side, watching Fatty Su come over. Have you been able to contact Zhou Chen? Lu Na also came over. I was thinking of taking him on some quests before he left to boost his experience. I didn't see it, and no one answered the phone. Wang Li shook his head, then sighed. I think they should be going to training camp. It's alright. His achievements will be great. We can just take him on a few missions before he enters the academy, that will be enough. Zhang Qi sat on the table, wiping his sniper rifle. If we go far away, we can benefit from it in the future. Good. Lin Chang nodded as well. Then look into the distance. The direction of the office building. Several people are lying in wait in the shadows. Keep an eye on this group. They have a good relationship with Zhou Chen. If you spot him going out on a mission, then make your move. A mysterious middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. Understood, but we've been keeping an eye on him for days and haven't seen him. We don't know where he went. The other person looked puzzled. He disappeared after he was assassinated last night. Send more people to search and check his house. The middle-aged man nodded and continued. Is this okay? Aren't you not allowed to target family members? One of them couldn't help but show a look of doubt. Can't you think of a solution? The middle-aged man's voice deepened. Why don't we talk to his girlfriend and see what's going on? No, they're all from the Heavenly Phoenix Academy. If we target them all, it'll get out and cause trouble. Alright, let's see how it goes. After discussing it, the group left. The middle-aged man continued to stare at the entrance of the martial arts school, waiting for that familiar figure to appear. 1 day, 2 days. 3 days. Time passed, but Zhou Chen never reappeared. Day 6, Gravity Trainer. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Zhou Chen touched the ground with his toes, concentrated all his strength on his other foot, and then turned around with great effort. Call! The powerful offensive stirred up a whirlwind. He suddenly kicked at Chi-Shan. Smack! Chi-Shan slightly raised his hand to block the attack, then extended his hand. He grabbed his ankle tightly. Disciple, using such a powerful move against absolute strength is fatal to you. Chi-Shan laughed and grabbed his feet with both hands, then threw him out with force. Master, that's not necessarily true. Zhou Chen smiled, then suddenly exerted force, using the momentum from being thrown out to fling himself back. A kick landed hard on his face. Bang! 2 months later, Chi-Shan was hit by Zhou Chen for the first time. He braced himself with one hand, did 2 somersaults, and suddenly landed on the ground. A pair of eyes looked at Zhou Chen. You won. Master taught well. Zhou Chen grinned and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was gambling too, but he won. Techniques for generating power, timing of strikes, and moves. We have already grasped everything. The 2-month intensive training made him experience an unforgettable training experience. If I were to deal with the Thunder Eagle now, I would be absolutely certain I could kill it. Zhou Chen grumbled inwardly, then stretched his limbs a few times. Your current strength should already be at the first level of martial master. Should we get it verified? Or should we keep it as a trump card? Shi Shan looked at Zhou Chen and went to turn off the gravimeter. I'm not getting verified anymore. I don't care about this baseless thing. As long as I know my own abilities, that's enough. Zhou Chen shook his head. This time, he decided to stop testing and verifying his abilities. If you give it your all, I think you can definitely reach the third level of martial master. Shi Shan looked at his apprentice and then said, let's go, the gravity has been removed. You are free. Shi Shan patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder and then said, Master Tianfengjuan does have a friend. You can leave this to her, she will take care of you. As he spoke, he handed a mechanical storage box to Zhou Chen. Okay. What's her name? Zhou Chen politely accepted the mechanical storage box with both hands, and then asked. Willow Grove Snow. Shi Shan told Zhou Chen his name, and then led him to the third floor. Upon opening the door, one finds a dazzling array of weapons, armor, and potions. Going to the Heavenly Phoenix Academy is all about family strength. If you go empty-handed, people will laugh at you, and you'll fall behind everyone else. This is the A1B series weapon armor, and the weapon too. Take it and use it. These are all things I used back in the academy. They were all made by my master using special materials. Custom made. You understand? To let Zhou Chen know their value, Shi Shan casually picked up a dagger. It streaks through the air. Instantly, a crimson light surged. This dagger with fire attribute attack was forged by master by fusing the beast core of a third-tier peak fire attribute beast. Ha! Can these be customized? Zhou Chen was taken aback by his words. Sure, but you have to pay. Or you can use points. Shi Shan looked at Zhou Chen and continued, the armor increases speed, you'll see once you try it. This sword has an explosive effect. Take your time using it. These weapons and armor will be useful until you reach the rank of general. Thank you, master. Zhou Chen knew that Shi Shan did this so that he could be fully prepared before going to the academy. First, they trained him, and then they gave him weapons and armor. These are all for restoring physical strength, and there are also potions for restoring chi and blood. You still need to participate in the secret realm trial, so having this will come in handy. Shi Shan handed a mechanical storage box to Zhou Chen. There are about 100 of these. Take them and use them. Master, this is far too precious. Zhou Chen felt a little embarrassed. You are my disciple, Shi Shan's disciple. How can a master mistreat his disciple? Go to the secret realm trial. Prioritize weapon selection. Or find some materials to forge a transcendent weapon. When fighting against someone, the best defense is offense. Only by killing the enemy can you have a chance to survive. Shi Shan patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. Go on. Tomorrow is the last day, the martial arts school should have some arrangements. Yes, master, I will definitely work hard. Zhou Chen nodded vigorously, then bowed respectfully before hurriedly leaving. I've been away from home for a week, and there are still many things I haven't taken care of. I imagine everyone is getting anxious. Tomorrow is the last day, so let's hurry up and finish what we're doing. Let's welcome a new future. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then strode towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 70 Shareholders Meeting. While on the road, Zhou Chen heard his phone ringing incessantly. It seems like it's all information. After being missing for a week, many people must be worried. He quickened his pace and returned to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Chen, you're finally back. Director Wang was worried sick. He had just arrived at the door when Gao Liqin saw him from upstairs. Go to Director Wang's office, he needs to see you. Another instructor also gave him a reminder. Good. After Zhou Chen agreed, he went directly to Director Wang's office. Zhou Chen? You're finally back. What have you been doing these past 2 days? I haven't seen anyone around. Director Wang was packing his things when he saw Zhou Chen come in. He quickly stood up and asked, How are you? Are you all right? It's nothing. Curator, you wanted to see me? Is there something you need? Zhou Chen shook his head, revealing a relaxed expression. We're leaving the day after tomorrow, so we need to check on you all. If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to explain it to our superiors. While explaining, Director Wang sized up Zhou Chen. TSK, you look great, and your strength has improved too. Hey! You're probably more than just a martial artist. Go take the test. I feel you should have the strength of a martial arts master by now. It's all thanks to Master Qi Shan's excellent teaching. But I'm not going to take the test. I don't want to discourage them too much. Zhou Chen shook his head, then said, Director Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Good, good. It's good that you're all right. That kid Qi Shan didn't even say hello to me. Director Wang complained verbally, but he was actually quite satisfied. Arranging Zhou Chen with Qi Shan was a wise move. Zhou Chen did not hear what he said. He had already said goodbye to him and left the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I'm leaving soon, so it's necessary to go home. When Zhou Chen returned home, he found no one there, so he went to the company instead. Xiao Wang, where are my parents? Zhou Chen saw an assistant and asked about their situation. They're having a shareholders meeting. Xiao Wang sighed, Young master, please wait a moment. What's wrong? Why do you look so gloomy? Zhou Chen noticed Xiao Wang's attitude and walked up to him. It's all because of these few shareholders who insist on causing trouble and trying to divide up the company. Xiao Wang sighed, then looked helpless. The company is already profitable, why should we still distribute profits? Zhou Chen simply sat down and started chatting with Xiao Wang. They heard that your family is going to do research and transform into making armor for martial artists, so they are not happy about it. Xiao Wang paused for a moment and then explained the reason to Zhou Chen. I see. Zhou Chen smiled and said, I'll go check on the situation. He then stood up and headed towards the conference room. Old Zhao, if the company wants to develop, it needs to transform. Can't you understand human language? In the conference room, Zhou Tianqi frowned as he looked at everyone. Now that we have Xiao Chen's connections, we can give it our all. Why not? We can't stay downstream forever. We need to strive to be upstream. Apocalypse, I understand what you mean, but you need to consider something. We have funds and resources. Why should we compete with those in power for resources? Are you tired of living? The Gao family was wiped out because they were fighting for resources, starting as the #1 family. Old Zhao is a shrewd man, and his rebuttal was very logical and well-reasoned. Yes, Apocalypse. We must not act rashly. This bowl of rice is not for us. Just fleece those who are practicing body refinement. Because many people are stuck at this level. Yes, they will stop at nothing to break through, so our products can continue to sell well. On the contrary, those who focus on the high-end market are more likely to offend people because of their limited resources. After old Zhao said that, everyone started to refute him. But times must change. If all body refining techniques are overcome in the future, won't it be too late for us to transform our methods? Just then, Zhou Chen's voice came from outside the door. He looked at everyone, then turned his gaze to old Zhao, Uncle Zhou. You must have done some research, isn't business getting harder these days? It's not that no one is doing it anymore, but that those who practice body cultivation have all broken through to the next level. This is because our potions are becoming more and more advanced. In addition, the Academy's level has also improved, which will enhance our overall strength. Focusing solely on body refinement is a form of slow suicide. Zhou Chen's words sparked a discussion among the people present. What he said seems to make sense. That's right, in my son's academy, the number of people who have awakened or are capable of breaking through this year is 1/10 more than in previous years. My son is the same way. Their discussions rose and fell, and each of them wore a solemn expression. If you think it's a waste, then forget it. Our Zhou family can also break away and become independent. Zhou Chen looked at everyone and said, however, I hope you won't regret your decision today. I refuse. I want to quit. Old Zhou, let's start the liquidation tomorrow. Old Zhao has made up his mind not to play with them anymore. All right. Who else is left? Come and settle things tomorrow. Zhou Tianqi nodded vigorously after hearing their words. That's all we have to say. Let's make sure none of us regret this later. Don't worry, we won't regret it. Old Zhao smiled and said, you'll soon find out how miserable the consequences of going against these powerful families are. You will pay the price for your stupidity. Old Zhao looked at the group of people, then said, I won't keep you company any longer, goodbye. Old Zhou, I'm taking my leave too. As they got up, people gradually left. In the end, only Zhou Tianqi's family remained. Dad, you were really amazing just now. Zhou Chen gave him a thumbs up. This is all thanks to my good son. Zhou Tianqi smiled and lowered his voice. Someone from Tianfeng Academy has already contacted me. They are not only providing resources, but also financial support. Let me put in a good word for them. So you can thank them. Oh? They really went to a lot of trouble. Zhou Chen smiled upon hearing their words. However, I will definitely remember those who helped us. I will repay them when I have the chance. That's right. Their decision to withdraw is also ours. Bai Ling also came over. Our company is a joint stock company. If we want one person to control it, this is the only way. Did you orchestrate their withdrawal of shares? Zhou Chen looked at his parents and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Of course. Otherwise, how could one person control the company? Tenho Academy is targeting you, not them. We don't need to continue with them. Bai Ling sighed. I only intended to test them, but I didn't expect them to be so easily fooled. Chapter 71. Even cats and dogs want to challenge me? By the way, I haven't been able to reach you for days. People from Tianfeng Academy are looking for you. Zhou Tianqi seemed to realize something, so he gave him an address. They have a specialist to pick you up. It's at this hotel. I won't go. You can see him later. You have to see him even if you leave the day after tomorrow. Zhou Chen waved his hand, indicating that he had no intention of meeting him alone. Good. Are you ready? Zhou Tianqi understood his son well. Judging from his relaxed demeanor, I had already guessed it. Okay, you guys go ahead with your work. I'm going back to the Yakuza martial arts school. Zhou Chen nodded again, then waved to his parents. Go ahead, we'll take you there the day after tomorrow. Bai Ling looked at her son, her eyes filled with reluctance. No need. I'm going to school. You've caused even more trouble since you went. You'd better just stay put. Zhou Chen knew his mother very well and refused her request without hesitation. Okay, be careful when you get there, and don't cause any trouble. I've heard that the Heavenly Phoenix Academy is full of geniuses. Bai Ling knew she couldn't go against Zhou Chen's wishes, so she had no choice but to compromise. Okay, I got it. Goodbye. I'll come back to see you all. Zhou Chen waved his hand and then hurriedly left. He didn't want to continue talking to Bai Ling. 1 minute they're giving instructions to this person, the next they're reminding that person. After leaving the house, Zhou Chen went straight back to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After 2 months of intensive training, he underwent a dramatic transformation in both his demeanor and physique. With a chiseled face and resolute eyes, he gave off an aura of being someone not to be trifled with at first glance. These are all habits I developed following Qi Shan. At this moment, he was constantly observing his surroundings. His ability to detect ultrasound made him even more vigilant. He had just entered the gate of the Extreme Martial Arts School when several classmates saw him. Zhou Chen! You need to get out of here. Just then, Su Shishir suddenly came over and frantically gave him meaningful glances. Hurry up? What's wrong? He looked up at Su Shishir upstairs and couldn't help but look puzzled. People from Luyun Martial Arts School have arrived and challenged you to a duel. Lu Hua, standing beside him, said, Let's go quickly, the Lei family is here. People from the Lei family? Zhou Chen thought about it seriously. I understand, isn't Director Wang going to do something about it? He was summoned away by the people from Tianfeng Academy, and the other instructors didn't dare to go against them. Lu Hua sighed, Let's go quickly, they've come with ill intentions. He can't leave. Just then, Renault's voice came from one of them, My uncle brought men here to find you. If we let you leave like this, wouldn't our trip have been for nothing? You're the one who called them, aren't you? Zhou Chen looked at him with disdain. Since you're here, let's have a friendly spar, or you'll think I'm made of clay. Fine, you've got guts. Renault followed him all the way to the martial arts hall on the second floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. By this time, there were already quite a few people here. Most of them were from the Jidao Martial Arts School, and there were a dozen or so from the Luyun Martial Arts School. There was a man standing in the center of the arena, looking at the crowd around him. This man was burly and exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. This made the atmosphere on the field very tense. Many people glanced at him sideways. Third uncle. He's here. At that moment, Renault waved to Lei Shan on the stage. Lei Shan snapped out of his daze and turned to look down. Then he saw Zhou Chen coming over with him. This is terrible. Lei Shan is at the first level of martial master. Zhou Chen is only at the 8th level of martial arts, there's no way they can compare. Yeah, we're doomed. We're about to go to the martial arts academy, and they blocked our way. Many students have already started discussing it. You are Zhou Chen. Lei Shan's voice was cold, and his expression was solemn. A pair of eyes scrutinized Zhou Chen, as if they wanted to devour him alive. You are Lei Shan. As Zhou Chen inquired, he was already standing on the arena. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the burly man before him. Oomph, kid, you've got guts. You're still so tough around me. We'll see how you get hard later. Lei Shan looked at Zhou Han with a ruthless glint in his eyes. Are you challenging me? Zhou Chen looked at him and smiled contemptuously. I am a student of Tianfeng Academy. I don't accept challenges from just any cat or dog. You little brat, you're asking for it. Upon hearing his words, Lei Shan became enraged and swung his fist to strike. Come on, the people from Tenho Institute are right here. Try and touch me. Zhou Chen craned his neck and spoke in a show of bravado. You. His words left Lei Shan speechless. He never expected that Zhou Chen would use Tianfeng Academy to pressure him. Want to challenge me? Sure. But to let you know, there will be a price to pay. So? You lost. If you can give me 10 second-tier beast cores, I am ready to fight. Zhou Chen smiled, then held out his hand. If you don't have it, then get lost. You brat, how dare you insult my third uncle? Upon hearing his words, Renault couldn't hold back any longer and raised his hand to follow suit. Smack! However, as soon as he lifted it up, Zhou Chen grabbed it and threw it away forcefully. He was thrown out like a dog, useless. Good. Zhou Chen, keep it up. As expected of our classmate. Many people have already started cheering him on. So, you're honored to have accepted the bet. Zhou Chen shrugged. Don't be like that good for nothing, all you do is yell. Okay, then you lost. Lei Shan suppressed his anger and clenched his fists. I lost? Do whatever you want with me. I won't regret it. Zhou Chen looked around at the crowd. So many people are watching. All right. I promise you. Here are 10 second-tier beast cores. If you win, it's yours. As Lei Shan spoke, he took out a mechanical storage box and handed it to one of his men. Here you go. If I lose, give it to him. Yes. His subordinate agreed and left the arena. Then let's go. Zhou Chen stepped to the side, smiled, and said, Don't waste time. Humph, you're pretty arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you are later. Lei Shan snorted coldly and began to stretch his muscles. What a waste of time. Zhou Chen stretched lazily and then walked forward. Zhou Chen, keep it up. Be careful. Don't let your guard down. Come on. The area around the martial arts school was already packed with people. Many people are cheering him on. There weren't many people at the Luyun martial arts school. Renault clenched his fist. Third uncle, teach him a lesson and avenge your nephew. Zhou Chen. I'll show you that arrogance is no good. After Lei Shan uttered those words, his aura began to surge. Chapter 72. A bet never gives up. Okay, let's go. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Lei Shan before him. His presence, his breathing, the way his joints moved. He even captured the details of the power flowing up his arm with his own senses and ultrasound detection. Gradually, Lei Shan's left shoulder tilted forward slightly, and his whole body rushed towards Zhou Chen. He wanted to use his superior strength to deal with Zhou Chen. Bring it on! Zhou Chen watched him rush over. He roared. Then, the instant he got close, he activated all the joints in his body. The forces transmitted through the joints and muscles, progressing layer by layer. Finally, it was compressed into his fists and legs. Lei Shan looked like a mountain flying towards them. Zhou Chen remained calm and composed. He leaped up. Whoosh! The person's speed was extremely fast. They disappeared from everyone's sight. He used invisibility. They've gone invisible. This is not fair. The people from Luyun Martial Arts School started shouting. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen had already made his move. He was face to face with Lei Shan. Just because they can't see Zhou Chen doesn't mean Lei Shan can't see him. Because he didn't use any invisibility at all, he fought back with pure force. You little brat, you're asking for it. Lei Shan's eyes burned with fervor, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Zhou Chen charged at his iron fist like a fool. Bang! Zhou Chen didn't respond, but instead exchanged a punch with him. They collided with these punches. Only then did the people around notice Zhou Chen. They're out. It matches up. One by one, they began to get excited. At this moment, Zhou Chen and Lei Shan's fists clashed. A wave of air surged outwards. Centered on them, it spread rapidly. The dull thud felt like a sudden clap of thunder to everyone's ears. Now look at the two of them. Lei Shan and Zhou Chen were in mid-air when their punches failed to determine who was stronger. However, Zhou Chen was able to catch it steadily, and his punch alone proved his strength. He actually managed to withstand Lei Shan's punch. That's amazing. He's only at the 8th level of martial arts. How is that possible? Many people began to marvel. Whoosh! While everyone was still discussing it, Zhou Chen flipped in the air, concentrating all his power into his feet. He kicked Lei Shan in the chest. Upon seeing this, Lei Shan's eyes flickered. Instead of defending, he slammed his fists down heavily on his legs. Bang! However, he overestimated his own abilities. Zhou Chen used his full strength and skillful technique in delivering this kick. Its speed was much faster than his reaction time. Before his fists could even land, Zhou Chen's leg had already swept up to his chest. With a loud bang, Lei Shan was kicked away like a sack of potatoes. After crashing heavily into the wall, he slid down. A dent resembling a tortoise shell has appeared on the wall where he hit it. The cracks spread out. Go with the flow. Lei Shan snapped out of his daze just as he was about to land. He gritted his teeth, braced his legs against the wall, and pushed hard with one hand. Using the momentum, he charged towards Zhou Chen. Die. As he charged forward, arcs of electricity were already surging in his other hand. Snort! Zhou Chen didn't say anything, but instead snorted coldly. Push off the ground with both feet. Call. He disappeared from everyone's sight once again. It's gone invisible again. The people at the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy only know how to cheat. What kind of hero is this? Many members of the Lu Yun Martial Arts School have already started making a fuss. Bang! At that very moment, Zhou Chen reappeared. He slammed his shoulder heavily into Lei Shan's ribs. It sent him flying into the sky. Go to hell! Lei Shan then unleashed a bolt of electricity as thick as a water bucket at Zhou Chen. The surging electric sparks roared, accompanied by crackling flames. The terrifying pressure had already caused the surrounding students to scatter. However, Zhou Chen showed no intention of dodging. Humph, in the face of absolute power, these are all mere child's play. Zhou Chen snorted coldly, then clenched his fists tightly. Give it to me. Break! Boom! And so, in full view of everyone, he punched the lightning. With such a loud bang, the power of the lightning was smashed and shattered. Arcs of electricity flickered and surged in all directions. Many unlucky students were hit. He fainted immediately. Zhou Chen stood proudly on the spot. The area around the arena was already a mess. He was indifferent to this and simply walked toward the subordinate who had just given him the direction of the beast core. Give it to me. Zhou Chen reached out his hand and asked him for the beast core. Why should I give it to you? You just cheated me. His subordinate stubbornly refused to give him the beast core. I cheated? Zhou Chen's eyes darkened. So, his use of lightning to assist him wasn't cheating? Besides, I didn't cheat at all from beginning to end. You're lying. You used invisibility. What's wrong with the power of lightning? It's perfectly legitimate. Yes. You cheated, your victory was unfair. The people at Lu Yun Martial Arts School began to protest. Lei Shan, you tell me yourself. Zhou Chen was too lazy to waste words with these people, and simply turned his cold gaze to Lei Shan, who was being supported by Renault behind him. You cheated. You just used invisibility. Lei Shan gritted his teeth, furious. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to touch me at all. Humph, it seems you really are going to renege on your debt. Zhou Chen sneered. Lu Hua. Go. Turn on the surveillance footage, we'll check it frame by frame to see if I'm actually hiding behind Mei Yu. Okay. I'll go right away. After agreeing, Lu Hua left in a hurry. Zhou Chen, are you alright? Su Shishir came over at this moment and asked worriedly. It's alright. After Zhou Chen gave a calm reply, he looked at Lei Shan and said, I've seen the video. How are you going to argue now? Furthermore, did you even mention the rules of our duel? Humph, does the absence of rules mean you can hide and cheat? Lei Shan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. They're here. Just then, Lu Hua rushed over. See for yourselves. He projected the video onto the roof above everyone. He edited the entire fight scene down to the last detail. It seems there really is no invisibility. There isn't one at all, it's just that we have poor eyesight and can't see it. His speed is too fast. Some people have already noticed and started discussing it. Lei Shan also realized why he hadn't been able to spot Zhou Chen in his line of sight earlier. In that instant, its speed far exceeded that of Lei Shan. His eyesight was so poor that he couldn't even see his actions. Have you seen enough? Give me the beast core. Chapter 73 Endorsement at your doorstep. Zhou Chen's words echoed throughout the entire arena. Upon hearing his words, Lei Shan's old face immediately tightened. The instructor of the prestigious Lu Yun martial arts school was defeated by a student. Demanding bets in public is unacceptable to anyone. The beast core. Give it to him. Lei Shan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. That's right, a bet's a bet. Zhou Chen clapped a few times, then took the beast core from the man's hand. Thank you for the gift. Remember to let me know if there are any more good things like this in the future. I will definitely come back to participate as long as I have the time. Ha ha. Yes. Zhou Chen. Well done. The students at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy all echoed this sentiment. This left everyone at Lu Yun Martial Arts School utterly humiliated. Zhou Chen, if you've got the guts, let's have another match. You cheated just now. You clearly already possess the strength of a martial master, yet you refuse to get certified. You're still only at the 8th level of martial warrior. Lei Shan suddenly remembered something and then accused, do you still have any martial spirit? Whether I have it or not is none of your business. I'm going to conserve my strength and make a name for myself at school. What's it to you? Zhou Chen showed him no mercy. Want to arrange another meeting? Then prepare the beast cores. I'll take as many as you come. But don't wait until I'm gone to say I didn't answer or that I was too scared to face you. I'm leaving for the Heavenly Phoenix Martial Arts Academy soon. If I come back and hear that you've ruined my reputation, I'll definitely come to your door and break your legs. His words made Lei Shan's eyes twitch twice. A teacher was threatened in public. Will he still be able to stay at the Martial Arts Academy? But we can't beat them even if we fight. Zhou Chen, you wait and see. I won't let this go. We'll settle this score sooner or later. Renaud glared at Zhou Chen, his teeth clenched as he looked at him. Okay, I'll wait for you. You guys continue, I won't keep you company. Zhou Chen shrugged, I don't have time to waste with you guys. After saying that, Zhou Chen turned and left. The students present quickly made way for him. He swaggered off the ring like a victorious general. He went straight to sleep as soon as he got back to his dorm. He was in intensive training this week, which took a huge toll on his mental health. During his rest period, he was unaware that the video of his recent battle with Lei Shan had been widely circulated again. This kid is too strong. He won without using any skills or attributes, just by relying on speed and strength. Yes, he has clearly grown up, and his mindset has changed. That's right, it feels like several months have passed. The use of speed and the burst of power are just right. No longer like before, where you would reveal all your cards in a single battle. Everyone who paid attention to him started talking about it. Every video related to him attracts a large number of viewers. The person who started this whole thing is still asleep. The night passed just like that. When he woke up, he saw a lot of messages on his phone. You brat, you've been gone for a week, you've been cultivating. This message was sent by Luna. Kid, impressive. The strongest are those who rely on their own strength. Lin Chang's message also came over. The rest was encouragement from classmates and family. As for calls from unknown numbers, there are even more. However, Zhou Chen had no intention of answering or calling back. After composing myself, I headed straight out the door. As soon as I got downstairs, I sensed that someone across the street was watching me. This is the result of his and Shishan's 2 months of training, which improved their perception. Combined with his ultrasonic detection, the range has far exceeded the limits of his capabilities. It's just a few dozen meters across the street, it's not a problem at all. Those watching him from across the street also noticed Zhou Chen's gaze. I instinctively dodged away. Whoosh! However, just as he was about to leave, Zhou Chen appeared in front of him. Who are you? Zhou Chen looked at the person in front of him, his eyes darkening. Oomph, why should I tell you? The man snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Don't think that just because you can defeat a martial artist like Lei Shan, you can look down on everyone. I didn't say you were arrogant. But someone like you is someone I could easily kill. Oh? Are you trying to scare me? The man looked surprised, but the smile on his face betrayed him. No, I'm just reminding you. This is a warning. If I find out again, I'll twist your head off. Zhou Chen shook his head and reminded him, word by word, I'll only say it once. Next time, I'll do exactly what I said. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged. The martial artist unleashed his full power, making those before him feel that his strength was unfathomable. It was clear that he could kill him at any time if he wanted to. Zhou Chen. Just then, a familiar voice came from the doorway. Gao Liqin was waving at him. They're here. After responding, Zhou Chen ignored the person in front of him and went to the entrance of the martial arts school. We're leaving tomorrow. The martial arts school has prepared some resources for you. Go and collect them. It's in Director Wang's office. She pointed in the direction of Zhou Chen's office and then left. Zhou Chen looked up and then stared at the spot where he had just been. The person was gone. Then he rushed to Director Wang's office. When I got to the office, I saw that there were several other people there. He didn't know any of them. Zhou Chen, let me introduce you. These people are from the manufacturer of mechanical armor. And there are also some pharmaceutical manufacturers. As soon as he entered, Director Wang began to introduce the place with a smile. Zhou Chen then realized that there was always a price to pay for what was supposed to be resources. Now that he has the resources from Qishan, plus the ones he exchanged himself, he has enough for the early stages. Director Wang, the resources you mentioned, are they the ones they provided? After Zhou Chen came to his senses, he asked a question indifferently. Excellent. Their weapons and armor are top-notch. As long as you give them your naming rights, you can get several years of free, specially supplied equipment and armor. Director Wang nodded repeatedly, his face full of hope. She stared longingly at Zhou Chen. I don't need it. Zhou Chen showed him no respect and decisively rejected their offers. Young man, you have no idea how many resources are needed to go to a martial arts academy, do you? Even if you had them, they wouldn't be enough. Just the armor alone would consume a lot. Yes, you should think this through carefully. Having no worries about the future is such a beneficial decision for cultivation. Several people looked at Zhou Chen and began to offer their advice in a cacophony of words. Director Wang coughed lightly and kept giving him meaningful glances. Chapter 74, Teaming Up with Classmates. Sorry, I'm not interested. But to thank the dean for finding me a good mentor. I will help with your promotion. But only 3 times. As for anything else, forget about it. Zhou Chen looked at Dean Wang's troubled expression. It's quite clear, isn't it? It's all for the sake of the Yakudo martial arts school, so they simply took a step back. That's fine. It's settled then. Zhou Chen. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. At first, the group hesitated, but eventually they all agreed. Then I won't stand on ceremony with these armors and potions. As Zhou Chen spoke, he took them all into his possession. They didn't even have a chance to think it over. By the time they realized what was happening, Zhou Chen had already beaten them to it. You can continue with the rest. Zhou Chen knew when to stop and didn't want to waste any more time with them, so he said goodbye and left in a hurry. This time, I finally have plenty of resources. Such opportunities are rare, but this is enough. Zhou Chen felt very happy and went downstairs. I was about to go back to my dorm to make some more preparations. Zhou Chen. However, at that moment, Su Shishir's voice came from afar. Those beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. Zhou Chen turned his head and saw her. It seemed as if she had been deliberately waiting for him. So she walked over, bent down, and looked at his face. What's wrong? Is something the matter? We took on 2 tasks today, and before we leave, everyone wanted to exchange some more points to buy resources. Can you come with us? Su Shishir's beautiful eyes darted around as she looked at Zhou Chen. It was clearly a few classmates who asked her to extend an olive branch to Zhou Chen in her capacity. Can. Zhou Chen agreed without hesitation after hearing her words. Oh? Would you like to come with us? Su Shirshir felt that things could have gone even more smoothly. Knowing Zhou Chen as she does, she would never agree to it so readily. Yeah, what? You don't believe me? Then I'm not going. Zhou Chen nodded, then turned to leave. No, let's go. Su Shirshir quickly agreed, and in her haste, she grabbed his hand. Zhou Chen glanced at her as she grabbed him. Cough. Let's go. Realizing she had lost her composure, Su Shirshir coughed violently, her pretty face instantly turning as red as a boiled apple. So shy and tender, so fresh and dewy. A pair of big, blinking eyes looked at him. Zhou Chen ignored her and continued walking towards the door. After today, we'll be setting off, and many people are preparing for tomorrow. When they arrived at the entrance, they saw an SUV and several classmates waiting expectantly. They're here. They really managed to invite Zhou Chen. Wow, my sister is amazing. Several classmates began to praise it from afar. Zhou Chen glanced around and saw several old classmates. Zhou Wen, Li Tai, Lu Hua, and Li Tianyu. Zhou Chen. Let's go. Set off. Everyone got into the car together. Zhou Chen and Su Shirshir sat in the back row. Their overall strength has been enhanced in this operation. Su Shirshir is, after all, an SSS level awakened person, and already has the strength of a second level martial artist. Li Tianyu also had good talent and reached the level of a martial artist. The remaining few were all at the peak of body refinement. With a little effort, a breakthrough is just a matter of time. Their team sped eastward. This direction was the first time Zhou Chen had officially gone with Lin Chang and the others to carry out a mission. It's clear they're going to challenge themselves this time. Let's devise a strategy. Zhou Wen will be in charge of ranged attacks. Li Tai is in charge of drawing the attack. Lu Hua is in charge of controlling the monster's attention. Leave the killing to Li Tianyu and Zhou Chen. Su Shirshir, in the team, clearly took on Luna's role. Is everything alright? No problem. It's settled then. Zhou Wen smiled and agreed, patting Zhou Chen on the shoulder. Zhou Chen, it's all up to you. I tried my best. Zhou Chen's answer was neither cold nor indifferent, but it was already quite good. At least he didn't have a stern face. His time with Qi Shan has helped him mature. His integration with Lina and her team instilled in him a sense of teamwork. He's gotten used to each team member playing a different role. Zhou Chen felt completely immersed in this kind of teamwork, and he always had a sense of being part of Lin Chang's team. Brother Chang. Brother Pang. Sister Lu. Do you know what's going on? I'm going to be a key player in the attack. I'll do my best. As Zhou Chen was thinking to himself, they had unknowingly arrived at their destination. C21 is a mutated beast with the strength of a first-tier, third-level beast. Everyone be careful. This is a flame tiger wolf, it's not to be trifled with. It has a team, the detection shows. There are over 30 of them. They're not easy to deal with. After a period of adjustment, Zhou Chen noticed that each of them had improved. Not just Su Shirshir, but these people are also quite impressive in terms of their presence. We've arrived, get off. Following Su Shirshir's reminder, everyone got off the bus. This time, they were not as helpless as Zhou Chen had been when they first met. Many people treat it like a spring outing. This time, after getting off the vehicle, Zhou Wen began looking for his vantage point, while Li Tai actively sought out the strange fire tiger and wolf. Lu Hua was responsible for covering him and followed closely behind. Li Tianyu has always been at the center, always ready to lend a helping hand to anyone in trouble. Zhou Chen followed Su Shirshir, observing everyone's actions. A strange beast has been spotted. Watch out. At that moment, Zhou Wen's voice came through. He used a high-powered scope, making it easier for him to spot the beasts than for them. 6 o'clock, 500 yards. 5. There's only one threat. We can approach. I have to admire how much more professional they were this time. Receive. Action. After Li Tai and Lu Hua agreed, the two immediately activated the thrusters on their bodies. Then he headed forward, moving cautiously. Li Tianyu always kept a certain distance from them. Zhou Chen followed behind. He could easily kill a beast of that strength. However, he still wanted to leave this opportunity for them. Only step in to help if you really can handle it. Since we're here to help, we shouldn't overshadow the host. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to accomplish the task. I'm going to shoot. Everyone, get ready. At that moment, Zhou Wen's reminder came through the communicator. Receive. Receive. After everyone agreed, Zhou Wen began to take action. Bang! He fired his first shot. In an instant, a gene bullet was fired. Their target is the strange fire tiger wolf. Zhou Chen also turned his attention to the tiger and wolf. This tiger wolf was too young, approximately 6.6 meters in size, with thick, rough skin. Its entire body was bright red. Puff! The bullet struck its target with a single blast. Chapter 75: Who stole whose prey? Data monitoring shows no change. Use the sniper rifle. After monitoring the situation, Su Shishir hurriedly reminded him. Good. Zhou Wen readily agreed. This clearly shows a lack of experience. The move was not precise enough, and the judgment was wrong. If the defenses cannot be broken in one go, it will bring annihilation to the teammates in front. Roar! Sure enough, the tiger and wolf that had been hit became enraged. He roared at them and then pounced towards them. Watch me! Li Tai gritted his teeth and drew a long knife. Lightning flashed across the long sword. It is clearly a weapon modified from the core of a monster with lightning attributes. After drawing his weapon, he suddenly charged at the tigers and wolves, and then began a counterattack with a barrage of blows from his long sword. I am coming. Lu Hua then grabbed a stick and followed suit, smashing it down. The two men's ultimate goal was simply to restrain the wolves. The one who was really going to make a move was Li Tianyu, who was behind them. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, holding a mechanical sword in one hand. Once he unleashed it, countless wind blades were instantly unleashed across the entire sword. It is a wind attribute longsword. Call. With the aid of the wind blades, the longsword accelerated instantly, significantly increasing his overall speed. Then it charged towards the tigers and wolves. Go to hell! Li Tianyu jumped high and gripped the longsword tightly with both hands. The target is the neck of the tiger and wolf. His leaping motion amplified his power. It crashed down with a whooshing sound. Even the tigers and wolves sensed his threat. With a leap, he avoided his attack. Too hasty. Zhou Chen shook his head as he watched his actions. He should have made his move as soon as the two of them started working together. The timing was wrong, and another problem was that they acted before they had complete control. It gave the wolves and tigers an opportunity. The biggest mistake was that Zhou Wen initially harbored wishful thinking, perhaps because he wanted to save on expensive bullets. There is still a lack of cooperation. In this way, it is easy for someone to perish as a result. After witnessing their teamwork, Zhou Chen realized just how seamless Lin Chang and his team's coordination was. Everyone is generous and discerning. Most importantly, the timing was excellent, which requires long-term cooperation and collaboration. Zhou Chen sighed, already holding the gene sword in his hand. If they can't deal with the tigers and wolves immediately, and he starts summoning them, then it will be difficult for them to escape. Li Tianyu. I'm here. Just as Li Tianyu was about to be defeated, Zhou Chen's voice came from behind them. After saying that, he compressed the joints in his body again, and the force was slowly released after being continuously compressed. This will result in a geometric increase in power. What he had to do was treat all his prey equally and never show mercy just because they were stronger. This is also an essential quality for becoming a qualified hunter. Show no mercy. Tiger Wolf was busy fighting Li Tianyu and didn't notice Zhou Chen's presence at all. That wasn't enough. After Li Tianyu made way, Zhou Chen appeared. Instantly, the normally lively tigers and wolves became alert. As a mythical beast, it could clearly sense the power of the person before it. So the hair on his back stood up. Call out. Bang! Like a cannonball, it shot towards Zhou Chen. The air rippled like smoke as the hair pierced through it. Iron wall. Zhou Chen's entire body instantly developed a defense resembling that of a giant crab. It completely coalesced at a distance of more than a foot from him. This is the result of training with Qi Shan. I can now control my skills at will. Bang! Smack! The long hairs, as sharp as steel needles, pierced the iron wall, creating countless holes. However, none of them penetrated. Boom! However, before Zhou Chen could continue his attack, the needle-like hairs suddenly burst open. A raging fire began to radiate outwards from this center. The fire was so fierce that it burned the surrounding air, creating ripples of nothingness. Zhou Chen was forced back by the sudden attack. Is this the origin of its name, different flame tiger wolf? Using fire to attack, once the area is blown apart, it can be used to attack the enemy. This is an evolution of fire-type talents in a certain direction. If you control the fireballs yourself, they will be more lethal than indiscriminate attacks. Looking at the long-haired creatures that had just been collectively detonated, Zhou Chen immediately made the connection. When I use Wind Blade, it's one of the forms of expression. And the same goes for the Earth Cone. That beast reminded me. Ha ha. Zhou Chen was not discouraged by this. Instead, he laughed wildly and looked at Hulang. Let me show you what I'm made of. After he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already on the backs of tigers and wolves. Puff! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Jin sword in his hand pierced straight through the back of the tiger and wolf. With one strike, both cave entrances opened simultaneously. The tiger and wolf didn't even let out a scream before being killed by Zhou Chen in an instant. Simple, fast, ruthless, leaving no room for compromise. Everyone present was surprised by his dashing performance. Compared to the martial arts school, his speed and power were fully unleashed here. Just like releasing wild beasts back into the mountains. Several people looked at him, feeling a chill. Solve. Zhou Chen smiled slightly at everyone and then dismounted from the tiger and wolf's back. They accepted the Jin sword. Zhou Chen, was that the Jin sword you just used? After Lu Hua walked over, he glared at her. Good. Zhou Chen agreed without explaining further. Wow, this is worth tens of points, I haven't been willing to exchange it. Lu Hua looked at Zhou Chen and said, You're really amazing. Quickly collect the corpse. Don't attract attacks from other monsters. Zhou Chen had nothing to be proud of, he simply reminded him of something. Come on. Clean up. After his reminder, the group got to work. Su Shishir also came over, thank you. Don't be shy, we're all classmates. Zhou Chen was not proud of this, but simply said one thing. Hey, isn't this someone from the Yakuza Martial Arts Academy? At that moment, a dozen or so people arrived at the Luyun Martial Arts School. With a wicked grin on his face, he walked towards them. Several shady-looking young men cast predatory glances at Su Shishir, who had a slender figure and a face as beautiful as a painting. This made Su Shishir show a timid expression, and she hid behind Zhou Chen. What are you doing? This is our prey. Li Tianyu immediately became anxious, stepped forward, and looked warily at the people in front of him. This is the wilderness, and the resources belong to everyone. How can you say it's yours and therefore yours? One of the leaders stepped forward, shrugged, and said, Then I could say it's mine. You stole my prey. Chapter 76, Ruthless Killing. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Or you'll regret it. A person from the Luyun Martial Arts School came out. He glared at the crowd and said, There are so many of us, and you still want to cause trouble? Just because you have more people, does that mean you can bully others? Zhou Chen stepped forward and looked at the group of people in front of him. So, if you're strong enough, you can act recklessly, right? Yes. If you're strong enough, kill me. It's because I'm not skilled enough, this is the wilderness. We can do whatever we want as long as we're happy. The leader grinned arrogantly, Right, brothers? Yes. That's right. Big brother is right. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, agreeing repeatedly. You are responsible for what you say. Don't regret it later. Zhou Chen looked at the leader and a smile played on his lips. Of course, it's a pity you have to leave, otherwise we would have killed you. This girl. We gladly accept her. The leader remained completely unrestrained. My woman is not someone any of you can take liberties with. Zhou Chen's face darkened, and his voice was as cold as ice. Oh? Then I'll see what you can do to me. While one of them was laughing and joking, he reached out and touched Su Shishir's cheek. Ah. Seeing this, Su Shishir quickly hid behind Zhou Chen. Whoosh. Puff. However, his arm suddenly flew into the air after a blood-splattering sound. Ah. Immediately following was the man's blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. Kill him. He squatted on the ground, clutching his wound, and bared his teeth as he ordered his fellow disciples to attack him. Court death. One of the men who had just been shouting also drew his knife and charged over. Whoosh. However, before he could even get there, his head suddenly flew into the air. Puff. A jet of blood shot straight into the sky. Zhou Chen's actions were swift and decisive. It was just like how Qi Shan killed Zhao Chang and his men for his sake. The difference is that Zhou Chen had just left enough evidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted my breath talking to them and led them step by step into my trap. At this point, it doesn't matter if we take action. His actions shocked everyone present. The people from Lu Yun Martial Arts School were especially surprised. He killed one of his fellow disciples in front of so many of them. Without any hesitation or delay. Kill. Kill him. Immediately afterward, those who had reacted joined forces and rushed towards Zhou Chen. Puff. Whoosh. However, they were no match for Zhou Heng at all. In his hands, these people were no match for his fierce attacks. In just a few sword strikes, none of the 7 or 8 men who rushed over survived. Zhou Chen didn't use a second move at all. Every single one of his attacks was fatal. They gave them no chance to fight back, showing no mercy whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, the team of more than a dozen people was reduced to only 3 or 4. Standing on all sides, holding his weapon, he was caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. At this moment, the air was thick with the stench of blood, and severed limbs were flying everywhere. It made many people feel nauseous. Su Shishir was stunned. With a complex look in her eyes, she looked at the person who was protecting her, her heart filled with mixed feelings. The others were so shocked they were speechless. Li Tianyu began to tremble uncontrollably. This is both fear of the absolute strong. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. They never expected Zhou Chen to unleash a deadly move without saying a word. Withdraw. Walk. The group realized what was happening and immediately took off running. I wish I had 2 more legs. We cannot leave them alive. Li Tianyu realized what was happening and patted Zhou Wen on the shoulder, otherwise it will be very troublesome. No need. Let them get out. I will take full responsibility for my actions, so you don't need to worry. Zhou Chen pressed down on Zhou Wen's sniper rifle with his hand. They must have already sent the video back. Silencing them is the most troublesome thing. This. Zhou Wen hesitated. In that instant, the group had already driven away. What do we do? Li Tianyu looked at Zhou Chen and asked. Take all the resources from the corpses. Leave no one behind. Zhou Chen smiled, a smug look on his face. They don't even want it themselves, wouldn't it be a waste to keep it? Oh no, that's bad luck. Li Tai shook his head and shrank his neck. Looking at the corpses, he couldn't help but turn pale. We're going to the martial arts academy soon. If you don't gather enough resources, you'll suffer a lot when you get there. Now that we have the opportunity, let's stop being so overly sympathetic. If you don't want it, I'll do it. As Zhou Chen spoke, he began to feel around a corpse beside him. Not bad, there are potions. And armor too, we can sell them. Okay, I'll do it too. Li Tianyu gritted his teeth, squatted down, and began to loot the corpse. I'll risk it, I've already caused trouble anyway. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. And so it began. In the end, even Su Shishir joined in. They quickly searched through the dozen or so corpses. What should we do with the body? This is what's really giving them a headache. Li Tianyu frowned, at a loss. If we deal with it, they will definitely settle scores with us later. You all go ahead and wait for me. I'll go and lure the pack of fiery tiger wolves here. Do we need to put in any more effort? Zhou Chen looked into the depths of the mountains and could still faintly hear the howls of wolves. I'll go with you. It's too dangerous for me to go alone. Li Tianyu stepped forward. At this moment, he admired Zhou Chen to the point of complete awe. No need. You can wait for me somewhere further away. Zhou Chen waved his hand and then went alone into the depths of the mountains to search for the wolf pack. Without hesitation, the group got into their car and drove out of the woods. Once Zhou Chen reached the deep mountains, he quickly located the wolf pack using ultrasonic detection. They were successfully lured out. Then, after becoming invisible, they disappear completely. They left the wolf pack behind to gnaw on the corpses of the Lu Yun martial arts school disciples. Zhou Chen had already gotten into the car. Let's go. Let's head back. Zhou Chen glanced at the time and said with a smile. So, are we not going to do the other task? Lu Hua was somewhat puzzled. Are you stupid? Aren't you afraid they'll come back and seek revenge? We've already obtained their resources, isn't that more worthwhile than you doing the mission? Zhou Chen glared at him as if he were an idiot. Hurry up. Take a detour back. Don't take the main road. Clear. Li Tianyu was in charge of driving, and after listening to Zhou Chen's words, he chose to take a side road. Zhou Chen, I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. In the car, Su Shishir, realizing what had happened, looked guilty and apologized to Zhou Chen. If you've done it, don't apologize. These kinds of things happen unexpectedly. Zhou Chen didn't care at all. Right now, let's see how the people from Luyun Martial Arts Academy will cause trouble when they get back. Chapter 77. If the disciple makes a mistake, is the master equally guilty? Look! Isn't that the car from Luyun Martial Arts School? They were walking on a path halfway up the mountain. With his sharp eyesight, Zhou spotted several cars speeding away on the main road. The destination was in the direction they had returned from, clearly indicating they were going to find them. Yes, that's right. So, do you still want to continue doing missions? Zhou Chen looked at the group of people, his expression grave. Use your brain before you act. You're right. After Li Tianyu agreed, he continued to floor the gas pedal. In the car, Zhou Chen's phone suddenly went through. Hey, Director Wang. He answered the phone and greeted them. At his call, the people in the car all looked at Zhou Chen with wary expressions. Zhou Chen. What happened to you? You killed so many people from the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts School. Director Wang was clearly flustered and angry. You said you're all leaving soon and you're going to cause trouble. Director Wang, what did you say? The signal is bad here. Director Wang. Zhou Chen pretended that there was no signal and then hung up the phone. Following that, other people also called. Don't answer. Zhou Chen glanced at the group and said, it's hard to explain over the phone. Let's talk about it when we get back. But this is Director Wang's phone number. Li Tianyu was getting anxious. Have we gotten ourselves into trouble? Stay calm and don't be afraid. The situation isn't that serious yet. Why are you so scared? How will we ever achieve anything great in the future? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at him, then looked at everyone. When we get back, just repeat what I said. Don't panic. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. You guys will be fine. How can that be? We've already divided up the resources. Yes. We can't let you take the risk alone. We must all stay united. Several people expressed their opinions. Su Shishir's pretty face was full of unease. She wanted to apologize, but the words she was about to say were swallowed back down. And so, they drove for an hour and finally returned to the Yakuto Martial Arts School. As soon as I parked my car, I saw his parking lot, which was filled with cars of all sizes belonging to the Luyun Martial Arts School. They're here. Catch them. Kill them. At this moment, the disciples of Luyun Martial Arts School who were guarding the entrance rushed over. We should take action against them. Let's see who dares. It was at this moment that Qi Shan's icy voice came from not far away. He was wearing a long sword, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He came here specifically because he heard that Zhou Chen had an accident. Master. Zhou Chen greeted him respectfully as he approached. You little rascal, you're sure to cause trouble. Follow me, everyone. Qi Shan glared at Zhou Chen, but there was no hint of blame in his words. With this stubborn attitude, he led Zhou Chen and the others all the way to Director Wang's office. His office was bustling with activity at that moment. A group of people were arguing incessantly. That bald guy is Zhao Shanhe, the headmaster of Luyun Martial Arts School, and the one next to him is Lei Hong, the deputy headmaster. The one sitting there is Su Xueqing, the special envoy of Tianfeng Academy. Not bad, you've alarmed several martial arts school owners in Jianhai City. Even Gao Hu, the owner of the Wild Wolf Martial Arts School, has come. As soon as Qi Shan let him through the door, he introduced Zhou Chen to the identities of these people. That's the brat from earlier. Lei Shan was also among them. When he saw Zhou Chen enter, he was furious. He's using his position to settle personal scores. He must not be let off lightly. Zhou Chen, what's going on? Seeing the change in Director Wang's expression, he gritted his teeth and called Zhou Chen over to his side. What happened? I have a video, you can see for yourselves. Zhou Chen opened the previously recorded video and showed it to everyone. This video begins with Zhou firing his gun. His purpose was to review the match, examine the differences between the new and old teams, and identify any shortcomings. Learning and practice. This was a method he learned from Qi Shan, who had Zhou Chen learn his methods from the very beginning. Zhou Chen benefited from it, so he naturally continued to use it. From the moment the gun was fired, to Zhou Heng killing their disciples, and then to their final hasty escape, not a single detail was missed. They filmed everything. Their conversation was also filmed. I don't need to explain this, they attacked first. They're the ones who want to engage in group battles. We didn't take the initiative to attack at all. It just goes to show that these useless guys are too weak. They have no ability but still try to act tough. Zhou Chen placed the video directly on Director Wang's desk. So, do you still have any questions? Your own people just said that they can do whatever they want in the wild, and if anyone is going to kill someone, it's them who strikes first. After he finished speaking, the office fell into a brief silence. So, you knew they were no match for you, yet you still used such ruthless methods. What are you going to do then? These are all legitimate sect disciples, not scavengers. How can you kill them like pigs and dogs? What do you take my Luyun Martial Arts Academy for? Zhao Shanhe's eyes were sharp and focused. He stared intently at Zhou Chen. Don't think that just because you can go to Tianfeng Academy, you can rest easy. Our Luyun Martial Arts School isn't to be trifled with. Zhao Shanhe, you handle your own affairs and don't involve Tianfeng Academy. Do you think those few good-for-nothings behind you have any ability? After hearing his words, Su Xueqing frowned slightly. Su Xueqing, are you trying to protect your own? Zhao Shanhe was in a fit of rage and would bite anyone he could get his hands on. A dozen or so disciples, not a dozen or so strange beasts, were all killed without hesitation. They gave them no chance to prepare and killed them without warning. No one could accept this. Yes, so what? Su Xueqing's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she stared coldly at Zhao Shanhe. Don't act like a mad dog, biting anyone you want. Don't even mention a few disciples. What if I slaughter your entire martial arts school? Do you know how many strange beasts and alien races slaughter our Tianfeng Academy every day in the abyss? How much have you contributed to the country? You only care about these resources, you don't even manage your own people, and now you're blaming others. If we throw you bunch of trash out of the abyss, you're just a bunch of useless hogs taking up space in the camp. Her words made Zhao Shanhe blush. For a moment, I didn't know how to refute it. Why did you get involved with a woman? Lei Heng sighed, then turned to Director Wang. This is your fault. Murder must be punished with a life. Lei Heng, remember to check your conscience before you speak. Qi Shan stepped forward. Haven't you Luyun Martial Arts School killed enough people in the wild? You've suffered a loss, so why are you making such a fuss? Do you want me to list the murders and robberies that have happened in the past? Qi Shan, none of us are clean, so let's not say that. Lei Heng narrowed his eyes and glared at Qi Shan. You are also responsible for this. He is your disciple. Chapter 78 The Kill List. Are you guys looking for trouble? Upon hearing their words, a chilling aura emanated from Qi Shan. Lei Heng felt the oppressive force, and his previous arrogance was somewhat suppressed. But she still stubbornly retorted, is this a matter of looking for trouble? You killed someone, and murderers must pay with their lives, don't you understand? Don't know. Are you blind? They attacked first and even harassed our people. Experiments have shown that if you're not capable, don't go looking for trouble, or you could be killed at any time. Is that right, Lei Shan? Just as everyone was arguing, Zhou Chen turned his attention to them. When he uttered the last sentence, he was facing Lei Shan. The playful look in his eyes deepened. You! Lei Shan was completely innocent. He was caught in the crossfire. I killed the person, and I will take responsibility for my actions. I killed them this time to teach them a lesson. Don't bully others with your power, and don't provoke others in the wild. You want an explanation? No way. Who's chattering away? I promise. After returning from Tianfeng Academy, I will keep watch on the people from Luyun Martial Arts School. If I see them in the wild, I will kill them. Undeterred by the threat from so many people, Zhou Chen stepped forward to confront them. Weren't you all very arrogant before, even trying to steal our things? I didn't expect you guys to be such a bunch of useless trash. You got beaten up and you even had to call your parents for help. If I were you, I'd rather crawl into a hole in the ground. He publicly mocked the people who had just confronted them, using sharp words. Amidst the sarcastic remarks, he managed to take care of everyone. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Zhao Shanhe's eyes blazed with fury, and his lips twitched. If it weren't for Su Xueqing, she would have smashed his head in. I'm not being arrogant, I'm protecting our personal safety. The world is vast, and they haven't proven that they belong to the Luyun martial arts school. Their words and actions in the wild are no different from those of a scavenger. Then I will naturally treat them as scavengers. Zhou Chen shrugged, appearing harmless. They're wearing our Luyun martial arts school uniforms, and even have our logo. Are you blind? Lei Shan jumped out and pointed at the clothes on their bodies. Oomph, it's just a piece of clothing. Who can prove they're not imposters in the wild? This kind of thing has happened before. Zhou Chen snorted coldly and pointed at their clothes. Anyone can wear these clothes. Isn't that right? Right. We can't tell either. Zhou Wen and Li Tai, along with a few others, also came over to speak up in their defense. Director Wang, there's no point in saying more. What are you planning to do? Zhao Shanha didn't want to get entangled with them anymore, so he turned his attention to Director Wang. In an instant, countless eyes turned to Director Wang. Now he was in a difficult situation. We're caught in a dilemma. If we don't resolve this issue, we'll definitely be targeted by Luyun Martial Arts School in the future. If we resolve this, we won't want to offend Tenhaoan. The key point is that Zhou Chen did nothing wrong. Director Wang, there's no need to put yourself in a difficult position. Zhou Chen stepped forward, displaying an arrogant demeanor. I killed that person alone, and I will take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with anyone, and it's very clear in the video. Oh? That's for the best. Do you want to pay compensation, or go to jail? Zhao Shanha waved his hand and turned to Zhou Chen. Choose one of the two. Compensation. Zhou Chen wasn't stupid, he naturally knew which one to choose. There are 11 people in total, each calculated based on the output of a normal military general in his lifetime. 1 billion high-level martial arts coins. Paid in one lump sum. Zhao Shanha's eyes revealed a playful look as he looked at everyone present. Do you have any objections? No. You must give it to me. Lei Shan was the first to respond. This is robbery. Su Shishir, unable to contain her anger, stepped forward and said, you might as well just rob us. 1 billion high-level martial arts coins, we've checked, your company is worth that much right now. Hand it over, and we might spare your life. No further action will be taken. Zhao Shanha ignored her and instead focused his attention on Zhou Chen. I can sign a contract and pay you 1 billion high-level martial arts coins within 3 years. You won't even try to take a single penny from my family. Zhou Chen held up 3 fingers. Humph, what if you try to renege on your debt again in 3 years? What will you do then? Zhao Shanha's eyes flashed, and he snorted. I can sign a contract, and you can raise the interest rate however you like after 3 years. Teacher Su is here too, she can be a witness. Zhou Chen's eyes darkened, and he emphasized it again. Kid, even if a few martial artists achieve something in the future, one person alone wouldn't be worth this much. Su Xueqing simply looked at Zhou Chen indifferently. Teacher Su, you said it yourself, it's not worth it. I will spend 3 years proving what you said right. Zhou Chen merely revealed a bloodthirsty smile, then turned to the crowd. Everyone here is a witness. You have no money now, but you can take my life. You will get nothing. All right. Since so many people are here, let's sign the contract. I'm warning you, if you can't pay me in 3 years, then I'll have to apply to freeze your company's assets. Seeing that Zhou Chen had agreed, Zhao Shanha decided to go along with it. Director Wang, print out a contract. No need, I'll just write an IOU. As Zhou Chen spoke, he began writing an IOU. After he finished writing the IOU, he handed it directly to Zhao Shanha. The contract is here. In other words, Lei Heng's assistant rushed over to offer support. You have to admire how fast they are. Good. Zhou Chen glanced at it and then signed the contract. In 3 years, you'd better prepare to have your parents sell the company. Lei Shan grinned, looking at Zhou Chen as if he were a fool. Within 3 years, Luyun Martial Arts School will be worthless, and even a single disciple will be commonplace. Zhou Chen looked at the group of people in front of him with sharp eyes. The national martial arts trials are held several times a year. See you then. I guarantee that if any disciple of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts School goes in, I will make sure none of them come out alive. Next month's Secret Realm trial is here, followed by the Abyss trial and the Desperate trial. Each one will lead to the same result. Unless you don't send anyone in. You. Zhao Shanha was so angry after hearing his words that his nose almost twisted out of shape. Given Zhou Chen's current strength, he is capable of this. Only then did he realize how naive his thoughts had been. Entering this secret realm comes at a price. The annual membership fee is in the tens of millions. However, each time they went in, the disciples would receive abundant resources, which they could then exchange for points upon returning. It can exceed 500 million or even more in a year. However, if someone is targeting you, then things might not be so simple. I, Zhou Chen, swear that within 3 years, any disciple of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts School who dares to come to the secret realm, I will kill them all. Zhou Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent, then he looked at each disciple of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts School. Go back and tell your people that if they dare to go in, I will kill them. Chapter 79, Passing the Test in 3 Moves. After saying those words, he turned and left. He didn't give anyone another chance to argue with him. Do whatever you want. That is what makes him so proud. With its own system, once you enter the martial arts academy, you can continuously absorb and improve your strength. Others rely on various resources and their own strength, gradually accumulating experience and skills over time. Compared to him, they're not even in the same league. At that time, even someone like Su Shishir, who had awakened to SSS level, was only at the 2nd level of martial artist. He had already reached the martial master level directly through absorption. Today, I'll show you my true strength. Zhou Chen did not return to his dormitory, but instead chose to drive away. We found a quiet hotel. Once inside, all the resources were brought out. Most of these were found on the corpses of several people from the Lu Yun Martial Arts School. Including the beast cores given by Lei Shan, there are more than 20 beast cores in total. Gather them all together. Devour. Zhou Chen chose to devour it directly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved Earth-splitting evolution. Earth-type awakening enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host, your stealth skill has evolved. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has increased. Ding. Host's strength has increased. Ding. Iron Wall evolved. Ding. Host's strength has increased. In one gulp, he devoured all the beast cores, resulting in a qualitative improvement in Zhou Chen's strength. Check your skill level improvements. Soil Split, based on earth spikes, add elemental damage. Lightning and fire can be added, such as Firewall. Invisibility, become invisible to opponents 2 levels above you. Iron Wall, can be used in conjunction with the host's armor for defense, fusing defenses. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhou Chen was intrigued. Excellent. Well then. It's time to prove your strength. Let me show you how serious the consequences will be for bullying me in the future. As Zhou Chen spoke, he turned on his detector. We entered the virtual testing area. After seeing the strength and speed testing equipment, I went straight up to take the test. Strength, 50,000 kilograms punch. Speed, 300 meters per second. Endurance, 300 m. Qi and blood value 300,000 kilocalories L. After a series of tests, Zhou Chen saw his data. These are the limits of a martial master. If they are improved a little more, they can reach the strength of a martial general. It seems that the higher one's strength, the more resources are needed for absorption. In the past, I could have broken through to the martial artist level with just 2 or 3 beast cores. Zhou Chen had anticipated that demand would increase later on, but he was not discouraged. That's enough. He arrived at the arena and shouted into the void, "Where is the test subject? Come out." After he shouted, he checked his camera function. That's right, the whole thing was recorded. Without any hesitation or delay. Whoosh. After he finished speaking, a pure white leopard appeared on the arena. The leopard was 2 zhan long and had a well-proportioned body. By all accounts, he has a physique born for fighting. Ah! After the snow leopard appeared, it roared at Zhou Chen, then transformed into a snow-white afterimage and rushed towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen didn't move an inch from beginning to end. It wasn't until the snow leopard was right above its head that it made its move. His shoulders slumped, his joints compressed layer by layer, causing an explosive increase in all his strength. Finally, just as the snow leopard was about to bite him, he threw a punch. This punch looked like an ordinary punch. However, as the fist surged, a powerful gust of wind was already swirling around it. It wasn't that he used gale. That's simply because the power of his punch was too great. Bang! A punch landed squarely on the snow leopard's jaw. The snow leopard was sent flying by Zhou Chen's punch, just like a punching bag. After finally managing to grab a handful of sparks from the ground, he managed to steady himself. It roared, and a bolt of lightning shot towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen watched as the lightning struck. The intense electric arc electrolyzed everything around it. It made a crackling sound. Break! Even when faced with this attack, Zhou Chen remained unmoved. It was still a punch as calm as still water. Boom! With a single punch, the power of lightning was shattered. The momentum of the punch continued, and after flying several meters away, it transformed into an energy halo and disappeared with a bang. With just one punch, he shattered the supernatural lightning. This requires a great deal of power. This punch has already surpassed the level of a martial arts master. Roar! Just then, the snow leopard charged again, opening its blood-red maw to devour it. Zhou Chen glanced at it, and then finally made his move. Split the earth! Above his void, a cone of earth suddenly appeared. The attack was not launched using the soil on the ground. It has broken free from the innate conditions for awakening the earth element. Puff! After the ground cone appeared, it instantly pierced through the snow leopard's body. Flames were still burning on the earth's cone. It melted its wound instantly, crackling and popping as it burned. Congratulations! You have passed the martial arts challenge. Your current strength, peak martial master. After the snow leopard was hunted down, the system issued a notification. Zhou Chen was not surprised at all. Call. After leaving the virtual space, he immediately chose to publish the video of his breakthrough. After he released this, it will be impossible for anyone to block his information. Look, isn't this a video of Zhou Chen's breakthrough? Wow, that's amazing. He killed the snow leopard in just 2 moves. This Earth-type attack, something's not right. Don't Earth-type awakenings usually start from the ground? Is that strange? He's a mentalist, launching an attack from anywhere is just a matter of a thought for him, isn't it? That's amazing. In just 1 month, he's managed to break through to the peak of martial master. Many people can't do that even after several years. This is what a martial arts genius is like. Envy is useless, only improving your own strength will be of any use. More and more people are commenting on Zhou Chen online. It quickly reached the hands of those who were interested. This is the effect Zhou Chen wanted. Lu Yun Martial Arts School Headquarters. Meeting room. What do you think of him posting this video? Zhao Shanha looked at the people present with a solemn expression. No matter how you look at it, isn't this just a provocation against us? So what if he's a martial arts master? I can still crush him. Lei Heng didn't care about him at all. Don't be intimidated by him. Our Lu Yun Martial Arts School is a branch of Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy. We have countless disciples. Why be afraid of him? Don't say that. In all these years, our Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy has never seen anyone break through from body refinement to martial master in just 1 month. An old man shook his head and said, "This time, you've messed with the wrong person." Chapter 80, heading to Shanghai. So what? He can break through quickly, so can't I have someone assassinate him? Lei Heng's eyes were icy cold. Just because of what he said, I'll make sure he doesn't live past this year. Leave this to me. I'll definitely find someone to take care of him. Then it's up to you. Zhao Shanha toyed with the cup in his hand. How dare you threaten me in public? Do you think I'm easily intimidated? They were still discussing how to deal with Zhou Chen. In Xinjiang, some people are already thinking about how to resolve their current troubles. No one knows any of this. Everything proceeded peacefully. Zhou Chen was completely unaware that he was being targeted by many people. Given his current state of mind, he can't possibly consider so many issues. The night flew by. Zhou Chen woke up early in the morning, and after leaving the hotel, he turned on his phone. It is connected to the network. Then I saw countless phone calls and messages. Son, are you alright? Your mother wants you to come home. Disciple. You're too flamboyant. You need to tone it down. Zhou Chen, you've offended the Lu Yun Martial Arts Academy. What happened? Zhou Chen ignored them all, and only called his parents to let them know he was safe. Then they returned to the Yakuza Martial Arts School. Upon arriving at the martial arts school's courtyard, they saw that people were already lined up waiting for their martial arts academy to pick them up. Zhou Chen. Where did you go last night? Are you alright? I'm so sorry I couldn't help you last night. Several classmates who knew him came up to greet him. Many people wore solemn expressions. Especially Zhou Wen and his group, they got the benefits, but in the end the responsibility all fell on Zhou Chen alone. Su Shishir looked at Zhou Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with guilt. Let bygones be bygones, and don't bring it up again. Zhou Chen's voice was flat and lacked emotion. Zhou Chen. Su Shishir. Are you ready? If not, we'll head over. Just then, Su Xueqing's voice came from the side. Ready. After experiencing all these events, Su Shishir has lost her former liveliness in her speech. This is also a sign of growth. And you? Su Xueqing nodded and smiled, then turned her gaze to Zhou Chen. We can leave any time. Zhou Chen responded without hesitation. All right, let's go. I still have someone from the academy to pick up. Su Xueqing snapped her fingers at the two of them, then led them away. Goodbye, Zhou Chen. Su Shishir. Let's keep in touch. Bye now. The students behind him had clearly not yet seen their teacher. I could only watch them leave. Zhou Chen, unusually, turned his head and waved to his classmates. Then he followed them out. After getting into the car, Su Xueqing drove them away herself. They arrived at the entrance of the Yakuza martial arts school. There were quite a few students here at the time, waiting for their teachers to come and pick them up. After getting out of the car, Su Xueqing glanced at a young girl and said, Zhang Shan. Let's go. With her greeting. A slightly thin-looking girl walked out from the crowd. Then he looked at Zhou Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhou Chen glanced at her, then looked away. Instead, they turned their attention to a few members of the Lei family. Renaud glared at him fiercely, wishing he could devour him alive. Zhou Chen ignored them, simply turning his head away and continuing to look at the crowd in front of him. His purpose was simple: remember these people so he would definitely encounter them again when he went to the secret realm trial. Let's go. Su Xueqing patted Zhou Chen, who was lost in thought, to remind him to get in the car. Good. Zhou Chen agreed and got into the car with them. We're going to the airport later to take a plane to Shanghai. This journey will take about 2 hours. Are you ready? Su Xueqing glanced at the three of them. You're from Jianghai City, so try to get along with us in the future. Now that you're out, don't worry about the Extreme Martial Arts Academy or the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Academy. From now on, you're all members of our Heavenly Phoenix Academy. All your grudges should be put aside from the moment you get on the bus. If I find out that this has caused further conflict between you, I will not let you off the hook. Teacher Su, don't worry, I'm only targeting those who bullied me. It's completely unrelated, I won't do anything reckless. Zhou Chen smiled, then glanced at Zhang Shan again. If anyone continues to cause me trouble, I won't be polite. It's a matter of reciprocity, right? Luyun Martial Arts School is just a stepping stone for my training. I have never considered them as one of my own. Zhang Shan spoke as if she had emerged from 1,000 years of ice, including you. I say the same thing, don't mess with me. Okay, we're all classmates, there's no need to make the atmosphere so tense. Seeing the two of them looking tense, Su Shishir felt a sense of pressure being caught in the middle. Su Xueqing, who was driving, didn't care at all. Having been through that age myself, I naturally understand the issues involved. When he arrived at the airport, he saw that there were already quite a few students gathered there. Clearly, these are people from different colleges, heading from here to all parts of the country. After Zhou Chen and Su Shishir got out of the car, they headed straight for the helipad. They did not stay here at all. Teacher, don't we need to have our tickets checked? Seeing this, Su Shishir couldn't help but ask a question. We are Tenhaoan, we have our own plane. We don't need to squeeze in with them. Su Xueqing smiled and said, this is the privilege and strength of a grand martial arts school. So choosing us is your good fortune. Firstly, it shows that you have sufficient strength, and secondly, it shows that you have enough talent to be noticed by us. Teacher. Will many of our students come today? Su Shishir is a warm-hearted person and takes this kind of gossip quite seriously. Not many, maybe a few dozen, maybe exactly 100. Our requirements are very strict, only those awakened at SS rank or above are eligible. Su Xueqing did a rough calculation. At the lowest point, there were fewer than 30 people nationwide. It seems that there aren't many SS-level awakenings. Su Shishir thought about it seriously. There are quite a few, but resources are limited, and not everyone will be interested in our academy. After all, many people have to consider the cost, as well as various other conditions. Su Shueching smiled and said, unlike you, who got everything paid for by the school, including him and her. Therefore, I am honored to bring you 3 unparalleled geniuses to our Tianfeng Academy. Teacher. We are honored too. Su Shishir smiled gently, then pointed ahead, we're here. Get off. Get ready for your final journey. Su Shueching stopped the car and got out with several people. Chapter 81 First Arrival at Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy. The group then boarded the private jet. I noticed there were already several students here. These were all brought from elsewhere this morning. Su Shueching yawned, clearly having gotten up very early. Why don't you two get to know each other? Su Shueching went straight to the cockpit and started chatting with the pilot and 2 other teachers inside. At that moment, their private jet slowly took off. Zhou Chen glanced around and saw that there were more than a dozen people sitting in the cabin. 10 of them were female students. Besides him, there was another male student. Su Shishir and several other classmates have already started getting to know each other and chatting. Zhou Chen had no intention of chatting with them, he simply sat in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. What kind of awakening are you? At that moment, the only boy, who was there at the time, came and sat down next to him. Perhaps I was too bored on the way, which is why I thought of finding someone to chat with. Earth Element. Zhou Chen randomly came up with an awakening skill. Earth Element? This is the lowest level of awakening, and they can still come to Tenho Academy? The boy listened to him and blurted out a sentence. However, he quickly realized something. Sorry, I didn't mean to belittle you, I was just curious. It's alright, I'm puzzled myself as to why I was chosen. Zhou Chen appeared completely unconcerned, then continued, and you? Special awakening, I can devour the awakenings of others and claim them as my own. But don't worry, I won't harm you. The boy smiled and then extended his hand. Chen Xiang. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen also extended his hand and shook hands with Chen Xiang. Then, wouldn't you be invincible? No, I can only steal a certain amount of time from someone else's awakening. And it can only replicate 80%. If we are facing a special awakened individual, and we are unaware of their awakening, we can use my abilities to find their weaknesses. Chen Xiang smiled and said, I can't completely plunder. Oh, I understand. Zhou Chen nodded, and then said no more. The journey of several hours passed quickly. After several detours, when they finally arrived at Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy, they saw that many other new students had also arrived at the same time. They were all gathered on the grassland. Everyone was curious about the new environment, and some senior students were looking in their direction from the teaching building. The scene was incredibly lively. Here, most of the students are female, there are very few boys to be seen. Zhou Chen glanced around and saw that there were only about a dozen or so freshmen out of 100. He really does live up to his name. Zhou Chen couldn't help but complain, and was subsequently also assigned to the playground. Everyone, this is your first day here, and we have already arranged your dormitories. Everyone, please find your dormitory according to these door numbers. Everyone gets a single room. We have plenty of dormitory space here. Your information and data are all in your own information cards. At this moment, a person who looked like a leader stood in front of the stage. All the information about the academy, as well as your upcoming arrangements, can be found inside. Today is everyone's first day here, so please make sure you take a good look at the contents of this information card. To prevent you from missing classes, you can go to your respective classrooms tomorrow for a self-assessment. The specific course arrangements are your teacher's problem. Now, everyone can check your information cards yourselves. After giving his instructions, he left immediately. Everyone, if you don't know how to read the information card, come over here. I'll teach you. That works for me too. After that person made the arrangements, many people began to greet them. Zhou Chen didn't even glance at it, and headed straight for his dormitory following the instructions on the information card. This information card is actually very useful. It can be activated simply by swiping the sensor. With the latest detector given to Zhou Chen by Qi Shan, this was naturally not a problem. Without any guidance, he followed the signs and arrived at the apartment building they had mentioned. These are all townhouses, a so-called single room is simply a villa. They really are rich and powerful. Zhou Chen said something dismissively, and then walked straight inside. The room has 2 floors. The first floor is for rest, and the second floor is for cultivation. This level of cultivation can be said to have everything. There are various tests, as well as strength training exercises. It has everything. It's a pity that I don't have a training room like my master's. Zhou Chen sighed, then turned on the communication device and connected it to the detector. Search, gravity chamber. After giving the instructions, he waited for the results. 3 restaurants were found nearby. Addresses have been provided. Information about the gravity chamber was received very quickly. Yes, there really is. Let's go take a look. Zhou Chen got up and prepared to go to the gravity chamber. This ordinary place can no longer meet his training needs. He headed straight for the gate of Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy. On the way, you can run into some of the students' senior female classmates from time to time. Senior brother is a rare species here. Just like when he passes by here, he will be surrounded by a lot of people. However, since they didn't know each other, no one came up to chat with them. He swaggered out and followed the navigation until he arrived at the entrance of a martial arts gym. Benlei Martial Arts School. Zhou Chen glanced at it, then walked straight in. I saw many people exercising here. Some were sparring, and others were practicing martial arts moves. Sir, are you here to exercise? As soon as he entered, someone came over to ask what was going on. Are there any gravity chambers available? Zhou Chen didn't waste any words and asked a question first. Yes, there's one room left. We charge 5,000 high-level martial arts coins per hour here. How long will it take you to drive, sir? Upon hearing his words, the receptionist knew that a major client had arrived. 10 hours, I guess. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and realized that 10 hours would be just enough time to get back to his dorm. Okay. Then follow me. The receptionist agreed and then beckoned Zhou Chen to leave with him. Then they went straight upstairs. After they arrived at the room, the receptionist opened the door. First, let me help you set it up. No need, I can do it myself. You just start timing. Zhou Chen and Qi Shan had been there for more than 2 months. How could they not know how to set it up? You know how to set it up? There are many parameters involved. If you don't set it up correctly, someone could die. Furthermore, there are settings for varying time intensity. If something goes wrong, you might be inside for a year without even realizing it. The receptionist clearly didn't believe Zhou Chen's words and began to explain. If you're late, just pay extra. I won't shortchange you. Zhou Chen smiled and was about to go inside. Chapter 82. Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. Click. The door was closed under the watchful eyes of the receptionist. Zhou Chen began to check his reserves. For a gravity chamber with these parameters, the maximum time it can operate is 1 day, equivalent to 3 days? It's far inferior to Master's. Zhou Chen looked at it, then sighed. Then let's set it to 10 hours. Master said that every improvement in strength must be combined with training of one's own strength. To make yourself aware of your own strength at all times, and to be able to coordinate with all your joints and meridians in battle. After reminding himself, Zhou Chen started lifting dumbbells. Adapt to your own strengths. Try 25 times gravity. Zhou Chen felt that 20 times was not enough, so he added another 5 times. Call. With a soft shout, the training began. At first, he was a little unaccustomed to it, but having already trained for several months, he adapted very quickly. Bang! Just as he was getting into the swing of training, the door to the gravity chamber was suddenly pushed open. Bang! Because there is a pressure difference between the inside and outside. The dumbbells he had just lifted weakened because of the reduced strength. He threw it forcefully onto the roof. Crackling and popping. Immediately afterwards, a series of crackling sounds of electricity burning came from the roof. It's obvious that one blow has damaged the roof here. These are all rare materials. Once they break, they need to be replaced, and they are quite expensive. None of that matters. The most important thing is the person standing in front of the door. A burly young man. Anger flashed across his face. Who gave you permission to come to my training room? He looked at Zhou Chen, his voice as cold as ice. I paid to come here. Zhou Chen didn't want to cause trouble as soon as he arrived. So he calmly responded to his words. Leave now, immediately. The man stepped aside to let Zhou Chen leave. My time isn't up yet, please wait a bit. Zhou Chen pointed to the time he had set. Come back when my time is up. Hey kid, are you new here? Are you tired of living? The man's eyes darkened as he glared at Zhou Chen. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Oh? What do you mean? I just came here to train, or do I just want to die? Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh. Explain to me, how am I supposed to die? I'll rip your head off and show you what I'm capable of. The man walked in as he spoke. You interrupted my training, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you want to rip my head off? How did you idiot, grow up to be this big? Zhou Chen's mocking voice rang out as he walked over, saying, let me see how you're going to take my head off. Bang! After he finished speaking, the man clapped his hands down. Zhou Chen was prepared and dodged the slap the moment it landed. This caused the person to miss completely. She stumbled and almost fell over. A piece of trash like you has the nerve to come here. Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh at his silly appearance. Damn it, you're asking for it. Enraged, the man roared and charged forward. Smack! Zhou Chen went up and slapped him on the back. The man, in pain, immediately knelt on the ground, rubbing his back incessantly. His entire face turned bright red. Kid, you're finished. My young master is here, and he's definitely not going to let you get away with this. The man pointed at Zhou Chen, his eyes cold. Oh? Your young master sounds pretty impressive. Zhou Chen smiled knowingly, then kicked the man in the butt. Get lost. Do you know who my young master is? He's Du Zihang, one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. You dare touch me. He'll never let you get away with this. The man persisted, continuing to threaten Zhou Chen. So noisy. Zhou Chen was angered by his constant harassment. He walked towards the person with a cold face. You have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. You've gone too far in disciplining him like this. Just then, a playful voice came from afar. A moment later, a lean young man walked in from outside. His face was as white as jade, and his eyes were bright, like those of a hawk. She was also wearing the Tenhaoan uniform and was sizing up Zhou Chen. He disturbed my cultivation and tried to show off to me. I'll deal with him, it's none of your business. Zhou Chen didn't take them seriously at all. Young master, the scholar looks down on you. When I confronted him, he even hit me. When the man saw his young master arrive, he began to complain. Young master, I saw it. Du Zihang patted him on the shoulder. I challenge you to a duel, do you dare to accept? I refuse, I still want to exercise. Zhou Chen shook his head and refused his challenge. Then you can forget about training properly, I already booked this room. As Du Zihang spoke, he headed towards the control panel. Alright, I accept the challenge. Zhou Chen finally gave in. If I win, you are not allowed to come here again from now on. Okay, it's a deal. I've had a membership for 2 years already, so you beat me. I'll transfer it to you directly. Du Zihang laughed heartily when he saw that he had agreed. Bring it on. As Zhou Chen spoke, he got into a fighting stance. Wait a minute, this isn't the place to fight. You can't afford to pay for the damage. Let's go downstairs to the arena. Du Zihang waved his hand and headed downstairs. Zhou Chen followed and soon arrived at the arena. Du Zihang chased everyone off the stage, then beckoned to Zhou Chen, come on. Call. Zhou Chen let out a soft breath. It suddenly disappeared from the ground. When I reappeared, I was face to face with him. Let's begin. Du Zihang squinted at him, then suddenly made his move. Bang! He had just thrown a punch. Before he could even touch Zhou Chen, he was sent flying by a punch. Click! The portrait on the wall was smashed to the ground. Zhou Chen decided the outcome with just one punch. Du Zihang didn't even struggle before passing out on the ground. The Tenhou Academy isn't very strong either. How could such trash even come up here? Zhou Chen couldn't help but make a comment, and then left the arena. Finally, they returned to the gravity chamber. I checked the damaged area, and there wasn't anything seriously wrong. Then I started exercising on my own. He ignored Du Zihang's matter from beginning to end. For the next period of time, Zhou Hong began to exercise vigorously, sweating profusely. The pressure of gravity, which was 25 times stronger than normal, made him suffer terribly. But in order to improve his skills, he gritted his teeth and persevered. I really don't know how Master has managed to persevere. He's actually persisted for 10 years. At this moment, Zhou Chen was so exhausted that he collapsed on the ground. He took a sip of water from a bottle. Bang! Just then, his door was kicked open again. This time, more than a dozen people came, and they all looked fierce. Chapter 83 Loan Services. This is the kid who knocked the young master unconscious. It was the same person again, adding fuel to the fire for the people who had come with him. Hey kid, Where are you from? A tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man with his arms crossed. He looked coldly at Zhou Chen in front of him. He used his nostrils to communicate with Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen simply raised his head and looked at him calmly. He was covered in sweat, giving the impression that he had been frightened out of his wits. Where I hang out is none of your business. He didn't give him a friendly look either, but communicated with him in a calm manner. Call. The tall, burly man, without saying a word, raised his leg and kicked straight at his head. If someone is hit by this kick, they will be crippled even if they don't die. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly tired and somewhat fearful boy simply raised his hand and easily grabbed his foot. Click. Then, with incredible speed, he twisted his foot to an incredible angle. Then, with a look of disgust, she flung the man's foot away. He was like a piece of discarded trash. Throw it out to Zhou Chen. It fell heavily to the side. Superior. Those behind them, seeing this, were completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. They roared and charged forward. Are all the people in Shanghai so brainless? Compared to Zhao Shanha of Jianghai, these people who have the ability but also need to use their words are far inferior. At this moment, Zhou Chen made a somewhat helpless remark. Then, seeing everyone rush in, he pressed one hand to the ground and shouted, "Ground spikes!" Whoosh! Bang! Prick! In an instant, more than a dozen mounds of earth, crackling with lightning, appeared out of thin air. The difference is that the tops of these mounds are all blunt. Upon impacting these people, it simply sent them flying. It eventually crashed into the wall of the gravity chamber and some testing instruments. They knocked all of them unconscious. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Many of them lost consciousness before they even realized it and fell asleep immediately. The person who started this has already packed up and left. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one from Benlei Martial Arts School came out to say a single word to him. Looks like I can't come to this martial arts gym next time. There's not a single explanation for this. Zhou Chen sighed in disappointment, then walked back to his dormitory under the cover of night. When I arrived at the entrance of Tianfeng Academy, I saw a few people still at the school entrance, chatting with some students. One of them, seeing that he had arrived, walked up to him with a smile. Young man, are you new here? Do you need any resources? We can help you acquire resources in advance. As the man spoke, he pulled Zhou Chen over to their side. Zhou Chen looked at the people in front of him with a solemn expression. Look, we offer loan services here. You're all freshmen, and you must be lacking in resources. We can help you take care of everything. We have a professional team operating this. The man began showing Zhou Chen their information and materials. Look, we're all legitimate, and we cooperate with many colleges. Just tell me straight, don't give me all this nonsense. We want the resources you're providing. Zhou Chen waved his hand, telling them to speak directly to him. That's right, when you get resources through our loans, there are always some service fees involved. Also, we'll charge interest on the same amount, and this interest rate is the lowest possible, so you'll have a very easy time paying it off. In the first 2 months after arriving here, it will be very difficult if resources are insufficient. Once you have our resources, you won't have to worry about this problem. You just need to pay it back within a year. Seeing Zhou Chen's interested expression, the man picked up some documents and materials. You are all students who borrowed money from us, and they have all paid off their loans within a year. I'd like to order a Tata package. I want one too. This looks really good. You're not trying to trick us, are you? Yes, don't become a loan shark. Several of his fellow freshmen had already been persuaded by them. Zhou Chen took a careful look and quickly noticed something amiss. These are clearly loan sharks. Their subsequent tricks were all demonstrated at work. For example, if you borrow a beast core, you will repay it as a box. So what does one box mean? Even the smallest mechanical box can hold 2 beast cores. How do I calculate this? Aside from wordplay, it's all just routines. They're saying this cycle is 1 year, but it's written as 1 year, without any unit after that. Whether it's a year, a day, or a month, they can add it however they like. So how do these people have the right to set up these things at the school gate? Is it because someone from the school is protecting him? Tenhaowen is so big, it ranks among the top 3 in the country. Can we really allow this kind of thing to happen? Zhou Chen thought to himself, what do you mean? How about it, young man, want to give it a try? The man looked at Zhou Chen and couldn't help but reveal a meaningful expression. Think it over carefully, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No need, please make yourselves at home. Zhou Chen didn't want to cause trouble here. After all, it was his first day here, and he didn't want to make too many enemies. The fact that they are here shows that they have some ability. Whether it's the background or something else, it's all related to something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to attract business here. Hey young man, why are you in such a hurry? We're offering such great deals, it would be a shame if you didn't take a look. Another person came over and immediately tried to get close to Zhou Chen. Young brother, we are very fair. If you don't cooperate with us, you'll suffer a great loss. Who said I'm your brother? Zhou Chen was annoyed by them, and his voice turned serious. You think this kind of thing works on idiots? Do you think I'm stupid too? How dare you talk like that? I gave it to you, but you insisted on taking it and you're still not happy. You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. The man was immediately displeased when he heard Zhou Chen speak like that. His breathing became noticeably heavier. The units you're using for repayment are inconsistent. You even deliberately wrote ambiguous units on the valuable beast core. Do you think that we martial artists don't learn Chinese characters? Zhou Chen glared at him as if he were an idiot. You guys all watch carefully, don't get tricked. I've heard that when they ask you to pay back your debts, they'll really take advantage of you. Let me see the contract. Everyone, please read carefully what he just said before we sign it. I saw that what he said was true. After listening to Zhou Chen's words, several classmates went to check the contract and indeed found the problem he mentioned. Chapter 84. Even a martial arts academy this big has predatory lending practices? Right, let's go, it's all a lie. Zhou Chen smiled, then waved to his classmates. Not only will I make you lose everything, but I'll also trick your families. Yes, look at these terms. They lend me 5 beast cores, but they also charge a service fee of 1 core. So I'll have to pay 1 core out of pocket when I actually receive them. It's true, when I returned it, they actually asked me to give them an extra 1 as a service fee. It's all a trick. After seeing it, everyone started to criticize it. No one borrowed money anymore. Remember to tell your classmates when you get back, don't fall for this again, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Zhou Chen couldn't help but remind them. In no time, everyone left, and no one came back to inquire about the situation. Because there were quite a few people watching here just now. Many people had already dispersed, so naturally there was no one left here. You little brat, you're asking for it. The person who was just being friendly with him has now revealed his true, menacing nature. He exuded the aura of a peak martial arts master. If it weren't for the school gate, they would have already started. If you want to fight, then let's have a go, but I'm warning you, fists and feet have no eyes. Don't blame me if I accidentally kill you. Seeing that he was about to make a move, Zhou Chen did not hesitate at all. The newcomers to the academy had never seen blood before. Even those who had already completed the mission still had nothing but the blood of strange beasts on their hands. There's absolutely no way they would dare to kill someone. However, Zhou Chen in front of them was different. This is someone who has seen more than one person's blood. Once he makes the decision to kill, he will never leave a single survivor. Even if someone wants to hold someone accountable, it won't be these current few people. Because when he takes action, he leaves no one alive. This is a school, so I won't hold it against you. We'll settle our score another time when we have the chance. The young man waved and left with a few people. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, then left and returned to his dormitory. He was exhausted after the previous weight room workout. In just a few hours, the exercise session, which had lasted for several days, was completed. And it's continuous and uninterrupted. When he woke up, it was already daylight. I checked the time, it was just right, not too late. He then got up and headed straight for the Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy's training ground. This information was obtained from the detector. A welcome ceremony for new students will be held the next day. This marked the official start of their martial arts training at Tenho Academy. When Zhou Chen arrived at the playground, he saw that quite a few people had already gathered there. The freshmen were specially arranged to sit in the center, with their senior female students on either side. Zhou Chen successfully joined the group and found a seat at random. Then we waited for their mobilization meeting to begin. Gradually, their seats filled up with people. Ladies and gentlemen, our welcome ceremony for new students is now officially beginning. Everyone, let's welcome our new students. At this moment, a female teacher, standing on the stage, held a microphone and clapped to signal to the crowd. Whoosh! This was immediately followed by thunderous applause. Many people had a happy expression on their faces. Even the freshmen were infected and joined in the applause. Su Shishir was not far from Zhou Chen, and she was also extremely excited. His eyes were filled with a fluorescent light, as if he had made a decision. In our year, there are quite a few people who have awakened to SSS level, a total of 11. This is the most we've ever had. Now, let's all get to know each other. You will all become strong people in the future. At this moment, it was Su Xueqing who spoke. After saying that, she took the list herself and began reading out the names: Zhao Kai, Sueki, Wen Feng, Li Yueying, Zhao Yanran, Gao Jie, Wang Shua, Li Na. After she finished reading the names, Zhou Chen turned his attention to Su Shishir. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen thought his name wouldn't be called, but in the end, it was called. Only then did he join the others on stage. In an instant, all eyes were on them. How could someone with only Earth-type awakening strength become an SSS rank awakener? You're lying to me. Jiang Shan was standing next to Zhou Chen, a hint of displeasure on her pretty face. I'm sure I wasn't lying to you. Zhou Chen shrugged. Snort. Jiang Shan rolled her eyes at him and then said nothing more. This year, we have a wealth of strong fighters, which is also our preparation for the fierce battle to come. Next, these few will undergo testing. Activate their awakened skills. Let's invite our Dean Ji to say a few words. Su Xueqing turned around and made room for Dean Ji. Zhou Chen also looked over. This is a woman who looks to be in her 50s. Overall, it gives people a sense of majesty. She's gained some weight, but her looks are the kind that people find pleasing. Zhou Chen also found it hard to describe the feeling. It was like a kind elder. Everyone, now that you've come to our academy, you're part of our family. Then, over the next few years, we will grow alongside you. Today is a happy day, so let's do our best to make everyone happy. All new students will be rewarded with 2 beast cores and a set of C2D level weapons and armor. Dean Ji began with his opening remarks. Good. Whoosh. This time, without anyone taking the lead, the students below began to applaud excitedly. Tenhaowen is so generous. They're even giving away beast cores like this. The crowd began to discuss it. Now, let's get to the important part. These 11 SSS awakened ones represent 11 top-tier groups. They form their own group. Once they arrive, the team members they choose will be directly taught by top-level teachers, skipping the group teaching process. Let's give them special training. In a month, they will begin their missions, and as the best of our new students, they will set an example for everyone. This is primarily to help our top performers grow quickly, and also to provide encouragement to everyone. If your peers can be this outstanding, you can too. Looking at everyone, Su Xueqing finished speaking in one breath and then said, Next, please welcome our chief special grade teacher, Chu Rou, to make the next arrangements. After her words, Chu Rou, a person who was quite familiar to both Zhou Chen and Su Shishir, was mentioned. He walked out from a group of teachers standing nearby. Chu Rou deliberately walked past Zhou Chen and Su Shishir, and smiled earnestly at the two of them. Chapter 85 is too outstanding, so no one dares to want it? I'm here to fully awaken your potential. This is no secret. It was announced nationwide the moment you passed the local college's test. The only thing I need to do is help you activate your awakening. Some people may feel that their awakening is useless. Then what I'm going to do is, from this day forward, make you proud. Chu Rou first smiled and spoke to the group, then pointed to the equipment that was covered by a curtain. Turn it on. After she finished speaking, everyone present turned to look at her. Several staff members opened it. Then an instrument appeared. The entire structure is mechanical. In the center, there is a nutrient tank. The nutrient tank is already filled with medicine. There was also a large amount of liquid medicine. There are sophisticated instruments on one side, waiting for someone to start them. Once opened, this instrument contains 4 nutrient chambers. In other words, they can activate the awakening of 4 people at the same time. Alright, go ahead. After Chu Rou finished speaking, she reminded the others to go. Zhao Kai and Shui Qi, along with a few others, went over separately and, with the help of the staff, proceeded to the next location. Entering the nutrient chamber. Immediately, his classmates below also came to see what was going on. Some students have already stood up. After they went inside, the nutrient tank was opened. As the medicinal solution began to soak their bodies, their bodies quickly began to react. Some emitted fluorescence, while others began to change. Call. After a while, the instrument began to report data. Many people looked over curiously. Clearly, their bodies have been unleashed to their full potential. Zhao Kai. The peak martial master awakening has been activated. Sweki. With prompting from the staff, people began to report their situations one after another. This continued until it was Zhou Chen and Su Shishir's turn. When it came to Jiang Shan's side, a problem arose. The medicine couldn't activate her awakening because she absorbed it all. This left the staff in an awkward situation for a moment. In the end, Chu Rou stepped forward and resolved the problem, thus avoiding further trouble. Zhou Chen went in and tried it out without any trouble. This medicine held absolutely no appeal for him. It's just better than a hospital. Their awakening has already been activated with targeted training, they can master it. Now, the next step is for our team to select replacement members. These 11 people will all be selected for our academy's top team to work together on missions in the future. However, you are currently the vice captains, still in the development stage, and will not be taken on top secret missions. Now, captains, please select your vice captain candidates. You are all aware of their awakenings. Choose carefully. After making the arrangements, Chu Rou first assigned them to teams. Zhou Chen also looked over. 5 groups of people walked towards us. This means that their academy has 5 strong teams. Each team sent 2 people over to begin selecting from among the individuals. They consulted the information in their hands and began to make their own choices. These SSS-level awakened geniuses were quickly snapped up. Even Su Shishir was taken away. Only Zhou Chen remained. Still in the same place. He's a psychic, isn't anyone going to choose him? Chu Rou looked puzzled when she saw that Zhou Chen had been left behind and no one wanted to choose him. Logically speaking, a spiritual healer should be in high demand. Teacher, we know, but we're not stupid. Someone like him will be specially recruited away soon, and then we'll be one less team member, right? Yes, we've worked so hard to get the team together, and now we're missing one member. We have to wait another year and get back together again. We don't have that much time to hurt feelings. After hearing what she said, everyone started to criticize her. Clearly, they suffered a significant loss in this matter. We will give you full compensation. Chu Rou felt a headache coming on. Teacher, we can take a few missions as compensation, but losing a person isn't just a matter of weakening our strength. And there's also the emotional support. We're not robots, you can't just replace us with anyone. Don't we have feelings? Her words were once again refuted by her teammates. Zhou Chen, standing to the side, also felt helpless. Is being too outstanding a bad thing? Zhou Chen, you've chosen for yourself. Even if they don't want it, Chu Rou has ways to deal with it. No need, I don't like cooperating with people anyway. If there's a mission, I can handle it on my own. If I follow him around, he'll just get in the way. Zhou Chen finally shook his head and declined her offer. Who is this arrogant person? It seems to be that psychic. Are spiritual healers so great? Haven't you seen his videos? People below have already started talking about it. Many people turned to look at him. This. Dean Ji, what do you think? Chu Rou looked troubled and glanced at Dean Ji beside her. Let him have the final say. Even if their team is short-handed that day, he can still go and help. Dean Ji listened to Chu Rou's words and thought about them seriously. Then he continued, all right, let's move on. We'll put this matter aside for now and discuss it later. Okay. Let's continue. After Su Xueqing agreed, she began to make new arrangements. And so Zhou Chen was temporarily abandoned. After they went down, they returned to their respective positions. Finally, the normal ceremony began. Zhou Chen wasn't very interested in the subsequent ceremony. I sat with them until the end. After everything was over, Chu Rou led all 11 of them to the teaching building. However, they did not follow them upstairs. Instead, they arrived at a place that looked like a laboratory. Finally, they entered the hall. After entering, Zhou Chen looked around and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. There are 2 floors here. It contains all kinds of top-notch instruments, including a gravity chamber. Judging from the parameters and configurations on these gravity chambers, they are similar to those of Qishan's. Some are even taller than those on Mount Qi. This is where you will train for the next 3 years. There's a simulated battlefield here, and also a gravity chamber. Shuro looked at everyone and then continued, your awakening has just been activated. Each of you will have a mentor to help you adapt to your awakening. The next week will be an adaptation period. We'll start physical training after a week. Shuro looked at everyone and then said, next, I will conduct a preliminary test. Look at your true strength now. Chapter 86. If I can't win in 2 moves, I'll admit defeat. Teacher, do you mean we should have a competition? That's great. We can spar now. Several students were already eager to get started. Clearly, he was unbeatable among his classmates. Yes, here are the numbers. Those who draw the same number are your opponents. As Churo spoke, she picked up a number box. There will be one odd number that doesn't go by. You can save a round. I'll go first. I'll do it. After hearing what she said, the others started to draw numbers. Joe-chan also drew one. Finally, we made a comparison. He actually became that lucky one. Alright. There are enough arenas here, go fight. Winners, come and wait for the next round. Churo looked at everyone and said, there are electronic referees here. Don't try anything funny, or you'll be judged a loser. Good. Bring it on. Everyone agreed and then went up to the arena. Bang. Boom. Watch me. In an instant, everyone began to take action. Swords flashed and shadows danced on the arena. It was quite lively. Joe-chan, are you really planning to be a lone wolf? Just then, an unfamiliar voice came from behind him. Joe-chan turned his head and saw a woman walking in from the doorway. She gives off a refreshing vibe, with beautiful features and a graceful figure. He must have been a heartthrob when he was young. Willow Forest Snow. When Churo saw her coming, she couldn't help but look puzzled. Why are you here? This is my old friend's apprentice. I came to visit him. Lu Linchua smiled and then came over to Joe-chan. Little guy, how is your master? Teacher Lu. My master is alright. After hearing Churo's words, Joe-chan finally realized who she was. Their attitude has also become much more correct. Has he mentioned me? Lu Linchua nodded slightly, and then continued. Yes, master mentions you from time to time. Joe-chan's eyes darted around, and he saw a glimmer of spring in her eyes. A lie slipped out. Good, at least he has a conscience. A look of satisfaction appeared on Lu Linchua's pretty face. This fool, for the sake of an obsession, gave up a bright future. Teacher, I think my master is very smart. Joe-chan was immediately displeased when he heard her say that. Good, your master is clever. Lu Linchua rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Why don't you go compete? I gotta buy. Joe-chan waved his number. You're lucky, kid. You guys go ahead with your work. Come to my apartment tonight when you're done. As Lu Linchua spoke, she handed her information card to Joe-chan. Enter it into your detector. Okay. Joe-chan naturally didn't hesitate and entered some of her information. They returned her information card. Sharo, I'll be going now. Lu Linchua then waved to Churo and left. With Lu Linchua's help, there's no need for my help. Churo watched her leave, then patted Joe-chan's head. Oh? Is she that capable? Joe-chan was somewhat incredulous. Putting aside whether she has one or not, do you even know who her father is? Churo glanced at Joe-chan. I don't know, this is the first time I've seen her too. Joe-chan shrugged, looking curious. Teacher Chu, just tell me directly. Listen to father, he's one of our shareholders here. Churo looked at Joe-chan. You said that with her taking care of you, who can do anything to you? Oh. I see. But I don't want to rely on others, I want to rely on myself. Joe-chan nodded, his expression resolute. That would be best. Churo sighed, then looked up at the arena. By this time, some contestants had already determined a winner, but both were panting heavily. There's nothing we can do, these people are all evenly matched. Too weak, not decisive enough, and too hesitant to exert effort. Joe-chan commented on their battle. If they were fighting the enemy, they wouldn't even know how they died. Oh? What would you do if it were you? Churo glanced at him curiously. You'll see in a bit. Joe-chan grinned, but didn't seem inclined to explain. Is everything ready? Winners, come over here. Let's draw more numbers. The losers go to the rest area over there. Seeing that everyone had already decided their winners, Chu-ro called them over. So the winners all came over. Teacher, he doesn't even have to compete, he's participating in the second round. Isn't that unfair? When Zhao Kai arrived, he looked skeptical. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. If I can't defeat you in 2 moves, I'll admit defeat. Before anyone else could say anything, Zhou Chen stepped forward and extended his hand. 2 moves? What are you so arrogant about? Exactly, we're not made of clay either. His words immediately aroused public outrage. Teacher, you be my witness. I will defeat them without using a 3rd move. Otherwise, I will admit defeat. As Zhou Chen spoke, he stretched out his hand and said to everyone, I promise. Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's see if you can do it. Chu-ro also showed some dissatisfaction with Zhou Chen's blind confidence. Come on. I have the same number as you, let me see what you're made of. At that moment, Wen Feng walked over, holding a number plate identical to Zhou Chen's. Good. Zhou Chen agreed, and then went on stage with him. At this point, the remaining players couldn't care less about their own match anymore. Everyone turned their attention to Chu Feng and Wen Feng. The two went up on stage and stood on opposite sides. Chu Feng looked at Wen Feng in front of him. At this moment, his whole body was radiating waves of golden light. What kind of awakening is this? Zhou Chen thought to himself. Then I saw Wen Feng rushing over. Its entire body shone with golden light, making it impossible to look directly at. Zhou Chen felt a moment of dizziness, as if his whole body had been frozen in place. So he quickly closed his eyes. It instantly activated its ultrasonic detection. Even with his eyes closed, his every move can still be located through ultrasound detection. Zhou Chen could even clearly detect his heartbeat. As he caught sight of Wen Feng approaching, Zhou Chen simply dodged his attack with a quick movement. Then, as he passed by, he delivered a chop to the neck. Bang! It struck him hard on the shoulder. Smack! Wen Feng was instantly knocked to the ground by him, resulting in a close encounter. However, he suddenly stood up, ready to fight back. You've already lost. Zhou Chen, however, leaped away, avoiding him from a great distance. I haven't lost. You've only knocked me down. I still have the strength to fight. Wen Feng stared intently at Zhou Chen, refusing to admit defeat. Chapter 87. Oh no, I used too much force. Teacher Chu, what do you think? Zhou Chen didn't explain, but instead focused his gaze on Chu-ro. Wen Feng, you've lost. Chu-ro had already noticed something amiss. Teacher, I'm fine, so why did I lose? Wen Feng was even more unconvinced and stubbornly questioned him. If he had hit your spine, you would be crippled. And he held back. If he had struck with all his might, you wouldn't have been able to keep your shoulder. Chu-ro sighed, then continued, alright, you can begin now. Teacher. Wen Feng was clearly still unconvinced, I want to continue with him, I haven't lost. He just used 1 move. He has 1 more. If he's really that good, then use 1 move to defeat me. Teacher, Wen Feng is right, he didn't lose. Zhao Kai also came over and said something. Alright, teacher, I'll spar with him 1 more time. Zhou Chen shook his head, then revealed a solemn expression. You mean, you have to be injured and lose your fighting ability before you admit defeat, right? Right. Wen Feng nodded, it was just a touch, and I still said you lost. Do you think that makes sense? You're right, you've taught me another trick. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chen couldn't help but show a relieved expression. Coming to this academy is good, there are opportunities to improve at any time. Bring it on. This time, Wen Feng unleashed his full power. He hadn't used his full strength just now, but now that he'd witnessed Zhou Chen's power, he was taking him seriously. If I win, you have to admit your mistake. Admit that you were being unreasonable. How about that? Zhou Chen suddenly suggested, otherwise, without a prize, it's not fun to fight. Alright, if I lose, I'll give you 2 more beast cores. Upon hearing the word prize, Wen Feng immediately became interested. If you lose, you have to give me 2 beast cores. Okay. No problem. If there's money to be made, Zhou Chen is naturally willing. Then they got into position. They're here. Wen Feng was prepared and immediately launched an attack. He rushed towards Zhou Chen. Their competition also attracted the attention of others. Those who had just lost also rushed over. Watch their antics up close. Zhou Chen watched him rush over. Humph. You want to play games? Then let your dignity be trampled on. Otherwise, you'll still be unconvinced. Zhou Chen muttered something to himself. Then, in a sudden flash, the person disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already on one side of Wenfeng. His whip kick was ready to strike. Under everyone's horrified gaze, he kicked Wenfeng hard in the stomach. Bang! With a loud bang, Wenfeng was like a sack. He was kicked far away by Zhou Chen. It slammed heavily against the wall. That's when it stopped. He didn't move an inch. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Holy crap, this is a fight on a completely different level. His speed and strength are more like those of a military general. Many people looked at him and started talking about it. Teacher Chu is right. If he hadn't been a classmate, I could have killed him in one move. And just now, I spared his life only because he was my classmate. Zhou Chen looked at his classmates and said, "So, don't go over the details with me later, or I might accidentally kill you all." After he finished speaking, everyone present swallowed hard. No wonder those teams didn't dare to take him. Once he's in their territory, he's not qualified to command them at all. I never expected that there would be such strong people in our class. That's amazing. I'm afraid I'm not even on the same level as him. Everyone's opinion of Zhou Chen changed instantly. Su Shishir looked at Zhou Chen with her bright, sparkling eyes. Not only her, but several other female classmates were the same. Teacher, he's awake. Sweki pointed to Wenfeng in the distance and exclaimed in surprise. It's okay, someone will help him. Seeing that the infirmary staff had already arrived, Shuro continued, please continue. Good. Bring it on. After the battle just now, everyone has come to understand the true power. Then his mother started another big fight. About half an hour later, the winner was decided once again. There were 3 people injured, including Zhou Chen. You 3 don't need to draw lots, just fight. Shuro checked the time after a day of running around, it was already quite late. No need, teacher, I concede. Let Zhou Chen win. Teacher, I give up. Before the match even started, both of them conceded defeat. Wenfeng has already been carried away by the school doctor. They didn't want to go head to head with Zhou Chen. Why don't you give it a try? Zhou Chen looked like he hadn't had enough. Oh no, I used too much force and scared the students. Zhou Chen, give me a break. We may be proud, but we're not stupid. Exactly, only a lunatic would bother with you. The 2 of them pursed their lips, then looked at Churro. Alright, then I'll show you around the gravity chamber. That concludes today's session. It's evening now, I'll guide you through 2 hours of practice in the gravity chamber. As Churro spoke, she led a few people toward the largest gravity chamber. Everyone else looked on with curiosity. Clearly, they had never been inside this gravity chamber before. Once inside the gravity chamber, Churro began her explanation. We can adjust the time inside to be different from the outside world. Zhou Chen didn't care about her words. He has experienced all of these. Moreover, he even had a conflict with someone last night because of this. Now, I'm going to activate triple gravity. Feel the difference. After a long and eloquent speech, Churro began operating the instruments. As she operated the device, the gravity in the gravity chamber changed. Holy crap, I can't breathe. It felt like someone was choking me. Even moving a finger is a struggle. The crowd began to discuss it, each person wearing a solemn expression. You can just run around here and use these fitness equipment. It's evening now, I'll give you a more systematic training session. Churro smiled as she saw everyone panting for breath. Good. Teacher, I feel like my body will fall apart if I take just one step. Teacher, how long will it take us to get used to this? The students started asking questions. At this moment, Su Shishir saw Zhou Chen start practicing boxing on the side. At least 2 days. As long as you do your best. The specific situation varies from person to person. As Churro answered, she also noticed something was wrong. She turned her head and looked at Zhou Chen beside her. How did he adapt so quickly? Didn't the teacher say it varies from person to person? Chapter 88 Eating Raw Meat? Zhou Chen didn't care about their attitude at all. He has always done things his own way. Zhou Chen, I see you adapt quite quickly. Come over and explain the adaptation process to your classmates. Shu Rou looked at Zhou Chen's practiced manner and waved to him. Zhou Chen walked over and put down the dumbbells in his hand. I think it's very simple, it's just a process of effectively utilizing power. Furthermore, to adapt to the pressure of this structure, the first thing to do is to become stronger. Body, cells, blood, breath. As long as you are strong enough, difficulties will be easily overcome. As for how to become strong, that is not something I can teach you. After explaining to everyone, Zhou Chen turned his attention to Chu Rou. Teacher Chu, right? You little brat. Chu Rou reached out and tapped his forehead with her finger. You're smart, but you're too calculating. Teacher, am I wrong to tell the truth? Zhou Chen pursed his lips, then got off the bus. Then I might as well play by myself. Okay. He was right about some things, but also wrong about others. I'll gradually add more details to everyone starting tomorrow. I'll reiterate my point today, everyone should focus on getting familiar with the environment first. 2 more hours here, and then we'll head to the next place. Get used to it, practice starts tomorrow. Chu Rou simply sat down at the control panel. Ask me if you don't understand anything, otherwise just play by yourself. Okay, teacher. Clear. Let's go try the dumbbells. Everyone else went on to try to improve themselves. At this moment, Su Shishir walked over to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, can you teach me how to control my body? I can't maintain any coordination in here at all. Her face was flushed, partly from shyness and partly from the pressure of gravity. Triple gravity is also a test for her. I've never felt this way before. If you're going to teach her, could I be included? It's all the same, I'm teaching her anyway? At that moment, Zhao Yanran walked over from the side. The two were clearly already somewhat familiar with each other. That's why we got together. Push your body to its limit to withstand this pressure. I'll hold on for as long as I can. If you can't hold on any longer, just relax. Try this a few times to let your muscles and cells remember this feeling. This is actually a process of self-adaptation, gradually increasing your vigilance. Let them form a memory, storing it in your instinctive memory. As Zhou Chen spoke, he demonstrated, then looked at the two of them. You can try training at your peak. Go all out in battle too. Make yourself fully adapt to this state. This is actually a form of self-cultivation, not a fight against the environment. It's a process of overcoming yourself and improving yourself. His words were a summary of his and Qi Shan's understanding. He spoke with great confidence and reason. The two nodded in agreement, and then each began to try his method. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, continued to leisurely herd sheep there. Alright everyone, let's go to the next place. Shu Rou checked the time, then stood up, clapped her hands, and called everyone over. A dozen or so people returned one after another. They formed a circle. Come with me. This will be a place you all frequent from now on, and you'll naturally get used to it. Don't put pressure on yourself, everyone grows up gradually like this. Chu Rou led the way while speaking to the group. Zhou Chen followed casually. They soon arrived at the cafeteria of Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy. When everyone arrived, they saw a fast food restaurant presented in a buffet style. It's mostly meat, with meat as the main ingredient. These are all made from the flesh and blood of strange beasts. Some are also made from mutated plants. However, these are rare, most are still exotic beasts. Shu Rou looked at everyone and then said, if you get hungry or need anything in the future, you can eat here. Everything here is free. However, you only have 1 month of free access. After this month, you'll have him redeem it using points earned from completing tasks. We're offering you the lowest price possible. Don't argue with people about the price once you're out there, because the actual cost of this stuff is astronomical. You've graduated, and if you don't work hard, you won't even be able to afford these things. After she finished speaking, everyone began to look curiously at the cooked meat of these strange beasts. Teacher, can we eat now? Zhao Kai was so engrossed in watching that he couldn't help but point to a piece of meat. Eat first. Didn't I just say it's a 1-month free trial? Don't waste this opportunity. But don't eat too much, you can't refine it, it'll just be a burden. Shu Rou smiled and said, try everything if you want to eat it. I'll give it a try. Zhao Kai couldn't wait any longer. Others also went to try it one after another. Teacher, can we eat the meat of the strange beast? Many of these are so tough that even a gun can't shoot them. Wang Shua stepped forward, looking at the meat with great curiosity. These are all broken down through genetic engineering. We have some reagents and equipment specifically designed for this purpose. Shuro looked at him, then continued to explain to everyone, we also have chefs with special skills in our kitchen to cook. That's how you make the food taste so delicious. And it's very nutritious. We can't waste it. Teacher, don't worry, we won't waste it. What use is this, teacher, anyway? People always have questions. After listening, Shuro patiently explained, it can replenish what you've lost in a battle. Her words attracted several classmates to come and see. They discovered that Jo-chen was eating a piece of meat that was still bleeding. A faint fishy stench could still be smelled from above. This is the meat of a mutated elk, which Chi-shan absolutely loves to eat. I had told him about the nutritional value of venison. So, with his master's guidance, he naturally developed a liking for this kind of meat. Ugh, this is disgusting. Yes, I can't eat that. Gao Jia and Li Yueying both made way for them. This is incredibly nourishing. Just one piece from his hand is enough to restore your stamina in a small battle. Shuro looked at the group and said, when you eat, you should eat the food with the highest nutritional value and the one that best suits your personality. Eating is also a task. Next. Everyone must give me a piece of the meat in Jo-chen's hand. Shuro didn't want to put pressure on them. However, I noticed that several people looked disgusted. This gave her the idea that she had to let them taste it, no matter what. Ha! Can't the teacher not eat? Chapter 89, Give your older brother a kiss and I'll let you go. Yes, teacher, we can't eat. Let's eat the cooked one. Several of his classmates looked embarrassed. No way, this will be included in your performance evaluation. 1 yuan each. Shuro persisted, insisting that they come and eat. Come on then. If he can eat, why can't I? Zhao Kai gritted his teeth and took a bite as well. Well. However, just one bite made his stomach churn violently. Tears welled up in my eyes from the choking. How about it? Li Na came over to look at him and asked with a worried expression. After all, everyone will be eating soon. It's all right. I got used to it after a few bites. This kind of fishy smell is different from that of ordinary meat. It almost instantly turns into a cool feeling as soon as it enters my mouth. Zhao Kai grinned, after eating it, I feel like I have all the energy in my body. I'll give it a try. I'll try some too. With him and Jo-chen taking the lead, everyone mustered up their courage. Then we tasted the raw meat of the elk. Huh, it's real. It has absolutely no fishy or foul smell. I feel like I've gained strength after eating it. The group looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. Teacher, can we eat this from now on? Jiang Shan looked at Shuro with curiosity. Yes, but only for 1 month. From now on, you'll have to pay for your own food. Shuro then emphasized one more point to everyone, so after leaving the gravity chamber, come here to replenish your energy and also eat up what you'll need for tomorrow. Understood, thank you, teacher. That's right, the teacher is really smart. Teacher, you are so kind. After a training session, enjoying some delicious food can also help restore my energy. Not bad. Everyone started discussing it, expressing their particular fondness for the place. All right. That's all for today. It's getting late. You can eat here for the rest of the time. It's over. Now you can go outside and explore the surrounding area to get to know the environment and the people here. Shuro checked the time. Teacher will stay with you here for today. Okay, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Everyone waved goodbye to Shuro. Let's go for a walk later. Li Yueying looked at the group of girls and suggested they go shopping. Okay, let's get to know our surroundings. Me too. Count me in. Everyone readily agreed. Jo-chen, aren't you going? Seeing that Jo-chen did not react, Su Shishir asked in a low voice. I won't go, you guys go. Jo-chen resolutely refused. He wouldn't do something that wastes his time. That would be such a disappointment. So many of us went, what's the difference if you're one more? Zhao Kai looked at him, giving him a goading look. It seems there really is one person absent. You mean Wenfeng? That idiot, he can't even see that Jo-chen is letting him win. That's what happens when you don't know what's good for you. Several people started complaining. Let's go, it's rare that everyone's in the mood. Seeing that Jo-chen did not object, Su Shishir stepped forward and shook his arm. She appeared to be a docile, dependent woman. All right. Since everyone's going, I can't spoil the fun. Zhou Chen finally gave in. We'll be together for the next few years, so there's bound to be times when we need each other's help. You can't get along like your master friends are a rare breed. That's what he said himself back then. Has everyone eaten enough? Li Yueying looked at everyone and said, this is the first time we've tried it, so we can't be greedy. The teacher just said it's easy to get indigestion. Let's go, one piece is enough. Okay, let's go. Everyone agreed immediately and then went shopping together. Zhou Chen also set off together. A group of several people walked through the school in a grand procession. This has attracted a lot of attention. Isn't this the legendary strongest SSS rank awakened combination in history? Yeah, there were a few SS level contestants in previous years, but this year's contestants are truly phenomenal. They are all awakened individuals, all exceptionally gifted. Many senior female students and some freshmen were discussing it. Naturally, there will be those who disagree and stand up. Hey! Stop right there! Just then, a few people walked over. Judging from his appearance, he's not someone to be trifled with. Senior, is there something you need? Zhao Kai was very sensible and immediately put on a smiling face. Many schools have rules that require you to be respectful when you meet an older student. Even if they are geniuses, it's the same. After all, they don't have that much strength yet. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. We've heard you're the team with the strongest understanding. We want to see what you're capable of. Give the older brothers a performance. The person who had just blocked the road said with a smile. Yes, we were curious this morning why the dean wouldn't let you perform in front of everyone. Come on, this space is big enough now, let's give it a try. Don't let us down. Do your best. Everyone looked on with amusement. Many people stopped to watch. How could we possibly try to teach our seniors a lesson? We're not that strong yet. Zhao Kai is very good at public relations. He conveyed their submissive attitude perfectly in just a few words. However, others were not about to let them off the hook so easily. Let's see your awakening. Weren't you all just activated this morning? Yeah, they kept it a secret from us. Let's see now. The group still seemed determined to make a scene. Several people had already started shoving Zhao Kai. Seniors, you can't force people to do things against their will. Sweki couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward with a stern face. Hey, here comes one with a temper. Dance for us and we'll let you go. Ah, yes. Let's jump. The group immediately turned their attention to Sweki. Hey, don't go too far. We're not dancers. If you want to see something, go to a bar. There are more people there. Lina also stepped forward. She was a bit taller than the average girl, and her courage in standing up gave people a sense of security. Wow, another beautiful foreign woman has arrived. Great, haha. So what are you going to perform for us? However, they were determined to embarrass them. There's absolutely no way we'll let them go. This situation is very common among freshmen. Although there were onlookers, no one came to help. All the senior students have gone through this process. And among the new students, who dares to stand up for them? These people are clearly not to be trifled with. Don't go too far. We don't want any trouble. Su Shishir couldn't help but murmur a sentence in the crowd. Her voice wasn't loud, but those looking for trouble heard it and weren't going to let her off the hook as she hid behind the crowd. There's another pretty one here, come here. Give your big brother a kiss and we'll let you go. Chapter 90, barking again? Hey, jokes are one thing, but when it comes to human dignity, that's going too far. As one of the boys, Wang Shuan naturally couldn't stand up either. They stepped forward. Whose pants weren't tied tight enough, and you're sticking out. Get out of my way. The men looked at Wang Shuan and immediately lost their temper. Having flirted with a pretty girl, who would let her go so easily? We find it disgusting to kiss you. Go take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. As one of the people who came together, Jiang Shan stood up angrily to stand up for Su Shishir. You little brat, so sharp-tongued. You deserve a beating. The loudest person, while speaking, stepped forward and stretched out his hand. His power, when unleashed, was clearly at the peak of the martial master level. This is considered acceptable among ordinary students. Those who awaken at the SSS level are only at the 1st or 5th level of the martial general realm. Smack! As freshmen, even those who have awakened to SSS level, the strongest they are at right now is only at the first level of martial master. To think that one could resist the strength of a peak martial arts master was a pipe dream. After the slap, many people couldn't help but shrink back. Even among the SSS level awakened experts present, no one dared to take a single blow from that powerful palm strike. The gap in strength is too large. Otherwise, they wouldn't be wasting their time here with them. Wasting time. Let go. However, everyone heard the sound and then looked over. Just as his hand was about to fall, Zhou Chen caught it steadily. Kneel down and beg me, and I'll let you go. Zhou Chen's eyes were full of mockery as he stretched out a hand and pointed to the ground. By the way, kowtow to her and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I'll break your legs today. Damn it, I'll cripple you. The student was unconvinced, and a ball of crimson flame had already formed in his other hand. Call. It was thrown at Zhou Chen. And so everyone watched as the threatening crimson flames landed on Zhou Chen. Many people couldn't bear to look at it. With an attack of that intensity, even if he isn't injured, he'll be burned beyond recognition. However, after the bang, the scene they didn't want to see didn't happen. Zhou Chen caught the flames from that classmate with one hand. He was still playing with it in his hands. There was no fear at all. What? He also awakened his fire elemental power? Isn't it supposed to be an SSS level awakening? The fire elemental one isn't. This is the lowest level of awakening. How could it possibly be included in their SSS awakening team? At this point, some people had already realized that his awakening was the fire element. I told you to kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Can't you understand human language? As Zhou Chen spoke, he tightened his grip. Click. The student's wrist was deformed from being squeezed so hard. Ah. I admit my mistake, let go. The student let out a scream, his previous arrogance completely gone. Let go. Just then, a tall young man walked over from behind him. They are clearly in cahoots. If you want to apologize on his behalf, then kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Zhou Chen had no intention of letting go. After saying a few words, he directly bent the man's wrist at a 90-degree angle. Ah! He screamed and lay on the ground, rolling around in agony. The arrogance from before was long gone. He was in a terrible state. Bang! Zhou Chen raised his leg and stomped hard on his face. If you bark like a dog again, I'll knock your teeth out. Smack! Smack! Just then, a few claps were heard. A young man with a well-proportioned figure and chiseled features walked over. Not bad, you've got some skills. You can beat a peak martial master to a pulp without even lifting a finger. As expected of an SSS level awakener, but what's so great about a fire-type awakener like you? I suppose it's because of your strength that you were recruited into the team. Since you also possess the strength of a peak martial master, let's have a spar. The young man looked at Zhou Chen and said, there's no need to bother with this kind of trash. Oh? Is there a prize? No, I'm not interested. Zhou Chen looked at the young man, and after releasing his foot, he simply kicked the man back to them with a light touch. If you lose, we'll give you 5 beast cores. We'll never bother you again. We won. They'll be shopping with us tonight. The young man grinned and pointed at the group of people. Dare you? Sure, but with so many of us, how are we going to divide your beast core among ourselves? Count everyone here. If we lose, each of us will get 3 beast cores. How about it? Zhou Chen looked at the group of people and held up his finger. Oh? Okay, let's go. This isn't the place to fight, the arena is right ahead. The young man pointed to the arena behind them and walked straight over. Zhou Chen, don't joke around with us. We won't admit defeat if we lose. Li Yueying said angrily. I will not lose. Zhou Chen was very confident and walked over. In an instant, everyone rushed towards the arena. Quick, come and see. Su Wen is dueling with the new SSS Awakening team. Su Wen, didn't he just break through to the first level of the unparalleled Martial General? Yeah, let's go see what's going on, or we'll miss it. The news of their situation quickly spread throughout the academy. Many people rushed over to watch the battle between the freshmen and the veterans. Come on, place your bets. Those who bet on Zhou Chen, come register over here. People have already started placing bets at the arena. At this moment, Zhou Chen was preparing to go up onto the arena. Zhou Chen, be careful, he's very strong. Su Shishir gently tugged at him, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Don't worry. Zhou Chen gave her a look, and then walked directly onto the stage. Su Wen had already taken the central position. She stared coldly at Zhou Chen. Kid, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not Su Wen. Su Wen's voice was icy cold, like frost. It gives you the feeling of falling into an ice cave. Okay, let's go. Zhou Chen didn't waste any words and was already prepared to attack. Golden spears and iron horses. Su Wen roared, and then his whole body suddenly shone with a metallic luster as if it had been cast. This made him appear as an invincible giant. It roared and charged towards Zhou Chen. Whoosh! However, he had just rushed over. Then Zhou Chen simply vanished from the spot. What? Invisibility? He looked around the field and, not finding Zhou Chen, exclaimed in surprise. Damn, fire element, plus the special awakening of invisibility, no wonder it's in the SSS team. Yes, this combination is also very impressive. But isn't that enough? The students who were watching started to discuss it. Over here. On stage, Zhou Chen was already showing signs of heatstroke next to Su Wen. Chapter 91 Brother helps fix the bathroom. Bang! Su Wen had barely reacted when Zhou Chen punched him in the waist. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been crippled by his punch. Su Wen had already prepared to dodge before Su Wen's iron fist came crashing down. The moment Zhou Chen's fist made contact with him, Su Wen had already moved far away. Call. After he regained his footing, he breathed a sigh of relief. I never expected Zhou Hong to be so difficult to deal with. He was forced into such a sorry state with just one move at the beginning. Senior, what's wrong? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Seeing that he was not moving, Zhou Chen took the initiative to walk over to him. Humph, you won't be so arrogant in a moment. Su Wen reached out and pressed his hand against his wrist. Once activated, the mechanical bracelet on it emitted a series of crackling electric arcs. His mechanical armor began to appear on his entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye. His original appearance was golden, and with the addition of the armor, he became even more dazzling. Seeing that he had activated his armor, Zhou Chen activated his own genetic armor as well. However, he did not use any skills. The armor was simply in a dormant state. It has a light metallic sheen. They're using battle armor now, they're getting serious. What a feast for the eyes today. The students who were watching were all amazed. The two people in front of them were ready to attack. Careful. Su Shishir stood to the side of the arena, watching Zhou Chen nervously. Come on. Zhang Shan encouraged Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen on stage had no time to communicate with them. At that moment, he finally understood that everyone who could come here to study was no pushover. Su Wen's practical experience and skills are unmatched by ordinary people. In fact, his practical experience is no less than his. Call. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, one hand gripping the flashing arc of electricity, the other hand swirling with wind blades. The surrounding area emitted crackling sounds of electric arcs surging. They're here. Seeing Su Wen rushing towards them with overwhelming force, his pupils contracted. He slammed his hands together. The power of wind blades and lightning suddenly merged. With the aid of the wind blades, the lightning's speed increased dramatically. With lightning speed, it tore through the space between the two of them. The bolt of lightning, as thick as a python, sent waves of energy rippling through the surrounding air. Su Wen secretly groaned when he saw the lightning. He possesses a metal-based superpower, and his greatest fear is lightning. This is a natural counter, there's no solution. No one expected that Zhou Chen would not only have Earth Elemental Awakening, but also the ability to become invisible. There are also awakenings for lightning and wind elements. Click. Lightning suddenly enveloped his entire body, producing a crackling sound as it struck. Zhou Chen was now in his element, and after hitting Su Wen, he did not give up. Instead, he continued to spread his arms wide, and lightning bolts flew between his 10 fingers. They formed power grids that connected him and Su Wen. Stop. I lost. Su Wen was completely powerless to resist the electric shock. Faced with this unfavorable situation, there was nothing they could do but back down. What? Zhou Chen increased the noise of the electric arcs emanating from his hands, pretending not to hear them. I surrender. Su Wen quickly raised his voice and admitted defeat. It was at this moment that Zhou Chen withdrew the power of the electric arc. With the volume suddenly decreasing, everyone clearly heard his words of surrender. Okay, fine, you're the one who admitted defeat. Zhou Chen withdrew his lightning attack and then revealed a harmless demeanor. Well then, it's time to deliver the beast core. I will transfer the funds to your account, and you can collect them yourself when the time comes. Su Wen gritted his teeth and added Zhou Chen on his phone. Then, he proactively handed over the corresponding number of beast cores to Zhou Chen. Their conversation drew the attention of the crowd below. You won already? That's right, he's found Su Wen's weakness. But we must admit that his strength and the extent of his awakenings are also a kind of talent of his. That's right, he just used at least 4 different talent awakenings. He's a monster. The students who were watching started discussing it. Zhou Chen had already left the arena. Zhou Chen, you've got some skills. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Zhao Kai gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhou Chen, you've really been hiding your true strength. You've actually awakened so many attributes. I've truly seen something amazing. You must be the first person of all time to do this. The other students followed suit and praised him highly. You flatter me. You're welcome. Zhou Chen nodded and greeted the group. It's getting late, are we still going out? It's getting late. Li Yueying checked the time and asked from the crowd. No need, maybe another time. It's too late and not safe. Yes, let's be honest and wait until we've improved our strength before we talk about it. Then let's call it a day and go home. What just happened made them realize the seriousness of the problem. When you are not strong enough, you should keep a low profile. Otherwise, you won't even be able to protect yourself. Then let's retreat. Everyone immediately agreed. After parting ways, they each went their own way to their respective areas. As for the onlookers, they watched them leave. Zhou Chen alone shattered the myth that freshmen cannot challenge seniors. The video of the recent battle was also filmed and forwarded by someone with ulterior motives. His alertness, indifference, and decisiveness were vividly portrayed on camera. It quickly became the subject of much discussion. The group separated in the dormitory area. Although many people here live close by, no one will take the initiative to visit someone they've just met. After saying goodbye to everyone, Zhou Chen returned to his dormitory and prepared to take a shower to cool off. Upon entering the shower room, I discovered that even the shower itself was top of the line. When I turned on the shower, what sprayed out was actually a liquid medicine. It can nourish and regulate the body. Taking a shower instantly washed away my previous fatigue. Just as I was about to relax on the sofa, I heard a knock at the door. Upon arriving at the door, he found a fair-skinned young girl peering through the peephole to see if he was there. Zhou Chen simply opened the door. Who are you looking for? You. The girl smiled mischievously. Me? I don't know you. Zhou Chen looked slightly surprised, then examined the girl. She has a curvaceous figure, an oval face, and sparkling eyes. She's a sweet girl, but I don't really know her. Hello, my name is Lin Shui, and I live next door. My bathroom has no water, could you please take a look? After introducing herself, the girl looked at Zhou Chen expectantly, waiting for his reply. Aren't there repairmen? Zhou Chen didn't want to meddle in other people's business, especially late at night. They've all gone home by now, otherwise we'd have to wait until tomorrow. Please help me out. I'll buy you a coffee. Lin Shui showed no sign of giving up, and instead looked at Zhou Chen expectantly. That pleading look on his face would melt anyone's heart. Zhou Chen looked at her intently, then began to hesitate. Chapter 92. Don't misunderstand, we didn't take a bath together. How about I trade you a beast core? Seeing his hesitation, Lin Shui directly offered him her resources to help him. Good. Upon hearing that there would be beast cores to be given away, Zhou Chen agreed without hesitation. That's great. Thank you. Lin Shui clapped her hands and led him back to her side. Zhou Chen followed her and first went to the living room. The first thing that catches the eye is a lace bra casually tossed on the coffee table. Lin Shui's attention wasn't on that at all. Come and take a look, I don't know what the problem is. He led Zhou Chen into the bathroom. He followed him in, and the first thing he saw was a large toy in a half-closed drawer. It was obviously used before, and it was still covered with a Durex condom. Zhou Chen was speechless for a moment. He deliberately moved closer to the drawer and secretly closed it for her with his hand. Let me see what's going on, don't worry. He then squatted down to check the water inlet and outlet connections to see if there was a problem. How about it? Lin Shui was still anxious. She was clearly a clean girl by nature. However, he was wearing pajamas and leaned over to check the situation, leaving some areas completely undefended. Zhou Chen looked at her and was almost stunned by what he saw. Holy crap, doesn't this girl wear a bra? I mentally grumbled and reluctantly looked away. Don't worry, let me find the problem. Zhou Chen snapped out of his daze and then twisted the water inlet and outlet connectors a couple of times. Everything was intact, but when I looked at the electronic devices installed next to it, I discovered the problem. If the indicator light is off, it means the battery is not receiving power and you just need to replace it. Turn on the shower head so I can see. Zhou Chen told her to turn on the shower and then get ready. All right. Lin Shui obediently followed instructions and turned on the shower. Let me try it and see if it's a battery problem. Zhou Chen had no doubts and flicked his lightning power at his fingertips, creating an arc of electricity. It hit the connector. Whoosh! A flash of lightning illuminated the indicator light on the connector. Whoosh! Then came the sound of water spraying. Ah! Then came Lin Shui's exclamation. She didn't realize how easily the water would flow after she turned on the shower. They were soaked to the bone. Zhou Chen instinctively looked up to see what was going on. I saw Lin Shui in front of me, completely soaked. The thin pajamas clung tightly to her body. The color is beyond description. Ahem, we found the problem. All we need to do is replace the battery. Zhou Chen awkwardly turned his head to the side and pointed to the connector. The battery is dead. Seeing his embarrassment, and knowing he would turn his head away, Lin Shui couldn't help but smile. Then, since you're so kind, why don't you go all the way and help me change the battery? Where can I find batteries here? Zhou Chen thought of this problem. Wait a minute. Lin Shui reminded her of this later. He heard the sound of clothes being taken off behind him. This made Zhou Chen subconsciously start imagining certain scenarios. I peeked at the mirror out of the corner of my eye and saw that she had already wrapped herself in a bath towel. Then she went to the drawer, opened her toy in front of Zhou Chen, and took out the batteries. Here. Try it. Her series of actions showed no intention of hiding anything from Zhou Chen. This left Zhou Chen's brain completely bewildered. What? Don't you see yourself as a man? Or are you deliberately seducing me? That? Seeing that Zhou Chen didn't move, Lin Shui shook the battery at him. Okay. I'll give it a try. He then came to his senses and quickly helped her change the battery. Okay, it's working now. You can try it. Good. Lin Shui got up, sticking her butt out, and went to turn on the shower. He had absolutely no suspicion of Zhou Chen. Be careful not to get wet again. Seeing her carefree attitude, I quickly reminded her to be careful. Good. Lin Shui realized she had just lost her composure, stuck out her tongue, and turned on the shower. All done. The shower head continuously sprayed out pale blue liquid. Hearing this makes me so happy I jump up. Lin Shui. Isn't he here? Just then, a girl's voice came from the living room. Oh no, Nana's here. Upon hearing the call, Lin Shui's pretty face immediately showed a tense expression. Just a moment ago I was so relaxed, but now I'm tense. Zhou Chen was also a little nervous. A lone man and a lone woman, both of them were soaking wet. If this gets out, anyone will misunderstand. You can do it secretly, but it wouldn't be good if someone caught you. Squeak. What you fear most will come to pass. While the two were at a loss, the bathroom door was pushed open. A beautiful young girl with wide, bright eyes appeared at the door. They stared longingly at the two of them. I glanced at the toy with a Durex condom covering it. I'm sorry, Nana only glanced at it, and her face turned completely red to the soles of her feet. They quickly closed the door for the two of them. Nana, don't misunderstand. Lin Shui realized she was in trouble and quickly chased after him, saying, let me explain. Shui, you're really bold. Doing something like this without even locking the door. Nana's reproachful voice came from outside the door, followed by a lowered voice, but how does it feel to eat tender beef? Oh dear, you've got it wrong. I hired him to help fix the bathroom. Lin Shui was both embarrassed and annoyed. Why don't you believe me? I don't believe you. A lone man and woman, playing with that stuff in the bathroom. Nana shrank back. I'm embarrassed for you. Zhou Chen also came out of the bathroom and felt extremely embarrassed looking at the two of them playing around in front of the sofa. I'll be going now. Zhou Chen sensed something was wrong and tried to escape. Stop. Nana called out to him. You've really misunderstood. I really did come to help. Zhou Chen explained with a bitter face. Humph, don't you dare take advantage of me and leave. Our Xiao Shuai isn't someone to be trifled with. Nana waved her small fists defiantly in front of Zhou Chen. She's the princess of the Lin group. Ha? Princess? Nana's forward-thinking remark left Zhou Chen completely bewildered. Don't listen to her nonsense, go back. Lin Shui quickly covered Nana's mouth and gave Zhou Chen a meaningful look. Good. Zhou Chen wished he had two more legs. They fled as if they were escaping. Back in his villa, he quickly closed the door. They say the women down the mountain are tigers, and it's absolutely true. He patted his chest to calm himself down. Phew. A clear mind remains undisturbed even if the sky falls. The more you close your eyes, the calmer you become. The more the image of that sensual scene appeared in my mind, the more it surfaced. It made him feel a sudden heat in his lower abdomen. Finally, I went back to the bathroom and took another cold shower. That's when he came out. I felt completely relaxed. Zhou Chen. Who? Chapter 93. I'm not a casual person. Zhou Chen arrived at the door and looked carefully outside. I only recognized who it was when I opened the door. Su Shishir. What are you doing here so late at night instead of sleeping? His heart was pounding, and his mind was preoccupied with certain things. Her sudden knocking startled her. That's when they opened the door. May I come in and sit down? Su Shishir pointed to his sofa. Her beautiful eyes looked at the young man in front of her with a pleading gaze. At this moment, Zhou Chen had just taken a shower, and his strength had also broken through. Their physiques are also more robust and appealing. After weathering some hardships, his face looked as if it had been slashed by a knife. Bring it on. Zhou Chen made way for him and then closed the door behind him. Su Shishir trotted in and sat obediently on the sofa. Would you like something to drink? Zhou Chen also felt thirsty, so he went to the refrigerator. These are all provided by the school, so naturally they won't be left empty. The value that an awakened student brings to them far exceeds these ordinary configurations. Coffee bar. Su Shishir casually suggested a drink. You don't want to sleep? Drinking this so late at night. Zhou Chen just said it casually. Su Shishir looked at him with a strange expression. Are you concerned about me? You came here just to tell me this? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at her. I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I have no interest in you. Is that so? Su Shishir had actually figured this out a long time ago. However, I don't want to believe it's true. What are you doing here so late? Zhou Chen brought the drink and sat down in front of her, kindly opening it for her. He casually handed it to her, saying, Juice, didn't you used to drink it every day? Thanks. After thanking her, Su Shishir didn't stand on ceremony and took a sip. Tell me, why did you come to see me? After Zhou Chen settled down, he asked again. Are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Su Shishir's pretty face showed a hint of disappointment when she heard him ask her questions one after another. You're welcome to stay here if you'd like. But as long as you're not afraid of gossip. Zhou Chen shrugged, I don't care. Snort. Su Shishir gave a coquettish snort. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Great. I couldn't be happier. Zhou Chen laughed heartily, licking his lips and revealing a hint of greed. It looked as if he wanted to swallow her whole. You're so irresponsible. Su Shishir put down her juice and couldn't help but mutter a complaint under her breath. Woman. You come to my room in the middle of the night to say I'm indecent? Press your own conscience, is that an excessive statement? As Zhou Chen spoke, he gently patted some of her sensitive areas. Not at all like a stranger. You. Su Shishir was so frightened by his groping hands that she turned pale and quickly moved her buttocks back. What's wrong with me? Is something wrong? Zhou Chen smelled the lingering fragrance on his hands, then turned his attention back to her. TSK, awakening really makes a difference, your figure is even more voluptuous. By the way, what did you awaken? No one has announced it. What I have awakened is the divine essence of one of the four sacred beasts. Vermilion bird. It's also equivalent to the fire attribute, but it's stronger than yours. Su Shishir paused for a moment before telling Zhou Chen about her awakening. These are the strongest awakenings. If my will is not strong enough, I may be devoured by the 4 sacred beasts in the future and eventually become a ruthless vermilion bird. Oh? Who told you that? This was the first time Zhou Chen had heard of this. Suddenly remembering something, he pointed at her and said, "So, you're not cultivating properly, are you?" After awakening, she worked very hard for a period of time. Zhou Chen had been diligently cultivating all along and hadn't noticed when she started to become passive. That's right. That's exactly it. You, don't tell anyone. Su Shishir nodded repeatedly, her pretty face full of helplessness. I watched a documentary that mentioned the previous vermilion bird, and that's how it fell. What are you interested in? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at her, annoyed. It's all a lie. The previous vermilion bird awakener devoured its own body and ultimately killed itself. You haven't paid attention to this, of course you wouldn't know. Seeing his disbelieving look, Su Shishir said angrily. Oh? Really? I really didn't know that. Zhou Chen shrugged. However, I think it's all about human effort. Nothing is absolute. As long as you are strong enough, no one can control you. No one can sway you. I don't need to explain this further, do I? I see. Su Shishir sighed, then continued, you're also a fire elementalist. I heard there's a way to awaken my vermilion bird, but it's been suppressed, so. I'm thinking. Her pretty face flushed as she finished speaking. His voice was trembling. Seeing her like this, Zhou Chen slammed his hand on the coffee table. Can't you speak more clearly? You're already so capable, yet you're still dawdling like before. I saw a method on the forum. People say that people with the fire attribute can devour and merge with each other. But they need to be willing, and they need to be a married couple. At this point, Su Shishir's face was already bright red. Zhou Chen could clearly see that her neck and below were completely red. Even the proud pair of people paled slightly. Oh, I see. You're after me. Zhou Chen deliberately covered his chest with both hands. Don't even think about it. I'm not that kind of person. I'm very conservative. This is the only way I can do it. Considering we acted together for a year, please help me out this time. Su Shishir's pretty face was full of despair as she looked at Zhou Chen with pleading eyes. I can't just randomly pick someone with fire attributes. I'm not that kind of person. Where did you hear about this? I'll go look into it. If that's really the case, I can consider it. But remember, I'm only considering it. Zhou Chen pointed at her and began to ask her how she had heard about it. You said it yourself. You need to think about it carefully. Indeed, Su Shishir's thoughts were all on what he had just mentioned he was considering. Yes, I'll think about it carefully. Zhou Chen nodded, then looked at Su Shishir and said, so, shouldn't you be honest with me now? Frank? Su Shishir felt a little awkward hearing his words, but she still took a sip of juice to calm herself down. If you want to keep it a secret, I'll tell you. What's going on? Why are you being so secretive? Zhou Chen pouted, all right. I promise you. Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Chapter 94. Are you just keeping me as a backup option? It happened by chance I saw the message pop up on the forum. As she spoke, she took the initiative to sit down next to Zhou Chen, took out her phone, and opened a pop-up window to show him. Zhou Chen looked at her push notification intently. His brows were furrowed. This was a month ago, the day we took the test. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. That is, almost 10 hours after our test results came out. Why did a pop-up window appear for you when I didn't? Zhou Chen opened his phone and pointed to his pop-up window. I only have some city reports for that day. It's probably because I searched on the forum. It's being tracked by big data. As Su Shishir spoke, she directly opened her forum search history. I specifically searched to see which type of awakening I had. Then this came out, and I still receive related information from time to time. So you paid even more attention and even searched for some documentaries to watch. Zhou Chen already understood what was going on, so he continued to ask. Yes. I need to pay attention, otherwise how can I cultivate if I don't even understand myself? Su Shishir nodded vigorously, then opened some of her records and showed them to Zhou Chen. I didn't just search randomly, I only searched the official website of Gaowu. But didn't you notice that the messages you're receiving are all from alt accounts? Zhou Chen's keen observation had led him to discover the clues. She pointed to the messages she had received, all of which were from small marketing accounts, none of which were official. Look at their past records. What were they posting? Oh, I haven't been paying attention to that. I was just misled by their information. Let me take a look. Su Shishir suddenly realized and looked at the smaller accounts seriously. Gradually, I realized something was wrong. These were all useless alt accounts. Many of them are private accounts with no information at all. So, don't you think you've been misled? Zhou Chen glanced at her, then looked her over carefully. People say big breasts mean no brains. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true. You. Snort. So you're saying the information and materials on the official website are also fake? Su Shishir glared at him angrily, then opened the official record. Look for yourself. Would I lie to you? Let me see. Zhou Chen held her phone, carefully looking at the official information and the released videos. After looking at it carefully for a while, I couldn't help but laugh. It's fake. Look at the photo and his profile picture, they're all copied. Zoom in and take a closer look. It doesn't have any official verification. This video might have been edited from some movie. Impossible, I added him as a friend. They showed me the video. This can't be fake. As Su Shishir spoke, she opened her communication records with that person, clicked on some compelling evidence, and shared it with Zhou Chen. Let me see. After Zhou Chen took it, he looked at it seriously and said, if you believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. Take it or leave it. He could tell it was fake at a glance, but Su Shishir had clearly been brainwashed, and no amount of persuasion could change her mind. In the end, he had no choice but to ignore all of this. Just keep cultivating. Sooner or later, the truth will come out. When that happens, your cultivation won't keep up, and you'll be considered a good for nothing. The academy will send you back. Seeing that she still looked unconvinced, Zhou Chen couldn't help but remind her again. But what he said sounded so true, and all the questions I raised came true. Su Shishir shook her head, already somewhat wavering. You've really been brainwashed quite a bit lately. Think it over carefully yourself. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at her, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, I'm asking you. Is this bastard also a fire attribute awakener? And then he was proposing to you? Huh? You, how did you know? Su Shishir blushed upon hearing his words. I feel terrible. This was something that was guessed directly. How embarrassing. Humph, I'm a man too. Zhou Hong snorted coldly, then looked at Su Shishir. Is this bastard also in Shanghai? Yes, he arrived yesterday. He even asked me out. I didn't agree. Su Shishir nodded, her pretty face full of shyness. I knew it. Zhou Chen smiled smugly. Then why didn't you go? Why did you come to me instead? You're not just keeping me as a backup plan, are you? No. Don't misunderstand. I think it's better to benefit our own people than to benefit others. She said it almost unconsciously. However, Zhou Chen, who was observant, overheard it. Oh? You consider me one of your own? Isn't this just keeping the good stuff in the family, right? Zhou Chen began to mock her mercilessly. You underestimate me too much. I have no interest in you. You. Su Shishir also knew that Zhou Chen was now high and mighty, so how could he possibly take her seriously? Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy has no shortage of women. After arriving, she discovered that there were many senior students who far surpassed her in both appearance and temperament. She might be considered a school beauty in a small city, but in a big city, she might only be considered a pretty girl. It has absolutely nothing to do with flowers. Alright then, I'll just have to sleep with you, but that's fine. I'm a germaphobe. But I can still teach this damn liar a lesson. Zhou Chen pointed at her phone, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. It's still early. Dare to ask him out? I'll teach him a lesson. You? He's only at the first level of Martial General, how could you possibly be his match? Su Shishir was somewhat tempted by his words. However, he still shook his head. You're only at the level of a martial master right now, not in the same league. It's my problem if I can't beat you, it's your problem if you can get me to come out. Zhou Chen looked at her and said, this kind of person will definitely deceive others. If you don't teach him a lesson this time, he will continue to deceive people next time. Can you bear to watch other young girls be tricked into bed by him? Should we call 2 more classmates? Su Shishir thought about it seriously and then made a suggestion. Don't you find it troublesome? Embarrassing? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at her, then continued, besides, do you think this is Zhanghai City? There are tons of classmates here. This is Shanghai, and we have no relatives or friends here. Okay, alright, if you can guarantee my safety, I'll give it a try. Su Shishir has already been persuaded by him. He didn't say it aloud, but he was filled with resentment. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that Zhou Chen made sense. That damn liar fooled me for a whole month. If possible, we must ensure that he can never cheat again. Let's begin. Chapter 95. You think you can trick me into bed with just a lighter? Okay. Please wait a moment. Su Shishir nodded, and then started chatting with the person. Zhou Chen leaned back lazily on the sofa, waiting for her result. Okay. We've made the appointment. After more than 10 minutes, Su Shishir breathed a sigh of relief. It's at a Western restaurant 3 kilometers away. Red Romance Restaurant. See you in half an hour. Half an hour should be enough if we walk there slowly. Zhou Chen nodded, then went to change his clothes. Wait for me, let's go meet him. Good. Su Shishir nodded, then mustered her courage and stood up. After Su Chen's reminder, she realized that she had most likely been scammed. The only solution is to teach him a good lesson, preferably break all 3 of his legs. Let's go. A short while later, Zhou Chen changed his clothes, walked over, and patted her on the shoulder. Good. Su Shishir snapped out of her daze and quickly agreed. And so she followed Zhou Chen out. The 2 of them walked the whole way. Without taking a taxi, he was spotted by some observant people as he left the campus. As adults, we all know what they're doing going out together so late. The 2 went out together and, after crossing 2 streets, finally saw the Red Romance Western restaurant. Alright, a moment has passed, turn on the detector. We can hear what you're saying. I'll teach you how to say it via voice message, and you'll record the whole thing on video. Get evidence against him. Teach him a lesson. Zhou Chen was still explaining the steps to her. Understood, don't worry, I'll go right away. Su Shishir nodded repeatedly, and before leaving, she reminded him, you absolutely must come out in time. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, you'll be furious. Okay. Go ahead. Zhou Chen nodded repeatedly, then watched her leave. Then he found a quiet place and quietly watched Su Shishir. I specifically chose a seat by the window. Sitting opposite her was a young man who appeared to be refined and cultured. From a distance, he had a handsome face and a tall stature. He is also a very handsome person. They were dressed very formally, as if they were going to a ball. Humph, what a typical weasel. Zhou Hong snorted coldly, then listened attentively to their conversation. At this moment, Su Shishir had already turned on the camera function. Zhou Chen could share their voices and the young man's expressions. Shishir, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately, so I've specially prepared some after-dinner entertainment. I'll take you out for a walk to relax. Let's have some fun. The young man wore a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. It's so beautiful that it's impossible for anyone to feel any aversion towards it. Even Zhou Chen, upon first glance, felt that it was absolutely impossible for the young man to be lying. Oh yes, Zhang Fa. Do you think my life is just wasted? Su Shishir specifically emphasized this person's name. Zhang Fa? He doesn't sound like a good person. Zhou Chen muttered a complaint downstairs. Ah. He forgot to mute his words, and Su Shishir heard them. Ha? What's wrong? When Zhang Fa heard her exclaim ah, he couldn't help but ask a question. No. It's okay, this meat is just too delicious. Su Shishir gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject. Zhou Chen, who was below, couldn't help but slap himself. Damn it, how could I say something like that? Could it be that I've actually fallen for him? After a year of cooperation, never mind. Let's deal with this pervert first. Eat more if you like it, and we'll pack another portion to take home later. Zhang Fa smiled, then picked up another piece of meat for her. This is all meat from exotic beasts, it's very succulent. Zhang Fa, do you think it would really work if I found someone with a fire attribute to live with? At this point, Su Shishir finally steered the conversation to the main topic. Those eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was a final struggle, and also a yearning for the future. Of course, this is proven by countless studies we've conducted. Although it will weaken your talent, it can save your life. Moreover, it benefits both sides. This is definitely a brilliant way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Fa nodded repeatedly, his tone becoming increasingly excited. Zhou Chen saw no sympathy in his eyes. It's not so much the thrill of a successful conspiracy, but the satisfaction of a plot succeeding. As they were speaking, a hand was already on hers. Su Shishir felt as if she had been electrocuted and quickly withdrew her hand. Let him demonstrate his fire attribute and see if it's real. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and reminded Su Shishir of the next plan. You're also a fire elementalist, so why don't you show me? After hearing his arrangement, Su Shishir did not hesitate to let Zhang Yafei show his attributes. Alright. Just you wait and see. Zhang Yafei readily agreed, and then extended his hand. Puff! He snapped his fingers, and a flame lit up at his fingertips. The flame flickered, emitting a ghostly blue light. Then Zhang Yafei flicked his hand and snapped his fingers with his other hand, reigniting the flame. Finally, he stopped, saying, "This is my fire attribute, which has already been awakened twice." Shishir, did you see that? He's hiding a lighter in his hand. If I'm not mistaken, it should be made by a lighter manufacturer in Shanghai. Only Zhou Chen could have discovered this. Using his ultrasonic detector, he was able to fully detect the secrets of his palm. However, Su Shishir was not able to observe the situation very well. However, he used his mental power to reply to Zhou Chen. I can't see it from this angle, but I can tell it's fake. The awakened flames, so gentle, yet so violent. After responding in Chinese characters, Su Shishir then showed a relieved expression. Okay. That's settled then. Don't tell anyone about this. We'll start next week. Why next week? This week is fine. It's better to be early than late. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yafei immediately became anxious. The academy has already activated your awakening, and it is constantly growing. We must stop its evolution as soon as possible through a combination method. I need to prepare myself mentally. Su Shishir shook her head, revealing a shy expression. In fact, she was already wondering why Zhou Chen hadn't arranged the next step yet. It's nothing, you'll get used to it after just one time. Zhang Yafei finally revealed a triumphant smile. Guide him, get him to say his absurd things. Zhou Chen spoke again at this moment. Are you sure that for me to awaken, I need to be with someone of the fire attribute to avoid having my mind devoured by the vermilion bird awakening? Su Shishir changed the subject and acted according to Zhou Chen's instructions. Of course, would I lie to you? The last vermilion bird awakener died by having his mind devoured in this way. Zhang Yafei spoke with a serious expression and unwavering conviction. Chapter 96. Is this a love potion? But aren't we the ones in control? How could our minds be so easily devoured? Following Zhou Chen's advice, Su Shishir started digging a pit for him again. You wouldn't know this, would you? It's because it's too powerful that it wants to take control of you. If you're too strong, you'll develop your own will. Zhang Yafei looked serious and continued to Su Shishir, that's why you need top-tier fire attribute experts like us to help you suppress it. So who was the last victim? Su Shishir asked again. You don't know this? The last vermilion bird awakener was our Dragon Kingdom's princess. Hong Shuero. Zhang Yafei showed a look of disdain. At that moment, he let his guard down. His speaking speed and attitude have begun to change. Notice his expression and attitude, he's a completely different person. There's no need to prove anything further. Withdraw. Provoke him to lose his composure. Zhou Chen smiled and said, if the duck that was about to be eaten flies away, his defenses will collapse, and then he'll be our fish. Okay, I've learned a lot tonight, thank you. Su Shishir stood up as she spoke. However, as soon as I stood up, I suddenly felt dizzy. You'll thank me even more later. Zhang Yafei watched as she sat back down in her seat, and a greedy smile crept across his face. What's wrong? Why do I feel so weak? It's so hot. Su Shishir shook her head vigorously, but her eyelids still felt heavy. Here, have some water. Wake up. Zhang Yafei handed a glass of water to Su Shishir so she could drink it. Don't drink it. He's drugged it and is waiting for me. Zhou Chen also realized something was wrong, so he rushed upwards. I don't want to. Su Shishir forcefully pushed his water glass away. You have to drink it whether you want to or not. Zhang Yafei finally snapped, forcing her to drink water. Now that you're in my hands, how can I let you go back like this? Give me a drink. Don't want. Su Shishir pushed hard. Splash. The water glass fell to the ground and shattered. Glass shards and water were mixed together. At that moment, Zhou Chen also rushed up. Call. Catching his breath, he came over to help Su Shishir up. Let's go. Stop right there. Zhang Fei grabbed Zhou Chen's arm. Who are you? I'm her boyfriend. Zhou Chen shook off his hand, then grabbed Su Shishir and started to leave. They completely disregarded Zhang Fei. Damn it, I miscalculated. I never expected this bastard to drug me. Zhou Chen felt a pang of self-reproach. I'm her boyfriend. You scoundrel, get the hell out of here. As Zhang Fei spoke, he shouted to the waiters in the distance, where are your security guards? People have broken in here, aren't you going to do anything about it? What's going on? What are you guys doing? Behave yourselves, don't do anything reckless. After he shouted, several security guards arrived and vigilantly surrounded the two men. This person is a scammer, trying to cheat my classmate. Arrest him. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and pointed at Zhang Fei. At this moment, Su Shishir, who was standing next to his shoulder, had already lost consciousness. There's absolutely no way to clear his name. I think you're the liar. Check the security footage. See who ate with her. It was he who came and obstructed us. Zhang Fei pointed at Zhou Chen's nose. You little punk, you think you can ruin my good time? I have proof. Look. This is our student ID. We have photos of it. As Zhou Chen spoke, he took out the photos and identification documents from his phone and showed them to the security guards. The photos include their graduation picture from the Yakuto Martial Arts School, as well as their ID cards from the Tenhaoan Academy. Alright. Take her with you. The security guard confirmed his identity and waved him away with his people. Hey, I'm her boyfriend. They're just classmates. Zhang Fei was still not giving up, so he quickly took out his phone and showed his call history with Su Shishir, as well as some chat logs. Hey, Teacher Chu. We've run into a bit of trouble at Honglangmang, can you come over here? At this moment, Zhou Chen called Chu Ro directly. Yes, call your teacher. Young people shouldn't wander around at night, or you won't be able to explain yourself if something happens. The security guard was relieved to hear him calling for his teacher. Kid, you've got guts. You just wait and see. Seeing that he was about to call him teacher, Zhang Fei finally gave up. He made some harsh remarks and then left in a hurry. Zhou Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He helped Su Shishir leave. I took a taxi and went back to school. Which dormitory building is yours? On the way, I kept asking her where she lived. Don't touch me. It's so hot. However, Su Shishir's only response to him at this moment was a dazed and intermittent reply. It was completely unconscious. In the end, he had no choice but to take Su Shishir back to his dormitory. What kind of drug did they use to be so strong? Looking at Su Shishir, who was wriggling and swaying on the sofa like a big white eel, he couldn't help but frown. It's so hot. I can't take it anymore. Help me. Su Shishir gradually began to pull off her clothes. Zhou Chen rushed to help stop it. However, after touching his body, she felt like she had found a lifeline. She pounced on Zhou Chen frantically, saying, Zhou Chen, just take me. I can't take it anymore. Those luscious red lips were already on his clothes. And on the face, on the cheeks. It began to wander slowly. Calm. Zhou Chen quickly pushed her away. Then he fed her a gene serum to restore her body. Call. I originally thought I could take this opportunity to help her recover. However, this one move only made her stronger. I want it. I want it. Su Shishir murmured incessantly. Zhou Chen frowned and quickly covered her mouth. If the neighbors heard this, they'd probably break their backs. What should we do? What should we do? Zhou Han was thinking seriously when suddenly his eyes lit up. Electric shock. Electricity can dissolve water, so it can also evaporate the medicinal properties. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and started using this dirty trick to electrocute Su Shishir. Ah! Sizzle. And so, the grand plan of electric shocks began. At first she could still scream, but later she ran out of energy. Finally, Zhou Chen put him on the bed. I smoothed out her long, curled hair that had been electrically heated, and then wiped away the tan on her skin. After everything was tidied up, I returned to the sofa. After carefully watching the video she had just watched with Zhang Fei, she edited it and saved it. Then he fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. The night began to fly by. Ah! He was awakened by screams in the early morning. He rushed into the room. Then I saw Sue Schercher looking at the clothes she had thrown on the ground. His eyes were filled with grievance and resentment. Chapter 97. What if I accidentally get pregnant? That would be a real problem. What did you do to me? Sue Schercher looked at Zhou Chen like a resentful woman. Hey! Don't get me wrong. I didn't do anything. Look at your detector, it's recording the whole thing. Zhou Chen was very glad that she had enabled the detector's recording function throughout the entire process. Snort! Sue Schercher snorted coldly and began to play back the events that happened after dinner last night at high speed. She played the entire process at 10 times the speed. In the end, she saw herself as a little slut, demanding pleasure from Zhou Chen. The scene after he rejected her was unbearable for her. You shocked me with an electric shock. Sue Schercher was about to explode with anger. Am I really that bad? Even electric shocks don't want to be with me. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Sue Schercher's eyes and streamed down her cheeks. Hey, look carefully, I didn't do anything. Zhou Chen had no idea what she was thinking, and just kept explaining, if I don't give you electrotherapy, wouldn't I be committing a crime? We are both adults. If we accidentally get pregnant, we are still young. I'm incapable of raising children, so don't blame me. You. Sue Schercher's chest heaved violently with anger. I feel terrible. However, you also enjoyed a free perm. Look at yourself in the mirror. As Zhou Chen spoke, he picked up a mirror and waved it in front of her eyes. Look, big waves. Very nice. At this moment, her skin was about 2 shades darker than yesterday. She looks like she's been sunbathing, and then there's her hair. The big waves are fine, but they're a bit yellowish. They were all electrocuted. Zhou Chen, I hate you. Sue Schercher left after saying that, packed her clothes, and rushed out. Clang! A loud bang was heard as they left. Who are you hitting? I'm only doing this for your own good. Zhou Chen felt somewhat wronged. Grandma! What did you do to deserve this? Why are you even helping out? I went downstairs in a huff, checked the time, and it was only 5 in the morning. That brat was drugged last night, which means she got some rest. I spent ages getting back and causing all this trouble. Zhou Chen yawned and began to eat. Only after everything was ready did I go out. When I arrived at the door, I happened to see my neighbor. Lin Shui also saw him. Zhou Chen, you're amazing. Still going at it this late at night. Can your girlfriend handle it? Do you want me to help you relieve your pent-up desire? Lin Shui is someone who can tell dirty jokes without hesitation. She looked at Zhou Chen, her eyes scrutinizing him. Don't get me wrong, I'm saving someone. Zhou Chen waved his hand and gave an awkward smile. Yes. Save people. If she gets pregnant now, she can go to kindergarten by graduation. The next generation of our dragon kingdom depends on you. Lin Shui covered her face and smiled, but we can't be too hasty. She's still young, she can't handle it. Senior, please stop joking with me. I really didn't do anything. Zhou Chen was speechless. If I actually do it, I'll accept it. But if they really did nothing, that would be such a misunderstanding. Okay, I'm just kidding. But remember to wear a condom. It's not safe. Our martial artists have incredibly strong genes. Drugs can't kill your little devil. Especially since there are hundreds of millions of them. Lin Shui smiled again and then left. Her words left Zhou Hong speechless. There's not much to explain. Finally, I composed myself and headed towards their training ground. When he arrived at the destination, he saw that all the other classmates had already arrived. Sue Schercher was among them. Sure. You went out last night? You got a perm. You look so beautiful. Li Na was already quite familiar with her. She reached out and gently tugged at her big, wavy hair, revealing a look of envy. No, it's just so. I was going to say that it wasn't hot, but I didn't explain. How do you explain this? Was he electrocuted? Sure, you even did sunbathing. It must have been expensive. Our warriors have very resilient skin and hair. Whose house did it? We'll go and try it sometime. Several female classmates came over one after another to discuss this issue with her in depth. Especially when asked whose house it was done at, Su Shishir wanted to glare at Zhou Chen with murderous intent. This left Zhou Chen feeling awkward throughout. Everyone, is everyone here? It was at this moment that Chu Ro came over again. They're here. The person who answered her was Wen Feng. He was absent for half a day because he got beaten up yesterday, but he came early this morning. Wen Feng, study hard today, you already fell behind yesterday. Chu Ro saw Wen Feng and couldn't help but offer a reminder. Yes, teacher. Wen Feng quickly agreed, glaring at Zhou Chen with resentful eyes. Clenched fists. Also, I heard you got into a fight last night. Don't fight with people unless it's absolutely necessary. You guys are too brave and reckless right now. Learning and improving oneself is the key. Chu Ro changed the subject and first emphasized what happened last night. Teacher, this is not our fault, they insulted our dignity. Yes, they provoked us first. Several people began to argue their points. This behavior is dangerous. What if you can't win? Won't I hurt myself? Also, so what if you are their opponents? They can just join forces and go into the secret realm to deal with you. What are you going to do? Senior students have connections and even more dignity. You've provoked us, so you should think about the consequences. Chu Ro looked at the group and said, I'm reminding you because something like this has happened before. Don't think that you can get ahead of them just because you're being a little smug. They have plenty of ways to deal with you. Yes, teacher is right, we know we were wrong. Teacher, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Several students began to realize their mistakes. A single punch can prevent 100 more. Zhou Chen, however, seemed completely unconcerned. If you dare to bully me, you'll have to pay the price. If you have any problems, come at me. If you're afraid of them, you're not a mother. I know you're capable, but what about them? If you cause trouble again, don't lead the charge, or you can go it alone. Chu Ro rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, you're already on their blacklist. Be careful lately. Then let them come find me. Zhou Chen curled his lip, not taking it seriously at all. All right. Quiet down, everyone. Chu Ro knew he was like a rock in a latrine, both smelly and hard. I decided to stop wasting time with him. Her words silenced everyone. Gravity chamber in the morning. Virtual combat exercise in the afternoon. Let's go, just ask me if you don't understand anything. You will begin self-study in 1 month. Chu Ro glanced at everyone, then continued, but if you have any questions, you can still ask me, even after you graduate. Chapter 98 Is he even human? Under her arrangement, several students began to enter the gravity chamber. After yesterday's practice, some students were already able to lift dumbbells. Teacher, do we have a separate gravity chamber? Zhou Chen looked at Chu Ro and raised his hand. What are you up to? Chu Ro looked at him, a look of wariness appearing in her beautiful eyes. The time is too short and the gravity is too low. I'll move to a separate room. Zhou Chen scratched his head. He didn't want to talk about this, but the gravity was 3 or 5 times stronger. With only a 2 or 3 day time difference, it was of no use to him at all. At Xishan, they could already achieve a time difference of 1 to 10, along with 25 times the gravity. Independent features require contribution points, and you don't have any, so you can't use them. Or go outside and find a martial arts school to train at. Nobody's stopping you. Chu Ro glanced at him and said irritably, you have to take it 1 step at a time. Don't try to get fat in 1 bite. You can't do it. Teacher, I understand, but this really doesn't help me. I can withstand 30 times the force of gravity and still throw a punch inside. Zhou Chen nodded and then held up his finger. It's 10 times worse, it's really useless to me. 30 times, Zhou Chen, you're bragging without even knowing who this is. Yeah, don't think that just because you're powerful you can be arrogant. You should just rest. Who would believe your nonsense? Several female classmates began to mock them. However, their mockery was not malicious. It was just a joke. Exactly. Just because you think you're so great doesn't mean you can brag like that. Wen Feng, however, was a little carried away. He's still upset about how he beat himself up yesterday and had to rest for most of the day. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Seeing that everyone looked unconvinced, Zhou Chen stepped forward and asked, Teacher Chu, do you dare? I'll make a bet with you. Tell me. What do you want to bet? Chu Ro also became interested. If I win, you'll give me 5 hours of training time every night. Zhou Chen didn't want to spend a single penny while it was free for a month, so he naturally wanted to get it for free. Okay. I promise you. So what if you lost? Chu Ro agreed without hesitation. Okay, if you lose, you absolutely cannot cause me any trouble for this month. Only once. I'll punish you by making you work as a cleaner for a day. Okay. No problem, I win then, so I'll do as I say. Zhou Chen readily agreed, his eyes filled with smugness. Alright. 30 times gravity, you can last 15 minutes. And you can throw a combination punch. Then you win. Chu Ro looked at Zhou Chen triumphantly, as if she had already seen him fail. No problem. Let's bet. Zhou Chen agreed without hesitation. Students, come to the control panel. I'll adjust the time and gravity. Chu Ro acted on her impulse, immediately going up to the control panel and getting the other students to follow suit. Once everyone was up there, they began to modify the parameters. Zhou Chen, don't be crazy. You still have a chance if you apologize to the teacher now. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Su Shishir was a little worried, so she whispered, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll plead for you. No need, I said I can, so I can. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate at all, waving his hand and saying to Chu Ro, teacher, hurry up, I can't wait. Alright. It started. Chu Ro gave an okay sign, then waved to the other classmates, come back quickly. You guys can't handle it if you go out. Teacher, has it started yet? Zhou Chen then began asking questions from below. It's starting. Wait a few seconds for the start time, then get ready. Chu Ro turned to look at him, then confirmed the parameters before feeling relieved. Call. At that moment, the air in the entire gravity chamber was suddenly compressed. A visible shockwave suddenly condensed together. Bang! It hit the special protective shield around the gravity chamber control panel directly. The entire control panel groaned under the weight of the pressure. Looking at Zhou Hung outside, he was already covered in sweat. His face turned red. Clearly, even 30 times is a bit of a challenge for him. He had tried 28 times before. This is still the first one at this level. Although it's only twice as much, when you calculate it all together, it's far more than the difference between 1 and 2. Call. Zhou Chen took a deep breath and then started punching. First, he got into a fighting stance, and then he began to practice boxing with complete absorption. The matter can be extremely fierce, or it can be light and easy. It moved incredibly fast in a moment. A faint aura gradually formed around him. His movements spread outwards, then coalesced again. With him at the center, every time he throws a punch, ripples spread outwards. He entered a mysterious state for a moment. Every time he clenched his fists, an energy surged through them. This feeling made him feel as if he were there. Even though their clothes were already soaked, they didn't realize it. Gradually, I entered a state of selflessness. This is the essence of martial arts. Chu Ro, having been through similar experiences, naturally understood his current state. What? The Tao intent? No way, how could he possibly do that? The students around them started talking about it. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Chang was using Qi Shan's method to practice boxing. On the surface, it appears calm and undisturbed. But in reality, her body was already in turmoil. His bones repaired themselves after they were dislocated. The muscles are also corrected after being stretched. 10 minutes passed quickly like that. A few more minutes passed before Zhou Chen finally stopped. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Chu Ro and said, Teacher Chu, I'm done. What do you think? Do you consider me the winner? Zhou Chen's words brought everyone to their senses. Teacher, we've gone over time. So, based on the time conversion, he's been fighting non-stop inside for about a week. How is this possible? Is he even human? Play for a week straight? That's inhuman. He is not human, absolutely not. The students started discussing it, and many of them didn't want to believe it. Each of them wore an expression of disbelief. You won. I have to admit, you're a martial arts prodigy. With your current level of understanding, given time, you will definitely become a top talent. Chu Ro gave a thumbs up and then said, if this is yours, you won't need to train with us anymore. The small room next door is also a gravity chamber. It's yours from now on. Teacher, then I won't be polite. Zhou Chen caught her card. So, I can have this all to myself now, right? Chapter 99. Don't call me auntie. Sure, I'll cover the costs. Chu Rou was very generous. It's not easy to find a thoroughbred horse. Once they discover something, they all have the idea of becoming a talent scout. Even if she made the wrong bet, there wouldn't be much loss. Such an expense wouldn't be painful for her. Thank you, Teacher Chu. Zhou Chen was very satisfied that she kept her word. This is a top-grade item, usually reserved for military officers and above. The parameters are different, and the gravity inside is also different. After giving a brief explanation, Chu Rou was still a little worried, so she sighed and said, "You guys continue. Today, Su Shishir will be controlling the parameters. Teacher, go and adjust this kid's posture." Okay. After Su Shishir agreed, she began adjusting the parameters. Chu Rou had already led Zhou Chen to another, relatively smaller gravity chamber. The gravity chamber here, in addition to increasing gravity, can also compress and restrict your speed and your qi and blood. Even your stamina can be excessively depleted by you. Su Shishir pulled him to the instrument panel and explained everything to him one by one. Since you know how to operate it, I'll teach you once. If you don't understand, just ask me. Okay. Zhou Chen nodded, then looked at the dashboard and memorized every parameter. The maximum time difference here is only 7 days. Our technology is not advanced enough. Adjusting so many parameters would be dangerous. But it's enough. 1 month here is equivalent to more than 6 months of training outside. But you need to balance work and rest. You can't push yourself all the way through. Chu Rou patted Zhou Chen. You absolutely mustn't do anything reckless. Clear. Zhou Chen nodded and smiled. Teacher, I'll begin then. If there's nothing else, please don't bother me. I can't be bothered with you. Chu Rou glanced at him. Let me tell you, Su Wen, whom you defeated last night, is no good. He has an older brother who is an SSS level awakened. You publicly humiliated his brother. When he comes back, he'll definitely come after you. Understood. I won't cause you any trouble. Zhou Chen knew what she meant by reminding him. It's not that the teacher doesn't care about you, it's that they can't. We have regulations that prohibit excessive interference in students' conflicts. Schools are there to let you experience the harsh realities of society. Seeing how sensible Zhou Chen was, Chu Rou smiled knowingly. If he challenges you to a duel, absolutely do not participate. Okay. As long as he doesn't resort to dirty tricks, I won't bother with him. That's all Zhou Chen can do. If he's forced into a corner, there's nothing he can do. We have no choice but to fight back. You continue. I still need to keep an eye on them. As Chu Rou spoke, she gracefully lifted her waist and left his gravity chamber. They chatted happily with their classmates outside. Zhou Chen then began his first attempt at intense training where his qi and blood were suppressed. Buzz. Once the gravity chamber starts operating, the body's blood and energy instantly feel as if they are being placed in air at sub-zero temperatures. It is piercingly cold, stagnant, and unable to circulate. The next thing I faced was complete stiffness throughout my body, and even breathing became difficult. And this is only the effect of triple gravity. Qi and blood are indeed very important. If you encounter extreme environments and weather, your strength can be greatly reduced. It seems that targeted training is still necessary. After carefully opening the app, Zhou Chen began to practice step by step. At first it's about blood and qi, then it's about endurance. All of them use a 7-day cycle as a time limit. Before I knew it, the day had passed. After he came out of the gravity chamber, he found that all his classmates had left. Even the doors to the gravity chamber had closed automatically. After he left, he received a message from Chu Rou. You can practice all night, but remember to rest. It is important to balance work and rest. After a short message, there was silence. Zhou Chen paused for a moment, then continued training. This time, he directly adjusted the gravity to 31 times. This allowed him to release all the power in his body. His communicator was always connected to the control panel. After several days of training, the control panel transmitted a message. So he went forward to check the message. Zhou Chen, come to my office. The text message was sent by Lu Linxue. Zhou Chen didn't understand why they were looking for him so late, so he turned off the gravity. All of them were shut down. Only then did they follow the location she gave them. When he arrived at Lu Linxue's office, he saw that the door was ajar. So he knocked on the door and went in. Please sit down. When Lu Linchue saw him enter, she pointed to the chair. Aunt Lu. Is there anything I can help you with? Zhou Chen sat down, somewhat confused about the situation. Why were you called here? Could it be that Master gave me some instructions? But wouldn't Master contact me? Everyone else has a team, and you're all alone without one. Aren't you worried at all? Lu Linchue rolled her eyes at him. You've been here for 2 days, and you haven't looked for anyone. I've been waiting for you all day, but you haven't come. Your master entrusted you to me, so you insist that I find you? Aunt Lu, I'm so sorry, I was so focused on training that I forgot. Zhou Chen scratched his head, knowing that her anxiety was for his own good. Am I that old? You called me auntie the moment I arrived. Lu Linchue was immediately displeased when he called her auntie repeatedly. Sister Lu. What suggestions do you have? It's not that I don't want to find a team, it's just that no one wants to hire me. Zhou Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I think your current strength has already reached the early stage of a martial general. You're growing very fast. But there are also drawbacks. A lack of necessary training. You'll only ever be a caged bird. With your skills, you're barely good enough to be an assistant in a mercenary group. Lu Linchue looked at him and scrutinized him carefully. Remember, before going to the secret realm, don't take any more strength tests. Just keep your strength as it is. Clear. Zhou Chen naturally understood her intentions. Good. It'll only be a month before it starts. You can't just participate directly without much practical experience. Wear this. For the next month. Every night. Come with me to the underground boxing ring. As Lu Linchue spoke, she handed him a human skin mask. Ah. Zhou Chen still didn't understand her intention. This is your master's arrangement. He wants you to fight in an underground boxing ring for a month. I will arrange at least one match for you every night from now on. Win or lose, it's all yours. I'll cover the registration fee. As Lu Linchue spoke, she stood up directly. Her voluptuous figure was on full display, coupled with her picturesque eyebrows and eyes, making her a quintessential mature and sophisticated woman. Go now? Zhou Chen had just come to his senses when he realized what she was about to do. Otherwise what? Should you bathe, change your clothes, and burn incense to offer prayers? Lu Linchue spoke with a sharp tongue. Just like Qishan. Okay. Let's go. Zhou Chen snapped out of his daze and quickly followed. Perform well. If you lose badly in the first match, I won't let you off the hook. Lu Linchue slapped Zhou Chen on the back of the head. Chapter 100. I want a wife like you in the future. Although I was unwilling, I could only force a smile. Sister Lu. You said my master is so powerful, how come he only has the strength of a martial arts master? Zhou Chen followed her all the way to the car before remembering Qishan's matter in the hall. Ever since we dragged them down and they got injured, their strength has been steadily declining. When I met him 6 months ago, he was still a military general. Lu Linchue frowned, a hint of heartache in her eyes. But she forced a smile and said, this fool, he hid himself so as not to implicate everyone. What's wrong with him? Is there anything I can do to help? Zhou Chen knew that his master must have some unspeakable secret. From the moment we discovered he could fight opponents of higher levels, we knew his true strength was far greater than what we initially perceived. You can't help me. If you ever reach the strength of a martial emperor, I might consider telling you. Lu Linchue stepped on the gas, then another car came along and drifted into the parking space. He opened the car door. Get out. Good. Zhou Chen was not one to waste time. He had already memorized the name of this martial emperor. With my own devouring system, why worry about not being able to reach this point? I'll take care of all the preparations for the matches. All you need to do is win. Win as many matches as possible. As Lu Linchue left, she also changed into a human skin mask. Put this outfit on. Zhou Chen then followed her lead. Do whatever you're told. When the two people got out of the car, they had completely changed their appearance and even their clothing style. They led Zhou Chen to the entrance of the underground boxing ring. Little sister, do you have tickets? As soon as the two approached, a bodyguard in black reached out to stop them. What do you think? Lu Linchue took out an admission ticket, waved it in front of him briefly, and then led Zhou Chen inside. Sister Lu. You're really something. I want to find a wife like you in the future. Zhou Chen was attracted by her personal charm. They've started flattering him. Stop talking nonsense. If only you were half as quiet as your master. Lu Lingxue glanced at him, but there was no displeasure on her face. This approach works on women of all ages. The two quickly arrived at the players' rest area. They did not go directly to the arena. I've already reported your information. Once your number is called, you can go straight on stage. Lu Lingxue pulled back the transparent curtain, but even so, all she could see was a sea of heads. She couldn't see the arena. Sister Lu, so you didn't give me any chance at all. Whether I agree or not, we have to come to the competition tonight. Zhou Chen shrugged, looking quite helpless. Your master gave me these instructions, I'm just following orders. If you're unhappy, you can argue with him. I can still give massages in the middle of the night, why bother with you? Lu Lingxue rolled her eyes at him and sat down directly. Most of the contestants here are hiding their identities. You should avoid contact with them. If you get targeted, it will be easy for someone to find out. As long as you don't speak, you're safe. Clear. Zhou Chen also sat down and began watching the match on the stage in front of the smart projector. They also have preliminary and semi-final rounds here. Since you've just arrived, the people you'll be facing are relatively easier to deal with. The more disappointed you are, the stronger your record becomes, and the stronger the people you arrange for you become. But remember this, never underestimate any opponent, understand? Lu Lingxue practically pulled his ear to lecture him on the things he needed to pay attention to. Okay. I understand, Sister Lu. Zhou Chen dared not be impatient, but he was getting a little speechless from answering so many questions. You little brat, you'll learn your lesson soon enough. Lu Lingxue knew he was getting impatient, so she snorted and stopped talking nonsense. Number 18. Just then, their name was called out over the loudspeaker in their lounge. Your turn. Go on, once you're in the ring, just listen to the referee, and the rest is up to you. Lu Lingxue patted Zhou Chen, reminding him to go over. Good. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate. After getting up, he jumped a couple of times to loosen up his muscles. I'm going. Don't come back too soon, or I won't embarrass myself by coming here with you again next time. Lu Lingxue simply did not believe he could win in one go. Good. Zhou Chen didn't say anything more. After agreeing, I left the lounge. Soon he stepped onto the ring and stood facing a young man. But that didn't matter, he knew perfectly well that the other party had also tampered with his identity. It starts in 10 seconds. The winner is either to concede or to be knocked out of the ring. If you don't want to lose, then knock him down. Or don't let him knock you unconscious. The referee's words were brief and powerful. Anything you have on you can be used. Even guns. If this place is damaged, you can't afford to pay for it. Alright, countdown. After giving his instructions, he hurriedly left the ring. There was absolutely no intention to observe their match. As the referee left the ring, 7 or 8 drones flew over to monitor them from all sides. 3, 2, 1. Go! Immediately following was news that the match had begun. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the person in front of him. Kid, you're so young, yet you're here to die. The young man made a sarcastic remark but didn't rush to make a move. Aren't you the same? Zhou Chen retaliated in kind. Humph, sharp-tongued, damn it. The young man snorted coldly, then slightly bent over. Whoosh! Immediately, he exerted force with both feet, creating a wave of air on the ground. He pounced straight at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen had long seen through his intentions. As he approached, a voice soared into the sky, avoiding his impact. Bang! The young man reacted quickly. After missing his target, he pushed off the ground with both hands and suddenly rushed towards Zhou Chen, who was in mid-air. Smack! Seeing him rushing towards him, Zhou Chen stopped dodging. He kicked the young man. Click! The young man crossed his arms, blocking one of his legs. With a push of the feet, the body traces an arc around itself. He kicked Zhou Chen hard in the back with both feet. The blow was powerful and heavy, striking Zhou Chen squarely in the back. He was kicked all the way to the edge of the ring. Ground spikes! Zhou Chen roared, and spikes suddenly appeared on the side of the arena. This gave him an opportunity to use his momentum with a leap. He returned to the ring. Holy crap! Awesome! No wonder it's underground boxing, they're all really skilled. This performance drew cheers from the audience. Zhou Chen looked at the young man with a solemn expression. Sister Lu is right, everyone here is an expert. Even the most ordinary person is not so easy to deal with. That's right, it's his earth element awakening, but it's useless. Chapter 101. This is hardly training people. Is it useless? Not necessarily. Zhou Chen shook his head and rubbed his back. From now on, I won't hold back. You'd better go all out, or you won't have another chance. Spit. The young man spat out a mouthful of phlegm with extreme disgust, and then leaped over. Scales had already covered his hands. It's obvious at a glance that a weapon fused with alien beasts has been used. Gene sword. Zhou Chen instantly drew his gene sword, lightning. After a roar, lightning surged across the sword's edge. The appearance of lightning made his entire aura become violent. His actions made the young man feel a little nervous. He even has lightning awakening. This kid is no ordinary person. The young man became wary, then flipped over and withdrew his attack. He attacks with the power of lightning, so naturally he cannot use iron tools. They are easily electrocuted and have no chance to defend themselves. Try this. The young man suddenly had a pair of brass knuckles in his hands. This is clearly made from rodent teeth, and there's some yellow tartar on it. However, that's enough for him to deal with Zhou Chen. You're quite capable, quick-witted. Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. Indeed, he is not someone that ordinary people can compare to. However, it's still a little lacking. After a moment's thought, the arc of lightning formed from the power of thunder in his hand slashed down. In his other hand, he had already gripped a ball of crimson flame. When? The young man's brass knuckles clashed with Zhou Heng's gene sword. Insulator, your lightning power is ineffective. The young man had removed his armor and was now wearing a regular plastic combat suit, which protected his body. Even when lightning struck him, he only suffered a slight electric shock. It's completely impossible to seriously injure him anymore. And what about this one? Zhou Heng smiled, his other hand already enveloped in crimson flames. The crimson flames suddenly formed a wave with a gaping maw. It roared and lunged at the youth's shoulder, devouring him. What? You've mastered 3 elements at the same time. Are you even human? The young man looked at Zhou Chen in disbelief, then felt a burning sensation on his shoulder and quickly admitted defeat. I give up. Seeing that he had admitted defeat, Zhou Chen quickly stepped aside and moved far away. They did not kill him because of this. Stop when you've touched on something. Number 18 wins. At that very moment, the referee announced the result. Should we continue the game or leave the field? After the referee came on stage, he asked Zhou Chen about his plans. Rest. Zhou Chen simply declined his invitation. It's clear that asking this question is meant to get him to continue. Alright, next round. The referee shook his head in disappointment and then continued to officiate the match. Zhou Chen left immediately after leaving the arena. His passageway was one that no one could track. However, the young man who had just failed used a miniature detector to give chase. However, possessing ultrasonic detection skills, he was discovered while the detector was tracking him. Puff! With just a thought, Zhou Chen unleashed a burst of flames. In the blink of an eye, the tracker was burned to ashes. A pair of cold eyes glanced at the young man. He didn't say anything, but went straight back to the lounge. Why are you so sullen? Didn't you just win? When Lu Linxue saw him return, she couldn't help but ask curiously. This place is definitely not a place for ordinary people. That bastard was actually chasing me with a tracker. Zhou Chen, with a solemn expression, told Lu Linxue what he had just done. Can you find out? Upon hearing his words, Lu Linxue's eyebrows furrowed with curiosity. Yes, I have awakened the power of lightning, and I can feel the surrounding magnetic field. Zhou Chen brushed it off with a single sentence. Good that you found it. Today's duel is the most basic level. Don't underestimate the people here. Every day from now on, we'll be improving our opponent's strength. You might even encounter a martial arts genius even more powerful than Shishan. What you need to do is learn their fighting style, integrate it with your own, and make it your own. Learn and utilize as much as possible. Lu Linxue gently patted him. Don't just stand there, let's go. Good. Zhou Chen nodded, then followed them away. Although the battle just now was only an appetizer, he gained a lot from it. In the past, I was dealing with people who didn't have much practical experience. It can be handled easily. But the young man just now, every step he took was calculated. Even a simple turn of the head is part of a scheme against him. Although we won, we might not have won if we hadn't had the awakened skill. Throughout the journey, Zhou Chen kept replaying the battle in his mind. I underestimated my opponent. This is the biggest problem he identified. Oh? You noticed that? Not bad. You're a quick learner. I told you long ago that your thinking is still stuck in your previous experience fighting with the students. They have very little real combat experience. You might be able to beat them, but that doesn't mean you can beat the people in the boxing ring. Lu Linxue smiled knowingly. Tonight is just an appetizer. I'll be arranging 2 matches for you tomorrow night. We'll gradually increase the difficulty for you, to help you adapt to this harsh environment. There's even a free-for-all mode in there. That'll keep you entertained. Sister Lu, is my master training me to be a killing machine? Zhou Chen was somewhat moved by her words. This isn't training people, it's training them to be assassins. Get off the bus. Go back and digest this properly. Don't cause trouble. Especially since you participated in the underground fighting, you mustn't act rashly. You can't control your hands and feet, something bad will happen. Before he got off the bus, Lu Linxue reminded him of something. Understood, Sister Lu. Zhou Chen yawned and headed back to his dormitory building. When I arrived at the door, I saw Lin Shui and Nana chatting in front of their door. Zhou Chen. When Lin Shui saw him return, she waved to him. Senior, is there something you need? Zhou Chen stopped and stood on the perimeter of the two people's courtyard. Do you have time tonight? I need to talk to you about something. Lin Shui smiled gently, then revealed a sweet expression. She tried to use her beauty to make Wang Zhouchen submit. That depends on what the matter is. Zhou Chen's words were ambiguous. His eyes were wandering. It's obvious they want something. If you come with us, we'll give you 2 beast cores. How about it? Seeing his expression, Nana naturally knew what he meant. He wanted to test their sincerity. I can't accept this. Zhou Chen shook his head and smiled, feigning modesty. How could I possibly take my senior's things? We'll give you 2 each. If you behave well, I can give you an extra one. Nana stretched out her finger, revealing a smug smile. Think about it quickly, don't miss this opportunity. Chapter 102, The Neighbor's Invitation. Okay. 5 it is. Zhou Chen held out his hand. Here's the card, transfer the money. Once he arrived, he learned that the transactions for these beast cores within the academy were all conducted via bank transfer. After all, the resources here are not just 1 or 2, but often a dozen or 20. Even more, record this number using a carbide, and retrieve it directly when needed. You're really only after your own profit. Lin Shui pouted, but Zhou Chen didn't see the hint of smugness in her eyes. Otherwise, he would definitely be more careful. Let's go. Nana patted Zhou Chen and winked at him. Good. Zhou Chen readily agreed and set off with the 2 of them. From beginning to end, he had no idea what he was supposed to do with the 2 of them. However, in the demon realm, it is nighttime. We're still classmates, what can we do? Even the worst-case scenario you can imagine for any given condition is no worse than this. They got out and drove a modified Maybach. It looks no different from an ordinary car at first glance, but once you get in, you'll understand why. The racing seats and steering wheel are made of carbon fiber, which is sturdy and durable. All the switches for the gear shifters and traction control are located in the most comfortable place for your hand. Are you guys going to a race? Zhou Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, recognized it as a race car with just one glance. Modified race car. Wow. You're a pro, buddy, you figured that out. After listening to his analysis, Lin Shui couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. How about it, will you be our driver? Since you know so much about this, you should be fine competing, right? Nana also looked at Zhou Chen playfully. You'll have to pay more. Zhou Chen nodded and held up his finger, 3 times. Are you robbing us? We only got 50 after winning. You want them all. Lin Shui was immediately displeased. Fine, if you don't want to, I'll go back. You can go yourselves. Zhou Chen shrugged, ready to transfer the money. 3 times it is. 15. I still owe you 10. Lin Shui pouted, judging from the screams that night, you're someone who doesn't know how to cherish women. Hee hee, but I'm capable. I can guarantee you'll win. Zhou Chen was very confident about this. When he was with Fatty Sue, he drove armored vehicles and raced against alien beasts quite a bit. Those were life or death situations compared to the competition here, he didn't care at all. Let's go. Nana started driving and began speeding. Even so, it still took them almost an hour to drive. Then they arrived at the foot of a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a number of people had already gathered from all directions. They were all young men and women dressed in bright colors and with dyed yellow hair. Some even have succubus patterns visible on their smooth bellies. Zhou Chen didn't care about any of this. Being able to come here to win beast cores was the best thing that could happen. They quickly got off the bus and arrived at a location that resembled a starting point. Hey! Is everyone here yet? Nana was wearing hot pants, and she swayed as she walked. Springtime is beautiful. It wasn't just her, all the other girls were like that. Each one is better than the last. Everyone's here. A young man walked over and looked at the two of them. Have you prepared the beast cores? The stakes are high tonight. 50 beast cores. Ready. Ready to start anytime. Nana laughed heartily. Let's get started. Everyone, are you all ready? The young man turned to the other teams of drivers and asked with a serious expression. You can start anytime. All right. Is it about to begin? Many people came over to express their opinions. Everyone is clearly ready. Ready. We'll begin in 5 minutes. The young man waved his hand, ordering them to get ready. After he gave the order, many people gathered around. It's you. Just then, a familiar voice came from beside Zhou Chen. He frowned and looked over. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, Du Ziheng. What a small world. Zhou Chen looked at him with a fierce expression. How did you meet? Nana patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. We know each other, and we've had conflicts. Zhou Chen nodded, gritting his teeth. Looks like we'll have to go all out tonight. That's good, let's get ready. Lin Shui nodded and then told Zhou Chen to go and prepare. Kid, you're my catch tonight. Just you wait. Du Ziheng gave Zhou Chen the middle finger, then got into the car. His car was a modified 4-wheel drive Hummer. The cars around them were all modified by them. Okay. I'll wait for you. Zhou Chen was not afraid at all. Is everything ready? The young man stood at a distance, holding a microphone, and asked. Boom. Buzz. The drivers started their cars one after another, as a response to them. Ready. Drive. After the young man's roar, more than a dozen cars suddenly started moving. Zhou Chen's car could only be parked in the middle of the road. He was pinned down by several cars, which refused to let him pass. This must be Du Ziheng's underling. Nana gritted her teeth. That's despicable. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Lin Shui, however, had great confidence in Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was in the car, surrounded by several race cars, and had no way to break through. Damn it, this must be one of Du Ziheng's men. He gritted his teeth and released the ultrasonic detector. Start exploring the road ahead, and see where you can overtake other vehicles. After 2 bends, we finally saw a drainage ditch that could accommodate half a car. This is it. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. The ground beneath your feet is completely flat. Bang! As it turned, it suddenly accelerated, scraping the slope of the drainage ditch at an incredible angle. He drove straight over the 5 or 6 cars blocking his way. Even Du Ziheng, who was ranked first, was overtaken. Click. With the car landing again, he had firmly secured first place. Good. Pretty. Lin Shui and Nana both clapped and cheered. Their match was broadcast live by drones throughout. Those below can naturally see the behavior of people on the road. After Zhou Chen overtook the car, he continued his winning streak and was about to secure first place. Du Ziheng was behind when suddenly the car accelerated and started moving at an incredible speed. They were about to catch up with Zhou Chen. They used the core of a strange beast? Zhou Chen could tell at a glance that his car was different from others. Ultrasonic detection revealed that his energy surge was not fuel. Instead, it uses a beast core, specifically a wind attribute beast core. They cheated. Zhou Chen quickly noticed something amiss. Then, mimicking Du Ziheng, she blocked his path, preventing him from overtaking. You think you can stop me like this? Du Ziheng grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Chapter 103. Who do you think you are, daring to touch my junior? Just as his car was about to block Zhou Chen's path, he suddenly swerved. Prick. The rear of the car swung, throwing his car off course. A horizontal line was drawn to completely block Du Ziheng's car. Whoosh. His actions forced his car to stop. In just a split second, he shook off Du Ziheng. They disappeared into the distance. The remaining section of the road is not far away. It was just a matter of stepping on the gas. I drove straight there. When he reached the finish line first, Lin Shui and Nana cheered. Zhou Chen. That's amazing. Love you. The two waited until the car arrived before jumping in together. Ignoring the attention of those around her, she gave him a big hug. Feeling the softness coming towards him, clinging tightly to him, Zhou Chen felt a sense of floating. However, he quickly came to his senses and focused his attention on the car that was returning behind him. Kid, you're amazing. How about another round? Du Ziheng stopped the car, walked up to Zhou Chen, glared at him, and said, Not interested. Zhou Chen shrugged and then said, Do as you please. Humph, you think you can just walk away after winning? Du Ziheng reached out to stop him. Let's have another match, or you won't be leaving. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. As Zhou Chen looked at the group of people approaching, a chilling aura emanated from him. This caused everyone present to turn their gaze in their direction. Hey! There's no such thing as winning and leaving. Don't you know the rules? At this moment, a young man walked over, swaying his neck, and glared at Zhou Chen. Either, the number of beast cores is halved. Who do you think you are? You're giving us half the beast cores. Don't you understand the principle of honoring a bet? We'll only take what we're entitled to. Lin Shui was immediately displeased upon hearing this, and walked over to sized up the young man. Did you make these rules? Who do you think you are? I don't want to give it to you, so what? The young man was unconvinced and reached out to point at Lin Shui. Keep your hands clean. Zhou Chen was worried about not being able to make a move, but now that he had made the first move, he had a chance to strike. She raised her hand and grabbed his arm. Then he quickly exerted force, gripping his arm until it began to turn white. Kid, let go. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed out from the side of the young man, watching Zhou Chen exert his strength. She hurriedly reached out to push him. Smack! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Nana made her move. He slapped the middle-aged man across the face. Who do you think you are, daring to touch my junior? You brat, you're asking for it. The middle-aged man was stunned by her slap. Only when he heard the young man scream did he come to his senses and try to back away from Zhou Chen again. Roll! Zhou Chen merely glared at him with sharp eyes before refocusing his attention on the young man. Beast core, will you give it to me or not? Here. Let go. It's broken. The young man felt a sharp pain that made him dare not refute Zhou Chen any further. All right. Then hand it over. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction, then released the young man. If you dare to show off again, I'll cripple you. Yes, yes. The young man nodded repeatedly, though his eyes were filled with fear. However, deep down, she already harbored immense hatred for Zhou Chen. Get out. Zhou Chen waved his hand, then turned to Lin Shui with a bright smile. Senior, you weren't scared, were you? No, it's good that you taught them a lesson. At this moment, Lin Shui put on a coquettish expression and then winked at Nana beside her. Du Ziheng, a bet is a bet. When we lost, we didn't try to save face like you do. Nana walked over defiantly and gave Du Ziheng a deep look. Otherwise, who will dare to let you play here in the future? That's right, you have to accept the consequences of your bet. If that's the case, then we'll go somewhere else from now on. That's right, isn't this blatant bullying? Many people have already started to criticize him after his death. Each of them wore a solemn expression. Clearly, the reputation of this place has been greatly diminished in their minds. Fine. Lin Shui, you're ruthless. We'll see. The trial in the secret realm is about to begin. You'd better pray you don't run into me then. Du Ziheng looked at the two men with a threatening expression on his face. Snort. Lin Shui made a face at him, then led Zhou Chen and Nana into the car. We won tonight, so tell me, where do we go to have some fun? Pastime? Zhou Chen hadn't expected them to have another activity. I'll skip it, you guys go yourselves. That won't do. We can come out together. As Nana spoke, she took his arm, completely disregarding her pride, and pressed herself against his chest. It was so natural, just like an old married couple. This left Zhou Chen speechless. I'll speak first. I only perform, not sell my body. Zhou Chen looked at the two of them and quickly explained. TCH, we're not interested in you at all. Lin Shui rolled her eyes at him and then drove away. How about we go to the Royal Dynasty bar? Nana, on the other hand, focused her attention on Lin Shui. Great. It's been so long since I'd been there. Lin Shui readily agreed. Hey, do you guys want to hear my opinion? Zhou Chen felt as if he didn't exist, completely controlled by them. You're our junior, so of course you have to listen to us. Nana gently reached out and rubbed his earlobe twice. It's a pity it's too small, otherwise I would let you play with it. What? You can say anything else, but don't say I'm young. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen immediately felt as if his masculinity had been insulted. He straightened his back. If it's not small, why don't you dare go out for entertainment with us? Lin Shui also wore a teasing expression and followed up. Okay. I'll go with you. What's the matter? Zhou Chen also realized that he had boarded a pirate ship. So I agreed to go together. Great. This time you'll definitely want to come back again and again. Lin Shui's pretty face was full of scheming and cunning. He then stepped on the gas and headed straight for the Royal Dynasty bar. When they arrived at the bar, they got out of the car and went straight inside. The security guards at the entrance did not stop them in any way. Seeing that Zhou Chen was with them, they let them pass. The group of people walked through the dance floor of the bar. As Zhou Chen smelled the perfume and alcohol here, it reminded him of his life before his awakening. Isn't that how it is? Night after night of revelry. Their purpose was clear. After passing through rows of booths, they arrived at the second floor. These are all private rooms, for people to rest. There is also a set of sound equipment inside, which is a place for people to relax. Drinks as usual. Hurry up. The two men brought Zhou Chen in and gave orders to the bartender. Okay. Coming right away. The bartender agreed and rushed out. Chapter 104. Why did she ask me to fix the sewer? Before long, their coffee table was filled with drinks. Junior, are you sure you can do it? Lin Shui looked at Zhou Chen and asked with a smile. Why not? Come on. Zhou Chen, unsuspecting, agreed and picked up a bottle of beer. Cheers. Let's drink a toast together. Lin Shui used her slender, jade-like hand to push Zhou Chen's arm away, and then her own arm coiled around him like a soft, green snake. Zhou Chen originally wanted to refuse. But looking at the scenery in front of him, he readily agreed. It's just for fun, what's wrong with that? It's not like we're getting married. When he and Lin Shui were toasting, he didn't notice that Nana behind him had already opened a glass of wine. He took 2 dark blue potions out of his pocket and sprinkled them in. Zhou Chen focused all his attention on Lin Shui this week. He shook the bottle vigorously again, and after watching him and Lin Shui separate, he handed the bottle to Zhou Chen. No, I want some too. Come on, come on. Zhou Chen finished a bottle of wine, but was clearly not satisfied. So he agreed without any hesitation. Nana followed suit and drank a toast with Zhou Chen. Then he slowly stepped aside. Then she blinked and looked at Zhou Chen. It was only at this point that Zhou Chen realized something was wrong. My head felt dizzy and heavy, as if all the strength had been drained from my body, leaving me feeling powerless. How strange, is this liquor so strong? Zhou Chen shook his head vigorously, then looked at the 2 people in front of him. Gradually, double vision appeared in his eyes. When I looked at 2 people, it felt like I was seeing 4. What's going on? Zhou Chen was speaking, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. Finally, he could only vaguely see 2 girls smiling at him. He had no idea what they were laughing at. Damn it, those 2 bitches, they ruined my life. Zhou Chen finally understood what was going on. However, it was all too late. In the end, he closed his eyes in reluctance. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Glug! Immediately afterwards, the sound of flowing water could be heard. This is medicine. Gene serum. Zhou Chen was no stranger to this medicine. He had experienced it before at the hospital. However, the dosage of medicine at that time was small and the concentration was not high. This time the dosage was very large and the concentration was very high. It gave him a feeling of being completely enveloped, as if his entire body was being thoroughly controlled. What's going on? Zhou Chen's expression was solemn as he began to investigate the situation using the latest detector given to him by his master. At first, I couldn't connect, but after a few tries, I found that I could connect. Whoosh! In that instant, the entire environment was projected holographically through his nerves by the instrument. It was transmitted into his mind. Everything on the scene was like an electric shock passing through his mind, unfolding in his mental world. It's quite spacious here, with 5 or 6 containers of various sizes. Each one contained a person. They were all completely naked. There are both men and women. Without exception, they were all boiled in these tub-sized containers, soaked in the medicine. Zhou Chen gradually realized that someone had arrived. Doctor! This kid possesses several awakenings. Look at what's wrong with him. If we could develop a person like that, once it's widely adopted, we can make a fortune. The speaker was none other than Lin Shui. At this moment, she was pointing at Zhou Chen with an elderly woman with gray hair. Good. That bitch actually used herself as an experiment. Zhou Chen cursed inwardly. She probably doesn't know that she can devour indefinitely. The abilities granted by this system, and the capacity for absorption and refinement, are unparalleled by ordinary people. Therefore, they can refine their own potions very quickly. But the test results just now show that there's nothing special about this kid. I couldn't even find the awakened core within him. This thing is usually located in a person's dantian, but I've checked his dantian and there's nothing there. The doctor shook his head, then came over to check his data again. Everything is normal, which means he is supporting himself purely through his own strength and physical prowess. What good is strength? I want you to find out his abilities as a psychic, such as invisibility and weapon control. Nana walked over and stood in front of Zhou Chen. This idiot, is he trying to lie to us? I've tested his mental capacity and nervous system, and they're normal. He's no different from an ordinary person. The doctor sighed again. Maybe we really ran into a piece of trash this time. The reason he's so strong is probably because he used auxiliary armor or potions. The college has had people like that before, but they were all expelled after they were discovered. It seems we've encountered this kind of person. Nana shook her head, then walked over and punched Zhou Chen in the face. You brat, you're wasting your sister's feelings. Exactly. I thought I'd met a pro, but he's just a noob. Lin Shui sighed in dissatisfaction. I even went to the trouble of asking the teacher to move my dorm room next to his. What a waste of my resources. Oh? They really deliver good stuff to your door. No wonder she took the initiative to ask me to fix the sewers. From the very beginning, they were plotting against themselves. Zhou Chen felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to their conversation. Good. Good. Coming to Shanghai has taught me a lesson. You guys did a great job, I should thank you. Alright, this kind of waste is useless, what should we do with it? As the doctor finished speaking, he shut down his equipment. Giving him the medication would be a waste. He's a key student at the academy, after all. Let's take it back. Lin Shui glared at Zhou Chen with disgust, then called out to the staff member beside her, get this bastard out of here. Yes. Soon, a response came. What if he finds out? Why not just do it already? A ruthless glint flashed in Nana's eyes. They wasted several days of our feelings, killing them wouldn't be too much. No need, it's too much trouble. If the school holds us accountable, it might cause problems. Lin Shui shook her head, just send him back. Tell him he drank too much. I knew it. How could a piece of trash suddenly become strong? Turns out he was using an auxiliary tool. I despise people like that. They're disgusting, and I even tricked him into drinking the nuptial wine. Nana was extremely disgusted and kept complaining. Then let's get rid of it quickly. There's no need to waste more medicine on a piece of trash. The PhD student slapped the two men. Next time, find a high-quality one that will be useful for my research. These useless ones are just wasting medicine on experiments. Chapter 105. We've been tricked. Stop dawdling, let's go. Lin Shui patted her on the shoulder and pointed to the sky outside. It'll be harder to handle once it gets light. Good. Nana glared at Zhou Chen again before reluctantly going out to wait. Zhou Chen was pulled out of the potion by 2 staff members. Then they dried his clothes, changed them, and put them back in their car. Lina drove back to school again. But he has so many videos, and he uses the awakening technique so frequently, it doesn't seem like he's cheating. Lin Shui was still somewhat unwilling. Did the doctor find a problem during the examination? He tried 4 different sets of diagnostic equipment, both old and new, but none of them worked. There's no need to waste any more time. Nana played with the plush toy in her hand, then threw it hard at Zhou Chen's face. You bastard, you've wasted my feelings. But how do you think he did it? Lin Shui couldn't help but show a look of curiosity. That's his own problem. Who knows what equipment he bought? Nana finished speaking in one sentence. We're here. Get off. Damn it, we still have to carry him. Lin Shui cursed and parked the car directly in front of her dormitory. Then, together with Nana, they lifted Zhou Chen up. Then they took him to his dormitory first. Upon reaching the door, the 2 men positioned his face against the scanning device. After scanning him, they then led him inside. Zhou Chen was already fully awake by this time. While the 2 men were supporting him, he took full advantage of their position. The 2 were so focused on bringing people back that they didn't notice anything amiss. Her 2 pairs of round, smooth breasts had already been thoroughly ravaged by Zhou Chen. After they threw it onto the bed, Nana took out a bottle of medicine and prepared to give Zhou Chen an injection. What are you doing? Lin Shui quickly stopped her. If we don't administer the injection, he won't wake up for 2 days. As Nana spoke, she pushed her hand away. Just let him sleep. Whoever's in a hurry can come and find him. Lin Shui was in a fit of anger and naturally wouldn't let Nana come to her aid. Alright, let's punish this bastard. Nana pouted and got up to leave with Lin Shui. After they closed the door, Zhou Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand and left. I got up and went to the window, just watching the 2 of them leave. Why wasn't my awakening detected by them? He also had some doubts about this. Ding, the system has detected a crisis and has hidden it for the host. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he heard the system notification. Oh. Not bad, help me get through this crisis. Zhou Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up, and then continued, so, do you know their coordinates and location? His gaze gradually darkened. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. Ding, remember. This information has been automatically entered into the detection system. Good. Zhou Chen clapped his hands. Just now on the way, they used the shielding system, and his detector failed at that moment. Hearing the system's voice, I knew there was no problem, and I felt relieved. Tonight will surely be a dark and windy night. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and then left the dormitory. They headed towards the gravity chamber. When he arrived, the students had already started practicing. After 3 days of training, they have basically mastered these intensity levels of training. Many people have already increased their gains from 3 times to 10 times. One has to admire their talent, they are truly exceptional. Teacher Chu, I have something I'd like to ask. After Zhou Chen came in, he didn't rush to train, but instead came over to talk to Chu Rou to find out some information. Oh? You can have a question? Chu Rou looked slightly surprised. Clearly, they didn't expect Zhou Chen to have any questions for them. Has anyone in our college suddenly disappeared without a trace? Zhou Chen sat down and looked at Chu Rou intently. Yes, it happens from time to time. Chu Rou didn't hide anything from him about his questions. He said it directly. Isn't the school going to look for them? Zhou Chen looked puzzled upon hearing her words. It's not easy to train someone, it's such a pity to give up so easily. As long as it's not excessive, it's acceptable. In fact, many of the disappearances were due to problems between classmates. After listening to him, Chu Rou began to patiently answer his questions. So nobody's going to do anything about it? Zhou Chen frowned, feeling a surge of anger. No, everyone involved is deeply entangled in this. Anyone who dares to do this is extraordinary. Moreover, we live in a dog-eat-dog world. If you lack ability or you blindly trust others, you'll be at a disadvantage. Being killed or scammed has nothing to do with anyone else. Chu Rou revealed an indifferent expression, therefore, all we can do is remind every student to avoid going out as much as possible. Before your strength has grown, any action you take will be fatal. So if someone gets caught or killed, is that all there is to it? Isn't the school responsible? Zhou Chen grew angrier the more he listened, and gritted his teeth. Don't be so angry. This teacher can't explain it to you clearly. When you've experienced it and reached that level, you'll understand. What you need to do now is to make yourself stronger so that you will have a voice. Chu Rou gently patted him. Otherwise, how do you think many high-ranking officials and nobles manage to keep their offspring awake? Fate is fixed, but sometimes it can be changed. Yes, teacher, I understand. Zhou Chen nodded vigorously, then stood up. As he turned around, he saw Su Shishir. In fact, Su Shishir and herself had been targeted long ago. When we were in Jianghai a month ago, she were probably already being watched. Zhou Chen's expression was solemn as he turned to Chu Rou and said, "Teacher. To be honest, Su Shishir and I have been targeted for a long time. However, we were all lucky. You should keep a close eye on the remaining few." "Oh? What happened? Tell everyone." Upon hearing his words, Chu Rou immediately decided to use him as an example. "Everyone, Zhou Chen has something to say to you." "Oh? What is it? Come on. Listen to this." The students have gotten to know each other after spending these days together. Some of them also had a good relationship with Zhou Chen. Especially after he stood up for them, everyone's relationship improved. Only one person, Wen Feng. He always harbored resentment towards Zhou Chen. Su Shishir and I were targeted a month ago. She was tricked into thinking her awakening would devour her. She almost got scammed. Luckily I discovered it, otherwise I would have been in serious trouble. Zhou Chen paused for a moment and then explained Su Shishir's situation. Su Shishir was below, her heart clenching with anxiety. "I was afraid he would reveal things he shouldn't have said." "This doesn't prove anything, does it? What are you trying to say?" Li Yueying was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 106 Breakthrough. "Well then, what do you think of this?" Zhou Chen also knew that he couldn't use Su Shishir's situation as an example. After all, this involves a lot of privacy. But he didn't care, he was all alone and a grown man. After saying that, he projected the image of himself being imprisoned and soaked in a medicine chamber onto the void using a detector. It is presented in 3D. Ah! Li Yueying quickly covered her eyes. At this moment, Zhou Chen was completely naked. Several girls blushed as they watched. Especially Su Shishir, her little pink fists were clenched. "It felt like something of mine had been stolen from me. Don't worry about the details, look at these people." As Zhou Chen spoke, he also showed the conversation between Lin Shui, Nana, and the doctor. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. "I was tricked out by them under the guise of a race, and I got the beast core as a reward. Then we went to celebrate, and they drugged me." Zhou Chen briefly explained the situation. "Teacher, I'd like to ask, who can I contact to handle this? We have both witnesses and physical evidence. Shouldn't that bring them to justice?" "You'd better not touch either of them." But Chu Rou sighed and said, "If you've been fooled by them, just accept your bad luck. These two are the daughters of two of the top 10 families in Shanghai. They're all conducting human trials to research genetic weapons. Even if you have evidence, they can still clear their name. If they've got their eye on you, you're just unlucky." Hearing these words, Zhou Chen took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Aren't all research projects voluntary? How can you force someone to do something?" However, he only had doubts in his mind. "Now, I finally see the reality of society clearly. If you want to become stronger, stop doing these opportunistic things." Chu Rou glanced at him again. "You'd better deal with the video. If it's detected by big data, it will be automatically destroyed. Moreover, there's the possibility of being targeted by their family." "Understood." Zhou Chen said expressionlessly. "Classmates, I hope you will take heed and not be deceived like I was." "Zhou Chen, thank you for reminding us. I'll be careful." "Got it, buddy, we'll try our best not to leave the school grounds." After hearing his words, the other students expressed their opinions one after another. Each of them wore a serious expression. "You've discovered it, so stop now. This is my advice to you. If you don't listen, you'll bear the consequences." Chu Rou looked at Zhou Chen, her body radiating a chilling killing intent, knowing he must have something on his mind. "Also, if you can't tolerate something anymore, you have to make sure it's flawless, otherwise don't do it at all." "Clear." Zhou Chen nodded, and then headed towards his gravity chamber. As he opened the door to set the parameters, he heard footsteps behind him. "Are you all right?" Su Shishir stood behind him, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing him. "I wanted to see if he was all right." "It's okay. You're even. You were both scammed once after you came here. No one needs to laugh at anyone anymore." Zhou Chen shrugged. "Don't worry, I'm very strong-willed." "That's good. You must listen to your teacher and not cause trouble. I've heard that this place is full of important people. Su Shishir was still worried and added, you must be careful. Okay. You go too, I need to exercise. Zhou Chen nodded and smiled, then dismissed him. Only after she left did they open the gravity chamber. First, he took out all the beast cores he had exchanged over the past few days. If we're going to take action tonight, then we need to boost our strength. Zhou Chen looked at the beast cores and began his grand plan of devouring them. Ding! Beast core has been devoured. Host's strength has increased. Ding! Gale skill has been boosted, increasing the host's stats by 21%. Ding! The beast core has been devoured. Ding! Blaze evolves. Becomes fury. Raging flames, 10 times more powerful than blazing flames. Ding! Host's power has increased. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained water type awakening. Ding! Water type awakening, ice. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained wood type awakening. Ding! Wood type awakening, vine. A new skill will be gained after evolution. After devouring nearly 40 beast cores in one go, Zhou Chen's strength was enhanced once again. Zhou Chen first went to the strength testing device. He threw a punch with all his might. Bang! After the punch, the data stopped at 60,000. 60,000, huh? After all this time, I've finally been promoted to a military general. However, now is not the time for me to test myself. I'll do it after I pass the secret realm trial. Zhou Chen was very satisfied with his current strength. Devouring is so satisfying, and it saves time in refining. Moreover, it can devour everything. And what about the water element? Did you get the wood element too? At this moment, Zhou Chen remembered the reminder the system had just given him. They've come at just the right time. Then we'll use them in the future. At this moment, Zhou Chen had already made a plan. If the enemy already knows, then there's no need to hide it anymore. If you don't know something, treat it as your trump card. As Zhou Chen pondered this, he began today's intensive training. He adjusted the time to the limit. By the end of the day, I was exhausted and panting. It wasn't until the very end, after taking a gene serum, that he recovered. Then he opened the door and came out, only to see Lu Linxue waiting for him at the door again. Huh, he broke through. Lu Linxue noticed this problem the moment she saw him. Yes, I just broke through. Zhou Chen nodded and then walked over. Let's control our strength for now. If we break through any further, we won't be able to enter the secret realm trial anymore. Lu Linxue led him into the car, remember. The martial general realm is a critical juncture. Once you break through that level, your advantage will be gone. When the time comes, you won't be a match for those old foxes like Martial Venerable and Martial Emperor when it comes to competing for resources. I understand. Teacher. Does this mean that with my current strength, I can do whatever I want in the secret realm? Zhou Chen thought for a moment, then asked smugly. You might be good at one-on-one fights, but you might not be good at group battles. After all, two fists can't fight four hands. Unless you have endless tricks up your sleeve and extraordinary combat experience. Lu Linxue nodded, then shook her head. I'll help you with this combat experience. Every night until the trial begins is mine. Understood. I'm fine. After Zhou Chen agreed, a determined look appeared in his eyes. I will definitely become stronger. How did you feel about last night's battle? A smile appeared on Lu Linxue's face as she sat in the car. Everyone here is extremely talented, and their combat awareness is exceptional. They're not like ordinary people. Zhou Chen's expression turned serious. Then, how about I arrange one more person for you tonight? Chapter 107. You can't avenge this. Good. Zhou Chen agreed without hesitation. Let's go, number 18. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the competition venue. They went to their lounge again. Sister Lu, is this a fixed number? Zhou Chen couldn't help but ask. That's right, but our identities will be absolutely protected. Each passage leads to a different location. This place is like a maze. Unless they can spot your problem on stage. Lu Linxue nodded, then looked towards the arena. So here, you need to save your killer move. As long as you win, that's all that matters. Understood. Zhou Chen nodded, then looked serious. Let's go up and see how they fight. It will help you too. Lu Lin pulled him up, intending to lead him up. Zhou Chen naturally did not refuse and followed him to the next floor above the lounge. From here, you can see the arena in front of you. However, they are here, and people outside cannot see them. Watch closely. Don't waste a single minute you're here. After sitting down, Lu Linxue turned her beautiful eyes to the arena. These are people who have teetered on the brink of life and death. Their moves are all deadly. There's nothing fancy about it, that's what you need to learn. Clear. After Zhou Chen agreed, he focused intently on the battle before him. As he observed, his gaze gradually became serious. Just as Lu Linxue said, their moves were all designed to conserve their energy as much as possible. They all wanted to kill someone with a single, explosive blow. This kind of competition is worlds apart from theirs. Number 18. After watching a few matches, it was Zhou Chen's turn again. After hearing his name called, he went straight out. They returned to the arena from last night. The person standing in front of him had become a chubby fat man. They are no less impressive than Fatty Sue. Kid, are you ready to be tortured to death by Grandpa? The fat man rubbed his belly and then started walking towards Zhou Chen. You've got quite the nerve, haven't you? You've been eating shit. Zhou Chen didn't hold back either. Having already learned to be boastful, he directly started joking with the fat man. Hee hee, that's funny, daring to tease an old man like that. The fat man grinned and then walked directly towards Zhou Chen. Bang! He struck without warning, delivering a timely iron punch. It struck Zhou Heng's arm hard. As a result, Zhou Chen caught it firmly. However, he was also feeling unwell. My arm looked like it had been run over by a truck. A sudden ache. Then he jumped high into the air. Try me what I'm capable of. His entire body transformed into a heavy hammer. The force of the joints is continuously compressed and amplified. Then unleash the power of your muscles. It came crashing down on the fat man. At this moment, he was in the void, and he stirred up waves of energy around him. It transformed him into a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, devouring the fat man. Ah, come on. The fat man laughed loudly, then came forward with his belly sticking out. Bang! With a loud bang, the fat man was knocked to the ground by Zhou Chen like a ball. He was launched into the air and charged straight at him. Zhou Chen never expected that he had such a trick up his sleeve. Bang! When the fat man charged forward again, it was as if he had taken all of Zhou Chen's power for himself. With lightning speed, it slammed its belly into Zhou Chen's head. With that loud sound, Zhou Chen soared into the sky like a kite in the wind. It looks like a belly, but the force of the impact was no less than that of a truck. If he hadn't just broken through, he might have been knocked unconscious. Fortunately, he reacted just in time to avoid crashing into the light curtain on the dome. Lightning power surged in his hands. It transformed into a bolt of lightning. After being bombarded by the light screen, it sent him down. Snap! Zhou Chen planted his feet on the ground and slapped his head hard, which was still dazed from the impact. Wow, you've got some skills. The fat man rubbed his round belly. Well then, I'm going to begin. After saying that, he leaped into the air, something that a fat person wouldn't normally do. Then he charged towards Zhou Chen with all his might. Bring it on! As Zhou Chen watched the fat man approach, he stopped using his feet and instead channeled all his strength into his hands. As he rushed over, Zhou Chen simply supported him gently and then applied gentle pressure. They simply lifted the fat man up and pulled him backward. Bang! The fat man was thrown directly to the ground. What seemed like an ordinary throw sent the fat man crashing heavily to the ground. After the fat man retreated, they saw another fat man appear below. He took the hit squarely. If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, you can just give up. Zhou Chen looked at the fat man with amusement, then walked forward. If I'm going to make a move, I'll make you suffer. Fine. I give up. The fat man already knew that Zhou Chen had noticed his weakness. That's when they admitted defeat. Number 18 wins the 6th match. It was at this moment that the host's voice came through. Zhou Chen then left and returned to his lounge. Get ready for the 2nd match. Kid, not bad, quick-witted, knows how to leverage resources. Understands how to achieve great results with minimal effort. However, it's still a bit too slow. You should have made a judgment the moment you saw him. Lu Linxue patted him on the shoulder. On a real battlefield, no one will give you a second chance. Yes, it's reincarnation. I understand, I was wrong, I should have made a judgment immediately. Zhou Chen quickly admitted his mistake. I was indeed careless just now. The battles in the past were too relaxed, which made it difficult for me to adjust many of my subtle habits and behaviors in time. So, I'll train you for a month. Once your trials begin, you'll become a dark horse. Lu Lingxue smiled and said, no one would have thought that you would come here to improve yourself by fighting in underground boxing matches. You won't get this kind of opportunity to duel at the martial arts hall or to practice in the lower levels. Understood, thank you, Sister Lu. This time, Zhou Chen believed her words without a doubt. Churro contacted me earlier and said you've been kidnapped. At this moment, Lu Lingxue remembered something. That's right, I was fooled by two women. Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised that she knew about this. However, they quickly realized what was happening. She and Xu Rou must be good friends. They were very warm to each other when they met last time. You don't need to seek revenge on them. We can't afford to offend the people behind them. If you insist on revenge, go to the secret realm trial, as long as you are quick enough. However, Lu Lingxue gave his own advice. This is the biggest difference between him and Xu Rou. Chapter 108, Devouring Living Beings. Yes, that's what I'm planning to do too. Zhou Chen thought about it for a moment. However, it was just a verbal agreement. It is not gentlemanly to leave a grudge unavenged. It is cowardly to let a grudge linger overnight. If he doesn't take revenge tonight, he will be going against his principles. Number 18. At that moment, another call came. Zhou Chen went straight up and saw a lean black man standing in front of him. Every muscle in his body seems to be woven together, giving people a feeling of explosive power. However, his slender build seemed rather odd to Zhou Chen. Start. Prompted by the mechanical voice, they took action. The black man sprang up, like a spring, and stabbed towards him. Snort. Zhou Chen didn't hum, then got into a fighting stance. Just as the other party was about to collide head-on with him, the black man suddenly stopped. Zhou Chen stopped his defensive stance. There was a brief moment of distraction. Call. At that moment, the black man exhaled softly, and suddenly his arms were stretched open by his muscles. It instantly made his arm 3 times longer. While Zhou Chen was distracted, they tightly entangled him. Like withered vines, they entangled him tightly. Then, sharp thorns suddenly grew on his arm. Puff. Prick. The spikes pierced deep into his flesh, and then barbs grew out of the spikes, beginning to cut into his muscles. Ah! Zhou Chen let out a miserable scream. Caught completely off guard, he was caught off guard. There was no way to avoid it. The black man's barbs had already pierced his muscles. Every pulse he felt was fatal. This feeling isn't even the most painful. Liquid was still seeping from his barbs. This burning, corrosive liquid began to create an indescribable damage within his muscles. He instantly emitted a foul odor reminiscent of feces. What's going on? Is it trying to melt itself? Damn it, what kind of attack is that? Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes beginning to glaze over. Hee, no one can escape my control. You're finished. The black man grinned, revealing that the inside of his body was filled with a greenish, sticky substance. Who are you? Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and asked with difficulty. I'm a cyborg, a kind of evolutionary experiment. You're lucky to have met me. The black man's yellow teeth began to bulge, and strands of protein oozed out from them. Then it flew towards Zhou Chen. You think you can win like this? What a pipe dream. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and then unleashed a move, Raging Flames. With a roar, his entire body burst into flames. At first, the flames were red, but then they suddenly turned into deep blue flames. It directly melted away the barbs inside his body. Call. The black man stopped what he was doing after being burned, and then retreated. Good, you can even use fire. The black man looked at Zhou Chen and shook his burned arm. The flames above were then extinguished. At this moment, Zhou Chen's body was covered with tiny wounds, and yellow liquid was being forced out of them by his crimson flames. It made him reek of a strong, foul stench. I felt completely exhausted. This feeling made him feel like he was about to collapse. The attack of this liquid is too strong, my body simply can't handle it. And the corrosiveness of this liquid is the most terrifying thing. It's amazing that it can paralyze the nerves in your body. It's much more powerful than gene-enhancing drugs. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, a bold idea forming in his mind. Devour. He's a cyborg, not a human. Then you can give it a try. They devoured his abilities and took them for themselves. What? Did you falter? Admit defeat, or next time I won't be so lenient. The black man smiled and walked smugly toward Zhou Chen, completely unsuspecting. Cough. Zhou Chen immediately knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Are these cyborgs really that powerful? His poison is the most potent weapon. It's a skill that can harm people. That's right. Unless it's mechanical armor, any carbon-based lifeform can't avoid being corrupted by it. The audience on stage began to murmur amongst themselves. For a time, many people no longer had high hopes for Zhou Chen in their battle. Lu Linxue stood in the lounge and shook her head. Work hard, the battle has only just begun, the best is yet to come. At this moment, Zhou Chen had placed his hands on the ground to support his body. What, you still won't admit defeat? Then don't blame me. After the black man walked over, he looked down at Zhou Chen with indifference. Then he opened his arms again and grabbed at Zhou Chen. He. Now's the time. Zhou Chen smiled smugly, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Prepare to die. He used all his strength to get behind the black man in an instant. She jumped onto his back and then strangled him, tightly controlling his neck with her wrists. Humph, you think you can subdue me like that? Dream on. After a cold snort, the black man wrapped his arms around Zhou Chen from behind at an incredible angle. Devour. As Zhou Chen spoke, he used his wind blades to cut a wound on his neck. A hand instantly reached inside. After he uttered those words, he began to cruelly devour living beings. Ding. Successfully devoured, gained the releaser's ability. Venom can burn and corrode everything, initially causes physical and psychological damage to victims, inducing hallucinations. Upgradable, after upgrading, the ultimate ability can devour and damage the victim's soul, controlling the victim's mind and soul, turning them into a puppet. In that instant, Zhou Chen had already acquired one of the skills of an android. Humph, prepare to die. The android roared and began to release all the venom in its body, which surged towards Zhou Chen. The same trick won't work on me. Zhou Hong grinned, then suddenly pulled hard with both hands, yanking the black man's arms. Puff. Prick. After a loud bang, the black man's arms were ripped off. Then, Zhou Chen landed on the ground again with a magnificent leap. He then threw his arms to the ground. Let's see how you release your venom now. You. The black man stared wide-eyed, never expecting that Zhou Chen could discover his secret. That is, only the hands have undergone the mutation. Everything else is normal. Number 18 wins. Under the shocked gaze of the black man, the referee directly announced Zhou Chen's result. They won again. That kid's not bad. 3 wins in a row. Who should we face in the afternoon match? Many viewers have already started discussing it. Chapter 109 I got tricked by a dwarf. Number 18. Next up is the qualifying round. The referee looked at Zhou Chen and reminded him to continue the game. I'm not interested. Zhou Chen shook his head, then continued, arrange for someone else. You don't want to advance? Even the referee was somewhat puzzled. Not interested. Zhou Chen's answer was very simple. If you don't participate, you'll have to play 3 matches before you can advance. The referee then reminded Zhou Chen, then you'll be facing 3 rookies, and the match will be meaningless. I need to ask my sister. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen hesitated for a moment, then went to the lounge. Compare. The door had barely been opened when Lu Linxue responded. Compare. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. All right. The match starts in half an hour, and you have half an hour to rest. The referee nodded in satisfaction and then left. Sister Lu, didn't we agree to play 2 matches? Zhou Chen was somewhat puzzled. This would disrupt his plans. The qualifying rounds will definitely not be easy. If I get injured, then this grudge will be delayed. Are you questioning my arrangements? Lu Linxue lowered her beautiful eyes and her voice became deep. No, I'm fine with anything. Zhou Chen couldn't explicitly state what he wanted to do, so he could only shrug and say, it's just one more fight. Then get ready. Lu Linxue glanced at him and casually tossed him a gene serum, a powerful stamina restorer, effective in 10 minutes. Good. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate. He took the medicine she brought and swallowed it in one gulp. He began to rest cross-legged to the side. He didn't pay attention to the following matches, but instead studied the android's venom carefully. This can inject venom into the enemy's body, causing them to wake up and burn. It can damage the enemy's nerves. So how do we determine this dosage? I need to practice more. Actively devouring is also an option. We can try it again next time, but we must find one that is evenly matched with our strength. Otherwise, we might fail. Zhou Chen kept reminding himself. He recovered quickly over time. Number 18, the qualifying round. Just then, the referee's voice rang out again. Zhou Chen then opened his eyes and looked outside the lounge. Be careful, don't be careless. Lu Linxue reminded him to be careful. Clear. Zhou Chen agreed and then followed him up. Standing opposite was a short young man. It's like they haven't developed properly. However, the weariness on his face proved that he was not young. Start. The referee still didn't give them much time to prepare. Seeing the two standing facing each other, he immediately gave the order to begin. Whoosh! Zhou Chen hadn't yet figured out his actions. Suddenly everything went black and the dwarf disappeared. Bang! The next moment, he kicked me in the back. Zhou Chen flew forward, braced himself with his hands on the ground, and was about to flip over and stand up. However, before he could get ready, bang! Another kick landed squarely on his chest. Click! As the sound of his sternum breaking echoed, Zhou Chen felt as if he had been hit by a truck and was sent flying. Holy crap, this dwarf is so strong? He flew out and hovered in the air using wind blades, which allowed him to recover. Looking again, he saw the dwarf on the ground, looking at him with amusement. Kid, you're doomed. You're so fast, how do you do that? Zhou Chen didn't care at all and stood face to face with the dwarf again. Go ahead and fight. Stop dawdling. I bet on the dwarf. Their anxiety was noticed by those on stage. Shut up. The dwarf shouted to the audience, then looked at Zhou Chen with bloodthirsty eyes. Rely on hard work and talent. Understood. Zhou Chen nodded. You're very capable, but you're still no match for me. Is that so? Then let's go. The dwarf beckoned to him with his finger, then prepared to defend himself. Good. Zhou Chen grinned. He then closed his eyes and felt the dwarf's heartbeat. It's very slow, only 30 or 40 times a minute. It was just those 30 or 40 strikes that gave the dwarf absolute speed. Bang! Suddenly, his heart began to race. Hee, here I am. Upon hearing the speed of his heartbeat, Zhou Chen immediately pulled out his left leg and delivered a whip kick to his back. Bang! He kicked out and hit the dwarf who was trying to sneak up on him from behind. The dwarf, like a ball, was kicked away. Zhou Chen did not chase after him. Instead, he let him land again before rushing towards the dwarf once more. Whoosh! As the dwarf's figure disappeared, Zhou Chen didn't use a whip kick this time, but instead aimed at a direction in front of him. He tilted his head back, aimed straight ahead, and slammed it down hard. Bang! In one blow, the dwarf was sent flying. At this point, the dwarf stopped attacking and looked at Zhou Chen warily. How did you do that? Basic operation. Zhou Chen responded with the same statement. He grinned at the dwarf. You're nothing special, but you really have to compensate for your talent. It's a pity that's all you can do. Fine. Well then, I won't let you off the hook this time. The dwarf heard Zhou Chen's laughter, and then his whole body started crackling. The person grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It made him grow to be 7 or 8 times larger. At this moment, he was a full 2 meters tall, and his muscles were like an inflated ball. Explosive power surged through his muscles. I was saying there was no need to go to so much trouble, but now it seems you're quite strong too. The dwarf turned into a giant. His entire body emanated a chilling power. You had a trick up your sleeve. You're really interesting. Playing against you is like a roller coaster of emotions. This feeling disgusts me, so I'm going to beat you to a pulp and teach you a lesson. Zhou Chen was also enraged by him. If you're going to fight, go all out. Don't beat around the bush, it's already made him disgusted. Good. Hit him. Let this dwarf know the consequences of toying with people's feelings. Number 18, charge. The audience on stage began to shout and jeer. Let Zhou Chen go all out to teach the dwarf a lesson. Humph, you don't understand the joy of fighting? Then I'll teach you a lesson. The dwarf snorted and then leaned back. He concentrated all his strength into his fists. At this moment, his fists slammed down towards Zhou Chen like warhammers. That's more like it. Zhou Chen smiled and then activated the iron wall. When the fist stopped a little over a foot away from Zhou Chen. It directly dented Zhou Chen's iron wall. The shape of two giant hammers appeared. What, haven't you eaten? Chapter 110. The battle has only just begun. Arrogant. The dwarf roared and kicked out. Call. Zhou Chen vanished on the spot. Invisibility. The dwarf then remembered that Zhou Chen could become invisible. He hadn't used that move at all, so he had forgotten about it. Only after watching him disappear again did I remember. Bang! Before he could react, Zhou Chen punched him in the back. He fell forward. However, the dwarf didn't let Zhou Chen get away with it. The moment he was thrown out, his toes touched Zhou Chen's chest. Whoosh! He was sent flying. After landing, he rubbed his chest. Damn bastard! He really knows how to seize every opportunity to thwart the enemy. Zhou Chen swayed his body, tensing himself up again. They charged straight at the dwarf. This time, they held nothing back and took all necessary precautions. Snort! The dwarf scoffed and punched Zhou Chen. Facing his pure punch, Zhou Chen held nothing back and unleashed his own punch. Both of them used their full strength in that punch. Bang! Upon impact, a shockwave emanated from the two individuals. It kicked up all the dust on the ground. The people on the stage cheered. Good. Wonderful. Many people exclaimed that it was incredibly enjoyable. Zhou Chen went all out, and their fight was brutal and realistic. Under this attack, the dwarf's lips curled into a playful smile. Tsk, not bad, very strong combat awareness too. And rich experience. I won't even let you get away with a trick on me. Humph, those are all trivial tricks. Zhou Chen smiled dismissively. Is that so? The dwarf asked a question. Then he whispered, go to hell. His shout made Zhou Chen sense something was wrong, and he tried to get out of the way. However, as he retreated, he felt a chilling light pressing down on him from behind. Puff! Caught off guard, his shoulder was pierced directly by the dwarf's longsword. He was so propelled that he stumbled to the ground. Oof, feeling good, huh? As the dwarf spoke, he pulled the longsword directly out of his body. Whoosh! Blood was gushing from Zhou Chen's wound. It instantly stained the ground red. The feeling of blood rapidly draining away caused his body temperature to drop. He placed his hand on the ground and splashed it onto his own blood. It made a sarcastic slapping sound. Red flame! He roared and burned his wounds with flames. The wound, which was still bleeding, was sealed up. The air was filled with the smell of barbecue. Tsk, it smells pretty good, but it's useless unless you keep burning it. As soon as you stop, it will start bleeding again. The dwarf grinned smugly and said, my sword is coated with a gene serum, a serum that can accelerate the loss of blood. Oh? Thanks for reminding me. After hearing his words, Zhou Chen finally understood what was going on. Freeze! Freeze! He silently called out to himself. The blood in his body instantly slowed down due to the influence of the icy properties. The wound, in particular, was completely frozen. The dwarf cannot see any of this. The wound was completely blocked by Zhou Chen's genetic armor. Whirlwind slash. Zhou Chen was enraged and immediately used his most powerful wind blade technique. It cuts towards the dwarf. Some of the wind blades sliced through the arena floor. It left a shocking plow mark. When? Click. The dwarf was forced to retreat under this fierce attack. He only had one sword, while Zhou Chen had more than a dozen. Moreover, these wind blades can also track in a specific direction. Puff! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he had cut the dwarf twice. However, there were only 2 instances he blocked the rest. That one blow completely shut the dwarf down. Okay, let's do it again. Zhou Chen snorted coldly and was about to continue. Wait. I surrender. The dwarf waved his hand dismissively, you win. I'll give you a chance to face the awakened ones after they've advanced. What's the meaning? Zhou Chen didn't understand what he was saying. The real competition begins after you advance. We've only arranged this to test you. The dwarf looked at Zhou Chen and said, come back tomorrow, and you'll see how powerful I am. After saying that, he turned and left. Good. Reward. Everyone applauded. Number 18 has successfully advanced. The referee only offered a brief reminder regarding his victory. Zhou Chen didn't show any signs of cheering or jumping for joy. He turned around and went back to the lounge. Instead of leaving immediately, he sat down and let out a long sigh of relief. Well, now you know how intense the competition is, right? Lu Linxue looked at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Zhou Chen suffered quite a few injuries tonight. Some of these situations could actually be avoided, but they are caused by a lack of combat experience. Unexpectedly, the enemy's actions caused them to suffer hidden losses. Sister Lu, don't joke around, I'm riddled with holes. Zhou Chen sighed, these people really will stop at nothing to win. Yes, being strong doesn't guarantee victory. Sometimes, showing weakness is a way to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Lu Linxue nodded, then patted him on the shoulder. Can you walk now? Let's go. Able. As Zhou Chen spoke, he swallowed a potion. Only then did he stand up. They left directly with Lu Linxue. They got out of the car and soon returned to Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy. Zhou Chen got out of the car and asked to walk back. Lu Linxue didn't interfere, she simply dropped him off at the entrance of the park outside the school and went home herself. Zhou Chen got out of the car and felt the night breeze blowing. Then we arrived at the school gate. Only then can the students go out and have activities. At this point, the last training session of the evening came to an end. Many people will relax and have some fun before they rest. Zhou Chen walked to the school gate, but instead of heading back to his dormitory, he went straight to the school's research building. When we arrived at the research building, we saw that it was still open. So I went inside. In one of the archives, information about androids was found. The androids are all made up of people who are unable to cultivate and who have not awakened. Because they have extraordinary endurance and vitality, although they cannot break through, they can withstand the experiments of scientists. By implanting animal and plant genes, or resources such as animal cores, we can try to fuse them using scientific and technological methods. Those who can persevere in the integration will become a completely new warrior. Because of the fusion, they can continue to break through and become an artificial superhuman. These kinds of people are incredibly strong, but the difficulty lies in the fact that they can't break through to very high levels. Zhou Chen carefully reviewed the materials to determine the strength and origin of the androids. So what kind of monster is this person who releases venom? If I want to let venom devour it and increase its strength in the future, what should I do? Should we look for mutated poisonous insects? Or plants? Chapter 111: The Hunting Team's Invitation. We can only try again later. We may never encounter this monster again. Once Zhou Chen had determined a direction, he relaxed. Zhou Chen. It was at this moment that Su Shishir's voice came from his side. Shishir? What are you doing here? Zhou Chen looked at her with a hint of curiosity. I'm researching information about Suzaku's awakening. Su Shishir was clearly still struggling to recover from the thought of her soul being devoured. You actually believe his nonsense? Hasn't it all been confirmed that it's a scam? Zhou Chen glared at her, annoyed. Well, I should still learn more, since I'll be undergoing a second and third awakening in the future. Su Shishir nodded, then breathed a sigh of relief. I'm relieved that it won't be devoured. That's good. I thought you were so vulnerable and fragile. Zhou Chen nodded, then looked at her. So, do you feel confident you can succeed? I don't know, it's too difficult. I hope it will succeed. Su Shishir nodded, then shook her head. You're always like this, so indecisive. Even if you succeed, it will only delay your progress. Zhou Chen looked at her irritably. That was true before, and it's true now. You need to grow, not stand still. I understand. You've grown up so fast, I'm even a little envious. Su Shishir nodded in agreement. I don't know how to do the missions here, but we can go together sometime. Aren't you supposed to go out for training and trials with your team in half a month? Don't rush. Take it slow. Let's improve our overall strength first. If needed, I can do 2 missions with you in half a month. Zhou Chen was in a rare good mood and said with a smile. Okay, by the way, you don't have a team, what are your plans? Upon hearing his words, Su Shishir suddenly remembered something and asked him about his plans. Me? I don't have any plans. I'll just let things take their course. Not having a team is quite liberating. Zhou Chen shrugged. On the contrary, having a team means being constrained in every way. Being alone is much better. But this will make acquiring resources very slow. Su Shishir sat down and started chatting with Zhou Chen. There are many ways to acquire resources in the early stages. You just need to put in a little effort. The most effective method Zhou Chen knows of is underground fighting. This method allows you to be faster than the average person. Of course, it's also more dangerous. Compared to the strange beasts outside the city, humans have a higher IQ. Even more difficult to deal with. There's less than a month left before we head to the secret realm for the trial. Time is running out. I only realized how easy my studies were when I got to the martial arts academy. Su Shishir couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that we can never go back. Yes, people are meant to move forward, that's irreversible. Zhou Chen nodded in deep agreement. 2 of our classmates have died in accidents after arriving at the academy. Life is so ironic. Their story had barely begun before it ended. Su Shishir was so distressed because of this incident. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile. You still lack training. I hope your team will help you grow. He was well aware of her current situation. However, he didn't try to comfort her or offer any advice. He simply said, it's getting late. I need to go back and rest. Okay. Su Shishir nodded slightly, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Zhou Chen went straight back to his dormitory. I glanced to one side and saw that the neighbors here had already changed. A girl who looked sickly was packing her things. Clearly, Lin Shui had already moved out a long time ago. Zhou Chen didn't bother with any more pleasantries and went straight home. Upon arriving here, Lin Shui and Nana taught me a lesson. This made Zhou Chen even more disgusted with people's hearts. Wait, they moved away? Zhou Chen suddenly remembered something, hurriedly went out, saw the car provided by the Martial Arts Academy for the students at the gate, and got in directly. Following the detector's navigation, we sped towards the place where I had been detained last night. When he reached the mountainside, he saw the laboratory below, which was completely dark. A surge of anger welled up inside me. It leaped down, landed in the courtyard, looked around, and then rushed into the room. The place was completely emptied, as if no one had ever lived there. It was deserted. They moved away? Could it be that I discovered their information has been leaked? Humph, he really keeps slapping me. From now on, you must never mention anything, any secret, to anyone again. Zhou Chen knew that even if the information was leaked, it was all his fault. He then went straight back to his car, took one last look, and reluctantly drove back. Lying in bed, I repeatedly recalled the previous battles and the fights I had witnessed. Most importantly, it's about the little things that happened between Lin Shui and Lin Shui. And the process of revealing the secret to the public. He magnified every single detail. It kept echoing in my mind. Finally, I fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until the morning that we arrived at the gravity chamber. His gaze swept over each and every student. However, no clues were found in anyone. Finally, he returned directly to his gravity chamber and continued his workout. These days passed peacefully for a few days. He's been playing matches every night these past few days. They were facing awakened beings, whose skills were constantly evolving. However, he managed to escape danger in all of them. It was a week later when I returned to the gravity chamber for training. Then I heard the alarm bell ringing at the door. Zhou Chen turned off the gravity in the gravity chamber before activating the tightly closed mechanical door. Zhou Chen, someone is looking for you. Chu Ro pointed to the person outside the door. Go. Who is it? Zhou Chen's expression didn't change, he simply asked a question. You'll see when you get there. Chu Ro didn't offer any further explanation, but instead gave him a deep look. It's not a bad thing. Alright, I'll give you face. Zhou Chen shrugged and then walked out. Upon arriving outside, I saw a young man. He was as strong as an ox, leisurely watching the several beautiful women in front of him. Are you looking for me? Zhou Chen walked over and sized up the burly man. Niu Chuang. The burly man didn't explain, but instead introduced himself and extended one of his hands. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen reached out and shook hands with him. Would it be convenient for you to come with me? I need to talk to you about something. Niu Chuan released his grip, looking somewhat relieved. What's up? Zhou Chen didn't answer his question, but instead asked a question first. We invite you to join our team and hunt with us. Niu Chuang didn't hide anything and laughed heartily. Interested? Chapter 112. Teacher, are you a traitor? Okay, but I need to find out more before I make any plans. Zhou Chen nodded first, then revealed a deep expression. Let's go then. We can get to know each other first. Niu Chuang waved to him and then took the initiative to invite him. Please. Zhou Chen also made a gesture of invitation and followed. They left the gravity chamber but didn't go anywhere important. Instead, they went to the dormitory area. We found a detached villa and went inside. As soon as Zhou Chen entered, he sensed a powerful aura. Everyone here is strong. At first glance, there were 6 people, including Niu Chuang. Welcome to the new member. At this moment, a young man stepped forward and reached out his hand to Zhou Chen. They're new friends, not members yet. Zhou Chen, however, poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Ah, it's good to have a new friend. The young man scratched his head, then continued, sit down, let's all get to know each other. Let me introduce you. Niu Chuang pointed at the young man, Su Kai. Our gunsmith. This is Su Li, his sister. She's in charge of reconnaissance and statistics. This is our captain, Henan, the one in charge of combat. Lu Xiong. The one responsible for finishing off the enemy is Deng Wanwan. An SSS level awakened. She's a Stormbringer, a master of area of effect damage. After his introduction, everyone greeted Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen. Hello. Hello. Everyone had a kind expression on their face. They are all trying their best to make themselves look softer. However, Zhou Chen could clearly sense the murderous aura emanating from each and every one of them. The indifference in his eyes was impossible to hide. These are human-shaped killing machines. Zhou Chen, who had been fighting in the arena for about 10 days, was very familiar with this aura. His introduction was a bit vague, but if you join us, you'll gradually come to know our strength. Because none of the 6 of us have talent below the SSS level. Henan smiled first, then turned her attention to Zhou Chen. Are you interested in cooperating with us? We'll be graduating in 6 months. Finding someone would be difficult, and you don't have a team. If we can cooperate, you can smoothly inherit our team, and you can become the captain directly in the future. Oh? That sounds very appealing, but I still can't agree. I need to think about it before I make a decision. Zhou Chen did not refuse, but his words remained ambiguous. Okay, I understand. We're going on a mission tomorrow afternoon. If you've thought it through, come here to meet up. Remember to bring your weapons and equipment, otherwise it'll be useless if you come. Henan's attitude towards him was not surprising, she simply reminded him of something. Alright, everyone. I won't bother you any longer. Zhou Chen got up immediately after agreeing, without any intention of wasting words with them. Good. Niu Chuang and several others agreed. Zhou Chen left immediately. He didn't return to the gravity chamber, but went straight to Lu Linshue's office. They're not even knocking on the door anymore. As soon as I entered, I heard Lu Linshue's teasing voice. She was looking through some documents. Sister Lu, there are some things I need to ask you. Zhou Chen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Such a thing? Lu Linshue put down the documents in her hand and turned to Zhou Chen. Have you heard of Henan's team? Zhou Chen paused for a moment before asking. Yes, they'd rank in the top 5 within our Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy team. You can probably guess how valuable their credentials are now. Lu Linshue nodded, then continued, in teams like theirs, the leadership can be inherited. Once they all graduate, the youngest one will become the team leader. However, there was one accident in which the entire army was wiped out, and the academy was reorganized. Oh, I see. Are they reliable? Zhou Chen asked another question. If the top 5 teams from the Martial Arts Academy aren't reliable, who else do you expect to be reliable? Lu Linshue nodded again, then looked Zhou Chen up and down. What, they've taken a liking to you? Yes, they just invited me to team up with them. Zhou Chen fiddled with a water glass. Sister Lu, do you think I can go? They are all senior students, and no matter how strong I am, I can't guarantee that I won't be able to keep up with their pace. Go ahead. High-intensity operations will help you improve faster. You need to get into real combat now. Without hesitation, Lu Linshue agreed. These people are all SSS level awakened, and Captain Henan is an expert in both superpowers and awakening. Their talent is no less than yours. And then there's Niu Chuang, who possesses 4 types of awakenings all by himself. When Lin Shui and Nana first arrived, they had their eyes on him. As a result, he massacred their lab, which caused a huge uproar, and they later apologized. Because Niu Chuang's background is in Shengjing, your master should have already gone to Shengjing. Goodness, no wonder they're all so amazing. With that kind of strength, they could easily kill me. Zhou Chen was speechless. I never expected them to be this strong. Remember this, there are always higher heavens and more capable people out there. Lu Linxue handed a mechanical storage box to Zhou Chen. There are 2 sets of weapons and armor inside, both of which are of general level quality. Taking on ordinary missions shouldn't be a problem. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhou Chen immediately replied, they just happened to have me prepare weapons and equipment. Your strength has improved now, so what you wore before is useless. Just do more tasks, and you'll eventually earn contribution points to exchange for them. As Lu Linxue spoke, she took out another mechanical storage box. These are all gene potions, enough for you to use in several missions. Remember to pay me back when you become successful. Okay. I'll definitely pay it back. Zhou Chen knew she was joking, but he still readily agreed. Go. Get ready, let's go do the mission. I'll go and say hello to Chu Rou and the others. Lu Linxue waved her hand, dismissing the guests. Okay. Understood. Zhou Chen nodded before leaving and heading back to the gravity chamber. When they arrived at the door, Chu Rou happened to be standing nearby, so, how about it, ending the study period early? Yes, I've decided to join them. Zhou Chen nodded in response. Teacher Chu, thank you for taking care of me for the past 2 weeks. I will definitely repay you in the future. You're the first person to say that, so your teacher will be waiting for you to repay me in the future. Chu Rou chuckled, very satisfied with her student. Who wouldn't like to be grateful and repay kindness? Teacher, there's a traitor in this class. My information from that day has already been leaked. Zhou Chen looked at her with a serious expression. That traitor was me. Chu Rou shook her head and smiled. You must have gone to the lab, right? Teacher, is that you? Zhou Chen looked at her in surprise, waiting for her to explain the situation. Chapter 113 I'm going to use you as an experiment. I won't reveal the information, it will cause you a lot of trouble if you go. Chu Rou stared at his face with her beautiful eyes, noticing his questioning expression. So, I can't watch you take the risk. Zhou Chen was speechless for a moment. I never expected Chu Rou to help me like this. If we had gone back then, could we have one? A laboratory should have many experimental subjects and a lot of gene therapy agents. But congratulations anyway. Being chosen by Henan makes him the most likely candidate to join the Chinese national team. You're lucky to be able to learn from him. Seeing Zhou Chen remain silent, Chu Rou continued, Alright, can you continue training? No, I need to prepare properly. Zhou Chen shook his head. Tomorrow I plan to go on a mission with them to test my strength. Okay. Go ahead then. Chu Rou didn't stop. Her true masters would eventually have to go through this step. At this moment, she felt mostly relieved. Zhou Chen said goodbye to her and left, walking back home. Suddenly, I saw 2 familiar faces on the street in the distance. It was Lin Shui and Nana. The 2 of them have clearly changed their target this time. This is a handsome young boy who looks very young. His seemingly close relationship with the 2 people aroused Zhou Chen's suspicion. So he used his ultrasonic detection skills to find out what they were saying. Sis. Didn't you say last time you could get me an invisibility awakening? And the lightning awakening is still not happening. The boy looked at the 2 of them with displeasure. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that kid is a slacker who uses equipment to cheat people. Nana ruffled the boy's hair. Just wait, more and more people are awakening these days. Sooner or later I'll be able to get her for you. That brat wants to get revenge on us? He's dreaming. Lin Shui, standing to the side, also seemed nonchalant. If it weren't for Chu Rou's sake, I would definitely teach him a lesson. Let's not talk about him anymore, let's find a new target. Nana waved her hand. Turning in the quest is fine too. Let's go find one. We need to accomplish one goal tonight. Lin Shui readily agreed. Then the group left and headed out of the academy. Zhou Chen watched them all leave, then secretly followed them. They followed the 2 people until they arrived at a large hall where missions were being assigned. They were chatting with the 2 young men. They chatted and laughed, and finally got into a car with the 2 of them, heading towards the suburbs. Zhou Chen watched intently as they drove away, then entered the woods and activated his thrusters. We followed them using ultrasonic sensors until we reached the deep mountains. He made sure to keep his head hidden the whole time. When their car stopped, they saw that this time it was parked outside an abandoned factory. However, although the factory was abandoned, its lights were always on. After the group went inside, Zhou Chen used his senses to find out where they were. It was the laboratory they moved. He successfully infiltrated the area by making himself invisible. When passing an infrared camera, Zhou Chen deliberately stopped to make a comparison. They discovered that they couldn't detect themselves either. The lizard dwells in a cold-blooded cave and has used a stealth technique, so these heat-based detection instruments can't detect it at all. He just swaggered in after them. We arrived at their laboratory. The hall had just been renovated and was now much more spacious. Inside and out, there were all kinds of instruments and electrotherapy equipment. There are several other containers, each already containing a few people. Without exception, their bodies were also covered in tubes. Doctor, these two idiots have SS awakening, one is fire, and the other is a domain. Not bad. Nana pointed to the other person they had just brought and introduced him to the doctor. If it's successful, I can use the skills in this field first. That way, we can sense if someone is tracking us. Okay, you can leave the person here and go. The doctor nodded, then looked around. Were you not being followed? No, we're very careful. Lin Shui looked at the containers and said, how long will it take to finish this one with awakened vines? I need to use her skill. It should take about a week. Don't worry, you'll definitely make it in time for your trials. That's good. Before I break up with my boyfriend, I must extract the elemental skills from this area, as well as from these expensive vines. Nana looked at the test subjects and said, if it fails, let us know immediately. Okay. I'll let you know as soon as possible. The professor nodded again. Did that kid from last time cause you any trouble afterwards? No, he just has a suspicion, but he doesn't have any evidence. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Shui showed a disdainful look, and then said, I'll find an opportunity to run into him again and figure out how to finish him off. You know what, this kid is the most talented. If we could get our hands on it, we could also extract its genes. Nana smiled faintly, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Unfortunately, it's impossible now. He's already on guard. Doctor, we'll be going now. You can continue with your work. Lin Shui didn't want to deal with the matter anymore, so she said goodbye to the doctor and left with Nana. They walked right past Zhou Chen without even noticing his presence. Zhou Chen watched the two leave and then went to the laboratory. Watching the doctor study the newly arrived awakened one who possessed the domain. After studying him for a while, they pushed him directly into the operating room. Once they arrived at the laboratory, they began preparing to perform surgery on him. The surgical equipment here is not something like a regular scalpel. On the operating table were laser instruments and plasma cutting tools. There were also some strange utensils that Zhou Chen couldn't understand at all. However, the doctor was having a great time here. Doctor, what do you plan to do with him? Zhou Chen simply revealed himself. Because there are no surveillance cameras here. Take out his elemental crystal core and try refining it to see if it works. But that's probably impossible. Awakening such a superpower is too troublesome. The doctor sighed, then said, Shelley, go and get the instant dissolver. Is this it? He mistook someone for his own assistant. Suddenly it dawned on me that everyone has already left work. Who are you? The postdoctoral researcher, realizing what was happening, quickly turned to look. When he saw that it was Zhou Chen, he couldn't help but gasp. Doctor, I've been looking for you so long. I've finally found you. Zhou Chen stretched his limbs, then pointed at the awakened one. You continue, I'll learn a bit, and then I'll use you as an experiment later. Chapter 114 Corpse hidden in freezer. You. Don't do anything reckless. This is Lin Group's property. The doctor was so frightened that he turned pale and his hands began to tremble. Zhou Chen glanced at it and, through ultrasonic detection, discovered what he was about to do. Bang! A burst of water vapor erupted directly at the siren on one side. Sizzle! After the alarm got wet, it suddenly started making a crackling sound. Do you often perform surgeries here, ruining these innocent people? Zhou Chen sat down. There were two containers to the side. He had been locked up before. No, I was just following orders. I had no other choice. The doctor said with a bitter face, this was all done by people from the Lin Group. We're just employees. Oh? You had no choice in the matter? Zhou Chen looked at him with a sympathetic expression. Why do I feel like you're enjoying it? I. The doctor broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at Zhou Chen. I didn't dare to breathe loudly. Call Lin Shui and Nana. Zhou Chen pointed to the phone and then said, have them come back and tell them it's a success. What? They know I lied to them, they'll kill me. The doctor shook his head vigorously, his face full of pain. I'll tell you where the resource center is, please let me go. Oh? Resource library? Zhou Chen immediately became interested and looked at the professor, saying, lead the way. Well. The doctor nodded repeatedly, then opened the door and led Zhou Chen out. The moment he stepped out the door, Zhou Chen vanished into thin air. The doctor couldn't see him through the stainless steel door and hurriedly tried to escape. If you take one more step, I'll snap your head off. Zhou Chen's voice came from behind him. Smack! Smack! She even patted his neck with her hand. No, I promise I won't run away. By this time, the doctor also realized that Zhou Chen had been made invisible. He knew he possessed that skill. After being threatened, they took Zhou Chen to a basement. I took him with me as we walked down. Ding! Ding! After entering a password in front of the door suddenly opened. Whoosh! Call! A sudden burst of cold air rushed out from inside. The carbon dioxide on the ground also forms a mist that can be cupped in your hands. Click! Then the machines shut down by themselves. They're all here, you can take a look. The doctor pointed to the rows of freezers in front of them, you can see them as soon as you open them. Bang! Zhou Chen didn't stand on ceremony and opened one to take a look. There were more than a dozen biological agents inside. The difference is that they are still being powered by a dedicated power source. These were all taken from these victims, weren't they? Zhou Chen understood what was going on at a glance. That's right, they're all capable of being researched and developed. If these were taken out and put on the market, they could fetch astronomical prices. This technology is unique to us. It's usually only revealed on the black market, and then we deal with it once a buyer is found. Business used to be good, but in recent years, there have been many more awakened cultivators who can practice, so business has become much harder. The doctor side, however, it can also be used by experts to absorb it, or to enhance their awakening. We've made improvements. We'll be developing a biopharmaceutical that can be ingested soon. TSK. You guys are really something. Zhou Chen clicked his tongue, then asked, are there any exotic beasts? He still couldn't overcome the awakening that devoured people, and it always felt very strange. Although he knew that after absorbing these, he would definitely improve a lot. However, there are dozens of them, but they are generally used for auxiliary purposes. It's right here. As the doctor spoke, he led Zhou Chen to a corner and opened a freezer. Inside was the beast core he wanted. These beast cores lay quietly in the cabinet, as if beckoning to him. Not bad. What would happen if so many medicines were stored at room temperature? Zhou Chen turned to look at the doctor and asked a question. As soon as I entered, I noticed that the whole place was air-conditioned. That must have some kind of function. Is that so? Zhou Chen rolled his eyes, then focused his gaze on the power lines on the roof, and slowly reached out his hand. He aimed directly at the line and struck, ground cone. Bang! The power went out instantly in the warehouse after the ground cone struck. As the alarm on the wall sounded, several spikes suddenly shot towards the source of the noise. With just one move, all the alarms were destroyed. These are safe now. Zhou Chen grinned, and in the pitch-black space, he directly controlled a ball of flame in his palm. The light was illuminating their side. Collect the dozens of beast cores. You can't do this. If you destroy all of this, they'll kill me. The doctor panicked and quickly stopped Zhou Chen. Smack! Zhou Chen had no patience to waste any more words with him and directly chopped him down with a chop to the neck. Then they threw him directly into the freezer containing the animal cores. By the time they become slippery, you'll be pretty much frozen. Zhou Chen glanced at it, then, with lightning crackling in his hand, he struck a generator nearby. Da-day! The generator, which had been quiet, suddenly started running. Zhou Chen specifically connected the power supply to this freezer. Then he left. It's a bit of a waste, but devouring people is still a bit disgusting. Zhou Chen was reluctant, but morality prevailed over desire. After leaving the warehouse, I finally arrived at the office. I flipped through these documents and materials several times. They were astonished to discover the information on all SS level students of Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy. There are also the files of the SSS level individuals, and Sue Schercher's file clearly has a crossmark on it. The note below also reads failed. The reason given was that she was saved by her boyfriend, Joe Chen. Oh. It seems they won't let anyone off the hook. Joe Chen's eyes darkened, but he resisted the urge to expose them. This will only backfire on you, and society actually needs this kind of person. Joe Chen thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and used the wind blade technique to capture everything he could see here. They destroyed everything. After finishing everything, I glanced at the phone number on the guard post outside the door, but ultimately refrained from calling Lin Shui and the others. If we lure them here and kill them, it will definitely be a troublesome matter. Then, I'll let you live a few more days. Once we reach the secret realm, the first thing we must do is kill those two. Joe Chen thought about it carefully, and then, in a final flash, opened the factory. After an ultrasonic inspection confirmed it was safe, it returned to the forest and used its thrusters to get back to the outskirts of the city. Then I took a taxi and went straight back to school. When I arrived at my dormitory building, I saw that sickly-looking girl again. Chapter 115 Two Spendthrift Girls. Joe Chen didn't speak to her, he simply returned to his dormitory. Then, take out all the beast cores they obtained once again. Last time, I broke through to the level of a military general. How about trying again? Joe Chen thought about it carefully and decided to give it another try. But just then, Lu Linxue called. Are you still going to compete? There was no change in her voice. I'm not going. I'm planning to work for them. Joe Chen resolutely refused. Alright, you've been doing it for half a month now. That's not enough. Your number is still valid. Come back often when you're back. Don't miss this opportunity to improve yourself. Remember, even the strongest abilities will deteriorate. Only through constant battles can you continuously improve yourself. Lu Linxue did not try to persuade Joe Chen, but only reminded him. Okay, I understand. After Joe Chen agreed, he immediately hung up the phone. They focused their attention on the beast core. Begin to devour. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured the power. Gale has been upgraded and has begun its second evolution. Current progress, 3%. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your wrathful flame has been upgraded and has begun its second evolution. Current progress, 3%. Ding! Congratulations, host, your strength has increased. Bite. After a series of devouring, Joe Chen looked at his own strength and found that the increase was pitifully small. It seems I was right. The more disappointed we are, the higher our demand for the quality of beast cores will be. These ordinary beast cores can't even improve one's strength to the first level, and the probability of failure is getting higher and higher. Then, we can only devour high-level beast cores. After some experimentation, Joe Chen finally understood. The beast core he just acquired didn't significantly improve his skills. Their strength didn't even reach the first level. In the past, I would have been able to advance my strength by at least 2 or 3 levels. Joe Chen was somewhat frustrated and began to regret not having retrieved the human gene serums earlier. There are so many, if I devour them at will, I'll definitely improve my strength. But if I do that, am I still human? Wouldn't that make me just like those bastards Lin Shui and Nana? Joe Chen was conflicted, but after figuring things out, he felt relieved. He lay down and gradually drifted off to sleep. Early morning, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. People started arriving at work one after another. Why didn't the doctor lock the door last night? The lights were on all night. They must have been working very late. People started discussing it. They all looked curious. They went to work, clocked in, and did their jobs as usual. Without realizing it, something had happened here. Around 9 o'clock, Lin Shui and Nana arrived and went to the office. Seeing the mess in the office, I immediately sensed something was wrong. Security guard. Lin Shui hurriedly went to call out. Miss. Security guards arrived quickly. What's going on? Didn't you hear the police call? Nana pointed to the office, her face grim. No, we just started working here. We haven't had a chance to do our rounds yet. Upon hearing this, the security guard quickly said, I'll go check the surveillance footage. Who did this? There wasn't a single sign. Let's go check out the monitoring room too. The two of them followed the security guard all the way to the monitoring room. Check the monitoring status. Several security guards turned on the surveillance footage and carefully reviewed it. During this time, all we could see was the doctor coming out of the operating room, shrinking his neck, and then going to the warehouse. He has never come out since then. Let's go. Let's check the warehouse. Lin Shui sensed something was wrong and immediately called for people to go to the warehouse. Once they arrived at the warehouse, they immediately realized that something was wrong. The door was ajar, and you could smell the burning of electrical wires and a faint fishy odor from inside. Bang! The security guard suddenly flung the door open. Then you can see what's inside. The entire warehouse was as stuffy and hot as a rainforest because the refrigeration system was gone. Many ice blocks melted, and the ground was covered in water stains. Smack! The security guard turned on his powerful flashlight and saw the damaged area on the roof. It's obvious that someone has lost power. PhD. PhD. Lin Shui and Nana begin their search for the doctor. However, after calling out several times, there was no response. Then Lin Shui said to the security guards, "Go and turn on the electricity. There's a generator over there." A security guard rushed over, pointed to the ground, and said, "It's still generating electricity. Why is there a separate freezer for this purpose?" Another security guard came over, looking puzzled. Immediately afterwards, the freezer was opened. Ah! Then, we saw the doctor frozen into an ice sculpture. Even in its dying moments, it struggled to escape. Who did this? Why didn't the security cameras capture anything? Nana gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Notify the company to come and investigate. Yes. The security guard agreed and immediately went to make a phone call to the person in charge. About half an hour later, people from the company started arriving one after another. Among them were several middle-aged men who clearly did not look like ordinary people. "Boss Lin, there are 2,000 finished products and 1,000 semi-finished products here. Besides," the person giving the report spoke softer and softer as they spoke. "So many gene editing agents have been destroyed, the loss is worth far more than a few $100 million. What they face is the penalty for breach of contract. High compensation. The key question is, who did this? Without any warning, without a single clue. Boss Lin. We've checked, there are traces of a thruster in the vicinity. Judging from the extent of the damage, it should have happened within about 10 hours. At this moment, a man who looked like an expert walked in and said with a serious expression, "It looks like he's following someone. Check who was here around 8 p.m. last night." Mr. Lin, his face grim, spoke to the person beside him. "Dad, it's us." Lin Shui walked over, her pretty face full of unease. "Oh? It's you? Didn't I tell you that you're not allowed to come here again before you graduate?" Upon hearing her words, Boss Lin's face contorted with rage. "Because of the two of you, my place has been ravaged. Now that we've established the place, it's been robbed again. Don't you ever learn your lesson? Dad, we didn't know anyone was following us. If we had known, we wouldn't have come." Lin Shui felt wronged and was still trying to argue. "If you weren't my biological child, I would have drowned you long ago." Boss Lin's eyes blazed with fury. "Get back here. Before graduation. If you dare to cause any more trouble, you're out of the Lin family. And you, Gao Xiana, go back and apologize to your father. If he forgives you, I won't hold it against you. You two spendthrift girls." Chapter 116 Thunder Beast. It must have been Zhou Chen who did it. Gao Xiana still looked unconvinced and said angrily, "I'm going to settle the score with him." "Do you have any evidence? The surveillance footage shows him nowhere. What makes you think you can find him?" Boss Lin glared at Gao Xiana, and then continued. "It must be him. He went to our old site before." Lin Shui also stepped forward and spoke. "Without evidence, we can't cause him any more trouble. This is something we can't do in the open." The assistant next to him shook his head. "He did this flawlessly. There are no clues, we can't find him. To clean up this mess, we need to bring in the best PhDs to investigate. If that doesn't work, we'll raise the price and buy resources from another company. It's better than paying a penalty for breach of contract." Boss Lin sighed, then looked at everyone. "Don't let this news get out. If our competitors find out, they'll raise the price. If anyone finds out, I will find every single one of you here, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. After get off work tonight, I'll go pick up the GPS chip. Until this matter is resolved, whoever gets a problem with theirs will just have to accept their bad luck. Yes. Clear. Everyone readily agreed and then got to work. What are you two still doing here? Get out of here. Mr. Lin was speechless at the two of them, but seeing them gave him a headache. He waved them away. Okay, let's go. Lin Shui breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled Gao Xiana away. It must have been Zhou Chen who did it, I'm sure of it. Gao Xiana gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. I can't let him take the blame. There's nothing we can do about it. We have no evidence. Lin Shui also looked furious. I'll make him pay for this when I get the chance. Let's go. Let's go back and think of a solution. I never would have imagined this. As Gao Xiana spoke, she rushed towards their car. Tianfeng Martial Arts Academy. After Zhou Chen woke up from his sleep, he sneezed several times in a row. Who would think of themselves like that? After muttering to himself, he checked the time and realized it was already afternoon. It's time to go find Henan and the others. Zhou composed himself and headed straight for their villa. When they arrived at the villa, they saw several people who were fully prepared to leave. I told you he would come, we're on the same path. When Niu Chuang saw Zhou Chen approaching, he couldn't help but smile. Zhou Chen. Welcome to the team. Henan stepped forward and extended her hand. It is an honor to join you. Zhou Chen was also very polite. Enough with the chit-chat, let's go. Now's the perfect time. Dang Wenwen checked the time and then called everyone to get in the car. Set off. Let's go. After exchanging greetings, everyone got into their respective cars. As a newcomer, Zhou Chen got into a car with Henan, Deng Wenwen, and Niu Chuang. After setting off, the car headed directly north. Captain, where are we going? Zhou Chen looked at the map, but he still couldn't figure out where they were going. Titan Forest. Hunt down a Tier 5 Thunder Beast. Before he could respond, Niu Chuang answered Zhou Chen's question first. Thunder Beast? Zhou Chen felt that this name was somewhat troublesome. At this point, he already knew that there weren't many beasts with the lightning attribute. It's rare to encounter one. Therefore, if someone discovers it, someone will definitely hunt it down. Just like with the electric eel back then, the mission was snatched away by Lin Chang and his group as soon as it was issued. It was all good luck. That's right. With your current strength, you can only watch from the sidelines. Once you come out of the secret realm and improve your strength, you'll be ready to fight. Henan glanced at Zhou Chen, then continued, if you're going to hide your strength, then hide it for a while longer. We'll talk about it after the adversity trial. Clear. This isn't the first time I've heard this phrase. It needs no further explanation. You can rest for a while, we won't arrive until evening. Henan checked the time and then reminded Zhou Chen to rest. Good. Zhou Chen simply nodded, but his eyes remained fixed outside. At this moment, their car was connected to a holographic projection from the outside world. The video can be played back to your own transmitter directly through the connection. Only in this way can one perceive all the changes in the surrounding environment. It started as mountains and forests, then became grasslands, and then wetlands. Mountains and rivers are all beneath them. Their vehicles can fly and go into the water. It's obvious that ordinary people can't afford such high-end cars. Captain, we'll reach our destination in about half an hour. Everyone is ready. Soon, a voice came from inside. Everything is ready, the battle is about to begin. Henan smiled, then revealed a fighting spirit. The same applies to everyone else. This state made Zhou Chen feel that what he was about to face was not a thunder beast at all. It was just an ordinary mythical beast. Is this the confidence that comes from absolute strength? Zhou Chen murmured to himself, and followed their example, bringing out all his weapons and equipment. Gradually, dark clouds began to gather ahead of them. Rainwater had already begun to patter down all around. Lightning was still flashing in the sky. Every now and then, streaks of electricity would surge forth. Get off! About 10 minutes later, Henan ordered everyone to get out of the car. As everyone else got off the car, Zhou Chen followed suit. With a few leaps, they arrived atop a tall building that had been cut in half, and gazed into the distance. Ahead lay another ruined city. Judging from the number of tall buildings that had been cut down, it used to be a first-tier city. F11 is fluctuating. Suli looked at the satellite detector and then said, V8 is also responding. What should we do? Split up in two groups? What do you mean? There are two? Even Jochen couldn't write it clearly, so he asked. No, there's only one, but it's very cunning. Nyochuan came over and ruffled Jochen's hair. A beast of this strength has already developed intelligence. It knows how to fool people. Oh. I see. Jochen then understood what was going on. Then, maybe it was waiting for us. What you're saying isn't wrong. Henan glanced at him but didn't answer, then turned to Suli. Lily, continue the investigation, be more precise. Clear. Suli nodded, and then began the testing again. Roar. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the forest. Ready, found it. 9 o'clock direction, 20 li. This shout immediately caught Suli's attention. Set off. Without saying a word, Henan ran off immediately. The others exchanged glances, then gave chase. Chapter 117 Perfect Teamwork. The group of people leaped forward and headed straight ahead. None of them activated their own thrusters. Regardless of the height or distance, whether it's a few zhang or more than 10 zhang, one relies entirely on their own strength to propel themselves forward. Zhou Chen looked at their unique way of traveling and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why is that? Shouldn't we conserve our energy? Confused, I followed their example and chased after them closely. Good job, little guy, you can keep up. Henan had been keeping an eye on Zhou Chen, and seeing that he could keep up with them, she couldn't help but praise him. Barely acceptable. Zhou Chen couldn't be arrogant. He just smiled modestly. They then continued on their journey together. And so they set off, heading ever onward. As they approached their destination, Zhou Chen could feel a sense of oppression in the air. He had static electricity on him from time to time, which made a crackling sound. Even the lightning power within him seemed to be summoned, as if it were about to burst forth from his body. Is this the effect of mastering the power of lightning? Zhou Chen murmured to himself. That's right. Exactly. Nyochuan was not far from him. This is only a 5th-tier beast. If they were any stronger, we wouldn't be able to handle them. Are all lightning-type beasts this strong? Zhou Chen then remembered to ask this question. That's right. It's not just strange beasts, it's the same for humans. Nyochuan nodded and couldn't help but smile. I heard you also have lightning element. Is that true? Yes, that's right. Zhou Chen didn't hide it, he knew very well that they called him that. The investigation must have been thorough. Not bad, there's wind, thunder, earth, and an invisible iron wall. I have to admire you, you are truly a prodigy. However, having too many different things isn't good either. You should choose a few useful ones and focus on cultivating them. Lu Xiong, who was standing nearby, reminded him, if you try to practice everything at once, you won't have enough resources, and it will waste even more of your cultivation time. Understood, thank you for reminding me, senior. Zhou Chen nodded and continued on his way. However, if you have enough resources and enough talent, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Lu Xiong smiled and said, with absolute talent, no difficulty is a hardship. Alright, stop. Find your places. It was at this moment that Henan spoke. Good. Receive. After hearing his words, the group dispersed. Kid, follow me. Lu Xiong patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. If all goes well, we won't need to lift a finger. Good. Zhou Chen didn't object and readily agreed. Then, following Lu Xiong, they arrived at the rooftop of a building that was relatively well preserved. This 100-meter-tall building offers a panoramic view of the surrounding area. Zhou Chen stood to the side and could already see the Thunder Beast's tracks. Boom! Boom! Just walking around makes the surroundings vibrate and rumble. The Thunder Beast is completely unrecognizable, you can no longer tell what kind of animal it used to be. It has 4 legs, but one pair is always standing. On its large head, far away, was a single horn. On this unicorn horn, streaks of lightning surged. Its entire body was covered in thick scales, which gleamed with a cold light under the setting sun. Is this a turtle, a lizard, or a cow? It doesn't look like any of them at all. Zhou finally couldn't help but make a comment. It has evolved into an independent alien beast form. There's no need to dwell on what it was before. We just need to find a way to take it down. Lu Xiong licked his lips, looks like a tough nut to crack. This guy's defense must be very high. And his attack power too. It has 4 legs, so its speed won't be too bad. The key is that it's smart. Then we have a chance of winning? Zhou Chen became somewhat worried. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a strange beast here. It is developing entirely in the direction of mutation. Its lightning power is very strong. It's at least at the second awakening level of lightning power. After analyzing the situation further, Lu Xiong took out his weapon and said, Zhou Chen, learn from us. Watch how we make our moves and how we time our attacks. Don't be reckless. Otherwise you'll lose your life. Clear. Zhou Chen nodded. Alright, we'll watch from here, it's time to begin. Lu Xiong patted him on the shoulder, then hung upside down. He tilted his head back and fell. It finally landed on the ground without stirring up any dust. It's like a fallen leaf. Bro! Just go for the Gene Cannon Type 3 LA-28. Soon, Su Li's voice came through their communication. Okay, all done. After Su Kai agreed, he stopped arguing. I'm in position. Ready. We can start any time. Immediately afterwards, everyone responded. Shot. Su Li gave the order again. Bang. Boom. Her voice had barely faded when 3 cannon shots rang out in quick succession. Zhou Chen looked at it carefully. 3 tongues of fire ripped through the night sky. They formed rainbow-like trails. Boom. Rumble. It struck the Thunder Beast's massive body in the blink of an eye. This caused the entire Thunder Beast to sway in place for a few moments. Again. Su Li didn't receive the desired data, so she told him to continue. Boom. Bang. There was no communication, only the sound of Su Kai's artillery fire. Under the barrage, the Thunder Beast was hit twice in succession under the armpits of its front paws. Holy crap, that's some marksmanship. Zhou Chen couldn't help but swear. Such a tricky angle, such a long distance. Without any assistance in detecting or reporting coordinates, the target was hit with such precision. Is this his talent? Zhou Chen was astonished and couldn't believe it. Mobility decreased by 6%. Defense reduced by 8%. Attack power decreased by 9%. Su Li reported the data one after another. Qi and blood have decreased by 17%. It's time to take action. Roar. However, before she could finish her sentence, Thunder Beast has already locked onto Su Kai's side. Prick. A thick bolt of black lightning, about the thickness of a truck, began to gather on the single horn atop its head. The target is Su Kai's building. Su Kai, retreat. Henan gave him the order, take the gene serum. Retreat this way. Receive. Su Kai agreed, then suddenly stood up and put away his weapon. After swallowing the gene serum, he transformed into a black shadow and headed towards their ambush. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly rushed over. Zhou Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This is tacit understanding and trust. They also have the capability. This must be a top-notch team. Roar. The Thunder Beast locked onto him and began to surge forward, stirring up clouds of dust. The ground was littered with rubble and trees that had been smashed and thrown about. 50 meters. 30 meters. Ready. Henan reported the distance, then solemnly reminded everyone to prepare for action. Chapter 118 The Thunder Beast's Electric Net. Zhou Chen listened to their voices as if nothing was wrong. There was not a trace of tension. Henan, in particular, could even detect a hint of excitement in his voice. Did they treat this as a mission? They seemed to be enjoying it. That would require absolute strength to do. As Zhou Chen thought to himself, he looked at the people present and opened one of the bags. We're just waiting for the Thunder Beast to arrive. Call. The massive body of the Thunder Beast suddenly charged forward, raising clouds of dust. Gravel flew everywhere, and blood was still flowing from the newly injured wound. That's incredibly accurate. Zhou Chen stared in disbelief at its wound. What kind of skill and talent does it take to inflict such great damage on a beast with just a gun? Superior. Henan's voice came through the communicator. Immediately afterwards, he leaped away. He was like a tiger descending from the mountain. It appeared directly in front of the Thunder Beast with a tiny body. What he was holding was a weapon resembling a sickle. The difference is that the blade is exceptionally long, even longer than the main body. Under the dark clouds, it looked like the scythe of death. Henan held the sickle, and his whole being seemed to become one with the sickle. Break! Whoosh! Under Zhou Chen's gaze, he stood still, raising a cloud of dust. Then it shot towards the thunder beast. Bang! Bang! Each time it advances a few feet, its body accelerates again in the void. Waves of energy rippled outwards from his body. Roar! Seeing him hurtling towards it, the thunder beast swung its claws to tear Henan apart. However, his claws tore several scratches in the void. It made the void itself tremble. They still couldn't catch Henan. His speed was incredibly fast, it was impossible to touch him at all. Whoosh! 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 Then, a scene that Zhou Chen would never forget happened. He couldn't believe that this was something a person could do. Henan seemed to be one with the sickle. It spun around in a spiral on one of the thunder beast's claws. It extended all the way to its shoulder blade, merging with the wound it had just sustained. The thunder beast wasn't stupid either, it reached out and clawed at Henan on its arm. At this moment, Henan suddenly broke off contact with its body. Then it soared into the sky. As it retracts its claws, repeat the same action. They also gave his other claw a good cleaning. As a result, his two front paws were cut open and bleeding profusely. With a large amount of blood gushing out, the two front paws were stained red. Even so, its bleeding still couldn't stop. It was as if I was being pulled by something. The beast's abnormal regenerative ability was completely useless at this moment, utterly ineffective. Click! Enraged, the thunder beast opened its mouth, and a bolt of purple lightning shot out. It cleaved the void apart. He went straight for Henan and slashed at him. At this speed, catching up with Henan is only a matter of time. Still. However, at this critical moment, Henan suddenly shouted coldly. He pointed one hand in front of him. Whoosh! In that instant, the lightning that had shaken the very void suddenly stopped. Henan took the opportunity to slip away. Call! Immediately afterward, lightning almost brushed past him. The lightning bolt shot straight into the sky, leaving a trail of fire dozens of feet long across the night sky. It tore a long gash through the dark clouds in the night sky. You can still vaguely see the dazzling starry sky inside. I am coming. Just then, Lu Xiong's voice came. His entire body was protected by a set of mechanical armor. Then, wielding a mechanical spear in both hands, he charged forward. Upon closer inspection, this mechanical spear. It was a full 2 zhan long. At its thickest point, it's about the thickness of a person's thigh. A streak of crimson flame surged from the spearhead, tearing through the night sky as it thrust towards the thunder beast's chest. At this moment, his mechanical armor began to propel him forward. The speed is increasing, constantly accelerating. And the spearhead began to spin. The rotation speed increased along with his speed. Puff! At that very moment, the spear pierced the thunder beast's chest. Call! Whoosh! As the spearhead swirled and churned, it began to pierce the thunder beast's breastplate. It emitted blinding sparks. Roar! The thunder beast roared and lashed out with its claws at Lu Xiong. Storm! At that moment, Deng Wenwen also took action. With her roar, a sudden gust of wind swept across the dark, cloud-covered night sky. Amidst the raging winds, torrential rain surged forth. Zhou Chen looked at it carefully. Amidst these torrential rains, it was discovered that icicles were forming. At first, it was only a foot in size, but as the storm intensified, the icicles suddenly solidified and took shape. Bang! Whoosh! The icicles, already formed, were cut into the thunder beast's armor. Those scales, ravaged by the ice. The sound of the gavel striking the cluster began incessantly. Upon impact, sparks began to fly from the scales. Above this spark, the power of lightning surged. Roar! Provoked by this, the thunder beast roared in anger. Bang! Bang! Boom! It was at this moment that Su Kai, who had already left the battlefield, made his move again. Those shots he fired weren't for nothing. Every shot was aimed at the wound that Lu Xiong had just inflicted on the thunder beast. Just before the thunder beast's claws reached him, Lu Xiong had already stabbed a wound in his chest. Although it only damaged the scales. However, this also gave Su Kai an opportunity. He broke through the defense, then finished the job. 3 shots, each one hitting the bloody hole precisely. Boom! With a deafening roar, the blood hole was finally blasted open. It created a huge blood hole, about 2 feet in size. Bloodlust. Before the Thunder Beast went berserk, Henan made another move. He transformed into a streak of light and suddenly rushed forward. The sickle sliced down along the bloody hole. They cut open 1/5 of his chest. Whoosh! Blood gushed from his chest like a waterfall. It landed on the ground and splashed away. This created a spectacular scene. Click! Snap! The Thunder Beast roared, and countless arcs of electricity shot out from its single horn and mouth. It launched indiscriminate attacks in all directions. In an instant, the power of lightning formed a protective net, shielding itself within it. Once the net of lightning formed, it forced everyone to retreat. Anyone who enters will inevitably be devoured by the power of lightning. Wood. It was at this moment that Niu Chuan finally made his move. Chapter 119, the senior I've never met before. With his roar, the entire ground. Countless roots surged forth. Following that, rubber-like leaves grew from these roots. In the blink of an eye, these roots covered an area of several dozen meters around the Thunder Beast. After its roots thickened and lengthened, it flew towards the Thunder Beast. Its lightning power can penetrate these roots and these leaves. However, as the leaves and roots became denser, the power of lightning gradually became unable to penetrate them. Is it insulated? Looking at all this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but think of something. Wood-type awakening can indeed achieve insulation. This is the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Then, wouldn't your own ground cone have the same effect? Roar! However, at this moment, the Thunder Beast roared. The lightning in his mouth suddenly turned into an electric arc. Boom! He clashed the lightning power above his head with the lightning that spewed from his mouth. Suddenly, tongues of fire appeared. Under the raging flames, the roots in front of me were suddenly set ablaze. Damn it, no wonder it has gained sentience, it can use fire. Niu Chuan gritted his teeth. My water and fire are incompatible with it, and metal goes without saying, it conducts electricity. I'll do it. After Zhou Chen figured this out, he suddenly rushed out. Ground spikes. Earthen wall. After the roar, spikes, just like those on a bull's back, rose from the ground. Amidst the surging tide, earthen walls also emerged. It can't break through these, it can only crash into them. Bang! Bang! Sure enough, no sooner had Zhou Chen finished speaking than the Thunder Beast began to charge. Earth wall. Rise. Rise. Get up. Zhou Chen then began to tirelessly summon the earthen wall. With the Thunder Beast's impact, the earthen wall shattered instantly. The rising dust made the battlefield before them look like it was in the midst of a sandstorm. Spikes. With a roar from Zhou Chen, he began to control the earth spikes, aiming them at the wound on the Thunder Beast's chest. Bang! Whoosh! The Thunder Beast wasn't stupid either, it swung its claws back and forth, shattering all the ground spikes. A great opportunity. Seeing this, Henan charged at the Thunder Beast again. Blood sigh. This time he held nothing back, taking the opportunity to move towards the Thunder Beast's armpit. They cut off one of his claws by the root. Roar! The excruciating pain caused the Thunder Beast to roar in fury. He then charged towards Henan. Hee, I'm here. Lu Xiong licked his lips, then aimed his gun at the Thunder Beast's neck and pierced its forehead. Me too. Su Kai aimed at Lu Xiong's back. Whoosh! After Lu Xiong's attack hit him, he retreated to the side. Boom! Boom! Immediately following was Su Kai's shell, which exploded in its wound. The Thunder Beast's neck is relatively weak. However, such an explosion is not enough to kill it directly. Even so, it still caused the Thunder Beast's head to tilt to one side. They're here. Henan turned around, and his speed increased again and again. It surged towards his wound once more. Whoosh! This time, Blood Scythe showed no mercy and slashed its neck open. Whoosh! A sudden surge of blood erupted. It spilled on the ground. Boom! In just a few breaths, the Thunder Beast collapsed to the ground. He twitched weakly with his limbs and finally lost his life. At this moment, everyone looked covered in dust from Zhou Chen. Henan stood atop the Thunder Beast's single horn, grinned at the crowd, and made a victory sign. His bright smile revealed his large, white teeth. The rest is all gray and gloomy. Kid, not bad. I didn't expect your mental power to control the earth spikes so well. Niu Chuan came over and patted Zhou Chen, but you summoned so many earthen walls, didn't that take a toll on your mental energy? You seem perfectly fine. Yes, my ability can only summon one blizzard. If I have to go through another one, my mental energy will be insufficient, and I will collapse. Deng Wenwen also came over and looked Zhou Chen up and down. How did you do that? Both of them had just used their mental power. It was only then that Zhou Chen realized that both of them were in poor spirits. He still looked somewhat listless. As for myself, I was completely unharmed. You can't exactly tell them that their attribute releases are all supported by the system and don't require any internal processing, can you? So, this requires mental energy. I've always used it mindlessly, without needing to consider the consumption of mental energy. Stop dawdling, collect the bodies, it's time to leave. Su Kai saw the two people surrounding Zhou Chen and waved to them. They're here. Zhou Chen hurriedly made an excuse to go and help. The two looked at each other and then followed. Several people, each carrying a mechanical storage box, disposed of the enormous corpse in no time. Let's head back. Henan stretched and said, I need to go back and take a shower, I'm covered in dirt. Go back. The group had won a great victory and all looked relaxed. Zhou Chen, you're something else. You've already made a contribution as soon as you arrived. No wonder the captain has taken a liking to him. Don't release his combat videos, it will attract a lot of competition. There were several people, some praising, some joking. Zhou Chen suddenly became their hot commodity. And so we got on the bus and headed back to Shanghai. After they returned to the academy, they all went to Henan's villa. Go take a shower, everyone. This place is big enough for me. Henan patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder one last time. This one on the first floor is yours. Good. Zhou Chen agreed and then went into the room. The inside looked very tidy and spotless. On the table, I saw a group photo of several people. Everyone present was there, except for one person, a short boy. Seeing that she seemed to know everyone well, she took the initiative to lie down in front of them and take pictures together. All of this made Zhou Chen a little curious. Who is this person? Why haven't I heard them mention it? After a moment's thought, I started taking a shower. Because he didn't exert much effort, the washing was faster. So they quickly arrived at the living room. Seeing that Niu Chuang had also come out, the two of them were putting in the same effort. Brother Niu, I saw one of the people in your group photo. I don't recognize him. Zhou Chen was fine, so he asked a question. This is our junior from junior school. We had all left, and he was supposed to be the future captain. Unfortunately, we encountered an accident 2 months ago while carrying out our mission. The junior student was left forever in this desolate land. Niu Chuang sighed, then looked at Zhou Chen. Don't ask anyone else about this. Stop here with me. Okay, I understand. Zhou Chen also felt a sense of heaviness and nodded in agreement. Chapter 120 Lightning's Second Awakening. You guys are fast. Is everything ready? Gradually, everyone else followed suit and came out one after another. The mission was a great success. The first person I want to praise is Zhou Chen. He acted decisively and quickly found his position. He showed no fear in the face of the Thunder Beast. He didn't hesitate to admit that he would be the primary target. Henan looked at Zhou Chen, praised him, and then said, there are also things to criticize. We need to consult your instructions for the next mission. You must not act on your own initiative again. Your actions are sudden, and many team members will not cooperate with you. Disrupting the rhythm is fatal. No matter how strong you are, remember that you still rely on the team. Individualism is unacceptable. Do you understand? Understood, Captain. Zhou Chen offered no explanation, simply responding calmly to his question. Every team needs to have a set of rules. We cannot break the rules just because we are strong. This is crucial for a team. Violating it could lead to disaster. All right. Let's stop talking about this and allocate the resources. Suli, clearly the assistant to the head of the household, produced the data statistics she had just compiled. The captain goes without saying, he contributed the most. Convert it to points. It's 500 points. Including Su Kai's expenditure, his points are 300. Mine are 120. Lu Xiong is at 260. Deng Wenwen and Niu Chuang are both 180. Zhou Chen. You are 100. Her statistics stunned Zhou Chen. This beast is powerful, and it has so many points. My current points alone are equivalent to the points I had when I was on the same team as Lin Chang. Therefore, we still need to become stronger. Only by constantly becoming stronger can we accumulate more points. There will also be more resources. Only then can the speed of cultivation be increased. I specially saved a beast core for you. Suli took out a beast core and handed it to Jochen. Don't you also have lightning awakening? It should be useful to you too. Jochen had already earned points, so he felt a little embarrassed to take anything more. Take this. It's your reward. Hinan patted Jochen on the shoulder. Awaken your second awakening as soon as possible. That's just the beginner level of elements. Once you awaken your third awakening, you'll know what elements really are. Understood, Captain. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jochen took the beast core and solemnly said, I will definitely work hard. Everyone, that's all for tonight. Thank you all for your hard work. Hinan clapped his hands and then said, Go back and get some rest. Captain, are you going to participate in a secret realm trial for a few days? As Jochen was leaving, he suddenly asked a question. We are no longer qualified. Niu Chuan patted him on the shoulder. Even the weakest among us is at the martial venerable level. You can still participate. But whatever you do, don't break through. The resources in this secret realm are very important. You'll find out later. Okay. I understand. Senior, I'll take my leave now. Jochen nodded and then waved goodbye to everyone. He kept heading back to his villa. When he returned to the villa, before entering, he saw the pale-faced girl again. She was also looking at Jochen. The two looked into each other's eyes for the first time. The girl looked at Jochen and then said leisurely, Hello. Hello. Jochen responded with a comment and then returned to his room. He couldn't wait to take out the Thunder Beast's core. Suli was very considerate and had already cut open the beast core. He was given 3 pieces of what he had. Jochen looked at the beast core in his hand and immediately chose to devour it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the second awakening of lightning. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully broken through to the second awakening stage. Ding! Successful absorption, host's strength increased. High-ranking general, level 2. High-ranking generals, level 3. Lightning attribute second awakening, gain special lightning skills, nuclear energy initial stage. Upon hearing this reminder, Jochen couldn't help but show a look of delight. To increase strength, one must acquire even stronger beasts and resources. As for those who are equal in strength to oneself, or even weaker, there is no need to devour them in the future. The probability of failure is high, and it will not significantly improve one's abilities. If I encounter it again, I'll just exchange it for points. Jochen was very satisfied with his strength and then directly entered the virtual space. I then tested my various data again. He already possesses the strength of a third-level military general. Once I emerge from the secret realm, I must break through to the level of a martial venerable. Jochen then returned to reality and fell into a deep sleep. The night began to fly by. When he woke up again, it was already broad daylight. Jochen checked the time and did some serious calculations. Only 1 week left. The trial in the secret realm will begin. Now that my strength has increased, I need some more powerful weapons and equipment. All those outdated ones from before need to be dealt with. With that thought in mind, Jochen went out and followed the map and signs provided by the school. We found the lobby of the office building where supplies could be exchanged. I want to exchange for supplies. He went to the front desk, found a lady, and explained his purpose. Do you want to withdraw or withdraw? The young lady looked at him and asked very patiently. I want them both. Jochen's answer was very straightforward. Okay, wait a minute. The young lady nodded, then waved to someone to the side, Wang Shuo. Change the items, attend to him. They're here. Soon, Wang Shuo's voice came through. A thin man walked up to Jochen and said, Let's go. Good. Jochen nodded in agreement, waved to the young lady, and left with Wang Shuo. We arrived at a secret room. Once opened, the contents were dazzling. There are also some instruments at the entrance. And computer equipment. Come on, bring out everything you want to exchange. Wang Shuo went inside and beckoned to Jochen, asking him to bring out the items. Okay. Jochen took out his genetic armor and long sword. It was handed over to Wang Shuo. If you're sure you want to redeem it, then I'll scan it, and the points will be transferred directly to your account. Wang Shuo pointed to the items on the counter and said to Zhou Chen. No problem, confirmed. Zhou Chen's answer was very straightforward. Bite. Bite. Wang Shuo then began to operate the system. Through his efforts, Zhou Chen managed to exchange all the weapons and equipment he had brought out. Not bad, very wealthy, a total of 200 points were redeemed. Wang Shuo first praised it, then asked, anything else? Let's deal with it together. There's no use keeping this, someone will use it. It's all gone, it's all here. Zhou Chen shook his head and smiled, then looked at him, now it's my turn to spend. Please recommend one. Sure, what do you want? I'll see if I can find it for you. Wang Shuo readily agreed.